Chapter 1. Lu Xing awoke in a daze, confronted by a luminescent figure. Who? With a look of apology, inquired Xing. Are you okay? What on earth? Why does this heavenly being look so dark? And they're speaking English, which I surprisingly comprehend as I glanced around at a group of 7 or 8 young boys gathered around. Lu Xing, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, Is this heaven? When did my English become so fluent? The crowd erupted in laughter, and the glowing figure approached again, asking, So, Xing, do you recognize me? Upon closer inspection, Lu Xing realized it was Okafor. At that moment, a sharp pain coursed through his head, and a flood of memories from his original self surged in. He finally grasped the situation. Was this the legendary phenomenon of transmigration? Originally, Lu Xing was a beleaguered worker in 2024, laboring in the capital of his homeland. To avoid the rush-hour subway, he had been jogging along the road when a beautiful female driver made a right turn and inadvertently knocked him onto the sidewalk. Unfortunately, he struck the back of his head on the ground, leading to his unexpected journey to 2004. The individual sharing his name, Lu Xing, was of Chinese descent and, blessed with exceptional physical attributes and a modicum of basketball talent, had gained admission to the University of Connecticut. While attempting to execute a powerful dunk next to Okafor during practice, he had underestimated the prowess of this NCAA championship center, resulting in a brutal fall that knocked him out, coincidentally causing him to transmigrate. Just then, the basketball coach approached, asking, How is Lu Xing doing? Just as Lu Xing sought to process the events, feeling slightly dizzy, he decided to rest for the day and replied to the coach, I feel a bit lightheaded. I think I should skip training today. Upon returning home, Lu Xing gazed at his strikingly handsome face, reminiscent of Edison Chun, and his athletic physique of 1.90 meters and 70 kilograms, contrasting sharply with his previous life where he barely stood at 1.70 meters and had developed a paunch from late-night takeout due to excessive overtime. Now, as a 20-year-old, he felt fortunate. Unexpectedly, in this life, he was raised solely by his mother, who worked as a chef in a Chinese restaurant, dedicated to ensuring her child graduated and secured a good job. In 2004, amidst severe discrimination in the United States, finding a decent job was no easy feat, however. Lu Xing's passion for basketball, combined with his suitable physique, allowed him to consider a career as a scout, leveraging his knowledge from the future to earn a living. As he lay there contemplating, a chime sounded. Ding! The basketball 2K system is loading. Current template, Derek Fisher loaded. Please check, host. What? It's here. The essential system for transmigrators has arrived. Who is this Fisher? Lu Xing, with a perplexed expression akin to Nick Young's, stared at his system in utter confusion. Lu Xing PG, SG. Ability value, 55. Current template, Derek Fisher. Potential, 75. Is this serious? It seems the maximum growth potential is also capped at 75. After scrutinizing the ability scores, he noted that the three-point shooting was an impressive 80, which aligned with his own penchant for practicing long-range shots. A novice gift pack is waiting. Choose one of 3 Hall of Fame point guards. Hall of Fame point guard. How delightful. Lu Xing stood up, and the headache dissipated. He had now become a composite rated at 55. Though in the NBA, this would categorize him as a substitute among substitutes, he still had the potential to start as a college player with a score of 55. After a moment of contemplation, he grabbed a basketball and headed to the makeshift court at his neighbor's house to test his skills. Swish! Swish! His mid-range shots were significantly more stable than before, and his three-pointers were impressively accurate. With no one defending, his dribbling and drives felt remarkably secure. He felt like an NBA point guard. Upon checking the interface, he noticed a solitary badge. Clutch performer excelling in crucial moments. With this badge, he had no fear of faltering in the playoffs or critical situations. The next day, after class at the basketball court, the coach observed Lu Xing's remarkable long-range shooting and appeared contemplative. This Asian guard exhibited an impressive shooting touch and demonstrated composure, unlike the current senior starting point guard, who favored reckless drives and ignored instructions. Observing the dynamics, it became clear that Okafor was the team's undeniable core. Ben Gordon complained about being treated as insignificant. Previously, Lu Xing had played unselfishly, willing to collaborate with teammates, and with his height surpassing that of the senior players, the coach decided to keep a close watch on him. If he performed well, he would definitely be considered. Days of training passed, and Lu Xing transitioned from an amateur basketball enthusiast to a player adept at teamwork. With Fisher's shooting prowess gradually winning the coach's favor, the day before the NCAA's Big East Conference commenced, the coach finalized the starting lineup, and Lu Xing was named the starting point guard. When the announcement was made, Lu Xing stood in a daze, and the college coach kindly inquired if he was all right. Lu Xing simply nodded, indicating his affirmation of the coach's decision. However, during practice, the original senior point guard, Smith, began to target Lu Xing, and several senior players cornered him outside the gym after class, insisting he tone down his ambitions. Yellow-skinned monkey, you'd better pretend to be injured and accept your inferior status otherwise. I can't guarantee your family's safety, especially your mother's job. Bam! A heavy punch struck Smith in the eye, followed by an elbow that sent him crashing to the ground. Lu Xing unleashed a flurry of punches, solely focused on Smith, while the senior players joined in the fray, raining down blows upon him. Just then, the supervising gym teacher intervened. Lu Xing glanced at his torn shirt, feeling the pain from the kicks he had received, and glared at the battered Smith, leaving him with a parting remark. You can insult me, but if you threaten my family, it'll ensure we both go out with a bang. Smith came from a wealthy family. His father was the chairman of a trading company, and he often had attendants by his side. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading the exciting content ahead. The following day, Smith's father pressured the school, and upon witnessing his son's battered state, he decided to leverage his family's wealth to exert influence on the school. Ultimately, Lu Xing faced a 2-month suspension from the basketball team, and his mother lost her job, replaced by a new chef. Returning home, Lu Xing saw his mother, whose spirits were visibly low, and comforted her. Mom, I was impulsive yesterday. I couldn't bear his threats towards you, and it cost you your job. It's all right, I can help in the kitchen washing dishes and prepping food. As long as it doesn't interfere with your studies, it's all fine. An idea sparked in Lu Xing's mind. Mom, I am determined to pursue a career as a professional basketball player. I plan to enter the draft this year. Would you consider being my agent? You could represent talented players and help them earn money. But I have no experience. I only graduated high school, and my English skills were acquired over the past decade in America. I wouldn't know who might become a professional athlete. Don't worry, leave it to me. You just need to learn about contracts. They'll find promising athletes for you. Having followed basketball closely in his previous life, Lu Xing was aware of lower-ranked players who had made it big. In 2004, a year known for a weak draft class, the most notable low-ranked player was Ariza, a future 3D player. This year, he would have his mother represent both himself and Ariza, sharing details about Ariza's college and future prospects, as well as trends in basketball development, to help convince Ariza's family. During the 2 months of rest at home, Lu Xing was far from idle. He helped his mother learn how to be a good agent, while simultaneously working on increasing his core strength at 70 kilograms. He still felt somewhat slender, as an average point guard ideally weighs around 80 kilograms to withstand the physicality of the game. After 2 months of intense weight training and maintaining his shooting form, his weight reached 75 kilograms, and he was confident about his college performance. His shooting ability remained unaffected by the strength training, though his overall ability value was still 55, indicating he needed to unlock the novice gift pack upon returning to the team. The official opening will commence upon his return. During these 2 months, the University of Connecticut achieved an impressive record of 30 wins and 3 losses, successfully qualifying for the NCAA tournament. Throughout this period, the team's primary star, Okafor, averaged 22.1 points, 12 rebounds, and 4.3 blocks per game, with each game typically scoring around 6,070 points and a 30-second shot clock, earning accolades as the Big East Conference's Defensive Player of the Year, a spot on the All-Conference team, and even the Most Outstanding Player award, overshadowing the consensus first overall pick, Dwight Howard. The team's second key player, Ben Gordon, averaged 21.1 points, 5 assists, and 1 steal, also securing a place on the All-Conference team. Lu Xing re-entered the school's basketball gym after a 2-month hiatus. Ding! He accessed the 2K panel, and the beginner's gift pack was opened. Please select one template for enhancement. 1. Jason Kidd, 95-2. Russell Westbrook, 95-3. Gary Payton, 95. Gazing at the 3 players, Lu Xing fell into contemplation. While Kidd is undeniably excellent, his scoring ability is somewhat lacking. And with the evolving dynamics of the league, the ball may not always be in the hands of point guards as exemplified by LeBron James. After some reflection, he decided against that option. Westbrook possesses remarkable athleticism and an explosive style, renowned as the triple-double king. Just the thought of it makes one salivate. However, the absence of blue air, his nickname for Westbrook, led Lu Xing to envision the awkwardness of Westbrook being disregarded in the Lakers, particularly given his crude shooting technique, which falls short of league standards. After turning 30, he would struggle to maintain relevance and might even be looked down upon. The third option, the glove, Payton, is hailed as one of the greatest defensive guards in history, adept at both driving and shooting, with commendable physical attributes. He boasts over 20,000 points in his career, ranking among the top 3-point guards of the Iron-Willed era. After careful consideration, Lu Xing settled on Payton, Recognizing that Kidd might not always have the ball in hand in this small ball era, and Westbrook's zombie shooting was best left aside. Ultimately, he chose the glove Payton. Ding. System loading complete. Lu Xing's PGSG template. Gary Payton 65-95. Overall score 65. Offensive ability total score 65-93. Close range shooting 64-90. Mid-range shooting 70-90. Point shooting 80-90. Free throw 70-90. Dunking 30-50. Interference on mid-range shooting 41-85. Back to the basket fadeaway 30-80. Foul drawing ability 45-90. Shooting off dribble 60-90. Ball handling 70-95. Passing 67-95. Receiving 60-95. Offensive awareness 60-5-90. Defensive ability total score 70-98. Shot blocking 25-75. Stealing 66-99. On-ball defense 73-99. Defensive awareness 70-99. Rebounding ability 75-99. Physical attributes total score 55-90. Stamina 60-95. Speed 55-90. Agility 55-90. Strength 40-68. Vertical leap 35-85. Endurance 96-96. Badge. Clutch player bronze excels at making timely passes and scoring. Current mission. Secure the NCAA championship for the team and earn 1,000 SP points. Observing his three-point shooting rating of 80-90 filled him with a tinge of regret. Had he known it could increase to 90, he would have opted for Westbrook. Imagining himself as a lone ranger on a basketball court, averaging triple-doubles, was an enticing thought, albeit not entirely reflective of his character. He was inherently a more laid-back individual, playing primarily for financial gain. Few sought to be teammates with the likes of Westbrook or LeBron. As they monopolized the statistics what would become of their teammates, it seemed wiser to select a more defensively adept guard. Although he might not ride the coattails of a star, winning a championship in the NBA has historically required multiple star players. No team has won a championship without at least a secondary option typically. There are several tertiary players. The task appeared relatively straightforward, given the presence of center Okafor, shooting guard Ben Gordon, and power forward Delay Sova alongside himself. With 4 future NBA players on the team, the championship seemed easily attainable. After all, this year they were the champions of the University of Connecticut, and with the addition of a 65-rated guard, the championship should not pose significant difficulty. Upon exiting his 2K template, Lu Xing spotted Smith across the court, wearing a disdainful expression. Lu Xing, come practice a few with me, he provocatively challenged. Judging by his demeanor, Lu Xing perceived him as a mere rookie with a capability rating in the 40s. Lu Xing felt it was time to impart some wisdom. After warming up for 10 minutes, he tossed the ball to Smith, signaling the start. Smith, harboring grievances about Lu Xing being appointed as the starting point guard, recalled how effortless his own performance had been as a starter in previous leagues. Today, he intended to teach Lu Xing a lesson, asserting his claim as the undisputed choice for the starting point guard. Let's begin. You go first, Smith declared, dribbling the ball smoothly, contemplating a breakthrough, using his weight to outmaneuver Lu Xing. However, equipped with the glove Payton template, Lu Xing anticipated Smith's imprecise shooting. He stepped back just inside the three-point line, his eyes fixed on Smith's dribbling rhythm. As Smith accelerated, using his left hand to shield Lu Xing, he attempted to break through with his right. Lu Xing extended his arm, maintaining his position in front of Smith, who was compelled to halt and take a floating shot. Lu Xing leaped, fingertips grazing the ball, causing Smith's attempt to ricochet off the rim. On the offensive end, Lu Xing, with his back to Smith, muscled in a few moves before executing a left-hand layup, scoring effortlessly. He recognized the vast disparity in their physical attributes at 1.90 meters and weighing 75 kilograms. He towered over Smith, who stood at 1.81 meters and weighed merely 65 kilograms. With Payton's template, Lu Xing's ball handling skills now matched NBA standards, and his strength enabled him to perform overpowering layups at will. For Smith's second attempt, Lu Xing applied close pressure. Smith, flustered, mishandled the ball with his left foot, allowing Lu Xing to seize it. Dribbling to the left at a 45-degree angle, he executed a sudden stop and made a shot, which swished through the net. Not even in the same league, perhaps you should sit this one out, Lu Xing taunted, activating Payton's trash-talking mode. Smith, undeterred, attempted another shot from beyond the arc, but clang. It hit the rim. Lu Xing dribbled out beyond the three-point line and executed a flawless shot. Swish. The ball found its mark. Smith's eyes narrowed with intensity as he maneuvered the ball, then suddenly attempted a low layup, only to be thwarted by Lu Xing at the baseline. For the final play, Lu Xing seized the ball, accelerated towards the right corner at a 45-degree angle, performed a graceful move, and then strode down the center to execute a powerful left-handed dunk, concluding the 5-point one-on-one duel. Has Lu Xing transformed from his former self? His ball handling skills have evidently improved, while his mid-range jumpers have remained unerring. During the recent one-on-one with Smith, it appeared that his defensive capabilities had significantly enhanced. I could hardly imagine easily surpassing the starting shooting guard, Gordon, who seemed rather apprehensive. With the three of us, including Lu, I am determined not to face defeat in the NCAA playoffs again, exclaimed Okafor with palpable excitement, before amiably calling out to Lu Xing to express his thoughts. Lu Xing smiled, aware that this year, Okafor and Gordon were set to enter the draft. Uncertain whether he could successfully make it into the NBA, he greeted the two and resumed his training. Lu Xing believed that a professional athlete must dedicate themselves to practice, as future sustenance would depend on their performance on the court. Although he had a laid-back disposition, he understood the necessity of exerting effort for his career. Despite possessing a system, after several days of training, he noticed a gradual increase in his abilities, albeit at a sluggish pace. After a 2-hour one-on-one with Smith, he observed little to no improvement. At that moment, the college coach approached, summoning everyone to gather. The NCAA elimination rounds were about to commence, and Lu Xing, as the starting point guard, was to coordinate with his teammates. This year, they were determined to secure the championship and showcase their talent before reporters and scouts. Okafor, Gordon, you are both entering the draft, right? Train diligently to aim for a top 3 pick. The rest of the team, let us all strive together. Understood. This year, victory is a must, the team exclaimed excitedly. The coach noted Lu Xing's commendable performance during practice, recognizing his good passing instincts and timing, along with solid ball handling and shooting fundamentals, overall ability rating of 65. However, his physical attributes left much to be desired, with an overall rating of 55, stamina 60, speed 55, agility 55, strength 40, vertical leap 35. This physical rating of 55 was reminiscent of the 38-year-old Fisher. The coach lamented that had Lu Xing been of African descent, his physical prowess would likely have been sufficient for NBA entry. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xing possessed the foundational athleticism of a peak Peyton, and with several years of dedicated training, he could evolve into a superlative point guard. As the daily training concluded, the coach did not dismiss the players but instead gathered them to review footage of the upcoming elimination match, specifically, the game tape of their opponent, Wake Forest University, with a focus on their point guard, Chris Paul, who would be Lu Xing's defensive assignment. Lu Xing watched intently, recognizing Paul as a future standout, whose only drawback was a shorter stature. After over half an hour of reviewing Paul's college footage, Lu Xing discerned that Paul favored driving to the basket over long-range shooting. His explosive speed and rhythmic play were evident, though his shooting consistency appeared questionable. Lu Xing felt reassured, realizing that Paul's capabilities were likely not overwhelming, estimating his freshman ability rating to be around the low 70s. At that moment, a notification chimed. New mission activated. Defeat Wake Forest University and pat Chris Paul on the head afterward. Reward, 500 SP. Lu Xing felt confident in overcoming them. Yet the prospect of the head pat posed a dilemma. What if Paul objected and issued a warning? Sighing, he contemplated the situation, perhaps under amicable circumstances. A head pat wouldn't be too inappropriate. After all, was T. Duncan, also from Wake Forest, able to do so? It seemed imperative to cultivate a good rapport with Paul in the week leading up to the game. Perhaps a subtle embrace would suffice for a quick pat. The author expresses a lack of familiarity with the NCAA, acknowledging that much information has become elusive over the years. Hence, the narrative surrounding the March Madness tournament is a creative reinterpretation, portraying the protagonist as having traversed back to a transformed NCAA landscape. It is essential not to take the narrative too literally, as the collegiate games may serve to expedite the journey toward the NBA. During his college tenure, Chris Paul averaged 14, 8 points and 9 assists, leading his team in several statistical categories, including assists, steals, three-point shooting percentage, and free throw attempts and conversions. In addition to being recognized as the ACC Freshman of the Year and earning a place on the ACC All-Defensive Team, multiple media outlets hailed him as the nation's premier freshman. Wake Forest University predominantly revolved around Paul. Had Lu Xing managed to contain him, the team would have suffered significantly. Fortunately, the rest of Wake Forest's roster was not particularly formidable, allowing Lu Xing to focus on defending Paul, as the other players were likely not destined for the NBA. Lu Xing approached the game with utmost seriousness, determined to prevent Paul from gaining momentum and to sever his connections with teammates. Firmly believing that no matter how skilled a point guard might be, he cannot single-handedly lead a team to victory. The following day, the coach initiated a week-long rigorous training regimen for the players. To his surprise, for athletes, Okafor, Ben Gordon, Villanova, and Liu Xing maintained excellent form under the intense conditions. The coach discerned that the first three were undoubtedly future NBA players, significantly surpassing their peers. To his astonishment, Liu Xing also navigated the training with ease, suggesting he too could meet the standards of a professional athlete. After a day of careful observation, the coach made a decision. Ben Gordon, you will face Liu Xing in one-on-one drills for the remainder of today's session. Me against Liu Xing? Ben Gordon mused. Having noticed that Liu Xing had become noticeably stronger and more skilled since their last encounter 2 months prior. He recognized Liu Xing's improvement but was uncertain of his current level, having only observed him during team practices without the coach's keen scrutiny. With a personal skill rating of 65, he felt adequately prepared, estimating that Ben Gordon's ability would not exceed 75. This matchup would serve as a test against an NBA-caliber player. As they exchanged smiles, Liu Xing stepped to the free throw line, making a few shots amidst his excitement. His free throw percentage of 70 was slightly lacking. Allowing Liu Xing to face Ben Gordon in one-on-one competition seemed somewhat unfair, as throughout the season, no opponent had successfully hindered Gordon's scoring ability. Liu Xing's speed was not particularly remarkable, leading to concerns that he might easily be outmaneuvered. Observers speculated about the disparity in their levels, with one wagering $20 that Gordon would not break a sweat in victory. However, Okafor and Villanova believed that the two could indeed engage in a formidable contest, noting that Liu Xing managed to keep pace with their rhythm during collaborative drills. Liu Xing gazed at Ben Gordon and noticed that Gordon's height seemed to be roughly comparable to his own, perhaps even slightly shorter. How could someone of such stature possibly excel as a shooting guard? Yet, he is poised to receive the accolade of best sixth man next year. Liu Xing observed the comparatively shorter Ben Gordon, realizing that his height of 191 centimeters was likely measured with shoes, whereas Liu Xing's height of 190 centimeters was without footwear. Liu Xing dribbled slowly while observing Gordon, noticing his defensive habits were rather lacking. He primarily defended the right side, often relying on his non-dominant hand for dribbling, making it challenging for most players to break through from the left. Liu Xing glanced at his right-hand dribbling and suddenly accelerated. Gordon, anticipating a steal, was taken by surprise as Liu Xing swiftly transitioned the ball to his left hand, executing a three-step layup with finesse. Gordon was momentarily stunned, not expecting Liu Xing's left hand to be so agile. His ball-handling ability of 70 was no exaggeration. He was not merely a traditional dribbling guard. Given Gordon's current defensive capabilities, he struggled to contain Liu Xing, especially as they were of similar height and weight. The murmurs of astonishment from other players at the sidelines echoed. Wow. When did Liu Xing transition from a dribbling guard to a ball-handling maestro? The answer was evident. He had modeled his game after Gary Payton. As a player who averaged 20 points per game in the 1990s, his ball-handling prowess was formidable. Although there was a significant gap to reach a perfect 95 in ball handling, Liu Xing demonstrated remarkable ease in exploiting Gordon's unpreparedness. Very impressive. Keep it up. Liu Xing seized the ball, executed a triple threat stance, and effortlessly launched a three-pointer. Swish. A perfect shot. Gordon, now fully focused, tightened his defense as Liu Xing regained possession. However, Gordon's defensive skills left much to be desired. During his college days, he weighed only 80 kilograms, which was less than Liu Xing's current weight. Regarding Gordon's evaluation, Gordon possesses an exceptionally versatile offensive arsenal, making him nearly impossible to defend when in rhythm, and he has a resilient spirit, excelling in clutch shooting. However, due to his height limitations, he often struggles against taller guards and exhibits poor footwork, frequently falling for fakes. Overall, Gordon is better suited for the sixth-man role. He is characterized as a dual-threat shooter with an elegant and high arc on his jump shot, quick release, and tight form. Although strong, he lacks wingspan and frequently commits turnovers, typically favoring plays to the right. His athleticism is average, and his defense is subpar, particularly against shooting guards due to his lack of height and against point guards due to insufficient speed. ESPN, Liu Xing, relying on Gordon, skillfully maneuvered to execute a left jump shot, scoring effortlessly. The coach pondered. While Gordon's defense was indeed lacking, such ease suggested Liu Xing had significantly improved. Having scored 5 consecutive points, Liu Xing felt a surge of confidence. However, his next attempt, a graceful leaning jump shot, resulted in an unfortunate miss. Observing his attributes, he noted that the back shot leaning skill was temporarily unavailable. As Gordon seized the ball, Lu Xing promptly closed in, well aware of Gordon's shooting accuracy. During the offensive play, Gordon's agility shone through, contrasting his defensive struggles. He dribbled swiftly, launching a right-footed jump shot, but Lu Xing reacted swiftly, blocking the shot. With a swish, Gordon scored. Following a series of deft moves, he successfully executed a breakthrough layup and then sank a three-pointer. Lu Xing couldn't help but admire Gordon's remarkable shooting touch, as he appeared less adept with his left hand and showed signs of instability in his dribbling. Attempting to force him left, Lu Xing observed Gordon's habitual switch from left to right hand, only to find his path obstructed. In a moment of desperation, Gordon halted and took a shot, yet it failed to find the net. After securing the ball, Lu Xing remained composed, noting Gordon's lax defensive posture. He backed in, dribbling leftwards before pivoting and elevating his shot, sending Gordon flying past him as he scored effortlessly. Recognizing Gordon's vulnerability to fakes, Lu Xing executed a series of deceptive maneuvers, further highlighting Gordon's defensive shortcomings. With another 4 points added, Lu Xing totaled 10, while Gordon lagged behind at 6. For his final shot, Lu Xing charged towards the basket, employing a rondo-style layup that momentarily deceived Gordon before finishing with a delicate toss. Impressed, observers remarked on Lu Xing's burgeoning talent as he triumphed over Gordon. The multitude of fakes Lu Xing employed had thoroughly confounded them, prompting a reluctant acknowledgement of his prowess. The coach, pleased with Lu Xing's performance, recognized the opportunity for both players to enhance their skills through competition. He encouraged them to continue their practice, with Lu Xing focusing on defense against Gordon's strong offense, while Gordon aimed to bolster his defensive capabilities. In the ensuing one-on-one, Gordon's seriousness prevailed, defeating Lu Xing with scores of 11-7 and 11-8, reaffirming his elite status. Lu Xing, however, found his stamina a considerable challenge, stamina 60-95. After a brief respite, he retreated to the strength training room to fortify his core and enhance his endurance, acutely aware of the need to improve his physical condition. Throughout the week, Lu Xing immersed himself in collective training and one-on-one sessions with Gordon, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to each practice, relentlessly honing his skills and teamwork abilities. As time has elapsed, he has felt a profound transformation within himself. Once merely an amateur novice, relegated to pointing fingers and boasting on various basketball forums, he has gradually evolved into a genuine professional basketball player. This afternoon, the coach unexpectedly halted the training session, advising the players to take a well-deserved respite. With an intense elimination match looming tomorrow, maintaining peak condition is of paramount importance. Injuries from overtraining must be avoided at all costs. The coach's admonition awakened Lu Xing to the fact that they had been entrenched in rigorous training, enduring substantial physical and mental strain. Now, with an opportunity to catch his breath and recalibrate, he could prepare to face the challenges of the elimination round in optimal form. Consequently, Lu Xing resolved to heed the coach's counsel, granting himself a reprieve to relax and rejuvenate. He sought a tranquil corner, sitting quietly to reflect. In revisiting the past few days of training, he assessed his progress and shortcomings, while simultaneously nurturing confidence for the forthcoming competition. At this moment, Lu Xing recognized that tomorrow's elimination match would be a formidable contest, yet he felt thoroughly prepared. He believed that through his diligent efforts, he would undoubtedly showcase his finest abilities on the court, striving to bring honor to his team. Time swiftly advanced to March 17th, a day of great significance for the University of Connecticut, as they stood as a highly touted seed for the championship. This formidable team boasted 4 players poised to enter the NBA: Okafor, Ben Gordon, Villanova, and Lu Xing. The prowess of these athletes is not to be underestimated, each boasting skill ratings exceeding 60, with Okafor and Ben Gordon astonishingly reaching 75. Today, Lu Xing entered the basketball arena with a buoyant spirit. However, he was taken aback to find the audience sparse, primarily comprised of fellow students, with only a smattering of reporters and scouts present. Their intent clearly focused on scrutinizing Okafor and Ben Gordon's performances. The arena, capable of accommodating 3,000 spectators, felt eerily vacant, starkly contrasting Lu Xing's envisioned lively atmosphere. The initial round of 64 garnered limited attention, yet the presence of Okafor and Ben Gordon, considered frontrunners in the upcoming draft, attracted numerous journalists and scouts. Without their presence, it is likely that few would have shown interest in such a match. Typically, Only contests involving the final 8 would draw a significant influx of scouts and reporters. Nevertheless, for Lu Xing, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events, as it afforded him the opportunity to demonstrate his talents, thereby enhancing his standing in the eyes of the scouts and potentially securing a more favorable position in the draft. Lu Xing immediately spotted Chris Paul. Though not particularly tall, Paul exuded an unparalleled charisma, akin to a resplendent star. As the undeniable linchpin of Wake Forest University, he was the center of attention. Lu Xing approached him slowly, his face alight with a friendly smile, enthusiastically greeting him. "Hey, CP3. I've heard of your remarkable reputation since my senior year in high school and know of your exceptional prowess. I firmly believe you will undoubtedly shine on the NBA stage and achieve great success. Frankly, you far surpass Darren Williams, aside from his physical strength. He pales in comparison to your overall abilities. Today, I am your counterpart on the court. My name is Lu Xing, and let us give our all together." As Lu Xing finished his words, he swiftly moved beside Paul, embracing him tightly while gently patting his back. It seemed his hand was now closer to the top of Paul's head. Paul, a player of considerable emotional intelligence, smiled slightly in response to Lu Xing's enthusiasm, saying, "Hello, Lu Xing. Please unleash your full potential. I will also give my utmost effort." However, as he turned away, that radiant smile vanished without a trace, and he pondered to himself, who exactly is this Lu Xing, trying to forge a connection with me in such a manner? Just wait until the game. I will show him how to dominate. As the match was about to commence, both teams completed their warm-ups. The referee blew the whistle, and the jump ball commenced. Okafor, leveraging his exceptional leaping ability, tipped the ball to his teammate. Lu Xing dashed forward, receiving the pass skillfully. He dribbled with finesse, charging toward the basket. Undeterred by Paul's defense, Lu Xing executed a feint to deceive his opponent, passing to Okafor, who comfortably received the ball, turned, and emphatically dunked, then pointed at Lu Xing. Acknowledging the smooth assist, Lu Xing cast a triumphant glance at Paul, feeling a surge of silent pleasure within. However, Paul remained unfazed by Lu Xing's defense. He calmly received the ball and swiftly orchestrated an offensive play, with a masterful display of feints and rapid direction changes. He eluded Lu Xing's guard and delivered a precise pass to a teammate in an open position. The teammate, receiving the ball, wasted no time and effortlessly scored with a jump shot. Witnessing this, the coach could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Keep an eye on your man, Gordon. Let Lu Xing handle Paul. Do not allow him to rally his teammates." Heeding the coach's directive, Lu Xing advanced the ball across half-court, but this time he refrained from going solo. Instead, upon noticing Gordon poised to receive, he decisively passed the ball. Gordon, catching the ball, rose without hesitation for a jump shot, executing a splendid three-pointer that swished through the net. As they retreated to defense, Lu Xing gave Okafor a light pat on the back, whispering, "Stay close to Paul. We need to disrupt his offensive rhythm and prevent him from scoring easily." Though Lu Xing found it somewhat challenging to contain Paul's drives, with Okafor's assistance in the paint, they successfully disrupted Paul's offensive flow. Consequently, the competition on the court intensified, with both teams exchanging leads. Lu Xing, like an arrow released from a bow, navigated through defenders, drawing them in. He moved through the crowd with the cunning of a sly fox before suddenly distributing the ball to Gordon beyond the arc. Gordon, unwavering, seized the opportunity and launched a three-pointer that echoed through the arena as it found the net. This pivotal shot pierced the opposing defense like a sword, igniting the fervor of the spectators. During the game, Okafor from the University of Connecticut showcased formidable dominance in the paint. With his towering height and exceptional skills, he delivered stunning performances in scoring, rebounding, and shot blocking. Additionally, Gordon demonstrated his individual prowess, frequently scoring and contributing valuable points to the team. Lu Xing, in the first half, secured 2 opportunities for three-point shots, successfully making one. He also executed a mid-range shot, which likewise found its mark. Such efficiency enabled him to accumulate 5 points and provide 4 assists by halftime, offering robust support for the team's offense. In contrast, Paul struggled under Lu Xing's relentless defense. Employing a tenacious, sticky defense strategy, Lu Xing made it difficult for Paul to find comfortable shooting opportunities. Coupled with Okafor's timely help, Paul managed only 7 attempts in the first half, hitting 3, along with 2 successful free throws, totaling 8 points and 2 assists. Due to his inability to effectively orchestrate the team's offense, Paul faced significant challenges, unable to reach his optimal performance level. By halftime, the score stood at 41-26. with the team leading by 15 points. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. As the second half of the game commenced, Connecticut University's Okafor continued to demonstrate his formidable prowess, maneuvering effortlessly in the paint and rendering Davidson's center utterly powerless. Retreating time and again. Meanwhile, the team's other pivotal player, Gordon, excelled from the perimeter with remarkable consistency, effortlessly sinking shots whether driving to the hoop or launching three-pointers. Concurrently, Lu Xing devoted his primary focus to defense, shadowing the opposing team's key player, Paul. Despite Lu Xing's slight disadvantage in speed, his greater height and weight allowed him to impose his will through tenacious rebounding and resolute confrontations, causing Paul considerable discomfort. Under Lu Xing's stringent defense, Paul's offensive efficiency markedly declined, preventing him from scoring with the same ease as in the first half. In the latter part of the game, Lu Xing seized 3 opportunities for open three-pointers, successfully converting 2. Additionally, he netted 2 points with a fast-break layup and delivered 3 exquisite assists. Lu Xing concluded the match with an impressive tally of 13 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals, aiding his team in advancing to the top 64. His teammate Okafor, equally stellar, amassed 18 points, 16 rebounds, and 5 blocks, thoroughly dominating both ends of the court. Another teammate, Ben Gordon, also shone brightly, contributing 26 points. In contrast, Wake Forest University's performance left much to be desired. Aside from Paul's 22 points and 4 assists, other players failed to provide substantial support. Ultimately, they succumbed to defeat with a score of 78-52. Following the match, Lu Xing exuberantly approached Paul, enveloping him in a hearty embrace and playfully tousling his hair, remarking, "Your speed is astonishing. You've left me so exhausted I hardly wish to move." Paul smiled in return, expressing, "I look forward to our next encounter in the NBA." Their exchange brimmed with anticipation for the future. Lu Xing returned to his bench, and with a chime, he was notified of the completion of his task, earning 500 SP points. Inquiring whether he could enhance a specific skill, the system informed him that he could only augment one broad category: offense, defense, or physical attributes. After contemplation, Lu Xing resolved to bolster his physical capabilities, recognizing that such exhaustion as he experienced today, akin to that of a weary dog, coupled with his sluggish speed, would certainly not garner the favor of the NBA. His overall physical attribute score was 55, 90, stamina 60, 95, speed 55, 90, agility 55, 90, strength 45, 68, jumping ability 35, 85, endurance 96, 96. Lu Xing opted to enhance his physical attributes. With another chime, his score rose to 67, 90, stamina 75, 95, speed 70, 90, agility 70, 90, strength 50, 68, jumping ability 70, 85, endurance 96, 96. Quite pleasingly, his physical prowess had increased by 10 points, elevating his overall capability to 69, with significant improvements in speed and agility. As for the University of Connecticut's triumph over Wake Forest University, advancing to the top 32, it garnered little attention. Much like a stone cast into a lake. Following this progression, the University of Connecticut navigated through challenges with remarkable ease, ultimately reaching the NCAA finals. During this period, Lu Xing finally caught the attention of a journalist named Yang Yi from China. At that time, Yang Yi was in Houston covering Yao Ming. And having not returned to the capital of China since the All-Star event, he happened to glance at the NCAA semifinals. Noting the roster of the University of Connecticut Okafor, Ben Gordon, Lu Xing, he pondered, is this Lu Xing of Chinese descent? Upon delving deeper, he discovered that Lu Xing was a sophomore, aged 19 and a half, standing at 190 centimeters as a point guard, averaging 13 points, 6, 3 assists, 2, 1 rebounds, and 9 steals per game, with a shooting percentage of 57 and a three-point success rate of 45. The statistics were commendable, yet he could not find any footage of Lu Xing's games. Tomorrow, the NCAA Final Four is upon us. I must fly over this afternoon to conduct interviews and gather first-hand information, Yang Yi resolved. It is essential to note that in 2004, as opposed to 2014, NCAA basketball had virtually no following in China. There was no television coverage, nor even textual updates, except perhaps for the championship's most outstanding player recognition, which might attract some attention. Generally, the Chinese community did not pay heed to such events. Nevertheless, as a journalist on the front lines of NBA coverage, Yang Yi's interest in the championship favorites led him to discover Lu Xing. Lu Xing was not particularly enthusiastic about the Chinese journalists at the moment, considering that he had yet to step into the realm of NBA coverage. Unlike the legendary Shou Qi, who has faced years of languishing on the bench without much development, in the NBA, prowess is paramount. Ineptitude is indeed a cardinal sin. In truth, Lu Xing felt a twinge of gratitude for arriving in this world as an individual of Chinese descent. Had he been nurtured within the domestic system, his fate could have been dire. Take Yao Ming, for instance, who, despite his immense talent, is obligated to financially support the Basketball Association annually and participate in various minor leagues. The policies governing domestic basketball players dictate that their autonomy is not theirs to command. A quintessential example is Wang Zhizhi, who was effectively ostracized for merely wishing to remain in the United States to pursue professional training and secure a contract in the NBA's developmental league. It was only after he humbled himself that he could return to his homeland. As a naturalized American of Chinese heritage, Lu Xing found himself fortunate to be free from the restrictions of the domestic system. Moreover, once he establishes a reputation akin to Yao Ming's in the coming years, he could easily opt to revert to his original nationality to bring glory to China. For instance, 3 years hence, at the 2008 Beijing Olympics, he envisioned a scenario where he would be treated as a revered figure by the Basketball Association rather than a mere pawn at their beck and call. Lu Xing felt that such a day was not far off. The following morning, Lu Xing arrived early at the competition venue and was intercepted by a fellow Chinese. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yang Yi. Now holding a microphone from the central television station, Yang Yi inquired in English, "Are you of Chinese descent?" "I am Yang Yi from CCTV, fortunate enough to interview you." Lu Xing responded in impeccable Mandarin, "Hello, Yang Yi. Greetings to my compatriots in our great motherland. My name is Lu Xing, currently studying at a university in America. Today is the NCAA Finals. Let us proceed with a brief interview." "Ah, your Mandarin is quite authentic, which makes things much easier. I detect a northeastern accent, however," Yang Yi remarked. "Indeed. My family hails from northeast China, and I grew up speaking the dialect. I still endeavor to communicate in standard Mandarin. As long as it is comprehensible, that suffices." "Very well, let us pose a few simple questions. Have you been a starting point guard throughout the season?" "Not quite. I only became the starting point guard in my sophomore year. During my freshman year, I trained diligently. And it was not until my sophomore year, when I grew to 190 centimeters, that I secured the starting position. Secondly, how many years have you been in America? You seem quite knowledgeable about your homeland." "I arrived in America at the age of 3 and have yet to have the opportunity to return. The pace of development in our motherland over the past 15 years has been astounding, and I frequently keep abreast of the situation back home." "Lastly, do you have confidence in the finals?" "Absolutely. Our team boasts 2 of this year's top 3 prospects, Okafor and Ben Gordon, alongside myself. I am determined to perform well in every offensive and defensive play. Please cheer for me." Yang Yi then inquired, "Have you considered entering the NBA?" Lu Xing smiled confidently. "Indeed, it is the dream of every basketball player. I believe that as long as I continue to strive, there will undoubtedly be an opportunity to realize it." Yang Yi appeared to be quite intrigued by Lu Xing and pressed on with his inquiry. "If you were to enter the NBA, would you consider representing the Chinese national team in competition?" Lu Xing replied without hesitation, "If given the opportunity, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to bring glory to my motherland." Yang Yi nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. I look forward to your splendid performance in the finals. I will also continue to monitor your future endeavors." Lu Xing cast a grateful glance at Yang Yi before immersing himself in the pre-match warm-up. He understood that this contest was not merely a pursuit of school pride, but a grand stage to showcase his prowess to the world. As the game commenced, Lu Xing swiftly found his rhythm, utilizing his exceptional physical capabilities and refined techniques. He consistently breached the opponent's defenses, creating scoring opportunities for his teammates. In critical moments, he stepped up, sinking a pivotal three-pointer that widened the score gap. Okafor dominated the paint with ease, while Ben Gordon emerged as the internal scoring leader. Ultimately, the University of Connecticut triumphantly secured the NCAA championship. Post-game statistics revealed Lu Xing's impressive performance with 18 points and 9 assists, while Ben Gordon scored 25 points, and Okafor achieved 22 points, 16 rebounds, and 5 blocks, earning the title of Most Outstanding Player. Following the match, Lu Xing's display caught the attention of numerous NBA teams, with some even dispatching scouts for evaluation. Yang Yi also conducted an in-depth report on Lu Xing, allowing more Chinese fans to discover this promising Chinese-American athlete. Lu Xing was acutely aware that his dream was on the verge of taking a significant leap forward. He trained even harder, anticipating the day he would grace the NBA stage and bring honor to his country. Ding. Task completed. You have earned 500 SP points. Please check your rewards. A new task has emerged. Participate in this year's draft as an undrafted player to join the NBA and earn 500 SP points and a bronze badge. Join the NBA in the second round to receive 1,000 SP points and a silver badge. Be selected in the first round to gain 2,000 SP points and a gold badge. Secure a top 3 position in the NBA to earn 5,000 SP, 4,000 SP, and 3,000 SP points respectively, along with a purple badge. Lu Xing glanced at the new task, contemplating the bountiful rewards for achieving the status of the top draft pick, akin to the illustrious Yao Ming's entry into the NBA. However, he was acutely aware that, as a point guard, aspiring to attain the coveted first pick was a mere pipe dream. The prospect of usurping the positions of the anticipated second and third picks, Okafor and Bender, seemed equally futile, given their outstanding performances in the NCAA, while Lu Xing merely maintained a steady presence as a reliable point guard. His contributions, characterized by a few successful open shots and above-average defensive skills, appeared rather unremarkable in comparison. At that moment, Gordon and Okafor approached him. The trio had developed a commendable synergy on the court, with their passing game being particularly solid. They frequently exchanged tactical insights, and recently, Gordon had taken to challenging Lu Xing in one-on-one matches. He often received Lu Xing's well-timed passes, exuberantly announcing, "Lu Xing, Okafor, and I are entering this year's draft. Next year, our alma mater, the University of Connecticut, will rely on you and Diallo to bring home a championship." Lu Xing shook his head, responding, "What's wrong? Lacking confidence? You are already quite formidable this year. If you train for another year, strive to see if you can break into the top 5. Lu Xing sighed, expressing, "I cannot compete in the NCAA next year. I must enter the draft this year and strive to secure a spot in the first round." "Very well. Let us enter the NBA together and carve out our own paths. Let's go." As the elder brother, Okafor patted Lu Xing's shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Xing, you will undoubtedly succeed. I look forward to playing alongside you in the future. My time on campus may be limited, as I am to participate in this year's Olympics." Lu Xing gazed at the cautious Okafor and thought to himself, "This year has been quite unfortunate for you, securing the bronze medal with the lowest rank at the Olympics as a university student." Yet, he still uttered, "Congratulations. I hope you perform exceptionally." Lu Xing returned home and, observing his weary mother, expressed his concern. "Mother, has Ariza heeded your advice? Has he undergone professional training in line with 3D's philosophy?" "No," she replied. "The child has his own aspirations and hopes to enter the NBA this year." "Very well. Our role as agents is to support him. Let us arrange for him to join me in the tryouts. I shall use my handsome visage to charm them." He continued, "Primarily, since Yao Ming has earned considerable wealth for the NBA, as a fellow Chinese, I too deserve some preferential treatment. All right, I shall coordinate for both of you to attend the joint tryouts. Let us aim for an outstanding performance during that event." Lu Xing returned indoors to examine the 2K panel that enhanced his physical attributes. Overall physical rating, 67/90, stamina, 75/95, speed, 70/90, agility, 70/90, strength, 50/68, jumping ability, 70/85, endurance, 96/96. Lu Xing possesses a comprehensive ability score of 73, with an overall physical fitness assessment of 80/90. His stamina is rated at 87/95, speed at 81/90, agility at 81/90, strength at 55/68, vertical leap at 80/85, and endurance at 96/96. In terms of offensive capabilities, he holds a total evaluation of 65/93, with close-range shooting at 64/90, mid-range shooting at 70/90, three-point shooting at 80/90, free throws at 70/90, dunking at 30/50, interference on mid-range shots at 41/85, back to the basket fadeaway at 30/80, foul drawing ability at 45/90, shooting after dribbling at 60/90, ball control at 70/95, passing at 67/95, receiving at 60/95, and offensive awareness at 65/90. Defensively, his overall capability is rated at 70/98, with shot blocking at 25/75, stealing at 66/99, on-ball defense at 73/99, defensive awareness at 70/99, and rebounding ability at 75/99. Indeed, enhancing a singular aspect is commendable. I estimate that accumulating an additional 1,000 points would nearly maximize his potential. This would significantly highlight his advantages during physical assessments. Observing his current ability score of 73, he feels a marked improvement in his physical attributes. He measured his height at 193 centimeters while wearing shoes. His barefoot height is 195 centimeters, as NBA evaluations typically account for height in shoes. With a wingspan of 206 centimeters and a weight of 86 kilograms, Lu Xing commenced his diligent preparations for the joint tryouts, devoting extensive hours each day to enhance his skills. Simultaneously, he kept a watchful eye on the dynamics of other candidates, meticulously analyzing his competitors. At last, the day of the joint tryouts arrived, and Lu Xing showcased an exceptional performance. His speed, agility, and consistent three-point shooting astounded the coaches and scouts present. Upon the conclusion of the tryouts, Lu Xing received invitations from multiple teams, each expressing keen interest in his potential. He thoughtfully evaluated the circumstances of each team and ultimately selected a few that he deemed most conducive to his development. These teams were primarily those positioned at the tail end of the first round and the beginning of the second round. While the lottery teams, the top 15, showed little interest, perceiving his ceiling as relatively low. Lu Xing felt he could be cultivated as a backup point guard, with evaluations likening him to Derek Fisher. Conversely, Ariza appeared to possess the potential to become a superstar. However, some higher-ranked teams hesitated to take a risk on him. Their scouts had disseminated insights regarding player capabilities, leaving the general managers to wrestle with decisions as the physical assessments approached. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Ariza expressed his gratitude towards Lu Xing, acknowledging that half of his assists were attributed to Lu, allowing him to showcase his own abilities on the court. Lu Xing, however, harbored no significant thoughts on the matter, as most participants in this tryout were players outside the lottery range, and this year was not particularly promising for the draft. He observed that few possessed the potential to earn playing time in the NBA, thus he chose to allow Ariza to shine. Subsequently, the two attended numerous team tryouts. Just as Lu Xing was about to abandon hopes for the first round, the Lakers extended an invitation for a tryout. Lakers general manager Cook personally attended to observe Lu Xing's physical measurements and was favorably impressed. Lu exhibited commendable attributes, did not demand ball dominance, and demonstrated above-average defensive skills, with physical qualities surpassing those of the typical Asian player, particularly given his Chinese heritage. Cook had received directives from team owner Bus prior to this year's draft, indicating that significant changes were to follow after the championship. Aware of Bus's admiration for Kobe, Cook anticipated that O'Neal might be dismissed. Furthermore, the owner emphasized the need for marketable players. Cook understood this to imply a player of Yao Ming's stature, and Lu Xing seemed to fit that bill. As a fellow countryman with a promising appearance, he recognized that the aging Gary Payton in the current lineup had become ineffective during the playoffs. Regretting the assembly of two aging veterans, Cook felt Lu Xing was the answer. After the physical assessments and competitive drills, he assured Lu that should no one select him beforehand, he would certainly be chosen. Thus, Lu Xing's heart finally found a sense of stability. His mindset was that, in the first round, there was no necessity to secure a position within the top three. Perhaps next year would present a more favorable opportunity. Amidst the boos in New York, David Stern took to the stage, his face adorned with a broad smile as he gazed upon the 30 players in the green room. Among them Lu Xing. The Orlando Magic, holding the first overall pick, selected Dwight Howard, prompting a thunderous applause from the audience. At just 18, Howard surpassed the 21-year-old Okafor in popularity. Lu Xing approached Okafor to offer words of comfort, assuring him that the second pick was undoubtedly his. With knowledge of future developments, Lu Xing's reassurance provided solace to Okafor. Stern embraced Howard with a beaming smile, and Howard reciprocated with a standard grin. Optimistic about the high school prodigy and hoping he would rise to stardom akin to Duncan, the Charlotte Bobcats, with the second overall pick, chose Emeka Okafor, eliciting an even louder round of applause and cheers than before, owing to Okafor's remarkable performance during March Madness. Beaming, Okafor donned the Bobcats cap, and Lu Xing offered his congratulations. The Chicago Bulls, selecting third, opted for Ben Gordon, whose reception was equally thunderous, as both players had excelled in the NCAA championship. Lu Xing exchanged a fist bump with Gordon, acknowledging their shared success, despite the injuries that would later plague both college teammates. The Los Angeles Clippers, with the 4th pick, chose Sean Livingston, the talented point guard who had entered the draft straight from high school. The Washington Wizards followed suit with the 5th pick, selecting Devin Harris. As the selections progressed, Lu Xing felt a surge of anxiety until, at the 26th position, the Sacramento Kings chose shooting guard Kevin Martin. Finally, the Los Angeles Lakers selected Lu Xing as the 27th pick. At that moment, a significant weight lifted from Lu Xing's heart. He embraced David Stern with a radiant smile. Hearing the words, "You are remarkable, and I look forward to your future performances," Lu Xing's mother, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced him, tears welling in her eyes. Expressing her gratitude for his upbringing, "Thank you, Mom. I love you." Shortly thereafter, the New York Knicks selected Trevor Ariza in the 2nd round, and both players found themselves heading to the bustling metropolis. It is worth noting that the Lakers, with their final 2nd-round pick, chose Vujasic, a player noted not only for his handsome appearance but also for marrying the tennis sensation Maria Sharapova. Thus, this draft concluded in its entirety. After Lu Xing stepped down, he glanced at the system's completed tasks and received 2,000 SP points. Lu Xing opted to accelerate the fusion process. Lu Xing possesses a comprehensive ability rating of 84/95, with a notable designation as a key player, characterized by exceptional aesthetics bronze. He is a tactical master gold in cutting and blocking strategies, enabling him to deliver precise passes during player transitions, thereby enhancing the shooting accuracy of his teammates. His offensive capability is rated at 80/93, with specifics as follows: close-range shooting at 80/90, mid-range shooting at 80/90, three-point shooting at 82/90, free throw shooting at 80/90, dunking at 40/50. Interference on mid-range shots at 75/85, back to the basket fadeaway at 50/80, ability to draw fouls at 70/90, shooting after dribbling at 75/90, ball handling skills at 80/95. Passing at 85/95, receiving passes at 85/95, and offensive awareness at 80/90. On the defensive front, his overall rating stands at 87/98. Detailed as follows: shot blocking at 55/75, stealing at 85/99, on-ball defense at 85/99, defensive awareness at 85/99, and rebounding ability at 88/99. In terms of physical attributes, he holds an overall rating of 85/90, with breakdowns as follows: stamina at 90/95, speed at 85/90, agility at 85/90, strength at 60/68, vertical leap at 80/85, and endurance at 96/96. Lu Xing glanced at his evaluation and realized that he had truly become a commendable starting player. The badge was particularly impressive, after all. What point guard does not excel at navigating screens? With the ability to deliver precise passes and exploit mismatches, he found the style perfectly suited to his strengths. His defensive capabilities were steadily catching up to those of the second-team all-defense level, and his physical attributes had also improved significantly. He aimed to maximize his potential before the conclusion of his rookie contract. As Lu Xing stepped outside, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of journalists, including those from Huagua. At that moment, a piercing voice cut through the air. "Mr. Lu Xing, congratulations on being selected by the Lakers at the 27th pick in the 1st round. Do you believe your abilities merit a 1st-round selection? Or is it merely due to your Chinese heritage?" Lu Xing turned to face the reporter, resembling an elderly woman, feeling particularly disheartened. What does it mean to be worthy of the 1st round? Observing the reporter's haughty demeanor, he suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. In 2004, racial discrimination in America was still quite pronounced, and the pressure from media exposure was immense, especially in a major city like Los Angeles. He recalled experiencing such inequitable treatment during his school days. Being selected as the 27th pick in the 1st round? He believed the Los Angeles Lakers had struck an incredible bargain. If judged by immediate impact, he asserted, he should be among the top 3 picks rather than the bottom 3. Arrogant, utterly conceited, not satisfied with being a late 1st-round pick, you still claim to possess top 3 talent? Do you even know who the top 3 are at this conference? Are your 2 teammates as exceptional as you? Without them, could you have even won the NCAA championship? You, a mere beneficiary of their success, dare to say such things. The journalists present erupted in disbelief at Lu Xing's audacity, questioning his confidence and labeling him as overly arrogant. Nevertheless, Lu Xing remained unfazed. He was steadfast in his belief in his abilities and confident that he would prove his worth in future competitions. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, prompting Chinese journalist Yang Yi to raise his voice in Mandarin. "Congratulations, Lu Xing, on being selected by the Lakers in the first round. Everyone is eager to see your future performance. With the Olympics approaching, will you compete for the national team?" "Well, I'm still an American citizen. I genuinely wish to participate in the national team and contribute to my homeland. I believe it is time for me to return to the embrace of my country," he replied. "Do you have any message for the people of your homeland? I hope our country grows ever stronger. My aim in playing in the NBA is to demonstrate that we, as Chinese, can excel in basketball. I am grateful for everyone's continuous support." At that moment, a journalist from Los Angeles inquired, "Do you like the Los Angeles Lakers? Do you think they can win the championship this year?" "I have a great fondness for the Lakers. They are a traditional powerhouse with a legacy of winning. This only fuels my desire for victory. As for the championship, Los Angeles will undoubtedly claim it this year." Lu Xing thought to himself about the regret of a 4-1 defeat and the internal strife within the team. But he knew better than to voice such sentiments, lest they be used against him. He subsequently withdrew from the interview, feeling that his claims of being among the top 3 picks provided ample material for the reporters. He simply wished to rest after a day that had been overwhelmingly busy. Although Lu Xing did not skyrocket to fame overnight after the draft, his recognition had certainly grown, particularly across the ocean in China, where news of a young Chinese-American point guard joining the Lakers in the first round was widely circulated. However, in America, the reception was less favorable. As Lu Xing boasted of his top 3 potential, many local Americans expressed skepticism, believing that the Lakers had squandered a valuable first-round pick on a mediocre Chinese player merely for the sake of publicity. However, the uproar surrounding Lu Xing's audacious remarks was short-lived, as it was swiftly overshadowed by another headline. The Los Angeles Lakers suffered a 4-1 defeat in the championship, leading to a fierce conflict between the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and the illustrious Kobe Bryant. The media now has ample material to work with, effortlessly extracting trivialities from their rivalry to produce a plethora of news articles. After all, they are both 3-time champions, and the newly formed F4 has yet to secure a championship title. Currently, the entire Lakers team is gripped with trepidation, fearing they might be swept into the maelstrom of public scrutiny. Lu Xing has officially signed his first contract as a first-round draft pick with general manager Cook, a 4-year deal worth $4.5 million, with the last 2 years being team options. This sum was substantial in 2004, amounting to approximately $2.5 million after taxes, equivalent to 20 million renminbi. In 2004, Murdoch acquired a 250 square meter Sihiyuan near the east gate of the Forbidden City in Beijing for a total price of 10 million renminbi, which translates to about 40,000 RMB per square meter. In the same year, a 150 square meter Sihiyuan located outside the Third Ring Road was sold for 1.2 million renminbi, approximately 8,000 RMB per square meter. Naturally, Lu Xing has no intentions of purchasing property in his homeland at present, as he recently conceived a lucrative opportunity during his last interview. Lu Xing, having just finalized his contract, approached the general manager with a request to meet the boss. Cook inquired about the matter at hand. Lu Xing expressed his desire to withdraw his earnings from the past 4 years. Cook informed him that he lacked the authority to grant such a request. Lu Xing then mentioned that his mother had also consented to this course of action, as she intended to utilize the funds for business endeavors. That very afternoon, Lu Xing summoned his mother, explaining that an excellent investment opportunity required an advance payment of wages. Understanding her child's aspirations and his burgeoning independence, she agreed to the arrangement. After discussing the situation with their employer, the esteemed Mr. Bass, she promptly transferred the post-tax sum of $2.5 million into Lu Xing's account. Lu Xing intended to allocate a portion of this to his mother's agent. However, she advised him to prioritize the investment over any immediate disbursements. Upon returning home, Lu Xing promptly reached out to a professional investment firm. Shortly thereafter, a tall, strikingly beautiful, yet serious-faced woman appeared before him. Her name was Ruth, an experienced manager. "Good day, Mr. Lu. It is a pleasure to assist you," Ruth greeted Lu Xing politely and began to inquire about his investment project requirements. Lu Xing stated directly, "Please help me check the odds for the American men's basketball team in the Olympics." Ruth promptly opened her computer and, after reviewing the relevant data, replied, "The odds for winning the championship are 1-1. 1, for second place are 1-2. 5, and for third place are 1-7. Lu Xing nodded slightly and then said, "All right, I have 2 $5 million. All of which I wish to wager on the United States men's basketball team securing third place. What will be your fee for this transaction? Ruth responded with a professional smile. We will charge 5% of the total amount as a service fee, which means you will need to pay $75,000. Furthermore, should you win the bet, a tax of 10% will also be applicable. Lu Xing furrowed his brow and expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "The reason I chose you is to avoid exorbitant tax fees. Is it possible to invest in regions of Europe with lower tax rates? If not, I may have to consider seeking other partners." Ruth quickly conveyed her understanding and replied, "Certainly, sir. I will travel to several countries in Europe with lower tax rates and utilize different accounts to ensure the tax remains below 5%. A satisfactory 5% is acceptable. The remainder will be your remuneration. If this collaboration proves successful, I shall continue to engage your services in the future." Subsequently, Lu Xing transferred the funds to the investment company and signed a contract. Upon returning home, Lu Xing embraced a leisurely lifestyle, indulging in casual training while spending the remainder of his time lounging and playing video games. However, one day, his mother, exasperated, stormed into his room wielding a feather duster, demanding he rise from his slumber. "You are now a professional athlete. Can't you exhibit a bit more professionalism? What will happen if you underperform on the court? And what kind of income can you generate with just you and Ariza as players? Can't you bring in a few more players for me?" "All right, mother. I see that the latter part is what you truly desire," Lu Xing replied. "No problem. I shall compile a list for you right away." Reflecting on the 2005 draft, he recalled the underdogs who had made their mark: David Lee, selected at the 30th pick in the first round, Monta Ellis, and Lewis Williams from the second round, followed by Kyle Lowry from the first round and Paul Millsap from the second in 2006. With these 5 players, his mother would have more than enough to keep her occupied for half a year. Lu Xing meticulously provided her with their profiles and schools, finally liberating himself from her incessant nagging. Upon receiving the list, Lu Xing's mother promptly embarked on her recruitment plan. She first reached out to the schools of these players, expressing her interest as an agent and indicating her ability to elevate them to stardom. Observing the boundless potential of these athletes, Lu Xing's mother felt a surge of delight. Subsequently, Lu Xing pondered that, with nothing pressing to attend to, it would be a splendid idea to travel to Athens. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to witness the Olympics in person and, at the same time, establish a rapport with Yao Ming. Lu Xing then retrieved his archaic Nokia phone and called Yang Yi, requesting Yao Ming's assistant's contact number. Yang Yi graciously offered to provide Yao Ming's number directly, suggesting that they should all maintain communication while playing overseas. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Beep, beep, beep. Is this Brother Yao? This is Lu Xing, the Chinese-American who just participated in the draft this year. Once the call connected, Lu Xing introduced himself. Just in case Yao Ming was unfamiliar with him. "Lu Xing, I'm currently in training with the national team and will likely head to Athens tomorrow to prepare for the Olympics," Yao Ming warmly responded. Indeed, Brother Yao is truly amiable, living up to his reputation as the elder statesman of the Chinese men's basketball team. "I would love to attend the Olympics in Athens. Would it be possible for me to train with you all? It feels rather dull here in Los Angeles. Let me discuss this with the Basketball Association and Coach Jiang," Yao Ming replied. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xing received the details of Yao Ming's arrival in Athens along with a cordial invitation. Lu Xing promptly booked a flight to Athens for the day after tomorrow and informed his mother before setting off. 2 days later, Lu Xing arrived at the training venue of the Chinese men's basketball team in Athens, where he found Yao Ming waiting. Lu Xing hurried over and greeted him. "Hello, Brother Yao. I was thinking of joining your reserve team for training. It would be an excellent way to maintain my form during the off-season." "That sounds fantastic. I have already communicated with the Basketball Association, and they have agreed to let you participate as a wildcard physical coach for this Olympics, though without a salary." Yao Ming chuckled. "Then let us get started." Lu Xing arrived at the training ground, observing the national team as 12-man roster engaged in physical conditioning. Eagerly, he joined the session, demonstrating remarkable ease that surpassed all others. Yao Ming approached him with a relaxed demeanor, remarking that Lu's prowess would easily secure a starting position in any NBA team, expressing his belief that Lu's stamina even exceeded his own. Lu Xing humbly replied, "As a point guard, I cannot be compared to you as a center. There are countless guards like me in the NBA. It is primarily youth and potential for growth that lead to selection." Subsequently, Lu Xing inquired with head coach Jiang Xingquan about the possibility of participating in a scrimmage against the starting lineup, believing it would allow the national team to experience the intensity of NBA defense in advance. The teams were formed: Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Li Nan, Zhu Fangyu, and Guo Shiqiang on one side, and Bader, Du Feng, Zhang Jisong, Zhang Yusong, and Lu Xing on the other. The match commenced. The starting players initiated the offense, and Lu Xing employed 70% of his strength to closely guard Guo Shiqiang, putting him under immense pressure. Observing the situation, Yao Ming intervened with a screen, allowing Guo Shiqiang to advance the ball past half-court before passing it to Yao. Lu Xing executed a feint, pretending to double-team Yao Ming, successfully forcing Yao to halt his dribble. The ball was quickly returned, and the starting team attempted a long-range shot, but alas, the basketball struck the rim with a resounding clang. However, this did not impede the flow of the game. Soon after, Bader leveraged his robust physique and broad frame to effectively obstruct Yao Ming's offensive path, while Lu Xing seized the opportunity to grab the rebound. He swiftly accelerated with the ball, disregarding the defense, and powered through Li Nan to score a spectacular layup. Lu Xing then showcased his exceptional defensive skills, leading the court with tenacity that left the opposing players visibly frustrated. Under such pressure, Guo Shiqiang had no choice but to pass the ball to Li Nan. Lu seized the moment, darting forward to trap Li Nan alongside Zhang Jisong, resulting in a turnover. Lu Xing capitalized on this, racing towards the opponent's court and delivering a precise bounce pass to Zhang Jisong, who effortlessly converted the opportunity into points. In the ensuing plays, Lu Xing's staunch defensive strategy proved to be a significant challenge for the starting guards, who struggled to breach his defenses. Faced with this predicament, the head coach opted to substitute in the younger Lu Wei. Although Lu Wei's performance showed slight improvement over Guo Shiqiang, it was insufficient to alter the tide of the game. The starting team lacked rhythm, leaving Yao Ming to helplessly jog back and forth in search of better opportunities. Lu Wei endeavored to break through Lu Xing's defense, yet Lu Xing shadowed him closely, making it exceedingly difficult for him to escape. Just as Lu Wei hesitated, Lu Xing seized the opportune moment and decisively executed a steal. After regaining possession, Lu Xing swiftly initiated a fast break, sprinting towards the basket and leaping high, poised to deliver a thunderous dunk. However, the starting team's Yao Ming promptly provided support, soaring into the air in an attempt to block the shot. In midair, Lu Xing adeptly adjusted his posture, passing the ball to the trailing Du Feng, who effortlessly scored with a layup. Lu Xing maintained possession with poise as he dribbled past half-court, executing a pick-and-roll with Bader, subsequently drawing Yao Ming's attention with a bounce pass to the latter, who finished with a powerful dunk. The game continued in this manner, with the head coach observing the proceedings with a grave expression, initiating substitutions every 5 minutes. Regardless of Lu Xing's partner, the synergy was evident. Is this the prowess of an NBA point guard? The ability to effortlessly dictate the rhythm of the game, unsettling the team's strongest player, Yao Ming, while Lu Xing's teammates adhered to the national team's tactical positioning, always receiving his precise passes. Jiang Xingquan mused that this young talent was indeed remarkable, truly deserving of the claim to be among the top 3 in this cohort. His skill level was significantly superior to domestic point guards. It seemed imperative to expedite his return. With him, the national team's performance would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. Lu Xing has recently been training alongside the national team, frequently engaging in discussions with the head coach and fellow players regarding his daily training regimen. His focus primarily lies in enhancing physical fitness, ball handling skills, and engaging in routine shooting drills, particularly after competitive play. Additionally, Lu Xing has been adopting training methods akin to those of the illustrious Stephen Curry, involving dual-handed drills and ensuring shooting stability following intense physical exertion. Yao Ming, having undergone 2 years of NBA training, recognizes the utility of these practices, while the young player Yi Jianlian also appreciates their effectiveness, aspiring to enter the NBA one day. After nearly a fortnight of acclimatization, Lu Xing has become quite familiar with both Yao and Yi. One day, he addressed Yao Ming, saying, "Yao Go, I wish to share something with you. I perceive that our Asian physiques lack the robustness of our African counterparts, particularly in terms of bone density. If you continue to increase your weight, it may jeopardize the longevity of your professional career. Consider Shaquille O'Neal, a once-in-a-century physical talent, and observe how frequently he suffers injuries during the regular season. I've heard of a sports medicine expert in Phoenix. I suggest waiting until the Olympics conclude to consult him. We cannot solely rely on the Houston medical team's advice, as Alexander is merely interested in profiting from you. and his team is not among the elite in the field. Lu Xing continued. This year, the league is likely to abolish the hand-checking defensive rule, which you must acknowledge will significantly favor players with strong driving capabilities. In such circumstances, do you believe that traditional heavy centers will continue to thrive in the league, though the effects may not be immediately apparent? What about 3 to 5 years down the line? The league is destined to evolve dramatically. Refrain from adding more weight. Instead, preserve your mobility in the post while you still can. Upon hearing Lu Xing's reflections, Yao Ming pondered for half an hour before exhaling deeply and responding. Lu Xing, you are correct. After the Olympics, I will indeed visit Phoenix and discuss this with my team as well as the Rockets. I appreciate your concern for my well-being. In recent trainings, I have observed significant progress in your abilities, and I eagerly anticipate playing alongside you. After finishing his conversation with Yao, Lu Xing approached the diligently training Yi Jianlian, saying, do you think you will enter the NBA in the future? Yes. I have been training hard with the aspiration of joining the NBA, Yi Jianlian replied with unwavering determination. I believe you are the most physically gifted player among us Asians. However, you must train with clear objectives in mind. As a core player in the Guangdong team, once you transition to the NBA, you will need to start as a role player. I recommend you observe the playing style of Chris Bosh, the 4th overall pick from last year. I am confident you possess greater talent. Your speed surpasses his, you are taller, and your shooting touch is stronger. Do not confine yourself to the notion of being the core player who excels in every aspect, as such versatility is not highly valued in the NBA. Additionally, be cautious about gaining muscle mass. Our Asian physiques are not suited for bulky muscles. We should primarily focus on core strength to enhance our competitiveness. Otherwise, excessive muscle may hinder our speed and explosiveness. I suggest you concentrate on improving your defense and three-point shooting, and also strengthen your English skills. I look forward to seeing you enter the NBA soon and receive professional training. Remaining in our own world will not suffice for the future of Chinese basketball. Lu Xing earnestly advised Yi Jianlian to reach out to him whenever he needed assistance, stating, we are comrades in this endeavor, and we must strive together for the advancement of Chinese basketball. Thereafter, Lu Xing began to enjoy the opening ceremony of the Olympics and the subsequent competitions. Chinese basketball, as in previous years, faltered in the quarterfinals. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when the Argentine men's basketball team surprisingly triumphed over the struggling American team in the semifinals, miraculously securing the gold medal at the Athens Olympics, while the American team shamefully settled for the bronze. Lu Xing, having received this result, returned to Los Angeles with a sense of relief, promptly heading to the investment firm to withdraw his funds. Ruth, brimming with joy, reported to Lu Xing, congratulations, Mr. Lu. Your total amount is $17.5 million. After deducting the company's fee of $75,000 and the handling charge of $48,000, you are left with $16.56 million. Lu Xing, feigning calmness, replied, just transfer $16.55 million to my account. Wasn't it supposed to be 5? The remainder is yours. In the future, I will directly call you for any investment matters. Your company's fees are quite steep. Lu Xing has finally returned to the rented house in Los Angeles, but it feels somewhat cramped, not quite suitable for someone like him, who can casually earn a modest goal of 1,655, equivalent to over 100 million renminbi. He is eager to purchase a home and promptly informs his mother of his intention to acquire a villa in Los Angeles. He plans to settle in the city for the foreseeable future and requests her assistance in locating a villa priced around 3 million. He proposes to give her 550,000 yuan to start a real estate agency, hiring a few professionals, as he worries about her health from constant busyness. Lu Xing shares that he has made over 16 million from his recent investments and emphasizes the importance of paying the agency's taxes before purchasing the villa, as he intends to continue playing basketball in Los Angeles. The remaining funds will be invested, allowing his mother to enjoy a more leisurely life. Subsequently, Lu Xing contacts investment broker Ruth, instructing her to invest in Tencent, Alibaba, and Apple. Ultimately, he allocates 13 million, securing a 10 stake in Tencent and Alibaba, which grants him priority investment opportunities in future financing rounds, while only acquiring a 5 stake in Apple, the most expensive investment. After completing the transactions, Lu Xing focuses on his training, content that the remaining funds suffice for his personal expenses. With these shares, he feels assured that financial worries will no longer plague him. He will simply await dividends, as he believes that a modest income suffices, and managing hundreds of billions would be overwhelming. Following the Athens Olympics, the U.S. men's basketball team faced severe criticism, culminating in the legendary power forward Tim Duncan publicly declaring his retirement from national competitions. This failure revealed significant internal conflicts within the team. Even someone as mild-mannered as Duncan felt compelled to speak out. The criticism extended beyond the player's lack of effort, as coach Larry Brown also faced harsh scrutiny, having just won a championship. The reasons for this setback were multifaceted, including the absence of numerous star NBA players, limited practice time, and a lackadaisical attitude on the court, all contributing to the defeat. In the days that followed, Lu Xing maintained his composure and focused on enhancing his training. Although the 2K system did not significantly intensify his practice, he recognized that consistent effort yields results. After several days of collaboration with his mother, they successfully purchased a modest 180 square meter villa within a 20-minute drive of Staples Center. Lu Xing felt the villa was perfect, complete with a small basketball court and an indoor gym, catering to his needs. His mother was delighted, finally having a home of their own. As the older generation often prefers having their own space, finding renting others' properties less satisfying. Lu Xing was diligently training at home when a significant event unfolded within the league. The Los Angeles Lakers star player, Shaquille O'Neal, was traded to the Miami Heat in exchange for Lamar Odom, Karen Butler, Brian Grant, and a first-round draft pick for 2006. At this juncture, the media in Los Angeles erupted in outrage, mercilessly criticizing the Lakers' general manager, Kupchak, referred to as Cook throughout the text, for the trade. They questioned the wisdom of the exchange, pointing out that the incoming players were hardly a suitable match. Grant's lengthy and unfavorable contract only added fuel to the fire. After enduring 3 days of relentless criticism, General Manager Cook approached Buss, tearfully expressing his grievances. Buss felt a pang of guilt for not wanting to trade O'Neal to the Western Conference, as he did not wish to witness O'Neal achieving a championship at the expense of the Lakers. "Cook, you shall bear this burden," Buss declared, "and I will compensate you with an additional $50,000 at the end of the month." At this, Cook shed tears of relief, secretly reveling in the unexpected financial boon. "Ahem. I extend my gratitude to the media in Los Angeles. May your scorn intensify, for it shall bring me more rewards." Upon reviewing his team's roster, Cook executed a few trades, resulting in the following lineup: centers, Kwame Brown, Andrew Bynum power forwards, Odom, Brian Grant small forward, Luke Walton shooting guards, Kobe Bryant, Bujasic point guards, Smush Parker, Lu Xing alas. The remaining players were likely unfamiliar even to the general manager. Cook hoped fervently that Kobe would perform exceptionally well this season. Otherwise, he would again bear the brunt of the blame. The preseason was swiftly approaching, and the Lakers training camp commenced today. Lu Xing, eager to avoid being labeled as uncommitted, arrived early at the court, hoping to make a good impression. As he entered the Lakers training facility at 7 a.m., he noticed someone already drenched in sweat, gracefully shooting hoops, none other than the legendary Kobe himself. Lu Xing also began to warm up with the ball. After 10 minutes, he heard an aloof voice say, "You must be the newcomer this year. Come over and play a few rounds with me." My goodness! Lu Xing felt a rush of exhilaration. This was an opportunity he must seize. He aimed to challenge Kobe with intensity, letting him know of his prowess. Lu Xing turned around and addressed Kobe. "Let us engage in 11 rounds first." Kobe responded with a smile. "Sure, you may go first." Lu Xing seized the basketball and, seizing a moment of Kobe's slight distraction, leaped without hesitation to take his shot. The ball arced elegantly through the air, swishing through the net. A perfect three-pointer. "Nice," Lu Xing exclaimed with excitement, unwilling to be outdone. Kobe swiftly retrieved the ball and launched into a sharp drive, executing a sudden stop for a jump shot. Observing this, Lu Xing rushed forward to provide physical resistance, leaping with all his might in an attempt to obstruct Kobe's line of sight. Nonetheless, despite Lu Xing's utmost effort, Kobe, with his exceptional skill and finesse, effortlessly guided the ball into the basket. The score fluctuated as the atmosphere on the court grew increasingly intense and fervent. Both players remained entirely focused, neither yielding ground, showcasing their prowess and technique to the fullest. Each offensive and defensive exchange was laden with palpable tension, captivating all who beheld it. As the score reached 8-7 in Lu Xing's favor, Kobe intensified his defensive efforts significantly, applying considerable pressure that left Lu Xing feeling outmatched. At present, Lu Xing's skills in one-on-one play were indeed less formidable, revealing substantial room for growth in both his offensive techniques and capabilities. Lu Xing's shot was intercepted this time, and Kobe, observing Lu Xing's diligent defense, intensified his focus to 100%. He executed a back-to-the-basket move, culminating in a graceful fadeaway jumper that marked the end for Lu Xing. On the subsequent possession, Kobe employed the same back-to-the-basket technique, which irked Lu Xing somewhat. This maneuver was indeed challenging to defend against. Swish. Another successful shot. Lu Xing's attempts at offense were repeatedly thwarted by Kobe's relentless defense. Yet, he struggled to contain Kobe's signature fadeaway shots. Is this the prowess of a player rated at 97? Indeed. Lu Xing's rating of 84 presents challenges when facing a player of such extraordinary caliber, particularly given the height difference of 192 centimeters to 198 centimeters, which posed considerable difficulties under circumstances where he lacked advantages in stature and wingspan. However, Lu Xing did not yield. He resorted to a tenacious, dogged defense that disrupted Kobe's rhythm. Ultimately, after Kobe executed a sudden stop and a fadeaway jumper, Lu Xing found himself on the losing end of an 8-11 score. Breathing heavily, he reflected on his recent offensive and defensive shortcomings. Lu Xing, you performed admirably, huh? Your offensive capabilities are commendable, yet your defense appears even more impressive. You have markedly improved since your college days, showcasing a stronger physique. It is evident that you have dedicated significant effort during the holidays. I have watched your college gameplay, and it is clear that you have evolved beyond your NCAA days. While your offense relies heavily on your physical attributes, your feints demonstrate potential that requires further refinement. Your defensive skills, in my opinion, are already commendable. Considering your height makes it challenging to guard against me, although your defensive habits still need development. Your performance has exceeded my expectations. I initially believed selecting a Chinese player was merely a means to profit, yet you have proven to be quite remarkable. Allow me to share a few insights regarding offensive and defensive strategies. When on offense, refrain from seeking immediate success. Instead, focus on varying your rhythm. Additionally, your shooting tends to falter under duress. On defense, do not exhibit timidity. Engage in verbal banter to unsettle your opponents. Be decisive when the moment calls for action. And do not shy away from fouls. Remember, the referees are not inclined to blow the whistle for a mere gentle nudge. A touch of ferocity is sometimes warranted. Lu Xing listened intently to Kobe's words, engraving them in his heart. Feeling sufficiently rested, he declared, I refuse to concede. As Lu Xing engaged in a one-on-one duel with Kobe, head coach Phil Jackson and other players arrived. Observing the matchup, they maintained their composure, for after all, the veteran star was intent on asserting dominance over the rookie. However, as the duel progressed, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon them. This rookie seemed to possess considerable skill, far surpassing their initial expectations. Coach Phil Jackson's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness as he scrutinized Lu Xing's offensive and defensive maneuvers. This young man exhibited promise, evidently. The general manager's decision to draft him was not merely a marketing ploy. The contest appeared to be a closely contested affair, resembling a 3-to-7 ratio in terms of skill. With that, he settled on the sidelines to observe the duel unfold. Lu Xing sensed an unusual atmosphere on the court. Everyone had arrived. Akin to Kobe halting a one-on-one match, engaging amicably with the head coach and teammates. However, one teammate wore a scowl. Smosh Parker. He felt that after finally enduring the departures of old-timers Peyton and Fisher, this was his moment to ascend. Yet now a new rookie point guard threatened to jeopardize his prospects for a lucrative contract. The coach briefly outlined the game strategy and then orchestrated a scrimmage between what he presumed were his starting and substitute players, aiming to assess their tactical comprehension and physical condition. In early October 2004, the NBA preseason officially commenced. This period primarily serves to provide teams the opportunity for training and for coaches to refine strategies, thus better preparing for the impending regular season. Furthermore, the preseason is a crucial time for teams and new players to showcase their skills and foster team cohesion. The match featured the Los Angeles Derby, with the Lakers facing off against the Clippers. Before the game commenced, Lu Xing immediately spotted a player with yellow skin, Wang Zhizhi, who also recognized Lu Xing. Lu Xing jogged over, greeting, "Hello, Brother Daji, I am Lu Xing." Wang Zhizhi smiled in response. "Hello, Lu Xing. Do you know me?" Daji pondered. "How does a person of Chinese descent recognize me?" Brother Daji was the first Chinese player to enter the NBA, and we, as Chinese, take pride in him. Lu Xing, in his previous life, was a true Chinese national and held deep admiration for Daji, who overcame countless obstacles to reach the NBA. It was disheartening to see such a talent marginalized, even though Daji had his faults. One cannot simply dismiss an athlete's worth. With a resigned smile, Daji remarked, "You performed exceptionally well in the NCAA. Since Yang E's interview with you, I have been aware of your capabilities. I believe you possess a slight edge over some of the guards on the national team." Lu Xing expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your affirmation, Brother Daji. I will certainly give my best performance today." After warming up, the game commenced. Lu Xing found himself on the bench for his first preseason game, as coach Phil Jackson favored the more experienced point guards. Similarly, the Clippers' fourth overall pick, the prodigious Shaun Livingston, was also seated on the bench. Meanwhile, on the ESPN commentary platform, Barkley and Smith were engaged in lively banter regarding the Clippers and Lakers rosters, alongside this year's rookie point guards. Barkley boasted, "This year, the Clippers will finally not be overshadowed by the Lakers. With Common, Magette, Brand, Livingston, and Mobley, these are all formidable players, including the all-star captain Brand. In contrast, the Lakers have Kobe, Odom, Butler, Parker, and the disappointing number 1 pick Kwame Brown. Aside from Kobe, what do they have?" Smith chuckled. "There is some truth to that. The Lakers might be headed for the lottery this year. What about the newcomer, Lu Xing? How does he compare to the genius Livingston?" Barkley, recalling his previous misjudgment with Yao Ming, quickly retorted, "I have more faith in Lu Xing. You might not know, but I have been following Lu Xing since the NCAA Sweet 16. I believe he should be on the all-rookie first team this year, and he will start for the Lakers." On the court, Lu Xing exhibited a calm demeanor, more composed than most young players. He was not impulsive or prone to unnecessary shots. He excelled in pick-and-roll plays and displayed impressive passing skills. Most notably, his defense was remarkable. "Smith, shall we place a bet?" Smith interjected before Barkley could finish. "I have even greater confidence in Lu Xing. I believe he has not been boastful. He should rank among the top 3 of this draft class." Barkley immediately replied, "Then let's not bet. Let us just enjoy the game." The game was paused after 6 minutes of play, leading to an official timeout. The Lakers substituted in Lu Xing, while the Clippers brought in Livingston. Lu Xing dribbled into the front court, observing the slender figure of Livingston, who stood over 2 meters tall, resembling a mere sheet of paper. Lu Xing opted against calling for a screen. Instead, he used his body to penetrate the paint. Drawing the attention of the opposing center, he swiftly passed the ball to Grant, who easily executed a layup. Meanwhile, as Livingston dribbled just past half court, Lu Xing executed a relentless steal, seizing the basketball. He then accelerated towards the unguarded front court, delivering a spectacular tomahawk dunk with effortless grace. Lu Xing observed that Livingston's towering height, coupled with his slender physique, rendered him ill-suited for the contemporary NBA. As the game progressed into the second half, a relentless struggle ensued. Livingston promptly halted the ball and passed it to a teammate. Lu Xing swiftly positioned himself in a defensive stance, watching as the ball traversed between players. Upon reaching center he began to back down, dribbling with intent. Lu Xing, seizing the moment, charged forward, prompting to swiftly stop and pass the ball to Livingston, who, from beyond the arc, clanged the shot off the rim. In the remaining moments of the first quarter, Lu Xing exhibited an exceptional performance, while the prodigious high school talent, Livingston, appeared to struggle. The Lakers took a commanding lead of 10 points, eliciting a joyful expression from Kobe on the bench, who, upon returning, eagerly invited Lu Xing to sit beside him, continuing to discuss the events on the court. Observing the camaraderie between Kobe and the newcomer, Phil decided to send Kobe onto the court. The moment he stepped in, the Clippers' defense became increasingly beleaguered. Lu Xing adeptly assumed the role of ball handler, passing to Kobe as he positioned himself strategically, and then waited for opportunities on the perimeter. He received 2 well-placed passes from Kobe, converting both open shots effortlessly, thus accumulating a comfortable 5 points. Kobe encouraged Lu Xing to showcase his skills further in the remaining possessions. Lu Xing contemplated the necessity of showcasing his prowess during the preseason. Engaging in an array of skills such as driving to the basket, setting screens, passing, executing pull-up jump shots, and performing the elusive looking back at the moon move. He left his opponents, Livingston and another starting point guard from the Clippers, utterly bewildered as they struggled to defend both the interior and perimeter. Kobe, enjoying the ease of the game, effortlessly scored on 2 mid-range shots following well-timed movements. As the first half concluded with a smooth and fluid rhythm, Lu Xing's performance was nothing short of exemplary, leading the Lakers to a commanding 62-45 advantage, nearly a 20-point lead. The atmosphere in the locker room during halftime was relaxed, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Odom humorously recounted tales of the attractive women from various nightclubs, much to the amusement of his teammates. Meanwhile, Charles Barkley at the ESPN commentary booth breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he hadn't placed a bet. Remarking on the impressive performance of the Chinese player, pondering whether all Chinese athletes possessed some form of extraordinary skill, unlike any he had encountered, Smith chimed in, expressing surprise at the Lakers' performance, noting they were faring much better than anticipated and far superior to the Clippers. As the second half commenced, the tempo remained unchanged from the first, with Lu Xing orchestrating the team and growing increasingly confident in his abilities. He showcased a versatile skill set, driving, shooting three-pointers, and delivering precise passes, as Kobe continued to score frequently. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had extended their lead to 27 points. The head coach opted to rest the starters, allowing Lu Xing to lead the bench players in their efforts on the court. Recognizing this as a golden opportunity, Lu Xing seized the moment without hesitation, playing decisively for 8 minutes before exiting the game. The final score stood at 118-90, marking a resounding victory and securing the first win of the preseason. Kobe played for 24 minutes, contributing 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, while Lu Xing delivered the standout performance of the night, playing 34 minutes and achieving 24 points, 13 assists, and 6 steals, earning the trust of the head coach. In a post-game interview, Lu Xing expressed his gratitude for the trust placed in him by the team's head coach, the seamless cooperation with his teammates, and the daily care provided by the veteran Kobe. Following the game, the Los Angeles media erupted in praise, highlighting the Chinese rookie's impressive tally of 24 points, 13 assists, and 6 steals, dominating the talented high schooler Livingston, who managed only 8 points and 2 assists. The Lakers had struck gold in the first round. This remarkable young player from China truly dazzled, his performance illuminating the court like a radiant star. Observing his agile movements and precise passes on the court left me utterly awestruck. With each game, he has substantiated his worth, emerging as the future star of our Lakers. I firmly believe that, given ample time and opportunity, he will undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the league's elite, leading our Lakers to new heights of glory. Across local forums and social media platforms in Los Angeles, accolades for this Chinese player abound, with many even likening him to the next Kobe Bryant. However, such praise has not led Lu Xing to become complacent. On the contrary, he is acutely aware of the areas in which he must improve. Thus, he has dedicated himself to rigorous training, relentlessly enhancing his skills and physical prowess. Simultaneously, he actively engages with his teammates, absorbing their experiences and techniques to better integrate into the team and maximize his contribution. In response to the skeptics, Lu Xing has chosen silence, understanding that only through tangible actions can he demonstrate his abilities and dispel doubts. Consequently, he channels all his energy into training and competition, responding to naysayers with a series of stellar performances. As the preseason progresses, Lu Xing's excellence has become increasingly evident. Not only has he propelled the Lakers to consecutive victories, but he has also firmly secured a starting position. His offensive repertoire is diverse, capable of both driving to the basket and sinking three-pointers. His defensive skills are equally impressive, frequently achieving steals that pose significant threats to opponents. Furthermore, his organizational prowess has been fully showcased, with an average of double-digit assists per game, facilitating a more fluid offensive flow for the entire Lakers team. Gradually, those who once doubted Lu Xing began to alter their perspectives, acknowledging the extraordinary talent and potential this Chinese player possesses. Through his exceptional performance, Lu Xing has earned the trust and respect of his teammates, becoming an indispensable part of the Lakers. Throughout this journey, Lu Xing has maintained a humble demeanor, recognizing that his success is intertwined with the support of his teammates and the guidance of the coaching staff. Therefore, he remains grateful and strives to meet everyone's expectations. As time passes, Lu Xing's popularity continues to rise, becoming an idol for countless fans. Yet, in the face of such accolades, he retains a clear mind, steadfastly persevering on his basketball journey. As he understood, this was merely a new beginning, and he had a long journey ahead. Following the preseason, the media in Los Angeles inundated the airwaves with reports, as there was finally some positive news after departing from the Great Shark. It is only natural for such a prominent city to generate extensive coverage. A smaller town would not garner the same attention. Consider the neighboring second overall pick, Okafor, who also boasts impressive statistics of 2010 yet remains relatively obscure in Charlotte, known only to local fans. In the United States, He is still portrayed as a prodigious rookie, yet the reports in China are even more sensational, elevating him to the status of the world's premier point guard. Hailed as the second greatest Asian player after the illustrious Yao Ming. However, those close to him are aware of the reality. Lu Xing did not allow the external acclaim to inflate his ego. Instead, he diligently sought guidance from Kobe Bryant, training alongside him daily. Kobe, increasingly fond of this young talent, appreciated Lu Xing's humility, eagerness to learn, and commendable skills, imparting both on-court and off-court wisdom to him. Cook approached Lu Xing and greeted him. "Lu, you are truly remarkable. The regular season is about to commence, and there is a frenzy among fans eager to purchase your jersey. You should choose your number. Number 3, I have a fondness for it, as I wore it in college." "Very well. Does this number hold any significance?" "I admire Allen Iverson. I respect his indomitable spirit once he steps on the court. He runs ceaselessly. He has proven that shorter players can carve out their own niche among stronger competitors." Ahem. Let us keep this between us and not share it with Kobe. That evening, upon returning home, his mother enthusiastically approached him, exclaiming, Xing, your performance in the preseason was outstanding. I am so proud of you. Numerous endorsements are seeking you, particularly for footwear. Nike has offered you a 6-year deal worth $12 million. Adidas has extended a 5-year offer of $11 million. No news has come from domestic brands yet. This contract is quite substantial. Last year's 3rd overall pick, Anthony, received only $3 million for a year. Lu Xing, having been offered $2 million at the end of the first round, is primarily seen as a marketable asset in the vast Chinese market. His mother appeared quite pleased with the contract she negotiated and even arranged for signature sneakers for her son, but Lu Xing shook his head in response. Lu Xing is aware that he possesses a 2K system, and he is destined to be among the top 10 players in the league, with the potential to reach all-star level in a short span of time. Particularly for guards, the market for shoe sales is lucrative. The 6-year contract seems excessively lengthy. Lu Xing estimates that within 2 to 3 years, he will elevate his ability rating to 95, eliminating any doubts about his performance. Moreover, the enhancement provided by badges would elevate him to a superior version of players like Kidd or Nash. He certainly does not wish to follow in Dwayne Wade's footsteps, who signed a meager contract with Converse worth $500,000 for a year, even after winning the Finals MVP in his 3rd season, only to secure a contract that matched his worth after the expiration of the previous one. The contract was far too undervalued. He believes he should not be compared to contemporaneous rookies. Lu Xing contemplates reverting his nationality this year, leveraging the vast market of Huaghua, aiming to achieve at least the stature of Yao Ming. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. All right, my son. I believe in you. Recently, it seems that Tencent's user base has exceeded 100 million, and the value of your shares appears to have tripled. He responded, insisting that Nike should not sign unless the offer exceeded 8 million, and that the contract should not exceed 3 years. Upon learning of this price, Nike was thrown into a frenzy. Were they to witness another Yao Ming phenomenon? Yao Ming had previously faced an arrogant Nike, which offered him a contract that was not only insulting but also undervalued, inciting both Yao and his management team. Even after they attempted to remedy the situation with an offer of $120 million over 7 years, Yao Ming chose not to align with Nike, ultimately signing a 7-year contract worth $50 million with Reebok instead. If one were to ask whether Yao Ming was worth $120 million, the answer is undoubtedly affirmative. He is the most renowned basketball player in China, unmatched in popularity and influence. After all, the future chairman Yao is no joke. Nike now finds itself regretting their previous decisions, having lost a lucrative asset, and they cannot afford to lose another. They hastily convened an emergency meeting and presented an offer of $16 million for 2 years, along with a priority renewal option, having suffered a setback with Yao Ming. They could not afford a repeat incident, especially since guards tend to be more marketable than centers. Everyone is well aware of this. Xing, you are remarkable. Nike has conceded to a 2-year deal worth $16 million with a priority renewal option. You are truly impressive. Go ahead and sign. But ensure that when it comes time for renewal, you negotiate for an exclusive AJ brand like Michael Jordan did. Explosive news. The Los Angeles Lakers rising star has signed a $16 million shoe deal with Nike as the regular season is set to commence. This announcement detonated like a bomb throughout the sports industry and among fans. The media in Los Angeles is always keenly perceptive. They eagerly reported the news upon receiving even the slightest hint. Meanwhile, Lu Xing found himself in a bemused state, thinking, How is it that you media outlets know before I even have the chance to sign? The news spread too rapidly. However, since the information was already out, Lu Xing decided not to dwell on it any longer. He confidently affixed his signature to the contract and exchanged handshakes with the executives from Nike. One of the executives smiled at him and said, "I look forward to witnessing your splendid performances on the field in the future." Lu Xing responded with unwavering confidence, expressing gratitude and vowing to strive for a performance worthy of stardom, showcasing his prowess to all. As the end of October approached, the eagerly anticipated NBA season officially commenced. David Stern, a shrewd elder, orchestrated the grand opening of the Huaxia Derby, where Kobe faced off against McGrady, generating immense excitement that captivated audiences across the nation. In the locker room before the game, Phil Jackson emphasized the importance of utilizing more pick-and-roll plays and fostering on-court collaboration, suggesting that when all else fails, the ball should be entrusted to Kobe, essentially placing the burden squarely upon him. The starting lineup was as follows: center, Kwame Brown; power forward, Odom; small forward, Walton; shooting guard, Kobe; and point guard, Lu Xing. Lu Xing, as the starting point guard, encountered no unforeseen circumstances. Parker, after the preseason and internal team training, resigned himself to being a substitute, acknowledging his insufficient prowess. Lu Xing, the first to take the court as a starter, found the atmosphere of the official match starkly different from that of the preseason. The Staples Center, home of the Lakers, was filled to capacity with over 20,000 spectators erupting in resounding cheers. In the players' tunnel, Lu Xing felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, before his extraordinary journey, he had been merely an ordinary worker, unaccustomed to such grandeur. "Xing, do not overthink it. Stand tall and embrace the cheers of the fans, relish every moment," Kobe advised as the arena lights dimmed and the electrifying voice of the DJ resonated. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome our new star point guard, the representative of the new generation in the City of Angels, Lu Xing." Lu Xing took a deep breath, casting aside all distractions, and sprinted toward the players' tunnel. The moment he stepped out, the spotlight illuminated him, blinding him momentarily. The resounding cheers and applause from the audience surged like a tidal wave, causing Lu Xing's adrenaline to spike, replacing his initial nervousness with an exhilarating fervor that ignited his spirit. The Lakers' grand finale featured Kobe, eliciting an explosive reaction from the crowd, a testament to the immense popularity of the Lakers' new leader. In contrast, the Rockets appeared somewhat disarrayed after trading 3 starters for Tracy McGrady. Aside from center Yao Ming and small forward McGrady, the remaining players were more renowned for their names than their talents. Power forward Juwan Howard, shooting guard Jenny, and point guard Tyronn Lue, the man who would later become a head coach, comprised a roster that was not particularly strong. However, at least the Rockets boasted 2 All-Stars, whereas the Lakers relied solely on Kobe. In terms of strength, the Houston Rockets held a slight edge, especially in the paint, as this year marked Yao's healthiest season, averaging 19 points and 9 rebounds as the top center in the West. Last night, Lu Xing hosted Yao Ming for dinner, during which they discussed various familial matters. Yao expressed his gratitude towards Lu Xing, confirming that he had visited Dr. Carter, who validated Lu Xing's insights regarding his physique. Indeed, maintaining a weight of just over 120 kilograms was optimal. Yao acknowledged that exceeding 140 kilograms could lead him to face retirement by the age of 30, and he was sincerely thankful for Lu Xing's guidance in this regard. Lu Xing was quite elated as he discussed Yi Jianlian's situation, pondering whether he's evolving into a more spatially oriented center. After all, an increase in body weight may not be suitable for our players. He also shared his conversation with Yi Jianlian with Yao Ming. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Ming firmly agreed with Lu Xing's assessment. Indeed, our strengths lie in technical prowess rather than in developing players akin to those with sheer muscularity. He expressed his intention to engage in more dialogue with Yi Jianlian, recognizing him as the most talented and diligent young player in the country. Finally, as the warm-up concluded, the match officially commenced. The first possession belonged to the Rockets. With Yao Ming still being the tallest player on the court, Tyronn Lue assumed the role of point guard, advancing past half-court before passing the ball to Tracy McGrady. McGrady skillfully maneuvered around Walton, executing a smooth pull-up jumper. Swoosh. The ball went in. Lu Xing advanced with the ball, accelerating to maximize his team's strengths. They could not solely rely on their set plays, for Yao Ming's dominance in the paint was formidable. Crossing half-court, he delivered the ball to Kobe, who was positioned just beyond the three-point line. With deft dribbling, Kobe created space against his opposing shooting guard, executing a breathtaking fadeaway jumper that swished through the net. The rhythm was promising. The Rockets continued to exploit the matchup with Tracy McGrady, but this time, Kobe took on the defensive assignment against McGrady. Observing this, Lu Xing prepared to double team. However, with Kobe as the primary defender and Lu Xing providing assistance, McGrady's pull-up shot missed the mark. Lamar Odom seized the rebound and pushed the ball up the court. Lu Xing, having crossed half court, called for the ball, accelerating past Tyronn Lue. And spotting the trailing Kobe, executed a bounce pass that enabled Kobe to glide in for a successful dunk. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd as Lu Xing and Kobe completed their first connection. The game unfolded with McGrady facing off against Kobe, their duel intensifying. Finally, at the 8-minute mark, the Rockets head coach called a timeout, prompting substitutions. Lu Xing and Yao Ming were replaced, while the two elite scorers continued their exhibition on the court. The first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading 24-23, Kobe contributing 13 points and McGrady 12, their performances evenly matched. Lu Xing's 5 points came from open shots, while Yao Ming scored 4, all from offensive rebounds. As the second quarter commenced, Lu Xing took the helm with a lineup of substitutes. He signaled for a pick from Bynum, drawing a double team before passing to the center, who executed a powerful two-handed dunk. Lu Xing's defensive prowess shone as he intercepted 2 passes from the Rockets' backup point guard, rapidly extending their lead to 7 points within just 3 minutes. The Rockets promptly reinstated their starters. Lu Xing led the bench unit for 6 minutes, accumulating 6 points and 4 assists, maintaining a 3-point advantage. The Lakers responded by bringing their starters back, with Lu Xing orchestrating plays. The Rockets centered their scoring around McGrady. Yet it was evident that individual efforts paled in comparison to cohesive teamwork. Lu Xing facilitated 3 assists, with Kobe scoring 5 points from open looks, while Lu Xing himself added 3 points, stretching the lead to 8 as the first half drew to a close. Dear reader, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page for further excitement. In the locker room, the head coach instructed the players to continue their first half strategy, emphasizing collaboration. He planned to have Kobe take control in the latter stages of the fourth quarter, a notion Kobe welcomed, pleased with their 8-point lead. The Rockets coach, however, urged McGrady to facilitate plays for Yao Ming in the second half, with the intention of closing out the game in the fourth quarter. McGrady was less than satisfied with this directive, feeling it implied a lack of faith in his abilities, especially after trailing in the first half while the offense revolved around him. As the second half commenced, the game unfolded as the coach had outlined, with the Lakers maintaining a lead of around 4 points. With 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Lu Xing suddenly noticed Kobe in the corner, wide open for a 3-pointer, and promptly passed the ball, swish. In a breathtaking display of athletic prowess, Lu Xing intercepted Tracy McGrady during a double team, subsequently passing the ball to Kobe Bryant positioned at a 45-degree angle on the right side. With a swift shot, the score surged to a 10-point lead, prompting the Houston Rockets to call for a timeout. The Lakers, buoyed by their success, erupted in celebration, particularly as Kobe exchanged high-fives with Lu Xing after the play. At this juncture, the head coach inquired whether Kobe preferred to engage in isolation plays. Kobe, however, expressed a desire to maintain the current strategy, determined to stifle McGrady's offensive efforts. After all, it is only natural for a player to favor easier scoring opportunities, especially since Kobe had already amassed 25 points. Although the defensive demands were taxing, he had refrained from constant isolation plays and was still in commendable physical condition. Meanwhile, the Rockets placed their offensive hopes once more in the hands of McGrady, a decision that met with little dissent, as a 10-point deficit called for a swift pursuit of points through 3-pointers. Upon returning to the court, Lakers players concentrated their defensive efforts on McGrady, with Kobe initiating a relentless pursuit from the backcourt. Lu Xing remained poised to provide assistance and disrupt McGrady's passing lanes. Ultimately, the Lakers secured their victory, triumphing over the Rockets with a score of 108-95, marking their first win of the season. Kobe was named the MVP, having scored 31 points with 5 rebounds and 5 assists, while Lu Xing delivered a stellar performance with 18 points, 11 assists, and 4 steals. Lamar Odom contributed 15 points and 11 rebounds, and Butler added 13 points. For the Rockets, McGrady managed 25 points with a shooting percentage of just 40, while Yao Ming recorded 18 points and 14 rebounds at a commendable 60%. Despite the Lakers' vulnerability in the paint, the Rockets' offensive strategy did not heavily rely on interior plays, with Ho providing 14 points and 6 rebounds. After the game, Lu Xing embraced Yao Ming in a farewell, humorously suggesting that Yao treat him when he visits Houston. to which he responded with a playful expression, indicating he had no objections. The formidable duo of Liu and Kobe combined for an astounding 49 points and 16 assists, overcoming the Yao Ming partnership, which managed 43 points and 19 rebounds. The historical defensive backcourt duo achieved 7 steals, leading to the Rockets' retreat from Los Angeles. Even in the absence of Shaquille O'Neal, the Lakers remained a formidable force. Post-game, the media in Los Angeles began to lavish praise upon the team, especially after their victory over the newly formed Yao Ming duo, generating significant headlines. The Lakers subsequently triumphed over the Hawks, Bucks, Grizzlies, and Trailblazers, achieving an impressive 5-game winning streak to commence the season. While these teams may not be considered elite, it is evident that the Lakers possess considerable strength. Liu Xing demonstrated remarkable consistency throughout these matches, averaging 16 points, 3.1 rebounds, 9 assists, and 3.3 steals per game. In contrast, Kobe Bryant was honored as the Player of the Week, boasting an impressive average of 32.3 points, 5.8 rebounds, and 3.3 assists. While the team celebrated their successive victories, the head coach wore a grave expression, acutely aware that the forthcoming 3 matches were against formidable opponents. The outcomes were predictably unfavorable: a defeat by 20 points to the Spurs, a loss by 15 points to the Supersonics, and ultimately, a 10-point setback against the Pistons from the Eastern Conference, culminating in a disheartening 3-game losing streak. Liu Xing's performance remains remarkably stable, however. The overall strength of the team leaves much to be desired. Fortunately, the long-awaited home game has finally arrived. Ding! In the battle against our comrades, we triumphed over the Bulls, ending our losing streak, and in the process, Liu Xing surpassed Ben Gordon in scoring, earning a random bronze badge worth 500 SP points. After a prolonged absence, new tasks have emerged since reaching an overall rating of 84. Although training can enhance attributes, it has barely increased by 1 point over the past 3 months, with the overall rating still stagnant at 84. This time, I am determined to complete the task. In the Staples Center locker room, the atmosphere within the team is rather disheartening. The 3 consecutive losses have undeniably impacted team morale, and Kobe's expression is notably grave. Despite today's formidable opponent, ranked 4th in the Eastern Conference, the Lakers, 7th in the Western Conference, are prepared to fight with all their might. Liu Xing is ready to give it his all. Victory is imperative. As the game approaches, Liu Xing and Ben Gordon share a brief embrace. Liu Xing, your growth is remarkable. You've adapted to the pace of the NBA so swiftly. Let us give it our all today. Gordon cheerfully greets Liu Xing. I will exert every effort in this match, and I look forward to your performance. Liu Xing declares emphatically. As the game commences, Liu Xing, as usual, passes the ball to Kobe, who, drawing the defense, returns the ball to Liu Xing, receiving the ball at the 3-point line. Liu Xing confidently shoots, swoosh, for 3. The DJ exclaims. Although the opportunity was not ideal, Liu Xing's determination in the shot was unwavering. On the Bulls' side, point guard Kirk Hinrich possesses the ball. Liu Xing immediately initiates a relentless defense, raising the intensity right from the start, and through a series of challenges, he manages to pass the ball to Ben Gordon. Gordon seizes the opportunity to penetrate past Kobe and successfully makes the layup. At this moment, Liu Xing suggested to Kobe that they switch their defensive assignments. Gordon is quick but shorter. It's inconvenient for you to guard him. Let me take care of it, and you can defend against Hinrich. I find his feints rather bothersome. Thus, the college teammates found themselves matched against each other. Liu Xing received the ball, leveraging his physique to push past Gordon before executing a step-back jumper that found its mark. Gordon, attempting a rapid drive, was met with Liu Xing's timely side defense, leaving him somewhat astonished. Has Liu Xing truly improved his defensive skills to this extent? Back in college, he could still rely on technique to score against Liu Xing, but now he appeared notably more seasoned. The reason for this transformation is rather straightforward. Daily encounters with Kobe have undoubtedly enriched his experience. Furthermore, he is no longer the inexperienced player with a skill rating of 70 from his college days. Now he boasts a rating of 84, matching Gordon's capabilities and even surpassing him in certain aspects. Liu Xing astutely recognized the defensive frailties of B. Gordon and relentlessly targeted him. In the first quarter alone, Liu Xing amassed 15 points and 1 assist while leaving Gordon in discomfort, as he could only manage a mere 5 points on 2 of 6 shooting. Liu Xing sensed that his shooting touch was particularly fine today, so he expressed to his coach his desire to take more shots. Kobe, with a smile, granted him the opportunity to play. Conversely, Gordon felt a twinge of discomfort. How had Lu Xing progressed so rapidly? Initially, he believed he had secured his position as the sixth man of the team, averaging 15 points per game, making him one of the most formidable scorers of this season. Yet here was Lu Xing, equally impressive, scoring 15 points just in the first quarter, an extraordinary feat indeed. The second quarter unfolded without any discernible change. Whenever Lu Xing matched up against Gordon, he aggressively attacked. In contrast, when Gordon attempted to exploit Lu Xing's defense, he found himself severely challenged. Observing Lu Xing effortlessly shake off Gordon to sink a three-pointer, the Bulls head coach swiftly substituted Gordon for a more defensively adept point guard. As Gordon exited the court, he dejectedly draped a towel over his head. Nevertheless, the situation remained unchanged. Lu Xing felt invigorated, his rhythm increasingly smooth, rendering any defense impotent. By halftime, he had amassed 28 points. Though fatigue began to set in, his stamina was at 90 out of 95, still superior to that of Kobe or LeBron, both of whom boasted a stamina rating of 99. He realized he could not maintain this pace in the second half, lest he risk remaining on the bench during the fourth quarter. As the second half commenced, the Bulls intensified their defensive efforts against Lu Xing, deploying Duhan as the primary defender, while Luol Deng harried him from the wing, and Tyson Chandler provided interior support, treatment akin to that afforded to Kobe. Assessing the unfolding scenario and his own energy levels, Lu Xing promptly transitioned to a pick-and-roll passing strategy, dishing out 5 assists in the third quarter alone, thereby dismantling the Bulls' defense. After all, he possessed 2 passing badges, Master of Tactics, Gold, and Beautiful Pass, Bronze. While his passing skills might not rival those of Nash or Kidd, Lu Xing felt compelled to proclaim, who else besides them? Meanwhile, Kobe enjoyed a leisurely game, finding ample opportunities for open catch-and-shoot scenarios, effortlessly scoring 15 points in a fast break. Kobe mused to himself, "Today, I haven't even exerted myself, yet the opposition is faltering." Dear reader, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue the exhilarating journey. In the fourth quarter, the Bulls altered their defensive strategy, assigning Gordon to guard Lu Xing. With a 10-point deficit to overcome, mere defense would not suffice. Scoring was imperative to bridge the gap. Lu Xing, unfazed by Gordon's presence, leveraged his superior height and wingspan to dominate. The match unfolded in this manner, with Gordon recovering his offensive rhythm to secure 8 points in the fourth quarter, yet Lu Xing outperformed him with 15 points, accumulating a total of 40 points and 8 assists throughout the game, complemented by 2 points and 5 assists in the third quarter. Kobe effortlessly contributed 24 points, while the Bulls faltered defensively, succumbing to the Lakers with a final score of 97-86. Gordon finished with 16 points, fully acknowledging Lu Xing's prowess. After the game, the two embraced, with Gordon expressing, "Xing, I never imagined you would become this formidable. Your game has evolved beyond what it was in college. You were merely a defensive shooter then, but now you are so well-rounded. You have improved significantly, especially your three-point shooting. Let us work hard together and make it to the All-Star game." Though aware of Gordon's role as a sixth man, a proficient scorer from the bench who had yet to reach an All-Star selection or any All-NBA team, Lu Xing responded encouragingly. Following the game, the team finally ended their losing streak, and in celebration of Lu Xing's impressive 40-point performance, a suggestion was made for him to treat the team to a night out at a club. Lu Xing politely declined the nightclub proposal, but offered to host a seafood banquet instead, promising a feast that evening. Afterward, he treated the entire team to a lavish meal at Los Angeles' largest seafood restaurant, racking up a bill of $70,000. Thankfully, he had secured a lucrative sneaker contract beforehand, or this indulgence would have been untenable. Since signing the sneaker deal, Lu Xing had also purchased a Lamborghini Murcielago, relishing the fruits of his labor. The Lakers' rising star scored 40 points, leading to the Bulls' defeat in Los Angeles. Kobe willingly played the supporting role, facilitating Lu Xing's inaugural 40-point game. The Lakers fortuitously acquired the fourth-round pick, heralding the arrival of the strongest rookie of the 2004 draft. Post-game, the Los Angeles media showered accolades upon Lu Xing, as his statistics now boasted an average of 21, 2 points, 7 assists, and 2 steals per game, figures that resonated with all-star caliber. Lu Xing had indeed initiated a brilliant career. Fusion capability. Ding. Fusion successful. Lu Xing possesses a comprehensive skill rating of 86/95, characterized as a pivotal player with exceptional beauty, bronze, and classified as a tactical master, gold. He is adept at evading screens as a nimble athlete, effortlessly maneuvering around obstacles. His offensive capabilities are evaluated at a total of 82-93, close-range shooting at 82-90, mid-range shooting at 82-90, three-point shooting at 83-90, free throw accuracy at 82-90, dunking at 45-50, interference on mid-range shots at 80-85. Back to the basket fadeaway at 60-80, foul drawing ability at 72-90, shooting off the dribble at 78-90, ball handling at 82-95, passing at 86-95, receiving at 86-95, and defensive awareness at 82-90. His defensive prowess is rated at 88-98, shot blocking at 60-75, stealing at 87-99. On-ball defense at 88-99, defensive awareness at 88-99, and contesting ability at 88-99. In terms of physical attributes, he achieves a total rating of 86-90, stamina at 91-95, speed at 86-90, agility at 86-90, strength at 62-68, jumping ability at 82-85, and endurance at 96-96. Lu Xing has recently acquired a new badge, the Screen Dodger, which alleviates his fears when facing screens during defensive plays, allowing him to swiftly maneuver around or deftly squeeze through tight spaces. This enhancement significantly bolsters Lu Xing's defensive capabilities. This year, the Suns have transformed into the league's frontrunners after signing the prodigious Nash for over $40 million across 4 years. With a flawless record of 9 consecutive victories at the start of the season and an impressive average score of 114 points per game, their offensive prowess is formidable. Nash is averaging over 20 points and 12 assists, instantly becoming the leading MVP contender, which delights David Stern, who relishes such captivating narratives within the league. A veteran who has toiled in the league for nearly a decade, Nash has reinvented himself following a team change and a shift in tactics. Emerging as a potential MVP, this bodes well for the NBA's growth. The Lakers appear to be no match for the Suns. However, Lu Xing is feeling optimistic. After all, it is Nash, a master of exploiting defensive weaknesses, and today he is poised to shine. As the game commences, both teams adhere to their established strategies, but the pace quickens under Nash's guidance. Lu Xing, still lacking in experience, finds himself susceptible to being swept along with the rhythm of the game. While he manages to frustrate Nash on the offensive end, the latter remains unfazed in the defensive realm, focusing solely on scoring. Currently, Nash's offensive prowess is estimated to be at least 97, and Lu Xing's influence on him is minimal, merely affecting his scoring while failing to disrupt Nash's facilitation of the Suns' overall gameplay. At the end of the first quarter, Lu Xing has faced Nash 6 times, successfully making 5 shots and accumulating 11 points. However, the team finds itself trailing by 8 points, with a score of 26-34. Sitting on the bench, Lu Xing senses a troubling issue. Such performance will undoubtedly thwart their hopes of winning the game. Although the team displayed commendable play during the first quarter, lapses in defensive positioning allowed for counterattacks, revealing that, in terms of offensive firepower, the current Lakers are no match for the Suns. Lu Xing pondered for a moment before interjecting as Phil Jackson suggested slowing down the pace and strengthening their defense. "Coach, I have an excellent strategy," Lu Xing proposed. "We should fall behind in the first half, but it will yield surprising results in the fourth quarter." "Go on," the head coach replied, his gaze lingering on Lu Xing. "Well, our players at positions 1, 2, and 3 all possess the ability to create their own shots. We should relentlessly exploit Nash's weaknesses, as his defense is subpar. The 3 of us should take turns attacking him, primarily using post-up moves to wear him down. In just 2 quarters, we can exhaust him completely," Lu Xing elaborated. This tactic would later be known as the famed attrition strategy, specifically designed to wear down Stephen Curry by targeting him directly whenever he was on defense, thereby destabilizing his 3-point shooting. The head coach contemplated this for a moment. "Very well, Lu Xing, Kobe, and Butler, you 3 will rotate using pick-and-rolls to tire Nash out." As the second quarter commenced, Lu Xing faced Nash without hesitation, backing him down for 4 seconds before retreating momentarily to glance at his teammates, only to resume his post-play. With a powerful thrust, he shoved Nash aside, executing a bulldozer-like layup for 2 points. At this juncture, Nash remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Receiving a pass, Nash continued to push forward, collaborating with Stoudemire on a pick-and-roll, resulting in a mid-range jumper that found its mark. Lu Xing brought the ball across half-court, noticing that Nash had ceased to guard him and was instead gravitating towards the corner where Kobe stood. Lu Xing exchanged a knowing smile with Kobe, who then moved to receive the ball. The post-play resumed, and after nearly 20 seconds of effort, Kobe hit a fading mid-range jumper with precision. In the next possession, Lu Xing passed the ball to Butler, leading to further exhaustion for Nash. The entire second quarter saw Nash being mercilessly pressured by the three formidable players. Although the Lakers maintained a slower tempo and found themselves trailing by 10 points, no one seemed overly concerned. As the second half commenced, Lu Xing and Kobe executed a pick and roll, with Kobe specifically targeting Nash, scoring effortlessly. Witnessing Kobe score 5 consecutive baskets, Nash shifted his focus to Butler, prompting Lu Xing to engage in another pick and roll with Butler. Eventually, Nash refrained from switching defenses, opting to retreat and maneuver around the screen. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xing launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc, sinking it effortlessly. Following that, he made 3 out of 4 attempts from long range, narrowing the deficit to 6 points. Recognizing the shift in momentum, the Suns head coach called a timeout, instructing Nash to continue defending. Yet, throughout the third quarter, the trio continued to dominate Nash. And by the time they exited the court, it was evident that Nash was struggling to catch his breath, with the scoreboard reading 75-80, trailing by 5 points. Phil Jackson remarked, "The time to assess our progress has arrived. In the final quarter, you three will persist, but remember to maintain a deliberate pace." As the match approached its final 5 minutes, Nash found himself unable to initiate fast breaks. The Suns head coach called 2 consecutive timeouts to allow Nash to rest. But nearly 2 hours had already elapsed. Thus, the meager 5 minutes of respite proved insufficient. Consequently, the Suns lost their momentum in the final stretch, allowing the Lakers to overtake the score in the last 2 minutes, ultimately triumphing with a score of 104-101. Nash recorded 16 points and 14 assists, while Stoudemire contributed 28 points and 12 rebounds, and Shawn Marion added 21 points and 10 rebounds for the Suns. On the Lakers side, Lu Xing scored 24 points alongside 3 assists and 3 steals. Kobe Bryant tallied 34 points and 7 rebounds, and Butler added 20 points. All 3 players boasted shooting percentages exceeding 55. Following the game, head coach Phil Jackson attributed much of the victory to Lu Xing, remarking on the promising talent of this young Chinese player. In the subsequent matches, the Lakers maintained a stable position within the 7th to 8th ranks in the Western Conference. During this period, Lu Xing's performance exhibited fluctuations. At times, he would achieve 20 points and 10 rebounds, while on other occasions, he would finish with 8 points and 6 rebounds. Nevertheless, the Los Angeles media remained generous in their assessment of this newcomer, praising his commendable performances and attributing less favorable outings to mere off days. Lu Xing also harbors a fondness for such media when victories are achieved. He acknowledges his own contributions, yet when defeats occur, he attributes them to Kobe's missed shots and Odom's nocturnal escapades. After enduring numerous matches, Lu Xing gradually acclimatized to the rigors of away games, as the frequent flights across the United States truly took a toll on his physique. After all, his stamina was merely rated at 91/95. He realized that stamina not only pertained to his performance during the game but also encompassed the recovery required after back-to-back matches. In these moments, Lu Xing often found himself envious of the endurance displayed by Kobe and LeBron. Just a month had elapsed, and the Western Conference's Player of the Month was Steve Nash, averaging 18 points and 12 assists, leading the Suns to an impressive record of 12 wins and 1 loss. In the Eastern Conference, Dwayne Wade claimed the accolade with an average of 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists, propelling the Heat to a commendable 10 wins and 2 losses. The Western Conference Rookie of the Month was awarded to Lu Xing, who averaged 18 points, 8 assists, and 3 steals, while the Eastern Conference's honor went to Okafor, averaging 15 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 blocks. This draft class from the University of Connecticut is truly exceptional. Additionally, there is Ben Gordon from the Bulls, who averaged 15 points. Lu Xing received numerous congratulatory calls from many individuals, including Dayo, Kobe, Ben Gordon, Deji, and Yang Yi. Yang Yi mentioned that he would be coming to Los Angeles in a few days to provide Lu Xing with a professional report, accompanied by members of the Basketball Association. Lu Xing nodded in agreement. Participating in interviews could enhance his visibility, proving advantageous for future sponsorships. The presence of representatives from the Basketball Association undoubtedly signified an invitation to the national team, a prospect Lu Xing was keenly interested in, desiring to reclaim his nationality. However, He recognized that he could not emulate Yao Ming's financial contributions to the association, nor could he engage in minor competitions, which he felt should be reserved for the younger generation. Lu Xing was resolute in not obstructing others' opportunities for growth. The season had progressed for a month and a half, with the Lakers currently positioned 7th in the Western Conference, sharing the same record as the 8th-placed Grizzlies. Internally, the team relied on a singular scoring threat, while the interior remained alarmingly weak. Kwame Brown and rookie Bynum were unable to support the paint effectively, and Lamar Odom often displayed the mentality of a role player, frequently losing focus on the court. Grant epitomized the archetype of high potential yet low output. Many of the losses stemmed from inadequate rebounding and defensive lapses in the paint. Despite Lu Xing's emergence, he was modeled more after Gary Payton than Stephen Curry, as championship-winning point guards have been scarce. Over the years, only Curry, Magic Johnson, and Isaiah Thomas have achieved such feats, supported by formidable teammates. Lu Xing was thus reliant on his colleagues for success. With Kobe Bryant on the team, Lu Xing spent considerable time playing off the ball, as Bryant, being a superstar, could allocate some ball-handling duties to the rookie point guard. In the 2004 season, Kobe did not engage in the isolations characteristic of 2005 and 2006. As a rookie, Lu Xing had little control over the team dynamics. In the following games, Lu Xing consistently performed well, except during a match against the Nets, where he faced the seasoned Jason Kidd. Kidd's defense proved challenging, as he possessed superior strength, speed, and experience, resulting in Lu Xing's worst performance of the season, scoring merely 7 points with 3 assists and a shooting percentage of 25. During a game against the Mavericks, Lu Xing had the opportunity to teach Harris, the 5th overall pick, a lesson. Harris struggled with ball control, demonstrated erratic shooting, and lacked physicality. Lu Xing maintained pressure on him, but during Kobe's drive to the basket, an unfortunate landing caused him to step on Odom's foot, leading to an ankle injury that took him out of the game. Despite the Lakers maintaining their lead and ultimately securing the victory under Lu Xing's guidance in the fourth quarter, the team was cast into uncertainty. Originally teetering on the brink of playoff contention, the unexpected 2-week injury to their star, Kobe, suggested the Lakers might slip out of the top 8. Ding! A new task had commenced. Lu Xing's challenge was to secure at least 5 victories in the 8 games without Kobe. The reward for this endeavor would be 1,000 SP points and a defensive gold badge. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled upon encountering this task, to defend the coveted golden badge. It was simply irresistible. He scrutinized the upcoming schedule: Spurs, Suns, Timberwolves, 76ers, Wizards, Magic, Raptors, Rockets. Each of these 6 teams was a playoff contender, and Lu Xing sensed the challenge would be formidable. Nevertheless, for the sake of the badge, he resolved to give his all. In the match against the Spurs, Lu Xing played an impressive 42 minutes, scoring 30 points and providing 12 assists. He fiercely confronted Tony Parker in the first half, yet in the latter half, he struggled against the relentless defense of Bruce Bowen, finding it exceedingly difficult to maintain his earlier performance. Meanwhile, Duncan unleashed a powerful display, amassing 38 points and 21 rebounds, single-handedly dismantling the Lakers' interior defense, leading to an inevitable loss for the team. The Lakers faced another defeat in the following match against the Suns. Without Kobe, their signature strategies fell flat. Lu Xing managed to score 35 points and dish out 11 assists against Nash, yet he found himself outmatched. Subsequently, the Lakers enjoyed a fortunate 4-game winning streak, during which Lu Xing earned his first accolade as the Western Conference Player of the Week, averaging 28 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals. However, an unexpected setback occurred against the Raptors, who showcased exceptional accuracy from beyond the arc, sinking 15 three-pointers and handing the Lakers a 20-point defeat. With no room for retreat, the final match against the Rockets was imperative for victory. That evening, as he stepped into the Toyota Center, Lu Xing wore a solemn expression. He refrained from greeting Yao Ming, having devised a strategy the night before after much contemplation. As the game commenced, Kwame Brown successfully won the jump ball. Lu Xing called for a pick from Brown and executed a classic small versus large move against Yao Ming, performing a sudden stop-and-pop jumper. On defense, he executed a crafty sideline steal, leading to a breakaway dunk. Lu Xing opted to conserve energy by mostly relinquishing defensive duties, calling for screens from the center during half-court plays. When you switch to defend, he would take a mid-range shot. If not, he would opt for a three-pointer. Fortunately, fortune favored him, and he maintained a 50 shooting accuracy from beyond the arc. As the first half concluded, Lu Xing had amassed 30 points and 2 assists, having faced Yao Ming in one-on-one situations 10 times, with a shooting percentage of 65. In this match, Lu Xing aimed to emulate a Kobe-like performance, striving for high scores to lead his team to victory. However, Lu Xing felt that such an approach was not entirely prudent, as the Rockets were sure to alter their defensive strategy in the second half. At the onset of the second half, Lu Xing sensed the change in the Rockets' defense. Whenever he set a screen, he was met with a double team from the perimeter. Without hesitation, he made the swift decision to pass the ball, and fortunately, Butler capitalized on the opportunity with a three-point shot. Lu Xing resolved to play more judiciously in the second half, as forceful shooting was not his forte. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, Lu Xing focused on facilitating for his teammates, and the score maintained a steady lead of 7 points. In the final quarter, Lu Xing remained on the court, aggressively penetrating against the Rockets' bench players, executing various mid-range shots and driving in to earn free throws. Observing the situation, the Rockets deployed their starters. Lu Xing continued to employ the center pick-and-roll strategy, taking advantage of the Rockets' waning stamina as their defensive rotations became less swift. He began to educate Yao Ming with his one-on-one skills, eventually executing a drive that resulted in a foul on Yao, leading to his ejection from the game. McGrady, unable to orchestrate a comeback for his team, watched as Lu Xing finished the game with an impressive stat line, 25 attempts resulting in 17 makes, 12 free throws with 11 conversions, and 5 out of 10 from beyond the arc, amassing a total of 50 points, along with 5 assists and 5 steals, guiding the Lakers to victory. Ding! Mission accomplished, earning 1,000 SP points in the defensive stopper, gold, ability, which reduces the opponent's offensive attributes when guarding them. Lu Xing silently cheered, eager to expend SP points to enhance his abilities. Lu Xing possesses a comprehensive ability rating of 88/95. He is recognized as a pivotal player, displaying remarkable prowess, bronze, as a tactical master, gold, and an adept at screens and evasions, bronze, alongside being a defensive interceptor, gold. His offensive capabilities are rated at 85/93, with close-range shooting at 85/90, mid-range shooting at 85/90, three-point shooting at 85/90, free throws at 85/90, dunking at 47/50, interference on mid-range shots at 82/85, back-to-the-basket fadeaways at 70/80, foul drawing ability at 80/90, shooting off the dribble at 85/90, ball handling at 85/95, passing at 88/95, receiving at 88/95, and defensive awareness at 85/90. Defensively, he boasts an aggregate score of 89/98. With shot blocking at 63/75, stealing at 89/99, on-ball defense at 89/99, defensive awareness at 89/99, and contesting ability at 89/99. In terms of physical attributes, he scores 87/90, with stamina at 92/95, speed at 87/90, agility at 88/90, strength at 64/68, jumping ability at 83/85, and endurance at 96/96. With an ability score of 88, Lu Xing has ascended to an all-star caliber player, firmly establishing himself among the elite point guards. Currently, the only guards who surpass him are Nash, Kidd, Chauncey Billups, and Allen Iverson. He seems to share a comparable level with contemporary players such as Francis, Arenas, Baron Davis, and Tony Parker. After the game, Kobe joyfully embraced Lu Xing, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lu Xing, on joining the ranks of stars. 50 points. My first 50 came at the age of 22, and you've achieved this before turning 20. After celebrating with his teammates, Lu Xing approached Yao, expressing his apologies for not greeting him before the match. I merely wished to focus on the game, he stated. Yao, feigning anger, remarked, Lu Xing, you truly overwhelmed me today, scoring a total of 25 points over me. Your skills are exceptionally solid. I look forward to our collaboration in the national team in the future. Lu Xing, with a hint of remorse, remarked, I apologize. I merely aim to win today. The pick and roll, with its advantageous mismatches, suits my style perfectly. I did not intend to target you specifically. It is primarily due to the fact that your team's defense this year has been rather lacking. Yao, in a cheerful tone, responded, I am not genuinely upset. In fact, I am quite pleased. Congratulations on scoring 50 points. I have played for 3 years and have yet to reach 40. I am confident that you will achieve even greater heights. You are currently the finest center in the league, though your team has yet to support you adequately. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xing retreated to the locker room for a shower, utterly fatigued from the evening's exertions, feeling as though his body was no longer his own due to severe physical exhaustion. The following day, the youngest player to score 50 points was born in Los Angeles. At the tender age of 19 years and 360 days, the supernova star erupted with 50 points, heralding the arrival of yet another extraordinary point guard for the Lakers. Following in the footsteps of Magic Johnson, was this merely bravado from the rookie? It seems the Lakers' new talent was indeed modest, as he ought to be the first overall pick. Lakers general manager Cook has turned potential into gold. Do the teams that selected in the first 26 positions now harbor regrets? A week has passed since the All-Star voting concluded, and the Lakers supernova currently ranks fourth among Western Conference guards, trailing only Kobe, Tracy McGrady, and Steve Nash, while Liu Xing has surpassed Ray Allen, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili. The Huaxia Derby has always garnered significant attention, and with the heightened visibility in Los Angeles and the support from Chinese fans, Liu Xing's recent achievement of 50 points has catapulted him into the spotlight. At that moment, Liu Xing's mother called out to him, urging him to rise. Hurry up. I haven't slept a wink all night. I've contacted over 20 brands hoping to secure your endorsement. This is just a limited selection. I spent the entire night on the phone. All right, mother, let us strive to choose some prestigious brands. Those from Huahua and Meiguo would be splendid. Let us avoid peculiar choices like Jishabang. Subsequently, Liu Xing sought contracts with several renowned brands in fashion, automotive, and dining, opting for 2-year agreements, as he believed that in 2 years he would ascend to the status of a superstar, thereby significantly increasing his market value. After signing a multitude of scattered contracts, he accumulated an income of $20 million, and with the previous earnings from shoe endorsements totaling $16 million, he now possessed approximately $30 million post-tax. Liu Xing entrusted all his funds to his professional manager for continued investments in Alibaba, Tencent, and Apple. Presently, he holds shares of 20 in Alibaba, 20 in Tencent, and 7 in Apple. Liu Xing decided against further investments, confident that these holdings would yield a valuation in the billions in the future. As professional basketball players, once we attain wealth, we should invest in the development of basketball in our country or in technological advancements like semiconductor chips, which is indeed worthwhile. While success is not guaranteed, there lies a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Yang Yi announced his intention to conduct a special interview with Liu Xing, encompassing his daily life and training routines. Liu Xing gladly accepted. The filming spanned 2 full days, with reports indicating it would be showcased at the basketball park. Liu Xing actively engaged during the shoot, interacting enthusiastically with the crew and imparting basketball techniques. He also shared a personal anecdote about his childhood, revealing that he was quite short, but, driven by his passion for basketball, he practiced relentlessly until he experienced a growth spurt in his first year of college, which enabled him to join the school team and ultimately enter the NBA. Liu Xing, before the camera, has crafted an image for himself, articulating his fervor for basketball and revealing the monetary rewards he has accumulated throughout his career. This, in turn, may ignite the interest of parents across the nation in fostering a love for basketball in their children. In the evening, Yang Yi mentioned that the Basketball Association intended to host a dinner, to which Liu Xing readily agreed. However, the leaders of the association, perched high above, imposed conditions that required Liu Xing to pay and be at their beck and call. After hearing this, Liu Xing smiled and addressed the leaders, esteemed leaders. I have been contemplating the matter of reinstating my nationality this year, but upon reflection, I think it best to postpone that decision until my retirement. After all, I am in no rush to return. Next year's World Championship will see me representing the United States instead. The NBA had also reached out to me recently, and if all else fails, I might consider Spain, a country with a pleasant climate and a developed economy, which has also extended an invitation. At the very least, I would be able to partake in international competitions. Liu Xing, unyielding in his stance, boldly declared, if you expect me to return to compete, I will only participate in the Olympics. As for the World Championships, it will depend on my physical condition. Payment is out of the question, after all. You have not nurtured my career, have you? Even if you had, I would not stoop to compete in trivial matches. My engagements in the NBA are already numerous, and I cannot jeopardize my professional career for your aspirations. This candid remark left Yang Yi, who had orchestrated the meeting, blushing with embarrassment. The Basketball Association had not anticipated such forthrightness. They had assumed Liu Xing's affable demeanor during their meal indicated compliance. However, Liu Xing's respect for his own principles was unwavering. leaving the representatives of the association at a loss for words. Their frustration was palpable, as they had never encountered such defiance from athletes within the country. Even the esteemed Yao Ming treated them with utmost courtesy. Yet Lu Xing was different. He harbored no fear of repercussions. Even if matters escalated, he remained a Chinese national, prepared to forego returning home. While we cherish our patriotism, it is imperative that we do not blindly submit to the demands of those in authority. Lu Xing was reluctant to toil tirelessly only for them to reap both fame and fortune. The discussions ended in discord, and Lu Xing did not take the matter to heart. However, fate had other plans. The Basketball Association promptly leaked the story, accusing Lu Xing of being arrogant, unwilling to return to his homeland, and seeking a life of luxury in European countries while serving foreign interests. Lu Xing smiled upon receiving the newspaper from Yang, reassuring him, "It's quite all right, Brother Yang. Since they are taking such actions, I too have my own contingencies." Lu Xing, unperturbed, hosted a banquet for Yang, encouraging him to continue writing reports. Despite his discord with the Basketball Association, maintaining good relations with journalists is paramount, as they significantly influence his exposure in the domestic arena, which is essential for his development in the country. Although Lu Xing possessed a trump card, he preferred to address the matter during the off-season rather than in the midst of the regular season. Consequently, he arranged for his mother to purchase a fully equipped Audi A6 for Yang, fostering their friendship. Lu Xing remained indifferent to trivial matters, focusing intently on the regular season games. With Kobe's return, the team's performance gradually stabilized. On the court, Lu Xing became increasingly adept, and the synergy between him and Kobe deepened. Ever since Lu Xing scored 50 points, Kobe had developed unwavering confidence in him, entrusting him with more responsibilities. Now, Kobe could concentrate solely on scoring, while the defensive duties rested entirely on Lu Xing's shoulders, rendering Kobe's game remarkably effortless. Head coach Phil Jackson recognized Lu Xing's potential and skill, boldly designating him as a core player of the team and affording him ample opportunities to excel. As Lu Xing's abilities reached an impressive rating of 88 and he acquired 5 badges, his performance continued to improve and stabilize, averaging 20 points, 7.1 assists, and 2.9 steals per game. The backcourt duo of Lu Xing and Kobe was becoming increasingly formidable. Following the conclusion of the third All-Star voting, Lu Xing had firmly secured the 4th position among guards, boasting a lead of 300,000 votes over the 5th-ranked Ray Allen, making his All-Star selection seemingly assured. In the subsequent games, Lu Xing maintained his outstanding form, garnering more attention from fans. However, he faced some pressure due to negative reports from the Basketball Association. Nevertheless, Lu Xing remained largely unaffected, fully aware of his own strength and worth. He resolved to demonstrate his capabilities through action, silencing the skeptics. As the new year approached in the United States, the arrival of Christmas infused Los Angeles with a lively atmosphere, particularly as this year's Christmas showdown marked the return of Shaquille O'Neal to Staples Center. Both Kobe and Shaquille were determined to secure a victory. In the pregame locker room, while changing, Lu Xing received a notification when the Christmas showdown to earn a defensive core badge, which would enhance his teammates' defensive abilities. This badge was perfectly suited for him, as he had built his reputation on defense. However, achieving victory in this match would prove challenging, as the Miami Heat boasted a dual-core lineup and held the second-best record in the Eastern Conference. Shaquille O'Neal consistently ranked second in the MVP standings, trailing only behind Nash of the Suns. Lu Xing contemplated Shaquille's characteristics and suddenly turned to the coach, saying, "Coach, can we defend against Shaquille in the paint?" After a moment of reflection, the coach acknowledged the limitations of Kwame Brown and Bynum. "It's unlikely we can contain him. Do you have any suggestions?" Lu Xing proposed. "Since we can't defend the paint, why not abandon it? Let's have Odom play center and punish O'Neal with 3-pointers. Phil Jackson arranged the starting lineup to include Odom, Walton, Butler, Kobe, and Lu Xing. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, the game commenced. Shaquille O'Neal, standing at the center circle alongside Odom, was momentarily taken aback. "What is going on? Where's your center?" Yet, reality offered him no time for further contemplation. O'Neal leapt with remarkable vigor, effortlessly winning the jump ball thanks to his exceptional physical prowess and height advantage. He then securely caught the basketball, swiftly backing against Odom in preparation for an offensive maneuver. To his astonishment, it seemed that no one was genuinely defending him. Without hesitation, he sprang forth, akin to a ferocious shark plunging into the ocean, executing a spectacular slam dunk. Odom, however, remained unfazed, as if oblivious to the spectacle. He promptly passed the ball to Lu Xing, who darted forward with lightning speed upon receiving it. At this moment, O'Neal was still suspended from the rim, while the Lakers seized the opportunity to launch an offensive with a numerical advantage of 4 against 5. Lu Xing skillfully passed the ball to Odom, who confidently took a shot, successfully sinking a mid-range jumper. In the subsequent play, O'Neal once again showcased his formidable strength, completing another dunk with flair. He exuberantly took a triumphant stride, but just then, the Lakers' fast break succeeded in scoring. On the next possession, O'Neal refrained from celebrating and quickly sprinted back to defend. Yet, all 5 Lakers players stood beyond the three-point line, leaving the Big Shark in a state of confusion. He glanced at Odom stationed in the corner, hesitating whether to venture out for defense. Just then, Lu Xing delivered the ball to Odom, who unhesitatingly launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. O'Neal then began to trail Odom across the court, chasing him from the left corner to the right corner, only to see Odom reposition himself to the top of the arc and then to the right side for another three-point attempt. After merely 8 minutes of play, O'Neal felt utterly exhausted. At this juncture, he had made 7 shots, scoring 15 points, with 1 out of 2 free throws. Astonishingly, the Heat trailed by a single point. The Lakers had been remarkably proficient with their three-point shooting today, with Odom seemingly tossing threes as casually as in practice, having already made 3 in the first quarter alone. The second quarter continued in the same vein, as the Big Shark O'Neal tirelessly ran the court, while the Lakers maintained their pinpoint accuracy from beyond the arc. When O'Neal took a breather, Wade was left to spearhead the team alone. However, during Wade's face-off against Kobe, the two players found themselves in a standoff. Despite this, O'Neal could not remain on the court indefinitely, and by halftime, the Lakers held a 4-point lead, with the Big Shark appearing fatigued from his exertions. As the third quarter commenced, Lu Xing accelerated the pace of the offense, causing O'Neal to be out of breath after merely 4 possessions. Seizing the opportunity presented by O'Neal's sluggish defense, Lu Xing executed a brilliant drive to the basket, culminating in an impressive dunk. 6 minutes into the game, O'Neal was compelled to take a rest, leaving Wade to face Kobe and Lu Xing alone. Wade found himself in a predicament. As both players took turns applying tight defense, one was fiercely aggressive, while the other matched his speed with cunning, rendering Wade's drives extraordinarily challenging. At this moment, Wade's mid-range shooting had yet to fully develop, with the success rate hovering around 40%, causing the score to gradually widen. The match concluded with the Lakers triumphing over their opponents with a score of 113-100. Shaquille O'Neal amassed a remarkable 38 points and 20 rebounds, while Dwayne Wade contributed 24 points and 6 assists. Kobe Bryant of the Lakers scored 30 points, with Lu Xing adding 20 points and 10 assists, and Lamar Odom contributing 24 points, all from beyond the arc. Following the game, O'Neal shared a symbolic embrace with Bryant, though I suspect their discord may linger unresolved for several years to come. Ding. Task accomplished, earning a defensive core badge. Lu Xing felt a surge of reassurance. The Lakers exhibited exceptional proficiency in three-point shooting today, securing their victory. After the game, media thronged to the Lakers' locker room. Reporter, Lu Xing, your performance today was outstanding, particularly your tactical arrangements that kept O'Neal on his toes. What inspired you to devise such a unique defensive strategy? Lu Xing, in truth, this is a measure of desperation. Our interior defense cannot contend with O'Neal, thus we are compelled to adopt this more adaptable defensive strategy. Moreover, Odom's accuracy from beyond the arc today was quite remarkable. A delightful surprise. Reporter, how do you perceive the impact of this victory on the team? Lu Xing, this undoubtedly bolsters our confidence. We have demonstrated that even when confronted with formidable adversaries, victory can be attained by discovering the appropriate strategies. Of course, there remain numerous areas for improvement, particularly regarding the stability of our defense. With that, Lu Xing smiled and departed from the locker room, leaving a group of contemplative reporters in his wake. Time has flown by, and in the blink of an eye, half of the NBA's new season has elapsed, culminating in the highly anticipated All-Star voting event. Lu Xing, the guard for the Los Angeles Lakers, ultimately secured the third position among guards, regrettably missing the opportunity to be included in the starting lineup. Nevertheless, owing to his remarkable performance this season and the overwhelming support of fans, Lu Xing stands a significant chance of being selected for the All-Star game based on his third-place finish in the voting. Statistics reveal that he averages 21 points, 7.1 assists, and 2.7 steals per game, figures that undoubtedly heighten expectations surrounding him. In the Western Conference starting lineup, we see Yao Ming, the center from the Houston Rockets, Kevin Garnett, the forward from the Minnesota Timberwolves, Tim Duncan, the power forward from the San Antonio Spurs, Kobe Bryant, the shooting guard from the Los Angeles Lakers, and Tracy McGrady, the small forward from the Houston Rockets. These players are pivotal figures within their respective teams, their prowess and popularity widely acknowledged. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Conference starting lineup, we find Allen Iverson, the point guard from the Philadelphia 76ers, Vince Carter, the shooting guard from the New Jersey Nets, Grant Hill, the small forward from the Orlando Magic, LeBron James, the small forward from the Cleveland Cavaliers, and Shaquille O'Neal, the center from the Miami Heat. Among them, Grant Hill has frequently claimed the top spot in All-Star voting. However, his performance has waned in recent years due to injury concerns. Despite this, he remains deeply cherished by fans, a testament to his enduring charm and influence. Liu Xing had initially relinquished hope of participating in the All-Star game, but was unexpectedly graced with a call from the league's president, David Stern, inviting him to partake in the All-Star Skills Challenge. A wave of surprise and elation washed over Liu Xing, yet a tinge of nervousness lingered. For he would be competing against illustrious All-Star players such as Nash, Wade, and Arenas. He found himself pondering whether he truly possessed the prowess to clinch the championship. Suddenly, the system emitted an alert, reminding him of his obligation to participate in the Skills Challenge, and informing him that a victory would yield a reward of 500 SP. Even mere participation would grant him a medal known as the Court Commander, which would empower him as an offensive initiator, inspiring his teammates to execute superior plays whenever he graced the court. Upon hearing this news, Liu Xing's excitement surged. Without hesitation, he conveyed his eagerness to Stern and assured him of his unwavering commitment to prepare diligently. For Liu Xing, this opportunity represented not merely a challenge, but an exquisite chance to demonstrate his true capabilities. Liu Xing was aware that this year's champion was Nash, who seemingly completed the finals in just 25 seconds. He felt that his fundamental skills were somewhat lacking compared to Nash, yet he believed he could still pose a challenge, for a man must never declare defeat. Consequently, Liu Xing commenced his training to enhance his skills for the upcoming competition. After several days, the All-Star substitutes were officially announced, and the Western Conference substitutes included Liu Xing, Lakers; Ginobili, Spurs; Stoudemire, Suns; Allen, Supersonics; Marion, Suns; Nash, Suns; and Nowitzki, Mavericks. Liu Xing, as this year's burgeoning superstar, has garnered significant attention. His remarkable performances and immense potential have made him the focal point of fervent discussions among fans. Ginobili, having ascended to a starting position this year, is gradually revealing his formidable prowess within the Spurs, showcasing impressive skills in driving and clutch play. Stoudemire and Marion, benefiting from Nash's arrival, have experienced a statistical explosion, with Stoudemire averaging 26 points and 11 rebounds per game, while Marion also boasts an impressive average of 20 points and 10 rebounds. Ray Allen has led the Supersonics to a commendable second place in the Western Conference, achieving an impressive personal average of 25 points per game, demonstrating extraordinary scoring ability. Nash, with his outstanding statistics of 16 points and 12 assists per game, has guided the Suns to claim the pinnacle of the regular season standings. His organizational skills and leadership have proven to be pivotal for the team. The Eastern Conference's bench stars include Arenas, Wizards; Jamison, Wizards; Wade, Heat; Ilgauskas, Cavaliers; O'Neal, Pacers; Pierce, Celtics; and Wallace, Pistons. Arenas, as the marquee player of the Wizards, has fully showcased the formidable strength of a dual-threat guard, ranking fourth in the scoring leaderboard and becoming the offensive cornerstone of his team. Jamison is likewise one of the Eastern Conference's most formidable power forwards, contributing significantly to the Wizards with his exceptional scoring and rebounding abilities. Wade, despite being merely a sophomore, has already experienced a breakout performance, averaging 24 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists, revealing extraordinary talent and potential. Ilgauskas, commonly referred to as Big Z, is a robust center in the East. His association with LeBron on the Cavaliers has afforded him increased attention and exposure. A healthy O'Neal has consistently been a mainstay at the All-Star game. His dominance in the paint cannot be underestimated. The soul of the Celtics, Pierce, is regarded as one of the league's premier small forwards, thanks to his versatile playing style and exceptional leadership. Ben Wallace is renowned for his outstanding defensive capabilities, having won multiple accolades as the league's best defender. As Liu Xing scrutinized this roster, he suddenly realized that he had inadvertently overlooked Lewis, Supersonics, who should have been selected for this year's All-Star game. However, with matters as they stand, Liu Xing can only silently wish Lewis the best, hoping for his successful selection in the next iteration. After all, this is the nature of competition and change in the world of basketball, where opportunities can be fleeting. With the All-Star weekend approaching, Lu Xing has immersed himself in rigorous training, fully aware of the challenges posed by the skills competition and recognizing that claiming victory is no easy feat. On the training court, Lu Xing diligently practiced his dribbling, passing, and shooting, striving to enhance his speed and precision. Initially, Lu Xing had envisioned embarking on an adventure to the All-Star game with Kobe, yet Kobe opted to spend time with his family. Thus, Lu Xing, as a solitary figure, could only reach out to Yao Ming, and they agreed to dine together in Denver. Both of them, being compatriots, were genuinely disinclined to venture into the chaotic nightlife, preferring a more subdued meal instead. Following the Christmas showdown, the performance of the Lakers remained stagnant, hovering around a win-loss rate of 50. They managed to secure victories against weaker teams, yet faced considerable challenges against playoff-caliber opponents. With Shaquille O'Neal's departure to the East, the Lakers roster this season was undeniably lacking. The team relied heavily on the duo of Kobe and Lu Xing to propel them forward, with Kobe averaging 2 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists per game, while Lu Xing contributed 1 points, 8 assists, and 7 steals. Lamar Odom added 13 points and 10 rebounds, and Butler contributed 11 points and 5 rebounds, while Kwame Brown managed 4 points and 8 rebounds. The bench, however, lacked formidable talent. Despite the Lakers' offensive capabilities appearing satisfactory, their defense was akin to a sieve, particularly vulnerable in the paint. Additionally, Butler and Odom exemplified a typical pattern of offensive prowess overshadowed by defensive frailty. The Lakers scored a considerable amount, yet their defensive lapses were equally significant, and with the absence of strong players on the bench, they found themselves languishing in 7th place in the Western Conference. At this moment, Lu Xing remarked to Kobe, "This year, you should aim for the scoring title. You're merely 1 point behind Iverson, who holds the top spot. I don't believe your scoring ability is inferior to his. Securing a scoring title would certainly lend credence to your prowess, even if the management is not particularly strong." Kobe pondered for a moment, acknowledging, "You make a valid point. A scoring title does seem appealing. Just ensure you pass me the ball more often, as the defensive pressure on the perimeter will primarily fall on you." "No problem at all. You should also assist me in racking up some assists." The highly anticipated All-Star weekend has officially commenced. The first day featured the Rookie Challenge. Lu Xing, as a first-year rookie, was designated to start, alongside fellow starters Okafor, Howard, Iguodala, and Gordon. They faced off against the formidable second-year players from the legendary 2003 draft class: Bosh, James, Anthony, and Wade. In terms of skill, the second-year players were undeniably stronger. James and Wade likely boasted ratings of at least 93, while Anthony and Bosh were around 85 or higher. On the first-year side, Howard, Okafor, and Gordon were rated only 80, with Iguodala at a commendable 75. Lu Xing, however, stood out with a rating of 88, yet still found himself at a disadvantage in comparison. Lu Xing approached the event with a playful spirit, fully aware that it was the Denver home game where Anthony would take center stage. Throughout the match, Lu Xing demonstrated his exceptional passing skills, executing a myriad of elaborate assists and alley-oops, even attempting a few long-range three-pointers to conclude the performance. Ultimately, the second-year players triumphed over the first years with a score of 141 to 130, earning Anthony the MVP title with an impressive 35 points. Lu Xing, on the other hand, achieved a commendable tally of 11 points and 20 assists, forging excellent relationships with his first-year peers. Not only did his college friends Okafor and Gordon appreciate him, but other first-year players also found favor in Lu Xing, as he took delight in distributing the ball to them. The following day, Lu Xing eagerly anticipated the commencement of the skills challenge. As the least prominent participant, he was the first to take the stage. He executed a layup followed by a direct pass, then transitioned to mid-range shots with bounce passes and three-pointers, all with remarkable consistency, completing the course in a mere 38 seconds. The second contestant, Arenas, encountered multiple errors, ultimately finishing in 55 seconds. The third, Wade, struggled with his dribbling but managed to complete the initial segment swiftly. However, it took him 4 attempts to sink a three-pointer, finishing in 46 seconds. Finally, Nash performed flawlessly, completing the challenge in an astonishing 39 seconds without any mistakes. This set the stage for the ultimate showdown between Lu Xing and Nash. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded during the final. Nash unleashed his full potential, and completed all tasks at a blistering pace of 34.3 seconds, shattering the All-Star Skills Challenge record. The pressure mounted for Lu Xing as he prepared to take his turn. Taking a deep breath, he executed a layup followed by direct passes, maintaining his stability throughout. His final layup was swift, culminating in a time of 34.8 seconds, regrettably resulting in a narrow defeat. Ding. Task accomplished. He earned the badge of court commander. Lu Xing quietly glanced at his 2K panel. Lu Xing possesses a comprehensive ability score of 88/95, with the badge of key player, representing a remarkable aesthetic, bronze. He is recognized as a tactical master, gold. Adept at executing screens and evasive maneuvers, bronze, and is a defensive interceptor, gold, serving as a defensive cornerstone and court commander. Lu Xing gazed at the badge, which was flawless. It represented a perfect auxiliary equipment. There were no offensive badges in sight, indicating that he was unlikely to ever become the scoring champion in this lifetime. Lu Xing was content with this arrangement, as he had been a mere worker in his previous life, and his character was inherently amicable, embodying a non-competitive spirit. Auxiliary roles were fitting. After all, it was all about the remuneration. Point guards typically occupied such supportive positions. Had there been a template of Stephen Curry available at the time, Lu Xing would certainly have chosen it, but alas, it was not meant to be. Ultimately, Nash triumphed in the All-Star Skills Challenge, while Richardson claimed the three-point contest title, and Josh Smith was crowned the dunk champion. Thus, the All-Star Game concluded the following day. The momentous day of the All-Star Game had finally arrived. On the day of the main event, Lu Xing and Yao Ming donned matching blue tang suits and deep blue Zhongshan suits as they made their entrance into the arena. Yao Ming had not gained weight. The two of them walked into the venue with great fanfare, representing the Chinese presence in the NBA at the All-Star event, marking a historic moment as it was the first time two Chinese stars had participated in the NBA All-Star Game. At that instant, Chinese journalist Yang Yi approached for a brief interview. Your attire today is quite special, isn't it? Indeed, it is the All-Star Game. And we represent the image of our country, so of course, we must wear our traditional clothing, Yao Ming responded first. Let us have a great time at the All-Star Game, Lu Xing joyfully exclaimed, after which the two entered the court. In the locker room, Lu Xing conversed with Yao Ming in Mandarin. Today, I'll help you secure the MVP. When the opportunity arises, don't hesitate to shoot. There is no need for humility here in America. We must showcase our individuality. This being my first appearance, I certainly don't wish to overshadow you, as you are the fan favorite. For the sake of our country, let us aim for a commendable performance. Yao Ming smiled in reply. As the game commenced, Yao Ming played with remarkable enthusiasm, scoring 6 points with 3 consecutive shots. Lu Xing cheered for him from the bench. Finally, in the second quarter, the two shared the court. Lu Xing, speaking in Mandarin, coordinated plays with Yao Ming, helping him score 3 consecutive baskets. They engaged in a playful exchange, with Lu Xing backing down in the paint while Yao Ming positioned himself at the three-point line. Lu Xing passed to Yao Ming, who then returned the favor. Lu Xing executed 2 strong moves before passing back to Yao Ming, who sank a three-pointer. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xing was substituted out. In the second half, their opportunities to shine were limited, primarily facilitating plays and securing rebounds. However, in the final moments, Kobe executed a near game-winning shot, leading the West to a 121-118 victory over the East. Yao Ming garnered the All-Star MVP title with 20 points and 8 rebounds, marking the highest score from either conference. This year, the players were less selfish, with Allen Iverson taking the most shots, totaling 12 attempts for 15 points. Lu Xing played for 13 minutes, contributing 2 points and 7 assists. Following the All-Star Game, teams intensified their competitive fervor, as the true season typically commenced post-All-Star festivities, the Lakers included. Throughout February, the Lakers achieved a record of 5 wins and 6 losses. The already fragile interior defense was once again overwhelmed by the opponents, as the rebounding statistics never favored them. Although Kobe and Lu Xing are relatively diminutive players, their courage propelled them to bravely penetrate the paint in pursuit of rebounds for the sake of victory. However, at this critical juncture, an unforeseen injury befell Yao Ming, who was miles away in Houston. He suffered a fracture in his left little toe and is expected to miss the remainder of the regular season. This undoubtedly represents a significant blow to the Houston Rockets, as their current standing in the Western Conference is precarious. Yao Ming's absence strips the team of a crucial scoring asset and a foundational presence in the paint, rendering their already challenging path to the playoffs even more arduous. Currently, they trail the San Antonio Spurs by a mere 2 victories for the second seed in the West. which poses a substantial threat to their hopes for home court advantage in the playoffs. Lu Xing also directly called Yao, urging him to take a proper rest and not to exert himself prematurely for the sake of performance. It is essential for the Chinese men's basketball team to have him in optimal condition before returning to the court, and Yao gladly accepted this advice. Lu Xing promptly reached out to General Manager Cook, expressing a fervent desire to meet with owner Base. "What do you think about the opportunity to acquire Yao Ming?" he inquired. Owner Base, with a beaming smile, responded, "Do you wish to persuade Yao Ming? His rookie contract is about to expire, and I can offer him an absolutely max salary. As long as he joins us, everything will fall into place." However, Cook's expression grew serious as he replied, "The Rockets will not let him go easily. He is a veritable cash cow. The 4-year investment has doubled the team's valuation in Houston." Lu Xing remarked with profound significance. "This ultimately depends on the capabilities of the general manager. I shall actively invite Yao Ming to play basketball. I can persuade him. However, I possess a small stratagem regarding the Rockets that I am uncertain will be effective. It involves releasing a video from last year's offseason, which shows Yao Ming visiting Dr. Carter, suggesting that his physique cannot endure the rigors of the NBA. It is projected that he can only play for another 2 years before facing retirement, continually plagued by injuries, with an attendance rate falling below 50%. Cook and Old Base immediately grasped the implication. Old Base declared, "Cook, this is entrusted to you. I shall allocate additional funds. I want the entire city of Houston to be aware of this matter." Thus, the conspiracy of the three commenced. The following day, Houston's television stations and newspapers were inundated with reports concerning Yao Ming's injury, proclaiming that he would be sidelined for the season, asserting that his body could not withstand the demands of NBA competition, and labeling him as a player with low attendance. This revelation instilled considerable trepidation within the Houston management. Owner Alexander found himself in a predicament, pondering why it was so arduous to earn a profit. After 4 years of recovery, was he to lose Yao Ming? The team had initially intended to negotiate a contract extension with Yao Ming, but those discussions were abruptly halted as they sought various doctors for his condition. The medical professionals provided little clarity, merely indicating that the injury was prone to recurrence. This left Yao disheartened. He had initially contemplated an early contract extension, but now reconsidered, believing it was merely an injury, not a life-threatening situation. After a week of consultations with doctors, he found himself increasingly discontent, especially as the management's approach towards his contract remained ambiguous. After the match against the Houston Rockets, Lu Xing made his way directly to Yao Ming's residence. There, he engaged in a profound conversation with Yao, primarily aimed at extending an invitation for him to join the Los Angeles Lakers. The owner of the team in Los Angeles is exceedingly generous, harboring no concerns regarding luxury tax issues. In contrast, Houston's situation is quite different. Have you paid a luxury tax in the past 4 years? Your team has consistently been eliminated in the first round. How could you possibly contend for a championship without incurring such taxes? Just look at last year's Pistons and Spurs. Both small market teams paid the luxury tax, and without that, how could they have reached the finals? We play in the NBA not only to enable our fellow countrymen to attain a championship, but also to become pivotal figures in securing victories. Those miserly owners do not deserve to triumph in the game. Lu Xing delivered an impassioned discourse, leaving Yao Ming momentarily speechless. Instead of continuing to provoke the towering athlete, Lu shifted the focus to matters of investment, particularly discussing the domestic giants, Tencent and Alibaba, urging Yao Ming to consider investing in these enterprises. Lu boasted that his investments had tripled in value over the past year, expressing confidence that their worth would appreciate even more rapidly in the future. Yao Ming responded by stating that he would contemplate the prospect of investing. Lu Xing remarked to Yao about his aspiration to establish a training camp in Huagua, inquiring whether Yao would partake in this venture. Lu Xing offered to cover the expenses, suggesting that they join forces to champion the future of basketball in Huagua. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao agreed, expressing his willingness to collaborate on the endeavor, affirming that financial matters would not pose a concern for him. Lu Xing anticipated this outcome, for he is destined to become the future president of the Chinese Basketball Association. How could he not be concerned about the future of basketball in his homeland? As the regular season progressed, Lu Xing's performance continued to improve, earning him the admiration of Kobe Bryant, who was willing to delegate authority to him. Although the team did not achieve victory consistently, they ultimately secured the 8th seed in the playoffs, having slipped from 7th place during the final matches when they eased up their efforts. Both Kobe and Lu Xing believed that facing the Phoenix Suns would be far more favorable than contending with the San Antonio Spurs, the reigning champions. who possessed a significant advantage in the paint, formidable defense, and a trio of players all at their peak performance, making them a unique presence in the Western Conference this year. In the regular season, the Lakers triumphed over the Suns twice, suffering only one defeat during a game when Kobe was absent. The entire Lakers organization shared a consensus that they had a promising chance of overcoming the Suns in the first round of the playoffs. The final standings in the West were as follows: 1. Phoenix Suns 62 wins, 2. San Antonio Spurs 59 wins, 3. Seattle Supersonics 52 wins, 4. Dallas Mavericks 58 wins, 5. Houston Rockets 51 wins, 6. Sacramento Kings 50 wins, 7. Denver Nuggets 49 wins, 8. Los Angeles Lakers 58 wins. The Memphis Grizzlies and Minnesota Timberwolves, with 45 and 44 wins respectively, regrettably missed the playoffs. The Western Conference was undeniably ruthless, as one could imagine. The Boston Celtics, holding the third seed in the East, also had 45 wins. This season in the West was indeed a chaotic spectacle. The Eastern Conference standings were: 1. Miami Heat 59 wins, 2. Detroit Pistons 54 wins, 3. Boston Celtics 45 wins, 4. Chicago Bulls 47 wins, 5. Washington Wizards 45 wins, 6. Indiana Pacers 44 wins, 7. Philadelphia 76ers 43 wins, 8. New Jersey Nets 42 wins. Due to the divisional rankings, the Supersonics and Celtics were top in their respective divisions, hence the third position. The 2004 to 2005 regular season officially concluded, and the awards began to be announced. This year, the most undisputed accolade was the Rookie of the Year, awarded to Liu Xing, who averaged 35.8 minutes per game, scoring 20 points, grabbing 4. 1 rebounds, dishing out 7. 5 assists, stealing 2. 5 times, and blocking 0. 7 shots. The sixth man award went to Liu Xing's college friend, Ben Gordon, who averaged 15. 2 points, 2. 1 rebounds, and 2. 3 assists off the bench. The all-rookie team consisted of Liu Xing, Ben Gordon, Andre Iguodala, Dwight Howard, and Emeka Okafor. The 3 selections from Congreve College further elevated its reputation, as the institution boasted an exceptionally high success rate in producing talent. This year, only 3 players entered the draft, with one being a standout, another a second overall pick, and the final one, a late first-round selection, earning the title of Rookie of the Year. The coach of Congreve University expressed his joy in bestowing blessings upon his 3 disciples. The scoring champion of the season was none other than Kobe, who averaged 31.1 points per game, surpassing Iverson's 38 points. This achievement occurred even as the team had already advanced to the playoffs, necessitating Kobe to elevate his performance slightly as they fell to the 8th position in the Western Conference. Liu Xing observed that whenever Kobe had the opportunity, he would pass the ball, and Kobe, without hesitation, achieved consecutive scores of 53, 50, 47, and 45 points in the last 4 games. The rebounding champion, Kevin Garnett, claimed the title with an average of 13.5 rebounds per game, while the assist leader was Steve Nash, with an impressive average of 11.5 assists, placing him at the top of the rankings. Liu Xing ranked 5th with an average of 7.5 assists. The blocks leader was Marcus Camby, averaging 3 blocks per game. Although Camby recorded numerous blocks, his defensive prowess was somewhat lacking. The steals leader was Larry Hughes, who averaged 2.9 steals, a fact that caught many by surprise. However, the truth remains that Larry Hughes was not necessarily an exceptional defender. He often relied on a gambling style to secure steals, which earned him the title. Liu Xing, with an average of 2.5 steals, tied for second place alongside Allen Iverson. At this moment, Liu Xing was preparing for the playoffs when a delightful chime resonated, signaling the arrival of an unexpected reward. Congratulations to the host for earning the title of NBA Rookie of the Year, accompanied by a prestigious Hall of Fame purple badge and a sharpshooter purple accolade. This exceptional badge grants the player an astonishing shooting accuracy even under duress. Overwhelmed with excitement, Liu Xing leaped in jubilation. This was undoubtedly the most formidable badge within the 2K realm. Henceforth, he would no longer fear interference while shooting. Upon inspecting his shooting attributes under pressure, he noticed a remarkable enhancement. His previously rated 82/85 for contested shots had soared to an impressive 95/95. In Liu Xing's eyes, this extraordinary capability was one that only legendary scorers like Kobe, Iverson, and Durant could possess. Liu Xing's overall ability rating remains unchanged at 88. However, he feels significantly stronger. He no longer needs to take shots from open positions cautiously, and he can now confidently execute powerful shots. No longer enviously watching as Kobe Bryant makes his own difficult shots. Suddenly, a new task is activated. The objective is to assist the Los Angeles Lakers in advancing further in the playoffs. The rewards are as follows. Winning the first round of the playoffs grants 1,000 SP points and a random bronze badge. Winning the second round to reach the Western Conference Finals awards 2,000 SP points and a random silver badge. Winning the Western Conference Finals to enter the championship grants 3,000 SP points and a random gold badge. And winning the championship bestows 5,000 SP points and a random Purple Hall of Fame badge. Upon seeing the new task announced by the system, Lu Xing's mouth dropped open in astonishment. The rewards are incredibly enticing. Winning the championship would elevate him to new heights. With 5,000 SP points, Lu Xing could potentially raise his ability rating to above 93 and acquire a Hall of Fame badge, something that only a handful of Hall of Fame players possess. Michael Jordan aside, who boasts 8 to 10 Hall of Fame badges, this prospect is thrilling. Yet, Lu Xing quickly regained his composure. This task is of a hellish difficulty. Even if he and Kobe were to play at their absolute best, it would not guarantee success. For a team to thrive in the playoffs, it requires more than just one individual's prowess. Otherwise, even the formidable Michael Jordan was once schooled by Larry Bird of the Celtics and later educated by the Bad Boy Pistons for 3 years. Basketball is not merely a solitary endeavor. An individual's strength is rendered futile without the support of teammates. Determined, Lu Xing vowed to dominate the Suns and outshine the MVP, Steve Nash, disregarding all obstacles for the sake of the rewards. Time passed swiftly, and the long-awaited playoffs finally arrived. As the 8th seed in the West, the Lakers faced the top-seeded Suns. The Lakers adhered to their traditional strategy of seeking opportunities for Nash to engage in one-on-one matchups. However, Nash opted to take a passive approach, relying on his teammates for defensive support. For Lu Xing, this marked his inaugural journey into the playoffs, inevitably causing a sense of nervousness and discomfort. Despite this, he strived to showcase his abilities. Yet, confronted with the opponent's stringent defense, he required additional time to adjust, achieving a meager shooting percentage of only 40. In contrast, Kobe excelled with a remarkable 40 points. Unfortunately, Lu Xing's performance was uncharacteristic, scoring merely 18 points and 5 assists with a 40 shooting rate. Butler contributed 15 points, while Odom added 10 points and 8 rebounds. The Suns, boasting a stronger overall roster, saw Nash score 25 points with 13 assists, Stoudemire with 22 points and 15 rebounds, and Marion with 18 points and 11 rebounds. Ultimately, the Suns triumphed over the Lakers with a score of 112-98, securing a decisive victory in the series opener. After the game, Lu Xing was filled with regret, pondering why his playoff performance diverged so sharply from that of the regular season. Was it a deficiency in his abilities? Or did the heightened intensity of the games impede his performance? After the match, Lu Xing approached Kobe, seeking his guidance on how to breach defensive formations. Noticing Lu Xing's slightly diminished morale, Kobe offered some words of encouragement and imparted his strategies for dismantling defensive schemes. Reflecting on the previous game, Lu Xing felt a twinge of apprehension, recognizing that he had been overly cautious. He resolved to abandon his trepidation, pondering whether even a player of Nash's caliber could not be overcome. That evening, Lu Xing repeatedly replayed the match in his mind, contemplating how he could enhance his performance. He felt as though he had faltered when faced with defensive schemes and recalled the reactions and positioning that Kobe had taught him. The following morning, Lu Xing arrived early at the training facility to engage in solitary practice, contemplating the dynamics of the game, the positioning on the court, and the timing of his shots. He trained diligently for an entire morning and only joined the team for collective practice in the afternoon. Lu Xing sensed a newfound strength within himself and was resolute in his determination to shoot confidently in the upcoming game. As the second playoff game commenced, only Lu Xing and Kobe exhibited fiery determination, while the other players appeared jovial and relaxed. The Lakers' starting lineup changed to include Odom, Butler, Walton, Kobe, and Lu Xing, while the Suns retained their original lineup of Nash, Richardson, Joe Johnson, Marion, and Stoudemire. The Lakers opted to forego an inside game, choosing instead to match the Suns' offensive firepower. Odom and Stoudemire were evenly matched in speed, and although Marion stood at 201 centimeters, Butler was still capable of holding his own. The remaining Lakers players held a height advantage over the Suns, allowing their guards to pursue rebounds. Suns head coach D'Antoni, buoyed by his recent accolade as Coach of the Year, was confident that his team could outgun the Lakers. As the first quarter began, Kobe swiftly took charge for the Lakers, executing a series of explosive drives to the basket, effortlessly dismantling the Suns' defense. He scored 15 points, making 4 of 7 attempts and drawing multiple fouls from Stoudemire and Marion, who each accrued 2 fouls, resulting in Kobe earning 8 free throws and converting 7. Lu Xing, demonstrating unwavering resolve, made 3 of 4 three-point attempts and capitalized on a defensive lapse by the Suns to draw a foul from Joe Johnson, sinking both free throws for a total of 11 points. At the end of the first quarter, the Lakers led 28-26. In the midst of this, D'Antoni reassured himself, reminding himself that it was merely the first quarter. The Lakers managed to keep pace with his team's scoring. But there were still 3 quarters remaining. Could they maintain such intensity? In the second quarter, Lu Xing began to assert his influence. Observing Kobe's relentless efforts in the first quarter, it was evident that he required a respite. Lu Xing seized the opportunity, continuously penetrating and executing mid-range jump shots, leaving Nash utterly defenseless. Lu Xing displayed remarkable determination, achieving 4 successful shots out of 8 attempts, along with free throws that accumulated a total of 10 points, while also facilitating several three-point opportunities for Kobe. Kobe, in turn, converted 2 out of 3 from beyond the arc and 1 out of 2 from the field, amassing 8 points. By halftime, Kobe had scored an impressive 23 points, while Lu Xing contributed 21 points, leading the Lakers to a 60-51 advantage over the Suns. D'Antoni began to feel a tinge of concern. Could it be that the Lakers genuinely outscored the Suns? The duo had collectively tallied 44 points in the first half alone. What would transpire in the second half? The Suns' offensive strategy hinged on Nash's performance driving the entire team, but with such energy expended in the first half, would they be able to maintain their pace? The Lakers, on the other hand, thrived on the formidable individual prowess of their 2 stars, leaving D'Antoni feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, D'Antoni understood the offensive firepower of this duo. Yet he lacked defensive assets. Players such as Nash, Richardson, and Joe Johnson were not renowned for their defensive capabilities. Surely, it would be unwise to assign Marion the task of guarding Kobe? Perhaps it was worth a try. At the start of the second half, Marion took on the challenge of defending Kobe. Lu Xing recognized that this presented an even greater opportunity. Previously, Marion had posed some interference in the paint, but now, shadowing Kobe would limit his effectiveness. Additionally, Stoudemire's defensive tendencies were known to be susceptible to feints, a habit ingrained throughout his career. And Lu Xing was well aware of this. Lu Xing, undeterred by the presence of Kobe, forcefully penetrated past Nash for a layup, utilizing his 90-kilogram frame. The subsequent possession mirrored the first, yet this time, Stoudemire stepped up to defend. Lu Xing executed a feint shot, deceiving Stoudemire into leaping, and as the latter descended, Lu Xing ascended to complete a 2-1 play, resulting in Stoudemire's 3rd foul of the match. Lu Xing continued to display unwavering determination. Later, Richardson attempted to defend, but Lu Xing managed another breakthrough before passing to Nash, who was left unguarded. Butler also initiated a post-up against Nash, successfully scoring, leading to another round of reprimands for Nash in the third quarter. Recognizing the unfavorable situation, D'Antoni assigned Marion to guard Walton while fortifying the interior defense. At this juncture, Lu Xing passed the ball to Kobe, who proceeded to score 3 consecutive baskets, rapidly widening the score gap. The fourth quarter followed a similar narrative. Nash struggled to keep pace, and although the Lakers' offense slightly waned, they ultimately secured victory, concluding the game at 111-104. Kobe finished with 38 points, while Lu Xing contributed 36, together defeating the Suns. The Lakers achieved an unexpected victory on the road, gearing up for 2 upcoming home games. In a spectacular scoring display, the duo of Lu Xing and Kobe combined for 74 points, leveling the series at 1-1. This formidable backcourt partnership, the top offensive duo in the league during the regular season, succumbed to a rookie in an offensive showdown in the third playoff game. Despite Kobe's shooting efficiency dipping to 8 of 18 for 25 points, Lu Xing unexpectedly invigorated the team. Returning home, Odom netted 22 points and grabbed 11 rebounds. Butler added 20 points, and with Lu Xing's 15 points and 15 assists, the Lakers triumphed over the Suns once more, with a final score of 118-111. In the fourth playoff game, the Lakers unexpectedly altered their lineup, substituting center Bynum for Walton, thereby shifting the game's tempo and bewildering Stoudemire, who was unable to replicate his previous dominance in the paint. This time, the pace slowed significantly in the presence of a 2. 1-meter center disrupted the Suns' rhythm. Bynum, channeling the spirit of the Shack, secured 20 rebounds, while Stoudemire managed 15 points and 7 rebounds. Meanwhile, Nash unleashed a prolific performance, abandoning playmaking to focus solely on scoring. Amassing 48 points and 5 assists, however, his efforts proved futile without the ability to galvanize his team. Ultimately, a decisive mid-range shot from Kobe sealed the near-buzzer-beater victory at 101-99, propelling the Lakers to a 3-1 series lead. 2 days later, at the Suns' home court, the regular season MVP award was presented to Steve Nash, a gesture that seemed to signal a last opportunity for the team. This invigorated the Suns' morale, with Nash scoring 34 points and dishing out 15 assists, while Stoudemire contributed 33 points and 18 rebounds. Together, they amassed 77 points, whereas the Lakers struggled, with Kobe and Liu Xing both scoring 24 points, with Liu Xing adding 8 assists. After the match, Liu Xing found himself questioning his defensive capabilities, wondering how, despite his diligent efforts, he could still be unable to contain a peak Nash. However, Kobe dismissed Liu Xing's concerns, offering words of comfort. Your defense is sound. Superstars always find a way to achieve impressive stats, and they are not always consistent. We lost this match, but in the next game, we shall reclaim victory and conclude this series. The 6th game of the series finally commenced, with the Lakers holding a 3-2 lead. Today, they were playing at home, and the entire team was determined to secure a win. Should they falter, the 7th game in Phoenix would present a daunting challenge. Liu Xing was resolutely prepared for a desperate struggle. Today, the Lakers employed a smaller lineup, and Bynum, still too young, was not a reliable option. Liu Xing initiated a relentless pursuit from the very beginning, persistently depleting Nash's stamina with his aggressive defense, disrupting Nash's rhythm. When Stoudemire came over to set a screen, Liu Xing deftly maneuvered through the middle to continue his tight defense on Nash. Observing a slight opening, Nash took a quick shot from beyond the arc, but Liu Xing leapt unexpectedly, nearly blocking the attempt. Clang! The shot missed, and Kobe seized the rebound, driving forcefully down the court for a 1-on-2 finish. Kobe was truly giving his all in this match. As the game intensified, the moment Nash crossed half court with the ball, Liu Xing swiftly closed in, closely shadowing his every move and continuously sapping his energy. Nash attempted to drive, but Liu Xing's defense was impenetrable, forcing him to pass the ball to Joe Johnson. Without hesitation, Johnson rose to take a jumper over Kobe, and the basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air before swishing through the net. Liu Xing received the serve, calmly dribbling across the court. Suddenly, he surged forward, using his physical advantage to push past Nash. He then raised his arm to feint a move, successfully drawing Nash in. As Nash descended, Liu Xing decisively took his shot, and the basketball swished through the net. Nash, unwilling to be outdone, quickly accelerated down the court, passing the ball to Marion. After a brief pause to gather himself, Marion executed a sharp stop-and-jump shot, which confidently found its mark in the hoop. The two teams exchanged points in a thrilling back-and-forth, with the atmosphere on the court reaching a fever pitch. Liu Xing continued to engage in a one-on-one with Nash. As he leaned back and prepared to exert force, he noticed Joe Johnson approaching. Without hesitation, Liu Xing passed the ball to Kobe, who effortlessly launched a three-pointer, successfully finding the net. It appeared that Kobe's shooting touch was quite favorable today. With this rhythm, led by the duo of Liu Xing and Kobe, the team established a lead of 29-25, just when everyone expected the substitutes in the second quarter to make little impact. The Suns bench player Barbosa astonishingly sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, swiftly overturning the deficit and taking a 2-point lead. Observing the shift in momentum, the head coach promptly reintroduced Kobe to the game. 3 minutes later, Liu Xing also returned to the court, restoring equilibrium between the two teams. The score oscillated as both sides exchanged leads. Ultimately, with Liu Xing's buzzer-beating three-pointer, the Lakers concluded the first half with a 2-point advantage. Liu Xing's three-point shot in this half was executed with an effortless flick, indicating that the goddess of victory was favoring him today. As the second half commenced, Liu Xing, utilizing Odom's screen, confidently launched another three-pointer, which found its mark. Feeling particularly in tune with his shooting touch, he subsequently intercepted Nash's pass and advanced the ball past half court. Faced with Nash, Liu Xing executed a fast-break three-pointer, swish, and the score widened to an 8-point lead, prompting the Suns to call a timeout. Upon the resumption of play, Liu Xing's momentum seemed unstoppable as he seized control of the game, amassing 20 points in the second quarter and establishing a 10-point advantage. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the Suns launched a desperate counterattack, scoring consecutively. Meanwhile, Lu Xing's shooting touch began to wane, leading him to refrain from forced attempts and instead pass the ball to Kobe, who gradually stabilized the situation. However, in the final minute of the match, Nash erupted unexpectedly, sinking 2 three-pointers right over Lu Xing's fingertips, thereby leveling the score. Lu Xing lamented his misfortune, cursing internally as the ball found its way through despite his block right in front of the opponent. Determined to secure victory, Phil Jackson instructed during a timeout that the next play would involve Kobe taking the ball. Lu Xing prepared to receive a pass for a shot. The game resumed, and Lu Xing dribbled the ball to Kobe, who, after a couple of backing moves, suddenly spun and drove toward the basket. Marion swiftly moved into double-team Kobe, who then passed the ball to Butler. At that moment, Nash also joined the fray, and Butler, seizing the opportunity, passed the ball to Lu Xing. Lu Xing took the shot from beyond the arc, swish. The ball went in. There were just 26 seconds left, and the team led by 3 points. The Suns quickly called for a timeout. The final possession lay in Nash's hands. The Lakers' defense extended outward, allowing for a 2-point shot, but firmly denying any 3-point attempts. After a series of passes, Joe Johnson received the ball and, facing Kobe, launched a 3-pointer, swish. The scores were tied. In response, the Lakers called for their final timeout with just 5 seconds remaining. To not call it would be foolish. As the timeout concluded, Walton inbounded the ball. Kobe was double-teamed, making it impossible for him to receive it. Despite his attempts to shake off the defenders, it proved futile. At that moment, Lu Xing, using his body to nudge Nash aside, made a backdoor cut to catch the pass. With the ball in hand, Lu Xing noticed Kobe making a similar cut and passed it directly to him. Kobe, receiving the ball, executed a 2-point shot. Lights on. The ball arced gracefully through the air, swish. A game winner. Kobe dashed toward Lu Xing, and the two embraced as the crowd erupted in a chorus of Black 8. Black 8. Black 8. With Kobe's last-second heroics, the Lakers triumphed over the Suns, clinching the series 4-2 and completing the miraculous Black 8 feat. The Staples Center was engulfed in euphoria, with Kobe surrounded by adoring fans. Kobe's decisive shot against the Suns, alongside the dynamic duo's combined 71 points, propelled them to the next round. In the first round of the playoffs, Kobe scored 35 points while Lou Crossing contributed 28, extinguishing the Suns' hopes. The first round of the playoffs officially concluded. The Rockets fell in a thrilling Game 7 to the Mavericks and did not advance. The Lakers would face the Dallas Mavericks in the next round. As the All-NBA teams were officially announced, first team, Lakers Kobe, Suns Nash, Mavericks Nowitzki, Spurs Duncan, Heat's O'Neal. Second team, Suns Stoudemire, Timberwolves Garnett, Heat's Wade, 76ers Iverson, Cavaliers James. Third team, Wizards Arenas, Supersonics Allen, Rockets McGrady, Pistons Ben Wallace. Suns Marion. First team All-Defensive, Chauncey Billups, Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Ben Wallace, Kobe Bryant. Second team All-Defensive, Marcus Camby, Lu Xing, Sean Marion, Bruce Bowen, Dwayne Wade. Lu Xing has been awarded a spot on the All-Defensive second team, owing to his commendable defensive statistics, which include an average of 2.5 steals and 0.7 blocks per game, figures that surpass even those of Kidd. However, as a rookie, he could only secure a position on the second team. It is worth noting that selection is not solely based on statistics. For instance, this year's blocks leader finds himself on the second team despite Camby's rather lackluster defensive metrics. Similarly, Larry Hughes, the steals leader, failed to make it onto any defensive roster, as did Allen Iverson, indicating that the current panel of judges possesses a certain degree of discernment. Advancing to the second round of the playoffs are the Lakers facing the Mavericks and the Spurs up against the Supersonics, while in the Eastern Conference. The matchups feature the Heat versus the Wizards and the Pacers taking on the Pistons. Lu Xing meticulously examined the roster of the Dallas Mavericks and recognized several familiar names: Dampier, Nowitzki, Michael Finley, Stackhouse, Terry, Josh Howard, and Devin Harris, each a pivotal component of the team. However, Lu Xing was acutely aware that Dampier's exorbitant salary belied his lack of contribution, rendering him merely a liability within the squad. The formidable Dirk Nowitzki was undoubtedly a powerful player, yet Lu Xing speculated that Odom might struggle to contend with his prowess. Meanwhile, Michael Finley had transitioned into a more pronounced 3D role, while Stackhouse was renowned for his reputation overshadowing his actual capabilities, although he excelled in scoring. His other skills were rather unremarkable. Terry, an exceptional shooter, was particularly noted for his erratic three-point shooting, necessitating vigilant defense. Josh Howard was currently showcasing impressive defensive skills, embodying the talent of the celebrated 2003 draft class. As for Devin Harris, he remained a young rookie, averaging merely a few minutes on the court. Through a thorough analysis of the Mavericks lineup, Lu Xing concluded that among the starting five, only two possessed defensive capabilities, and they would be tasked with guarding opponents such as Kobe and Butler. Additionally, the Mavericks' point guard was a conspicuous weakness, providing Lu Xing with ample opportunities to exploit. In comparison to the Suns, the Mavericks' interior strength was inferior, rendering their overall prowess relatively lacking, which significantly favored the Lakers in this matchup. 2 days later, the playoff's second round commenced with the Lakers visiting the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks' starting lineup consisted of Dampier, Nowitzki, Josh Howard, Michael Finley, and Terry, while the Lakers fielded Kwame Brown, Odom, Butler, Kobe, and Lu Xing. From the outset, Kobe seized the ball, executing powerful drives that showcased his unparalleled speed and strength, leaving the Mavericks defenders unprepared. Within a mere 5 minutes, Kobe's astonishing breakthrough skills forced Dampier, the Mavericks' interior player, to exit the game, a substitution that undoubtedly intensified the pressure on the Mavericks, who were already struggling to contain the Lakers' penetrative plays. In an effort to augment their perimeter firepower, the Mavericks brought Stackhouse into the game. However, Kobe and Lu Xing of the Lakers remained undeterred, continuing to exploit their advantages and relentlessly assault the Mavericks' interior. The Mavericks' defense devolved into chaos, unable to effectively curtail the Lakers' offensive onslaught. Throughout the first quarter, Nowitzki found himself overwhelmed, shouldering the dual burden of defending the Lakers' key players while attempting to contribute offensively. Yet, the exertion on the defensive end severely impacted Nowitzki's shooting touch. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers had established a commanding lead of 27-16 over the Mavericks. As the second quarter unfolded, the situation showed little improvement. Although Nowitzki's shooting rhythm appeared to regain some semblance of consistency, Stackhouse's performance was disappointingly lackluster. He resembled a poorly skilled actor with a lamentably low shooting percentage, failing to score on all 5 of his attempts. In stark contrast, Kobe Bryant of the Lakers was increasingly in his element, amassing 21 points by the end of the first half, becoming the focal point of the match. Furthermore, Lu Xing delivered an impressive performance, contributing 10 points and 6 assists. As the first half concluded, the Lakers held a commanding 15-point lead over the Mavericks, with a score of 48-33. The situation grew increasingly dire for the Mavericks, who urgently needed to devise a strategy to reverse their fortunes. As the second half commenced, the Mavericks adjusted their tactics, intensifying their perimeter defense. However, the Lakers' teamwork flourished, with Kobe and Lu Xing continuing to score efficiently, while Odom and Butler found their rhythm. Conversely, aside from Nowitzki, the rest of the Mavericks struggled with their shooting touch. As the game progressed, it lost its suspense, culminating in a comfortable victory for the Lakers, who secured their first win on the road with a final score of 107-78 against the Mavericks. Kobe finished the game with 34 points, while Lu Xing recorded 21 points and 11 assists. In the recent match, the Mavericks witnessed Nowitzki scoring 25 points, with only Josh Howard and Finley contributing defensively, while the rest seemed to be mere actors on the court. In the second game, the Mavericks finally awakened from their slumber, with Dampier exhibiting a rare display of strength by securing 14 rebounds and Terry sinking 6 three-pointers. The Mavericks managed to level the series at 1-1 on their home turf. Returning to their arena, the Lakers surged with momentum, claiming 2 consecutive home victories, altering the series score to 3-1. Just as it seemed the Lakers would seamlessly advance to the Western Conference Finals, Kobe faltered with 2 consecutive misses, shooting below 40. Odom appeared to be in a daze, while Lu Xing performed admirably, preventing a more embarrassing defeat. The series now stood at 3-3, with the decisive Game 7 set to take place in Dallas, presenting a significant challenge for the Lakers. The highly anticipated Game 7 commenced, with both teams locked in a fierce battle during the first half. Nowitzki and Kobe each scored 21 points, while Lu Xing contributed 12 points and 5 assists for the Mavericks. Terry also made his mark with 3 three-pointers, totaling 13 points, resulting in a tightly contested tie at 47-47 by halftime. However, the dynamics shifted dramatically in the second half. The Mavericks appeared fatigued from their previous 2 Game 7s, struggling with their shooting accuracy. In contrast, Lu Xing grew more resolute, seizing the opportunity to score, driven by the desire for points and SP. By the third quarter, he had amassed 17 points, propelling the Lakers to a 6-point lead. Despite the Mavericks' attempts to rally in the final quarter, Kobe rose to the occasion, consistently responding with key baskets. With 1 minute remaining, the Lakers led by 2 points when Lu Xing advanced the ball to the front court, launching a cold-blooded three-pointer that extended the lead to 5. Although Terry and Nowitzki sought to narrow the gap with three-point attempts, they fell short. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Mavericks with a score of 98-91, winning the decisive Game 7. Kobe delivered a steady performance with 28 points and 6 rebounds, while Lu Xing experienced a breakout game, scoring 37 points and providing 12 assists to secure victory. Post-game, Lu Xing expressed relief over his successful three-pointer, attributing his success to the effectiveness of the sharpshooter badge. His shooting percentage has improved significantly during the playoffs, boasting a 51 field goal rate, 40 from beyond the arc, and 90 from the free throw line, compared to his regular season averages of 45, 38, and 88, respectively. This showcases Lu Xing's emergence as an all-star caliber player. The 8th-seeded Lakers' unexpected ascent has astounded everyone, as they have now reached the Western Conference Finals. True to their legacy as three-time champions, Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal, despite their separation, have both guided their respective teams to the conference finals. The other team advancing from the West is the San Antonio Spurs, with their GDP trio still at their peak. This year, being an odd-numbered year, the Spurs are determined to claim the championship title. In the Eastern Conference, the Miami Heat, led by O'Neal and Wade, faced last year's champions, the Detroit Pistons. The Pistons, known as the Pistons 5, demonstrated remarkable prowess in their respective roles, excelling in their tenacious defense, establishing themselves as a formidable team in recent years. The Western Conference Finals commenced with the Spurs starting lineup consisting of Muhammad, Duncan, Bowen, Ginobili, and Parker. In contrast, the Lakers fielded a lineup of Kwame Brown, Odom, Butler, Kobe, and Lu Xing. The Spurs' defense proved to be impenetrable, making it arduous for Kobe to penetrate, while Lu Xing endured relentless pressure from the Spurs' defense. Despite their commendable efforts, the Lakers struggled in the paint and were soundly defeated. The second and third games yielded similar outcomes, with losses exceeding 13 points, indicating a stark disparity in competition. However, in the fourth game, the Lakers rallied, with their perimeter shooting flourishing as they sank 17 three-pointers, ultimately securing a victory. Yet, their triumph was short-lived, as they succumbed to a 1-4 series defeat against the Spurs. Duncan, exploiting the Lakers' weakened interior defense, averaged an astounding 34 points, 18, 2 rebounds, and 4 blocks per game, effectively dominating the Lakers' frontcourt. Parker contributed 15 points and 5 assists, while Ginobili added 18 points. On the Lakers' side, Kobe averaged 26, 2 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 for assists, with Lu Xing posting 20, 7 points, 8 assists, and 1 rebounds. Unfortunately, the support from their teammates proved insufficient. Despite the disappointing outcome, Lu Xing came to terms with it. At that moment, a notification chimed. Task completed. Reward, 2,000 SP points. Thief, Silver, specializes in stealing the ball from opponents. Template integration. Lu Xing then reviewed his template, noting that after a year of training and the recent SP points, his abilities had soared to an impressive 91. Lu Xing possesses a comprehensive ability score of 91/96, adorned with the badge of key player, an impressive accolade. He is a tactical master, gold, in offensive strategies, a bronze-level adept at evasive maneuvers, and a gold-level defensive interceptor. As the core of defense, he commands the court with the finesse of a supreme shooter, purple-gold, and demonstrates a silver-level proficiency as a stealer. His offensive capabilities are rated at 89, 94. Close-range shooting stands at 86, 90. Mid-range shooting also at 86, 90. Three-point shooting at 86, 90. Free throws at 86, 90. Dunks at 48, 50. Interference on mid-range shots at 95, 95. Back to the basket fadeaway at 75, 80. Foul drawing ability at 86, 90. Shooting off the dribble at 86, 90. Ball handling skills at 90, 95. Passing at 90, 95. Receiving at 90, 95. And defensive awareness at 86, 90. Defensively, he boasts an overall rating of 93, 98. Shot blocking at 65, 75. Steals at 93, 99. On-ball defense at 93, 99. Defensive awareness at 93, 99. And rebounding ability at 93, 99. In terms of physical attributes, he holds an overall score of 89, 90. Stamina at 94, 95. Speed at 89, 90. Agility at 89, 90, strength at 66, 68, vertical leap at 84, 85, and endurance at 96, 96. Lu Xing glanced at his stats and noted that his highest value had reached 96. He pondered that this remarkable achievement was a result of the prestigious Rookie of the Year award, which had elevated his shooting ability from 80 to 95. This sudden enhancement had propelled his highest value to 96, while his current rating stood at 91, accompanied by 9 badges. Lu Xing speculated that if he were to take the lead in a weaker team, he could indeed guide them to the playoffs. However, he surmised that the extent of their progress would be reminiscent of Chris Paul's experiences, likely culminating in the Western Conference Finals as their maximum potential. This season for Lu Xing has come to a definitive conclusion. He had previously discussed with Kobe the prospect of bringing Yao Ming over during this off-season, to which Kobe expressed great anticipation, assuring Lu that he would communicate this matter to the management. During their encounters with the Spurs this year, it became painfully evident that the Lakers' interior defense was severely lacking. The prospect of replacing Kwame Brown with Yao Ming could undoubtedly tilt the scales in their favor against the Spurs. Furthermore, the camaraderie shared between Lu Xing and Yao, both being of Chinese descent, would ensure a harmonious collaboration, especially with Lu being the acknowledged leader of their endeavor. Kobe was resolute in his determination to secure that elusive championship ring before Shaquille O'Neal. As the off-season finally arrived, Lu Xing eagerly reached out to Yao Ming. Learning that he had returned to China, thus, he wasted no time in making his way back. Upon landing, he rushed to Shanghai to meet Yao. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu got straight to the point, expressing his desire to organize a nationwide selection event aimed at discovering promising high school male basketball players, with the intention of sending them to American high schools for professional training. For those selected athletes, Lu promised generous financial rewards. His plan entailed annually identifying 100 talented players to be sent to the United States, where they would receive the utmost professional training. This initiative is not only audacious and innovative, but also serves to cultivate a greater pool of exceptional basketball talent while fostering cultural exchange and sports cooperation between China and the United States. Lu Xing intends to allocate $1 million annually, distributing it among 100 players as salaries. Additionally, outstanding players within the institution will receive supplementary scholarships ranging from $10,000 to $50,000, while those entering the NCAA will be rewarded with $100,000. And NBA selections will garner $500,000. All expenses will be borne by him personally. Lu Xing hopes to leverage Yao Ming's influence to attract young, basketball-loving talents from across the nation to enroll. Furthermore, he plans to collaborate with the Central Television Station to create a draft program titled This is Basketball, through which he will personally scout talent. Subsequently, Lu Xing prepared a PowerPoint presentation about the program and sent it to Yao Ming. He elaborated on the content and format of the show, and Yao Ming, upon hearing it, was immensely excited, praising Lu Xing as a genius. Yao Ming expressed his willingness to assist Lu Xing in contacting the Central Television Station and finding connections to facilitate the preliminary selection process. The two decided to travel to Beijing together the following day, embarking on a journey filled with challenges and opportunities. With a mix of anticipation and nerves, they boarded their flight to Beijing. On the plane, Lu Xing and Yao Ming continued to discuss the details of the draft program, aspiring to discover the finest basketball talents and lay a solid foundation for the future of Chinese basketball. Upon arriving in Beijing, they proceeded directly to the headquarters of the Central Television Station, where they engaged in in-depth discussions with relevant officials. The station expressed considerable interest in the project, and both parties swiftly reached a cooperative agreement. Thereafter, they began preparations for the preliminary selection process of the draft program. Lu Xing and Yao Ming personally involved themselves in every aspect, believing that with dedicated effort, this draft program would undoubtedly achieve great success. Once in the capital, Lu Xing immediately sought out Yang Yi to report his itinerary and his desire to return to serve the nation in next year's World Championship. Following this, Lu Xing and Yao Ming prepared to record an advertisement for This is Basketball, announcing Lu Xing's initiative to send 100 domestic players to the United States for training. Together, Lu Xing and Yao Ming collaborated on the promotional video, setting the commencement of this event and variety show for 10 days hence. After Lu Xing and Yao completed their filming, they parted ways. One remained in the capital while the other ventured to the Shanghai market. Both concurrently engaged in their respective endeavors. At Yao's insistence, he committed to sponsoring 50 players annually, bringing the total to 150 players. For Lu Xing and Yao, this financial contribution amounted merely to the earnings from a commercial endorsement. Lu Xing has returned to the country, and after 3 days, the situation surrounding his intention to play has escalated. Those unaware of the actual circumstances have divided into two factions. One claims Lu Xing is being arrogant and defying directives, having become complacent after a modicum of success. The other insists that Lu Xing's intentions have been misrepresented, as he has consistently sought to return and fight for his country, even investing considerable resources into promoting the future of basketball in Huaghua. Amidst this fervent debate, the supervisor from the Basketball Association who had initially contacted Lu Xing reemerged, criticizing him vehemently. He accused Lu Xing of lacking patriotism and suggested he would be blacklisted, embellishing the narrative with claims of Lu Xing's haughty remarks during their conversations. This barrage of official censure thrust Lu Xing into the maelstrom of public opinion. At this juncture, the esteemed Yao Ming reached out to Lu Xing for clarification. Lu responded, "Brother Yao, the situation was not as portrayed. I possess video and audio recordings of that time, which I have yet to release. My reluctance to return directly stems from their arrogance, and I do not wish to confer accolades upon those individuals. I am prepared to speak out soon, and I plan to release the recordings the day after tomorrow, allowing them a moment of false triumph." Subsequently, Yao Ming swiftly contacted the media to support Lu Xing, advocating for his cause. Lu Xing also approached the press, asserting that he was neither arrogant nor unreasonable. Rather, the demands placed upon him were unreasonably high. This revelation heightened public interest, catapulting both Lu Xing and Yao Ming into the spotlight of a nationwide talent show. Lu Xing successfully leveraged this situation to ignite enthusiasm for the show, unexpectedly yielding favorable results. 2 days later, Lu Xing released the recordings through Tencent. As a shareholder supporting his own industry, he articulated his demands, and the public swiftly grasped the reality of the situation, placing the Basketball Association under intense scrutiny, leaving them at a loss for words. While Lu Xing was recording This Is Basketball, the Basketball Association could no longer bide their time and sought him out, demanding he suppress the matter. Lu refused to meet with them, asserting that replacing personnel would be futile. He preferred to pursue a path aligned with the nation rather than the association. After a week of turmoil, the association, unable to maintain their stance, revealed the identities of those featured in the video, causing widespread anxiety among their ranks. Ultimately, under Yao Ming's persuasion, Lu Xing agreed to speak out, stating he would promptly complete his return procedures to participate in the competition, but insisted that the matters discussed in the video be addressed as he outlined. He made it clear that he would not play if his conditions were not met and attributed all credit to Yao Ming, declaring in the presence of numerous officials that the accolades belonged solely to him, admonishing others not to expect any favors. At long last, the matter reached a conclusion, and Lu Xing sighed in relief, hopeful that he would be able to participate in next year's World Championship. Meanwhile, Yao Ming was engaged in discussions with several officials regarding the allocation of spots for the upcoming competition in the United States. Yao Ming maintained a resolute stance, intent on selecting only those children who exhibited both talent and diligence, showing little concern for others. However, Lu Xing was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics and recognized that this was an opportunity for the Basketball Association to extend an olive branch. Accordingly, he graciously offered to provide 10 slots annually, allowing these children direct selection, while emphasizing the necessity for suitable age, limited to high school students. Upon hearing this news, the representatives of the Basketball Association were exceedingly pleased and readily agreed. Despite previous unpleasant encounters, Lu Xing successfully demonstrated his goodwill through this gesture of offering 10 slots. After all, mutual development and assistance were the common aspirations. If the Basketball Association tightly held all the promising talents, it would inevitably hinder his own draft activities. Thus, this mutually beneficial scenario was more conducive to future collaboration between both parties. It was essential for everyone to support one another to achieve better growth. In this exchange of interests, Lu Xing exhibited both maturity and wisdom, understanding that maintaining amicable relations was crucial for the flourishing of basketball. The Basketball Association also recognized this and was willing to collaborate with him to cultivate a prosperous basketball ecosystem together. Meanwhile, as Lu Xing and Yao Ming were engaged in the selection of talented players, the NBA Finals concluded across the ocean, with the Spurs triumphing over the Pistons in a 4-3 defensive struggle that yielded the lowest viewership ratings in nearly 2 decades. This incited frustration in David Stern, as these two teams had indeed turned the game into a defensive showcase devoid of offense. He mused how delightful it would have been to witness a Lakers versus Heat matchup, envisioning the clash between Kobe and Shaquille as a spectacle. The finals MVP was awarded to Duncan, undoubtedly the greatest power forward in history. Lu Xing contemplated that had Duncan played in a larger city than San Antonio, his historical ranking would have soared, potentially positioning him as a banner figure for the NBA had he been with the Lakers. He might have been a strong contender for a top 3 spot. With the NBA draft approaching, Lu Xing had a few promising choices in mind. Yet he held no influence within the Lakers organization. Thus, he placed an international call to Kobe, expressing his admiration for Lewis Williams, whom he deemed an exceptional sixth man destined for greatness. He hoped Kobe could convey this to the management. After deliberation, Kobe reassured him that it was merely a second-round pick, and he could ensure Lu Xing's confidence in securing the player. Lu Xing insisted on selecting before the 15th position in the second round, to which Kobe guaranteed there would be no issues. With this assurance, Lu Xing felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then recalled the situation regarding Yao Ming and promptly headed to Shanghai, eager to inquire about the resolution of the recent turmoil in Houston, hoping to extend an invitation to Yao Ming to join the Lakers, even if it required some concessions from the team management. Chapter 29, The Celestial Twins of Huaxia shine in Los Angeles. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Xing inquired with Yao about his experiences in Houston. Enthusiastically, Lu Xing asked, "Brother Yao, how is the contract renewal with the Rockets coming along? Is it confirmed that you're the leading figure of the team?" Yao Ming pondered for a moment before responding, "There has been no renewal during the midseason. Prior to my injury, there were intentions to extend my contract, albeit not at the maximum salary. I thought that since playing is fundamentally the same regardless of location, I should remain loyal to the team that chose me. However, once I was injured, their attitude towards me grew lukewarm, which left me quite displeased. Furthermore, my collaboration with McGrady has not been particularly harmonious. As for your mention of being the leading figure, I have never considered it. The team has always revolved around McGrady, especially since he holds the title of the scoring champion." Lu Xing exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Why not consider coming to Los Angeles? The exposure here is immense. And the former owner of the Lakers held you in high regard, offering you a maximum contract. I observe that McGrady struggles in tough matches, often neglecting his defensive responsibilities. I suspect he may not endure for more than a couple of seasons. His congenital scoliosis is not easily manageable, and I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Moreover, the owner of the Rockets, Alexander, is quite miserly. He is solely focused on profit, treating you as a mere cash cow, with little interest in winning a championship. Your former mentor, Francis, was dismissed precisely because he earned too much money. Just consider the combined salaries of Francis, Mobley, and Kevin Cato. How do they compare to what McGrady alone commands? This situation is clearly not about pursuing a championship. It is merely a strategy to cut costs." Lu Xing, observing the contemplative expression of Yao, continued, "We have come to the NBA to demonstrate that individuals of Chinese descent can indeed secure a championship title. A team that is unwilling to incur luxury taxes cannot claim the crown. Our pursuit of the game is also for financial gain and recognition. Los Angeles can offer both to us, although we may not be the primary stars. I presume you are indifferent to this notion, as long as the core salary is substantial. Furthermore, having formidable teammates will not overly tax our performances, allowing us to extend our careers and represent our homeland for a few more years. With Kobe and myself here, securing a championship among the three of us should be effortless. Never sacrifice your own interests for the sake of loyalty. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Consider the advantages. Does it not appeal to you? Moreover, Kobe is eager to play alongside you. The two of you can easily manage 2 quarters of play, collaborating effortlessly while achieving victories. This way, we can elevate our standing in the NBA, for without a championship, one is scarcely regarded, as evidenced by Stockton and Malone. You require us, but in truth, we need you even more. Come, let us embark on this journey together." Yao, visibly anxious, responded, "The trade window will soon open. I will confer with my agent team, then communicate with the Lakers management. I shall provide you with a response by tomorrow." Lu Xing casually remarked, "All right, no problem. I shall return to the capital. In half a month, the recording will be completed, and then we shall head back to Los Angeles for training together." Subsequently, Lu Xing returned to the capital and immediately contacted Kobe and the Lakers general manager, Cook, informing them that Yao Ming was coming to Los Angeles, urging them to establish a rapport swiftly. Kobe promptly took action, as he had always admired the remarkably talented giant. He reached out to Yao Ming, expressing his desire to play alongside him, while also conveying his goodwill towards China and his eagerness to form a triumvirate with Lu Xing and Yao, offering to share shooting responsibilities. Just after Yao Ming concluded his call with Kobe, Lakers owner Jerry Buss personally called, expressing his unwavering commitment to acquire Yao Ming at any cost, seeking Yao's affirmation. Yao, delighted, assured him that he would provide a response by the following day, allowing Buss to breathe a sigh of relief as he instructed Cook to prepare the necessary assets. Ultimately, Cook contemplated discussing the matter with Butler, as it was imperative to secure a contract extension for him to serve as trade leverage. Otherwise, Butler might not be inclined to renew. The following day, Yao Ming resolved to inform Lu Xing of his decision to move to Los Angeles, leaving the remaining negotiations to the management of the Lakers and the Rockets. Previously, the Rockets management had been devising strategies to retain Yao, recognizing his immense value as a lucrative asset that could not be relinquished lightly, despite his limited 2-year playing window. However, at this juncture, the Lakers' general manager contacted Dawson, expressing their interest in Yao Ming, to which Alexander consented, acknowledging the potential benefits. After all, should Yao be unable to play in a year or two, the investment would be rendered futile. A short contract might not be agreeable to Yao, while a lengthy one could be perceived as a risk. Ultimately, Dawson made a bold request for 4 first-round picks along with Odom and Butler. After considerable negotiation, the Lakers agreed to send Odom, Butler, Andrew Bynum, the 2005 first-round pick, the 2006 first-round pick, and the 2005 Heat first-round pick, supplemented with some cash, in exchange for Yao Ming. They also secured a 4-year, $70 million maximum contract with a player option for Yao. Both parties consented to a sign-and-trade arrangement, with the Lakers initially assisting the Rockets in the draft, as player trades had yet to be officially sanctioned and could only be verbally agreed upon. Such maneuvers are commonplace in the NBA. During each offseason, teams engage in similar tactics to trade draft rights, allowing others to select before finalizing trades. The 2005 draft commenced, with the first overall pick going to a player named Bogut, Bucks, followed by Marvin Williams, Hawks, in second, who was quickly eliminated. The third pick was Darren Williams, Jazz, a formidable player known for his prowess, while the fourth pick was Chris Paul, Hornets, renowned as the legendary point guard rival of Lu Xing. The fifth pick was Felton, Bobcats, who had performed admirably in previous years. Ultimately, the Lakers utilized their draft rights to select Lewis Williams at the 10th position in the second round, prompting Lu Xing to exhale in relief. This year, the 17th pick, Danny Granger, who was originally regarded as a stellar small forward in the absence of injuries to Paul George, and the 30th pick, David Lee, who possesses all-star caliber. Along with the second-round pick, Lewis Williams, an exceptional sixth man, and Monta Ellis, a versatile guard, have all garnered attention. Furthermore, the formidable Polish center, Gortat, also emerged as a significant player. While everyone joyously welcomed their new rookies, a major announcement broke on the day of the trade window. Yao Ming has arrived in Los Angeles, and the Lakers are poised for championship glory. In a monumental 6-4-1 trade, the Lakers have formed a trio of superstars, with the Chinese twin stars becoming Kobe's most formidable allies in the pursuit of the championship. Yao Ming's arrival in Los Angeles positions the Lakers as the frontrunners for the title in the upcoming season. Kobe subsequently expressed his warm welcome to Yao through the media, boldly declaring that this year the Lakers would secure the championship. Yao also conveyed his sentiments regarding his former team, the Rockets, expressing regret and his affection for Los Angeles, vowing to give his all and perform admirably in every game. Following Yao's trade, there were few significant moves within the league, as this year was not particularly eventful. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred with the Detroit Pistons as Ben Wallace chose to depart from the team. This player, who had been a pivotal member of the Pistons, earning the NBA Defensive Player of the Year award 4 times and contributing to their 2004 championship victory, ultimately signed a 4-year contract with the Chicago Bulls. In reality, Ben's performance noticeably declined after leaving the Pistons system. For a center of his stature, lacking support and screens from outside players significantly hampers his ability to excel. Upon joining the Bulls, Ben had only one remarkable season, with his performance steadily diminishing in subsequent years. This transfer greatly weakened the overall strength of the Pistons. It now appears that the Eastern Conference will be dominated by the Miami Heat, while the Western Conference remains rife with uncertainties. Subsequently, Lu Xing and Yao recorded their program before returning to Los Angeles to join the team's training camp. The current Lakers roster features Yao Ming, Kwame Brown, Walton, and Kobe, with Lu Xing earning a spot among the starting 5, representing the team's lineup for the new season. While the frontcourt defense appears somewhat vulnerable, there are no major concerns beyond that. Kwame Brown, with his considerable size, height, and athleticism, is well suited for the blue-collar role as a power forward. Yao's defensive capabilities in the paint remain at a high level, and his agility and defensive range have not diminished due to a lack of weight gain. Kobe and Lu Xing serve as the core figures within the defensive lineup. As the team gathered, training commenced earnestly. The coach's strategy involved isolating Yao and Kobe for one-on-one plays, which would inevitably reduce Lu Xing's shooting opportunities. Lu Xing had no objections to this arrangement. As his offensive skills had yet to reach their zenith, his primary focus was to facilitate team cohesion, excel defensively, and occasionally sink a few open three-pointers. Moreover, leading the bench players in competition is indeed a commendable choice. Just prior to the commencement of the season, the team was subjected to an interview, and in response to the inquiries from reporters, Kobe appeared exceedingly jubilant, unreservedly articulating his aspirations and determination for the new season. "I am eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new season. We will strive diligently to secure the championship." In contrast, Yao Ming exhibited a humble demeanor, stating, "I will endeavor to perform well in every game, assisting the team in achieving favorable outcomes." However, when it was Lu Xing's turn, he unabashedly voiced his ambitions. "My goal is to be selected for the All-Star team and the All-Defensive team. It would be even better if I could attain the title of assist leader." At that moment, a crisp notification sound resonated. Ding! A new task has emerged. Become the assist leader in the season's regular games. Reward: 2,000 SP points and a golden badge. Lu Xing secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself, merely a casual remark has triggered a new task. How fortunate I am. It seems I am one step closer to attaining maximum attributes." This season, the assist leader is Nash, who achieved an average of 10.5 assists per game. However, Lu Xing confidently believes he can surpass this figure. After all, the team now boasts formidable interior strength, and through seamless cooperation with teammates, pick-and-roll assist will become their winning strategy. Time swiftly elapsed, and before long, the preseason arrived. Lu Xing, Kobe, and Yao Ming averaged approximately 22 minutes of playtime per game, demonstrating their refined skills and teamwork on the court. Yet, more often than not, they simply sat quietly on the sidelines, admiring the splendid performances of this year's rookie, Lu Wei. This young player showcased commendable immediate combat effectiveness. Yet due to a lack of competitive experience, he required additional opportunities for growth. Following 8 games, the Lakers concluded their preseason journey with a record of 6 wins and 2 losses. Meanwhile, the renowned sports media outlet ESPN released its power rankings for the new season. To everyone's surprise, last year's champions, the San Antonio Spurs, claimed the top position, with the Miami Heat closely trailing in second place, followed by the Dallas Mavericks in third. The Los Angeles Lakers successfully secured the 4th spot, while the Phoenix Suns ranked 5th. Considering that the Lakers are a newly assembled team, this achievement is commendable. At that moment, the well-known basketball commentator Barkley once again unleashed his outspoken nature, unhesitatingly expressing bold opinions. "I personally have great expectations for the Lakers' performance this season." Barkley is known for his candidness, and his remarks undoubtedly brought additional attention and pressure to the Lakers. Having previously faced setbacks with Yao Ming, Barkley was apprehensive about making further missteps, while another commentator, Smith, expressed strong support for the Heat, asserting that they had bolstered their bench this year and that Shaquille O'Neal still possessed remarkable abilities. Furthermore, he believed that Dwayne Wade would undoubtedly have a breakout season. Thus, the two began an endless debate. Recently, during an internal training session, Lu Xing discovered the ability to communicate with Yao Ming in Mandarin. This newfound synergy allowed them to converse effortlessly during pick-and-roll plays, eliminating any concerns about being overheard. This could be considered a fortunate anomaly, and as their training progressed, their understanding of the pick-and-roll grew increasingly refined. Lu Xing adeptly utilized these screens to drive to the basket while also exhibiting a reliable mid-range shot. Meanwhile, Yao, upon receiving the ball, displayed his prowess with mid-range jumpers, penetrated the paint with strength, and even retreated to the three-point line for a shot. In fact, Yao had been practicing his three-point shooting since the previous year, but due to the Rockets' tactical approach, he rarely took those shots. Now, with the Lakers, he is free to shoot from beyond the arc. Lakers head coach Phil Jackson, recognizing Yao's accuracy, has designed specific plays for him to shoot from the top of the arc, significantly expanding his offensive repertoire. This newfound versatility alleviates the pressure of double teams in the paint and ensures that he can receive the ball even when defenders attempt to cut off his angles. If the opposing center steps out to contest Yao's three-point shot, it creates space in the paint for Kobe's drives, and Lu Xing, proficient in penetrating defenses. Benefits from this dynamic. Lu Xing's athleticism is nearing its peak, placing him among the elite point guards in terms of speed and strength. Kobe has also enhanced his three-point shooting, capitalizing on his already commendable shooting percentage. Many of his attempts previously came off assists, but now with a well-defined strategy. He has numerous opportunities to shoot from long range, allowing him to navigate the regular season with greater ease. After a lengthy hiatus of nearly half a year, the new basketball season is finally upon us, and fans, especially devoted Lakers supporters, are filled with anticipation. The Lakers have enjoyed favorable circumstances in their first 5 games, facing no overwhelmingly strong opponents, which has made their matches relatively manageable. The team's triumvirate of Yao Ming, Kobe Bryant, and Lu Xing has each delivered stellar performances. Yao has reached a new pinnacle in his career this season, averaging an impressive 25.1 points, 13.8 rebounds, and 2.1 blocks per game. His dominance in the paint has been nothing short of remarkable, establishing him as a crucial pillar on both offense and defense. In contrast, Kobe Bryant has chosen to empower his teammates, allowing them more opportunities. Nevertheless, he still manages to contribute an average of 27.1 points, 5.1 rebounds, and 3.1 assists per game. This selfless play exemplifies his maturity as a leader and his commitment to team spirit. Although Lu Xing's scoring is slightly lower than in his rookie season, he continues to make an impact with averages of 15.7 points, 12.3 assists, 4.3 rebounds, 3 for steals, and 0.7 blocks. His playmaking ability and defensive awareness have further developed, rendering him an indispensable member of the team. Notably, all 3 players have maintained their average playing time below 38 minutes, which is crucial for conserving energy and preventing injuries, especially Yao Ming, whose average playing time is merely 32 minutes, owes this to coach Phil Jackson's astute utilization of the center position. The Zen master treats Yao Ming with the same reverence as he does Shaquille O'Neal, providing ample rest and protection to ensure he can perform at his peak during crucial moments. Phil Jackson is widely regarded as an exceptional coach skilled in the art of employing centers. He profoundly understands the significance of the center in a game and knows how to adjust tactics to maximize their effectiveness. His coaching style emphasizes teamwork and the synergy among players, which is one of the key factors contributing to the success of the Lakers. As the regular season progresses, the Lakers aspire to maintain their momentum and continuously enhance their record. They will face formidable opponents, but with the stellar performances from their triumvirate and the guidance of the Zen Master, they are confident in meeting challenges head-on and delivering thrilling games for their fans. This season promises to be filled with passion and surprises, and we eagerly anticipate the Lakers' remarkable performances in the regular season. In the 6th game of the regular season, the Lakers arrived at the home of the New Orleans Hornets, now known as the Pelicans, the Ford Center, where they were set to engage in an intense showdown. This also marked Lu Xing's first direct confrontation with Chris Paul, a player hailed as the king of the bees and undoubtedly a significant rival in his career. Prior to the game, Lu Xing deliberately watched footage of Paul's recent performances in the NBA. It is undeniable that Paul's display was indeed impressive. As a rookie, his ability to assume the role of team leader and propel the entire squad forward is commendable. At this juncture, Paul showcases exceptional breakthrough skills, akin to a small yet powerful projectile, effortlessly tearing through the opponent's defense. However, his shooting technique still requires refinement, appearing somewhat clumsy and inconsistent. Moreover, Paul's passing awareness necessitates enhancement, as he occasionally holds onto the ball too long, disrupting the team's offensive rhythm. Nevertheless, these areas can be improved through persistent practice. As the game commenced, both teams exchanged blows, with the score fluctuating. For the Lakers, Yao Ming dominated the paint, leaving the 2001 second overall pick, Tyson Chandler, utterly bewildered. He toyed with Chandler using his agile footwork before effortlessly laying the ball in, followed by a three-pointer after a pick-and-roll with Lu Xing. In the next play, Yao executed a Nash-Stoudemire-esque combination, receiving the ball and delivering a thunderous dunk with a powerful stride. The audience erupted in cheers, awestruck by Yao Ming's dominance. Meanwhile, Kobe frequently launched shots from the perimeter, boasting an impressive shooting percentage. He deftly navigated through the defense, seeking opportunities to score, and once presented with a chance, he shot without hesitation. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net. Recently, Kobe has relished the art of positioning himself to receive passes for shots. So far this season, he has become a member of the illustrious 180 club in terms of shooting percentage. In the first 3 quarters, Kobe seldom takes it upon himself to create his own shot. Rather, he opts for catch-and-shoot opportunities or drives to the basket. It is only in the fourth quarter that he actively seeks to initiate isolation plays or calls upon Yao Ming for screen-and-roll situations. Since Yao's arrival, Kobe frequently collaborates with him, resulting in advantageous opportunities unlike those presented by previous centers who would often double-team him. With Yao setting screens, defenders are left in a quandary. After all, Yao is also a capable three-point shooter, leading to delightful pick-and-roll scenarios for the duo. Meanwhile, Lu Xing plays a pivotal role in orchestrating the team's dynamics, leveraging his speed and skill to continually create opportunities for his teammates. He often engages in pick-and-rolls with Yao, presenting the opposing center with a tantalizing choice. If Yao rolls towards the basket, it can be quite advantageous. However, if he retreats to the three-point line, it becomes exceedingly challenging for Lu Xing, as he either faces Yao's open shot or must decide whether to drive to the hoop for a dunk or pass to a teammate for an open shot. In contrast, the Hornets, despite Chris Paul's commendable individual performance, find themselves hindered by the poor shooting of their other players, making it difficult to close the scoring gap. Furthermore, every time Paul faces Lu Xing in a one-on-one situation, he struggles considerably. Lacking significant speed advantage and standing at a disadvantage in height, Paul at 183 centimeters compared to Lu Xing's 191 centimeters. On the court, Paul appears to measure closer to 180 centimeters, and he is outmatched in weight and strength, being at least 10 kilograms lighter than Lu Xing. Consequently, Paul is compelled to resort to pick-and-rolls, yet Lu Xing and Yao consistently retreat to thwart any attempts at penetration, rendering Paul and Chandler quite uncomfortable. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed decisively over the Hornets with a score of 114-94. In this match, Yao Ming contributed 28 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Kobe added 30 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, while Lu Xing delivered 14 points, 14 assists, and 4 steals, showcasing their remarkable prowess and growing synergy. Although the Hornets faced defeat, Paul's performance remains commendable with 16 points and 5 assists. He experienced a sense of playing against Deron Williams as Lu Xing's height, weight, and speed surpass his own, with Lu Xing exhibiting a more stable outside shooting performance, superior ball handling rhythm, and a better ability to connect the team, leaving young Paul feeling somewhat disheartened. Time slips by silently, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Los Angeles Lakers have dazzled with an impressive record of 12 wins and 1 loss, marking a splendid beginning to the regular season. As one of the key pillars of the team, Yao Ming has stood out, earning the title of Western Conference Player of the Month. He averages an impressive 25 points, 13, 8 rebounds, and 2.1 blocks per game, emerging as the brightest star on the court. Simultaneously, the Lakers firmly hold the top position in ESPN's rankings. At this moment, Amare Stoudemire of the Phoenix Suns was sidelined due to injury. The San Antonio Spurs often feigned disinterest during the regular season. The Dallas Mavericks faced challenges in integrating their new roster, as the players were still adjusting. Meanwhile, Shaquille O'Neal of the Miami Heat exhibited a lackluster effort throughout the regular season. Against this backdrop, the Lakers demonstrated formidable prowess and dominance. Their team exhibited seamless coordination, with players in exceptional form, igniting great anticipation for the squad. However, the regular season merely constituted a portion of the lengthy journey, with the true challenges lying ahead. The forthcoming matches would test the Lakers' ability to sustain their commendable performance and ultimately vie for the coveted championship title. Fans were eager to discover whether the Lakers could maintain this extraordinary display and conjure further miracles. In the midst of this, news broke that Michael Finley, currently with the Dallas Mavericks, was on the verge of being bought out by the team. This revelation sparked excitement in Lu Xing, as he perceived it as a rare opportunity. Thus, he resolved to discuss the prospect of inviting Finley to their team with Kobe and Yao. "Hey, Kobe, Yao, did you hear? Michael Finley might be bought out by the Mavericks. We should consider recruiting him," Lu Xing exclaimed enthusiastically. Kobe furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Indeed, Finley is an exceptional player, but our current roster is already quite strong. We must deliberate carefully." Yao concurred, stating, "That's right. While Finley possesses remarkable talent, we must also consider the overall dynamics of the team." However, Lu Xing remained undeterred, continuing his analysis. "Our defensive strength at the small forward position isn't particularly robust, and Finley is precisely the type of player who excels in both offense and defense, which could greatly benefit us. Moreover, his buyout price is unlikely to be exorbitant. Even if the asking price is somewhat elevated, the Lakers can undoubtedly accommodate it. After all, we only have Kobe and Yao on substantial contracts, while my contract is relatively modest. Additionally, Grant's unfavorable contract will expire next season, making it feasible for us to sign Finley without issue. The key factor is his willingness, as Finley originally intended to join the Spurs, and if we wish to intercept, we may need to offer a higher price. Nevertheless, considering the current landscape, our chances of securing the championship appear greater than those of the Spurs. So I trust Finley will make a prudent choice. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Kobe and Yao fell into deep contemplation. They recognized the merit in Lu Xing's argument. Indeed, Finley was a commendable candidate. Ultimately, they resolved to engage with the management to explore the feasibility of acquiring Finley. In the end, the Lakers' general manager spoke, stating that they could offer a maximum 3-year contract, with the first year's salary set at a mere $1.4 million, increasing to $8 million in the second year, and remaining at $8 million in the third year, although that year would be a team option. Upon hearing such an offer, Lu Xing felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, since departing from the Spurs, he had not secured a contract exceeding $3 million. Subsequently, Lu Xing and Kobe journeyed to Dallas, where they met with Finley to elucidate the details of the contract. They assured him that should he join the team, he would be positioned as a starter, supplanting the current player, Walton. Finley pondered for an entire afternoon, during which he graciously invited both of us to lunch. In the end, he consented to join the Los Angeles Lakers. Thus, Finley returned to Los Angeles alongside Lu Xing and signed a 3-year contract with the Lakers' general manager, Kupchak. This news delighted head coach Phil Jackson, as the addition of a competent small forward bolstered the team's defensive capabilities, significantly enhancing the Lakers' perimeter defense. Upon Michael Finley's arrival in Los Angeles with a 3-year, $17.4 million deal, Spurs head coach Popovich lamented, exclaiming that David Stern was targeting him. Furthermore, he attempted to tarnish Finley's reputation through the media, claiming that Finley had initially agreed to join the Spurs but had instead opted for another team. However, the Los Angeles media succinctly remarked that they offered better financial terms, which surely infuriated the venerable coach Popovich. Interestingly, in the subsequent match, the Lakers faced the Spurs at home. Popovich intended to teach the Lakers a lesson, yet the game commenced with Kobe sinking 2 3-pointers. Meanwhile, Yao Ming received a pass from Lu Xing and executed 2 emphatic dunks, continuously pressuring the Spurs and establishing a 10-point lead by halftime. However, the tide of the game dramatically shifted in the second half when Duncan surged forth, scoring 17 points in a single quarter, leaving Kwame Brown questioning his existence. The legendary big fundamental demonstrated his prowess, but the exertion took its toll. In the fourth quarter, the Lakers maintained their stamina remarkably well, as each player distributed their energy effectively. Conversely, the Spurs, with a relatively shallow rotation, found their key players fatigued. With 2 minutes remaining, the Lakers held a 6-point advantage, a margin that was theoretically surmountable. Yet, during a Lakers offensive possession, Lu Xing drove past Tony Parker, drawing Ginobili's defense, and delivered a pass to the open Finley, who effortlessly drained a 3-pointer, shattering the Spurs' hopes for a comeback. In desperation, Ginobili attempted a quick 3-pointer, but failed to convert. Lu Xing secured the rebound and began to run down the clock. With 5 seconds remaining, he called upon Yao Ming for a pick and roll, subsequently passing to him. Yao Ming also connected on a 3-pointer, extending the lead to 12 points. The Spurs hastily called a timeout, after which both teams substituted their starters. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Spurs with a score of 107-96. Finley's arrival had effectively filled the Lakers' final gap, rendering the team even more formidable. In the post-game interview, a visibly displeased coach Popovich grumbled about David Stern's perceived targeting, before retreating home in dismay. Meanwhile, the Lakers celebrated their victory over the reigning champions, with the seamless integration of the newly acquired Michael Finley significantly boosting team morale. The Lakers exhibited exceptional performance in the ensuing games, showcasing their formidable strength and teamwork, charging forward with unwavering momentum. Nearly 2 months have elapsed since then, during which they have only suffered 4 defeats. This allowed them to firmly maintain their position at the pinnacle of the league, becoming one of the most captivating focal points in the entire association. At long last, the chimes of the new year heralded the eagerly anticipated Christmas showdown once more. This year's highlight remained the epic clash between the Lakers and the Heat, a contest not merely for supremacy in the Eastern and Western conferences, but a true battle of the Titans. The match showcased numerous compelling narratives, the fierce rivalry between the league's premier center, Yao Ming, and the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. The dazzling duel between legendary shooting guard Kobe Bryant and Dwayne Wade, and the unresolved tensions between O'Neal and Bryant. These elements infused the game with palpable intensity, drawing the attention of countless fans across the globe. Leading up to the match, it garnered extensive coverage from major media outlets, with an unprecedented level of excitement surrounding it. Whether in the United States or China, the event sparked tremendous fervor. Particularly in China, each encounter between Yao and Shaq stirred a wave of enthusiasm, with fans in both countries displaying immense interest in the matchup. Both teams approached this game with utmost seriousness, dedicating themselves fully to their preparations. They were acutely aware of the match's significance, which transcended mere honor and directly impacted team morale and confidence. Consequently, the players held their breath, eager to deliver a spectacular visual feast for the fans on this special holiday. On December 25th, the Staples Center buzzed with liveliness as throngs of fans filled the arena, including numerous Hollywood celebrities, while the players on both sides engaged in intense warm-ups. Ding! A badge for winning the Christmas showdown was awarded. A random mission appeared. Lu Xing had a penchant for badges, as they conferred substantial bonuses. Although his current ability rating stood at 91, his actual performance on the court soared to an impressive 95. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the match commenced. The players lined up for the jump ball, and with a graceful leap, Yao Ming deftly tapped the basketball into the hands of his teammate. Lu Xing seized the ball and dashed towards the front court with astonishing speed, crossing the midline in the blink of an eye. Noticing a momentary lapse in defense from the opposing point guard, White Chocolate Williams, Lu Xing halted abruptly, leaping high to execute a magnificent three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, eliciting a resounding cheer from the crowd. In response, the Heat launched their counterattack. However, Wade, while driving toward the basket, abruptly opted for a jump shot, which regrettably missed its mark. Yao Ming effortlessly secured the rebound, scanning the court to find Lu Xing racing towards the front court. Without hesitation, he delivered a precise long pass, the basketball soaring like a cannonball toward Lu Xing. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Xing took a dribble and leaped once more beyond the three-point arc, nailing another crisp three-pointer. Swish! The crowd's enthusiasm ignited instantaneously, creating an electrifying atmosphere in the arena. In the next possession, the Heat passed the ball to the dominant force in the paint, Shaquille O'Neal, who skillfully backed down Yao Ming, leveraging his physical advantage and finesse to score with a deft hook shot. Following this, Lu Xing dribbled past half-court and entrusted the ball to Yao Ming. After receiving the ball, Yao Ming executed a one-on-one against Shaquille O'Neal. He dribbled twice and turned swiftly, only to find the opposing point guard, Williams, closing in for a double team. Yao responded with remarkable quickness, unhesitatingly passing the ball to Lu Xing. Upon receiving the pass, Lu Xing leaped immediately, launching the basketball into the air, which traced a beautiful arc before flawlessly swishing through the net. The score climbed to 9-2, prompting the Miami Heat to call a timeout to reassess their strategy. Subsequently, the Heat substituted in Gary Payton, who, at 37 years of age, had seen a decline in physical prowess yet still retained defensive capabilities. Lu Xing, sensing limited opportunities, began to facilitate the ball movement, initiating a tug-of-war between the teams. As the first half concluded, the Lakers held a slender 6-point lead. However, in the latter half of the third quarter, Kobe Bryant, while attempting to penetrate the defense, was fouled by Haslam and subsequently reported discomfort in his shoulder, leading the team physician to prohibit him from returning to the game. Left with only Lu Xing and Yao Ming, Lu Xing found himself in excellent form, maintaining a tense scoreline as he took on the responsibility of closely guarding Dwayne Wade. Lu Xing displayed an extraordinary level of determination in this match, particularly in light of Kobe's unfortunate exit due to injury. With the stakes high, he understood that without exerting himself, he risked losing his chance at the coveted badge. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lu Xing fervently contested an out-of-bounds ball, inadvertently colliding with Jacassi Alba. Oblivious to the impact of the encounter, he merely uttered a hasty apology before swiftly returning to the court. The game continued until a mere 20 seconds remained, with both teams locked in a 102-102 tie. The Miami Heat seized possession, and Dwayne Wade, utilizing Shaquille O'Neal's screen, attempted a drive. Lu Xing staunchly defended against the penetration, and when Wade's attempt faltered, he retreated, realizing time was running out. He launched a long-range two-pointer, which grazed the front of the rim before fortuitously finding its way in. With just 14 seconds left, the Lakers called a timeout, Phil Jackson strategically instructed Lu Xing or Yao Ming to receive the ball. As the game resumed, Lu Xing maneuvered to receive the pass, calling out for Yao Ming to set a screen. Lu Xing feigned a pass, then executed a step back, launching a three-pointer just as the buzzer sounded. The ball swished through the net. Lu Xing had delivered a dramatic game-winning shot against the Miami Heat, triumphantly overcoming Dwayne Wade to secure the victory. Lu Xing, filled with excitement, leapt onto the technical platform, exuberantly proclaiming, "This is my house. This is my house." His spirited exclamation would later become synonymous with Wade's bravado, a demonstration of how to flaunt one's confidence, leaving others with little recourse. That night, Los Angeles succumbed to a fervent celebration. Once the adrenaline had subsided, Lu Xing recalled that he had inadvertently collided with someone earlier. He decided to offer a jersey as a gesture of apology. His gaze fell upon a stunning woman, and upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Jessica Alba, the quintessential American sweetheart. Lu Xing graciously approached her. "My apologies, beautiful miss. I accidentally bumped into you on the court. Might I invite you to dinner this evening as a form of amends?" Jessica, captivated by the sincerity in Lu Xing's eyes, accepted his invitation. She had always enjoyed basketball, yet she was somewhat hesitant about engaging deeply with African-American men. Nevertheless, Lu Xing's charming demeanor piqued her interest. Subsequently, Lu Xing participated in several media interviews, responding with a smile to each question. It was his inaugural game-winning shot, and his spirits were particularly high, especially as he had a date with Jessica Alba. Who could resist the allure of dining with such a beauty? Having watched numerous films from the future, Lu Xing found himself with ample topics to discuss with Alba. He casually inquired whether she had a boyfriend, to which she politely replied that she did not. This revelation ignited Lu Xing's ambitions. He expressed a desire to invite Alba for dinner and to attend a game at Staples Center together. After their meal, Lu Xing returned home to gaze at his 2K panel, where a notification chimed. Task completed. Reward badge, microwave, faster shooting touch than most players. The sight of this badge thrilled Lu Xing, as it symbolized an enhancement to his shooting prowess, an essential quality for any basketball player. The following day, although the Lakers had no game, headlines were ablaze with news of Lu Xing. Game-winning shot against the Heat, China's new star shines bright. Despite the media's enthusiastic coverage, the mood within the Lakers organization was somber. The results of an examination on their star player, Kobe, revealed a torn right shoulder, effectively sidelining him for the season. This news dampened the team's morale, and a dejected Kobe remarked that it would now fall to Lu Xing and Yao Ming to carry the team forward. Lu Xing, filled with determination, assured him that they would protect Los Angeles together. A notification appeared. New task. Maintain the top record in the regular season for a reward of 1,000 SP. All badges will level up, except for gold badges. Another challenge had emerged. And while the difficulty was considerable, Lu Xing felt confident that it would not be insurmountable, particularly with Yao Ming as their dual-core powerhouse. After all, they were currently at the top, 5 wins ahead of the trailing Spurs. In the subsequent games, Lu Xing focused on increasing his shot attempts, while Yao conserved his energy for the final quarter, resulting in only slight fluctuations in the team's performance. Lu Xing displayed exceptional prowess on the court, while off the field. He frequently courted Jessica Alba. Lu Xing unabashedly expressed his affections for Alba, who joyfully reciprocated his sentiments. At that moment, Jessica was merely a secondary actress. Whereas Lu Xing had ascended to the status of a celebrated superstar, their union resembling that of a golden couple. However, Lu Xing perceived greater opportunities for investment in Jessica. After careful contemplation, he recalled the upcoming Transformers film, which was in the process of securing funding, reportedly requiring over 100 million yuan, with the lead female role yet to be cast. Consequently, Lu Xing urged Alba to reach out to the film's director to inquire about potential investment and casting details. Upon discovering that an additional 50 million yuan was still needed, Lu Xing confidently declared, "I will cover the investment. The rest is for you to manage." He paused before adding, "See if Alba can audition for the lead role. You handle the interviews." Lu Xing smiled, expressing his strong belief in the film's potential. Initially, the Transformers project had been met with skepticism, as it was merely an adaptation of an animated series, with many doubting the viability of such a theme, making it challenging to secure funding. Yet, as an investor, Lu Xing not only contributed nearly a third of the required capital, but also proactively introduced a secondary actress for the lead role. This was indeed a serendipitous surprise and an extraordinary opportunity. During a conversation between Lu Xing and Alba, he expressed his profound anticipation for the film and encouraged her to audition. Upon encountering the enchanting Alba, with her sun-kissed complexion, the director immediately broke into a satisfied smile and unhesitatingly decided to cast her as the leading lady. At this moment, Lu Xing and Alba were deeply in love, their relationship characterized by sweetness and depth. Moreover, Lu Xing's investment in the project left Alba feeling immensely touched and elated. Lu Xing, in truth, is also motivated by profit. He recalls that the first 3 installments of Transformers were remarkably lucrative, each yielding a minimum return of threefold on their investments. The initial film, if memory serves correctly, had an investment of approximately $140 million, while its global box office reached around $600 million. After accounting for various deductions, it is estimated that a net gain of at least $100 million could be realized from an investment of $50 million, all within the span of less than a year. Lu Xing is indeed poised to engage in some short-term investments. Lu Xing's decision to invest in the film Transformers was primarily motivated by his desire to accrue greater wealth. He vividly recalled that the first 3 installments of this series had achieved remarkable success, captivating vast audiences and generating substantial profits. To his knowledge, the return on investment for these films was exceptionally high, yielding at least threefold returns. Specifically, the first film had an investment of approximately $140 million, yet it grossed an astonishing $600 million worldwide. After accounting for various costs and expenses, a conservative estimate indicated a net profit of $50 million. With Lu Xing's investment amounting to around $20 million, he anticipated a return exceeding $100 million with relative ease. More importantly, the entire investment cycle spanned less than a year, rendering such a short-term, high-yield investment opportunity exceedingly rare. During his time spent with Alba, Lu Xing experienced moments of joy. They frequently appeared together at various shopping centers and amusement venues in Los Angeles, relishing each other's company. This not only garnered Lu Xing significant attention in the sports realm, but also made him a hot topic in the entertainment sector. After a Lakers victory over the Wizards, the media eagerly inquired about the nature of Lu Xing and Alba's relationship. Lu Xing candidly expressed his feelings, openly admitting to his romance with Alba. Consequently, many fans in Los Angeles harbored resentment towards Lu Xing, blaming him for stealing the goddess of Staples Center. However, Lu Xing remained unfazed, simply enjoying his life. Following the conclusion of the All-Star voting, Lu Xing's outstanding performance with the Lakers, coupled with a succession of news events, propelled him to the second rank among Western guards, trailing only behind Tracy McGrady, surpassing Nash of the Suns, and securing a spot as a starting guard in the All-Star game due to Kobe's injury. Each day, he and Alba would grace various events together, cherishing their companionship and sweet moments. As night fell, they would further deepen their bond, relishing intimate moments. As a professional athlete, Lu Xing possessed a robust and healthy physique, capable of satisfying Alba's needs both day and night. Alba, in turn, felt immensely content with Lu Xing's performance in all aspects, believing she had found someone who truly understood and loved her. Ultimately, the All-Star Game's starting lineup for the West included Yao Ming Lakers, Kevin Garnett, Timberwolves, Tim Duncan Spurs, Tracy McGrady Rockets, and Lu Xing Lakers. The East featured Shaquille O'Neal Heat, Chris Bosh Toronto, LeBron James Cavaliers, Dwayne Wade Heat, and Gilbert Arenas Wizards. At this juncture, David Stern reached out to Lu Xing, inviting him to participate in the All-Star Skills Challenge, just as Lu Xing contemplated joining the event when suddenly, the host is invited to participate in the All-Star three-point contest, where one can earn the title of Corner Specialist, Bronze, to enhance their corner three-point shooting ability. Progressing to the finals upgrades this status to Silver, and securing the championship bestows the prestigious Gold title. At this moment, Lu Xing immediately informed David Stern that he would forego the Skills Challenge, as his heart was set on the three-point contest, a decision that Stern gladly accepted. Recognizing the importance of such participants in boosting popularity, Lu Xing glanced at his 2K stats, a three-point shooting rating of 86/90, which paled in comparison to elite sharpshooters, making victory seem challenging. Yet, the allure of earning a badge was too enticing to resist. Thus, Lu Xing dedicated himself to honing his three-point shooting skills, striving to claim the championship title in the contest. This year, a total of 6 competitors entered the three-point contest: Dirk Nowitzki, Mavericks; Paul Pierce, Celtics; Steve Nash, Suns; Gilbert Arenas, Wizards; Lu Xing, Lakers; and Capono, Heat. Lu Xing recalled that the champion of this year's three-point shooting contest was Capono, who achieved an impressive score of 25 points out of a maximum of 30, thereby setting a new record. Lu Xing had recently acquired the microwave badge, which quickly enhanced his shooting touch. Despite the formidable competition, he felt a surge of confidence. After a prolonged wait, the highly anticipated rookie challenge finally commenced. This year, Lu Xing was already a sophomore, battling alongside a formidable lineup of teammates, including the exceptional Howard, Okafor, Iguodala, Luol Deng, and Ben Gordon. In contrast, the freshman team boasted potential stars like Deron Williams, Chris Paul, Bogut, and Marvin Williams. Lu Xing mused to himself, "My current skill level stands at 91. While both Paul and Deron hover just above 80, even combined, they are no match for me." At that moment, he was resolute, yearning to seize the MVP trophy of this rookie challenge. As anticipated, the rookie challenge unfolded with intense fervor. Lu Xing exhibited prowess far beyond his peers. Standing out like a crane among chickens, he dominated the freshman duo of Paul and Deron, effortlessly breaching their defenses. For him, this match was akin to a feast of triumph over lesser opponents, as he unleashed his skills without restraint. Ultimately, he amassed a staggering 38 points and dished out 5 assists, leading the sophomore team to a resounding victory over their opponents with a score of 131 to 114. Lu Xing joyfully lifted the MVP trophy of the Rookie Challenge, becoming the center of attention. Soon after, it was time for the three-point contest. Lu Xing was fully focused, preparing on the sidelines. He was scheduled to be the second contestant, following the first, none other than Dirk Nowitzki. The German superstar ignited the stage with an explosive performance, racking up 22 points in quick succession. When it was Lu Xing's turn, he initially appeared somewhat off his game, only managing to sink 2 shots at the first shooting spot, earning a mere 3 points, which included a money ball. However, as the contest progressed, Lu Xing's shooting rhythm began to warm up, and the microwave badge started to showcase its effects. Ultimately, he concluded his performance with a commendable score of 21 points. Lu Xing cast a glance at the scoreboard, feeling a twinge of anxiety in his heart. However, the third contestant, Pierce, managed a meager 18 points, while Nash only scored 20, and Arenas was plagued by frequent errors, accumulating a mere 12 points. The final participant, Capono, displayed commendable form but only secured 24 points. Ultimately, Lu Xing, Nowitzki, and Capono advanced to the finals. Lu Xing was the first to take the stage, leveraging the emblem of the microwave to achieve an impressive 24 points, surpassing his own abilities. The second contestant, Nowitzki, appeared somewhat tense and garnered only 20 points, falling short of his previous score. Capono, the last to perform, unsurprisingly scored 25 points, breaking the record, while Lu Xing claimed the second position. A crisp chime resonated as the system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Corner Specialist Silver badge." Lu Xing gazed at the shimmering silver badge in his hand, a surge of joy swelling within him. Counting, he realized this was already the 11th badge he had acquired. At last, he had obtained one that enhanced his three-point shooting ability, albeit only from the corner. Yet it was certainly better than having none at all. Lu Xing meticulously examined the badge, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Upon reviewing his attributes panel, he discovered that his three-point shooting ability had surged from 86 to 88, while his peak capability had ascended from 90 to 92. This marked a significant enhancement, elevating his proficiency in three-point shooting to new heights. In the current league, few players manage to maintain a three-point shooting rating above 90. Even the legendary Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson boast ratings exceeding 95. Presently, only a select few professional shooters from various teams, alongside superstars like Nash and Nowitzki, possess three-point abilities surpassing 90, with most players lingering around the 85 mark. Lu Xing, having acquired this newly attained badge, successfully transcended this threshold, joining the ranks of the elite few with exceptional three-point shooting skills. This undoubtedly rendered him a more formidable presence on the court, providing his team with a plethora of tactical options. Surrounded by reporters eager to glean his thoughts on the three-point contest, Lu Xing smiled and remarked, "It is truly fantastic to participate in this three-point competition. I am delighted to compete alongside so many outstanding players. Although I did not secure the championship, I gained invaluable experience and growth." He also expressed his commitment to further enhancing his three-point shooting techniques. This year, Lu Xing did not partake in the skills challenge, which was ultimately won by Dwayne Wade, who set a record by defeating last year's champion, Steve Nash. Wade is undoubtedly in his prime this year, and Lu Xing estimates his prowess to be no less than 97. The champion of the dunk contest was Nate Robinson, the 175-meter tall dunking sensation. who exemplified the remarkable athleticism of African-American athletes. Thus, the competitions leading up to the All-Star Game concluded, and Lu Xing prepared for the main event the following day. The last time he participated in the All-Star Game, he was merely a bench player, but this year was different. He was a starter. Originally, the MVP for this year was to be Kobe Bryant, but due to an unexpected injury, he could not participate, allowing Lu Xing to seize the starting position. He intended to assess the game's dynamics and, should the opportunity arise, strive for the All-Star MVP. As the All-Star Game commenced, Yao Ming cheerfully approached Lu Xing, expressing his intent to assist him in claiming the MVP title, especially since Lu Xing was a starter this year, a gesture Lu Xing graciously accepted. The opening ceremony began, and the atmosphere was electric, with cheers erupting from the audience. This year's Western Conference starting lineup commanded the crowd's attention: Yao Ming, Tim Duncan, Kevin Garnett, Tracy McGrady, and Lu Xing, each a top-tier star within the league, their prowess undeniable. However, as Lu Xing and Yao Ming radiated excitement and joy, McGrady's demeanor appeared somewhat dismissive. This evoked memories of the previous season when Yao Ming and McGrady played together for the Houston Rockets. At that time, many believed that the formidable roster of the Rockets could contend for a playoff spot in the Western Conference. However, the reality diverged sharply, as the Rockets now languished at the bottom of the standings. The current iteration of the Rockets comprises the so-called trio of McGrady, Butler, and Odom. Although their statistical performance is commendable, nearly matching the Suns in average points scored, the team's defense is utterly abysmal. The Rockets lead the league in average points allowed, and the entire roster exhibits a conspicuous lack of enthusiasm for defensive play. This is particularly evident in Butler, who is recognized for his offensive prowess but is notably weak on the defensive end. Meanwhile, Odom frequently loses focus, unable to concentrate on his defensive responsibilities. McGrady, once lauded for his defensive skills, has now transitioned into an all-star role, yet has seemingly abandoned his commitment to defense. The entire team appears ensnared in a vortex of personal statistics, rendering defense seemingly trivial. Consequently, the Rockets find themselves languishing in the Western Conference standings, positioned third from the bottom, barely ahead of two teams with peculiar circumstances: the Trail Blazers, who are deliberately tanking for a top draft pick, and the Timberwolves, led by Garnett, who struggle against overwhelming odds. This predicament has left head coach Van Gundy, a staunch advocate of defensive principles, in a state of considerable distress. Despite his meticulous construction of an effective defensive framework, all efforts may be in vain if the players fail to cooperate. In light of such adversity, Van Gundy's fate may be inescapably tied to his potential dismissal. In the Eastern Conference, the starters include O'Neal, Bosh, James, Wade, and Arenas. O'Neal's penchant for antics ensures that the All-Star Game remains entertaining, especially with his imposing presence. The All-Star Game officially commences. Yao Ming successfully wins the tip-off, passing the ball to the towering Yao, while Lu Xing darts to the corner three-point line. Yao glances and directly dishes the ball back to Lu Xing, who swiftly releases a shot, scoring amidst the accolades of sharpshooter badges. Lu Xing feels a surge of confidence in his shooting touch, while James on the eastern side executes a tank-like drive to the basket. Lu Xing advances past half-court, passing to Garnett, who backs down James and executes a fierce jump shot, while Wade connects with James for an alley-oop dunk. Lu Xing collaborates with Duncan for a pick-and-roll, delivering an alley-oop pass that Duncan finishes with a bank shot. Duncan, somewhat reluctant to perform in the All-Star setting, engages in a competitive back-and-forth with the opposing team. Lu Xing seizes the opportunity to attempt 4 three-pointers, successfully netting 3. Throughout the first half, Lu Xing displays an admirable sense of camaraderie, prioritizing enjoyment over individual accolades. As the second half unfolds, the intense competition persists, with players from both teams fully invested in the game. Lu Xing begins to exhibit his distinctive gameplay mentality, as if the match has transformed into his personal showcase. He recalls future long-range shooting exhibitions, feeling a swell of confidence and excitement. Sensing his exceptional shooting rhythm today, he is emboldened to attempt some extraordinary shots. At that moment, Arenas sinks a three-pointer, further igniting Lu Xing's competitive spirit. He swiftly retrieves the basketball, halting just 1 meter from the three-point line after crossing midcourt. Lu Xing mimics George's signature hand gesture, then without hesitation, releases the ball. The audience holds its breath, anticipating a moment of magic. Indeed, the ball arcs gracefully through the air, unerringly finding its way into the basket. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Nevertheless, Arenas remained undaunted by Lu Xing's performance. He seized the ball, positioned himself in the same spot, and released it with identical finesse. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, finding its way into the hoop with unerring accuracy. At that moment, the arena erupted in a frenzy, the audience wild with excitement. Lu Xing, observing Arenas' remarkable shot, felt a surge of competitive spirit within him. He recognized the formidable strength of his opponent, yet this realization only intensified his resolve. Determined to push his limits, Lu Xing retreated 2.5 meters beyond the three-point line, poised and gazing intently at the hoop. With a crisp swish, the basketball soared like a shooting star, piercing the air and landing flawlessly in the net. The spectators were swept into a frenzy of jubilant applause as Lu Xing raised his arms in triumph, reveling in the glory and joy of the moment. The atmosphere was electric, with Lu Xing and Arenas engaged in a fierce exchange of offensive prowess. Arenas, unyielding, matched Lu Xing's intensity, sinking another shot from the same spot, showcasing his skill. Yet, Lu Xing swiftly followed up with a spectacular long-range three-pointer, the ball sailing through the net with a clean swoosh. This shot sent the entire arena into an uproar, the cheers resounding like thunder. Lu Xing felt a scorching heat emanating from his hands, as if they were enveloped in smoke. Yet, this searing sensation only served to amplify his confidence. Seizing the moment, he continued to harness the fervent warmth in his hands. Meanwhile, Arenas endeavored to respond, but this time his shot struck the rim, causing the ball to ricochet away. Lu Xing, fully aware of the virtue of moderation, resolved to temper his relentless pursuit and, instead, opted to grant his opponent some degree of dignity. Upon receiving the ball, he swiftly maneuvered past the half-court line and passed it to his teammate, McGrady. McGrady, upon receiving the pass, initiated a drive but ultimately failed to convert his jump shot. Fortunately, Garnett secured the offensive rebound and relayed the ball back to Lu Xing. At that moment, Lu Xing found himself stationed at the corner beyond the three-point arc and, without hesitation, unleashed a shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, flawlessly finding its way into the net. A smile graced Lu Xing's face as he inwardly marveled at the irresistible rhythm of his shooting touch. As the game progressed, the players resumed their usual performance. But Lu Xing's successive three-pointers propelled him to an impressive 15 points, swiftly widening the score gap. When the final whistle blew, the Western Conference triumphed with a score of 145-137. Lu Xing had netted 8 three-pointers from 15 attempts, amassing a total of 34 points and earning the title of Most Valuable Player, MVP, of the All-Star Game, receiving the trophy from NBA Commissioner David Stern. Thus, the All-Star Game concluded on a triumphant note. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xing announced the restoration of his nationality as a citizen of the People's Republic of China, a revelation that stirred considerable excitement. Chinese fans erupted in jubilation, brimming with exhilaration, as Lu Xing joined Yao Ming in receiving this prestigious accolade after his MVP win the previous year. However, some fans in the United States expressed dissatisfaction and discontent with this news. Yet, Lu Xing remained undeterred by the dissenting voices, focusing instead on the profound sense of belonging and love for his homeland that resonated within him. At last, he had returned to the embrace of his country, filled with joy and pride. Following the All-Star Game, the Lakers, under the leadership of Lu Xing and Yao Ming, maintained a winning rate exceeding 70s, consistently holding the top position in the league. However, an unforeseen incident occurred during a match against the Hornets, where Yao Ming sustained a toe injury while battling for a rebound and had to be carried off the court on a stretcher. The subsequent injury report revealed a fractured right toe, sidelining him for the remainder of the season. Although Lu Xing continued to assert dominance over Paul throughout the game, he sensed that Paul was gradually acclimating to the NBA. Nevertheless, Lu Xing steadfastly guided his team to victory, achieving an unblemished record against Paul in their 3 encounters this year. In this critical moment, the unexpected injury of center Yao Ming dealt a heavy blow to Lu Xing. After all, he was now the sole bearer of the team's aspirations. Confronted with such a formidable challenge, Lu Xing felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. However, upon reflecting on his responsibilities, he recognized his significant progress in assists, having averaged a commendable 11 assists per game, indicating that he had successfully fulfilled that aspect of his role. Yet, the quest for the top seed in the regular season remained fraught with challenges. To date, the Lakers boasted a record of 58 wins, while Lu Xing's rival, Kidd, led the Spurs to a second-place finish with 63 wins, and the Pistons stood even higher with an impressive 64 victories. Thus, Lu Xing must secure at least 6 victories in the forthcoming 10 matches to ensure they ascend to the pinnacle of the regular season standings. Moreover, The confrontation with the Pistons is particularly pivotal. In their previous encounter against the Pistons, the Lakers narrowly triumphed by a mere 5-point margin. Should they suffer a defeat this time, with a point differential exceeding 5, the identity of the league's frontrunner would become uncertain. In the upcoming contest, the Mavericks will venture to Detroit to challenge the Pistons. Although the Pistons have lost Ben Wallace, their core roster remains intact, maintaining formidable strength. In truth, Wallace's influence on the team is not as pronounced as one might assume. The key figure is their star point guard, Chauncey Billups. Billups, who has been adorned with the Finals MVP accolade, is a late-blooming point guard, excelling in both offensive and defensive realms. While his offensive prowess may not be his strongest suit, his defensive capabilities rank among the top 5 in the backcourt. At last, within the hallowed confines of the Palace of Auburn Hills, the Lakers find themselves in a fierce encounter with the Pistons. Liu Xing possesses an intimate understanding of Billups' style of play. He is acutely aware that Billups is not adept at penetrating defenses, nor does he favor isolation plays, typically opting to launch three-pointers during critical moments or unexpected opportunities. Consequently, this season, Billups boasts an impressive shooting percentage of 40 from both 2-point and 3-point ranges. Prior to the match, Liu Xing specifically cautioned his teammates to remain vigilant regarding Billups' passing. As the game commenced, Liu Xing seized the ball and swiftly advanced past half-court. However, rather than recklessly charging forward, he astutely employed a pick-and-roll strategy. Utilizing his teammate's screen, he deftly maneuvered to the corner, executing a precise 3-point shot that found its mark. Nevertheless, despite Liu Xing's remarkable individual skills, he found himself somewhat challenged against the seasoned Billups. Thus, he judiciously sought to create optimal shooting opportunities through screens, particularly excelling from beyond the 3-point line in the corner. Meanwhile, upon receiving the ball, Billups did not rush to attack but patiently awaited his teammates' cooperation. Observing this, Liu Xing immediately intensified his defense, applying a relentless pressure strategy to prevent Billups from easily attempting a three-pointer. Although Billups' ability to penetrate the defense should not be underestimated, Liu Xing felt sufficiently confident in his capacity to keep pace and disrupt his movements. Indeed, Billups seized the moment to pass to Hamilton. Yet the latter's shot failed to find the basket. In the subsequent possession, Liu Xing again received the ball and rapidly traversed half-court. This time, he once more called for a pick-and-roll, skillfully employing a deceptive move to outwit the opposing center. Following this, he exhibited astonishing explosiveness and speed, forcefully driving towards the paint to deliver a breathtaking dunk. Billups maintained his composure, unhurriedly dribbling past half-court. Liu Xing remained steadfast in his defense, affording him no opportunity to attempt a three-pointer. Billups attempted to drive, but Liu Xing adeptly shadowed him from the side and swiftly reacted, executing a clean steal that resulted in a turnover, granting possession to the Lakers. At that moment, Liu Xing swiftly dribbled the ball past half-court. Observing the tense defense of Billups, he executed a quick pull-up three-pointer that found its mark. With the influence of the sharpshooter's prowess, his sudden release remained remarkably steady, granting the team a 7-point lead. In the subsequent possession, Hamilton of the Pistons managed to create an opportunity and successfully made a mid-range jumper. Liu Xing remained composed, his gaze sharply fixed on the dynamics of the game unfolding before him. Observing his teammates' positioning, he decisively passed the ball to Finley. Without hesitation, Finley seized the opportunity and executed a flawless 3-point shot, securing the points with unwavering precision. Nevertheless, the Pistons maintained their formidable defense, rendering the Lakers' offensive maneuvers somewhat disjointed. Liu Xing's shooting accuracy was not particularly high, yet fortunately, the Pistons' performance was equally lackluster. Throughout the first half, buoyed by Liu Xing's assertive start, the Lakers managed to maintain a slender 9-point lead over the Pistons. As the second half commenced, the Pistons' offense struggled to find its rhythm, akin to a persistent blockage that refused to ease. In contrast, the Lakers, under Liu Xing's leadership, began to regain their shooting touch, especially from beyond the arc, where their accuracy saw a notable enhancement. With a spectacular running three-pointer from Liu Xing, the Pistons found themselves trailing by a daunting 15 points. Faced with such a significant deficit, the offensively challenged Pistons found it nearly impossible to mount a comeback. In the ensuing minutes, Liu Xing continued to deliver a steady performance, remaining vigilant and focused despite the lead. He even emulated Chauncey Billups' style to counter the opposition. The scoreline consistently reflected their dominance until the final whistle blew. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Pistons with a score of 98-87, securing a crucial victory in this pivotal match. In the subsequent games, Liu Xing continued to excel, averaging over 20 points per game. However, due to his teammates' shortcomings, the Lakers concluded the regular season with a record of 64 wins and 18 losses. Lu Xing anticipated that the Spurs might catch up in the final matches, but the Spurs opted to rest their players, ultimately finishing second in the league with a record of 63 wins. The Pistons, having lost to the Lakers twice this season, ended with 62 wins. While the Lakers claimed the top spot in the regular season, Lu Xing's current averages stand at 21. 1 points, 10. 9 assists, 4. 4 rebounds, 2. 8 steals. And 0. 7 blocks. Ding. The Assist King task has been completed, earning 2,000 SP points and a badge for high-difficulty shooting gold. Enhancing the accuracy of high-difficulty shots following dribbling. Ding. The task for securing the first place in the regular season has been accomplished, rewarding 1,000 SP points and upgrading all badges by 1 level, excluding gold. Lu Xing has opted for the integration template. Lu Xing possesses a comprehensive skill rating of 94, 96, adorned with the esteemed badge of key player, an exquisite silver tier. He is recognized as a tactical master, gold tier, and an elusive screen dodger, silver tier, while also showcasing prowess as a defensive interceptor, gold tier, and a defensive anchor. His commanding presence on the court is further complemented by his title of sharpshooter, purple gold tier, alongside accolades as a ball thief, gold tier, microwave specialist, gold tier, and a high-difficulty shooter, gold tier. His offensive capabilities are rated at an impressive 93, 94, with specific attributes as follows: close-range shooting 89, 90, mid-range shooting 89, 90, three-point shooting 91, 92, free throws 89, 90, dunking 49, 50, interference on mid-range shots 95, 95, back to the basket fadeaway 78, 80, foul drawing ability 89, 90, shooting off the dribble 95, 95, ball handling 94, 95, passing 94, 95, catching 94, 95, offensive awareness 89, 90. In terms of defensive prowess, his overall rating stands at 95, 98, with individual metrics as follows: shot blocking 70, 75, stealing 95, 99, on-ball defense 95, 99, defensive awareness 95, 99, rebounding ability 95, 99. Lastly, his physical attributes are rated at 90, 90, with notable statistics including stamina 95, 95, speed 90, 90, agility 90, 90, strength 68, 68, vertical leap 85, 85, endurance 96, 96. Lu Xing glanced at his attributes. His offensive prowess was nearly maxed out, while his defensive skills had room for improvement, and his physical conditioning was already at its peak. His dribbling followed by shooting had risen impressively from 85 to 95, a testament to the enhancements brought about by difficult shooting badges, which left Lu Xing feeling quite content. Now, his offensive capability had significantly escalated, surpassing even the peak performance of Gary Payton. With his enhanced defensive skills and a remarkable collection of 12 badges, Lu Xing truly embodied a formidable player, boasting shooting percentages of 52 for field goals, 41 for three-pointers, and an impressive 90 for free throws, thus earning him a place among the elite 180 club, an unmistakable mark of efficiency. His on-court effectiveness rating ranked 5th in the league, trailing only behind legends such as Yao Ming, Shaquille O'Neal, LeBron James, and Dwayne Wade. It was likely that this season's MVP would be chosen from among O'Neal, Ming, Nash, Duncan, and Nowitzki, as they comprised the top 5 contenders. As a sophomore, Lu Xing's reputation among the judges was not particularly high, placing him merely 10th on the leaderboard, just behind Wade. He had yet to secure any monthly awards and had only won the weekly accolade once, lacking any substantial honors. With the regular season concluded, the Rookie of the Year and the All-Rookie team were announced, featuring Andrew Bogut, Channing Frye, Charlie Villanueva, Darren Williams, and Chris Paul, with the prestigious Rookie of the Year award going to Chris Paul. The scoring champion was Allen Iverson with 33 points. Kobe Bryant was excluded due to injury. The rebounding leader was Kevin Garnett with 12. 7 rebounds. The assist leader was Lu Xing with 10. 9 assists. The blocks leader was Marcus Camby with 3 blocks. And Lu Xing also claimed the steals title with 8 steals. In the final standings, the Western Conference saw the Lakers in first place with 64 wins, followed by the Spurs with 63 wins, the Nuggets with 44 wins, the Mavericks with 60 wins, the Suns with 54 wins, the Grizzlies with 49 wins, the Clippers with 47 wins, and the Kings with 44 wins. In the Eastern Conference, the Pistons led with 62 wins, followed by the Heat with 52 wins. The Nets with 49 wins, the Cavaliers with 50 wins, the Wizards with 42 wins, the Pacers with 41 wins, the Bulls with 41 wins, and the Bucks with 40 wins. The rankings were influenced by the requirement that the top three in each division secure playoff positions, hence the Nuggets and Nets placements. Ultimately, the Lakers faced off against the 8th-seeded Kings. This year, the Kings had significantly distanced themselves from their previous Princeton offense, with Chris Webber, Peja Stojakovic, and Vlade Divac no longer in the mix, leaving only Mike Bibby and newly acquired players like Ron Artest, Bonzi Wells, Kevin Martin, and Brad Miller. Although Bibby had aged, Artest remained their most formidable asset, and Liu Xing felt confident in his ability to overcome them. As anticipated, in the first two games at the Lakers' home court, Liu Xing displayed an unstoppable force, leading his team to victory with 35 and 39 points respectively, dominating Bibby throughout. However, the Kings opted to assign their best defensive player, Artest, to guard Liu Xing, a strategic move that disrupted Liu Xing's rhythm, ultimately leveling the score. The pivotal showdown, the mountaintop battle, was now upon them. Liu Xing, having faced two rigorous defensive challenges, found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the intensity. Nevertheless, he adeptly devised a strategy, opting not to engage in a direct confrontation with Artest. Instead, he leveraged his speed and utilized screens to navigate the issues at hand, as a head-on clash with Artest was evidently ill-advised given his lack of height and weight advantages. Liu Xing's physical prowess has reached its zenith. Although not quite on par with Russell Westbrook, he undoubtedly outpaced the smaller forward, Artest. As anticipated, in the fifth game, Liu Xing intensified his drives and screen plays, causing Artest to accrue fouls and exit the game by the third quarter. Ultimately, Liu Xing amassed an impressive tally of 40 points and 12 assists. In the sixth match, Liu Xing continued to enhance his aggressive play, leading to Artest committing 2 fouls in the first quarter. Subsequently, Mike Bibby was assigned to guard Liu Xing, who had by this time found his rhythm, executing a series of intricate dribbles and challenging shots, including 3-pointers from the corner. Particularly noteworthy was Liu Xing's extraordinary performance in the third quarter, where he scored 18 points, widening the score gap. In the end, Liu Xing concluded the game with 45 points and 8 assists, securing the series and averting the dreaded Black 8 defeat. Throughout this round, Liu Xing averaged 37 points and 1 assists, while the team's second highest scorer, rookie Lewis Williams, averaged 17 points. This unexpected emergence delighted Lakers fans, as the injuries to Kobe and Yao Ming inadvertently propelled the promising Williams into the spotlight, establishing him as Liu Xing's most formidable ally. Finley also contributed diligently on the defensive end, averaging 11.1 points. In contrast, the Kings' leading scorer was Bonzi Wells, averaging 24 points, while Artest contributed 18 points, with the remainder of the team failing to surpass 10 points. Furthermore, Coach Adelman's insistence on a 7-man rotation ultimately led to fatigue, sealing his fate for a departure at the season's end. In the upcoming round, the Lakers were set to face the Mavericks, led by Dirk Nowitzki. The Mavericks had triumphed over the Suns, who were missing Amare Stoudemire. Aware of the Mavericks' formidable strength this year, having defeated the Spurs to reach the finals, Liu Xing prepared himself mentally for a decisive battle. Knowing that their perimeter defense was weaker than that of the Kings, the Mavericks' starting lineup consisted of Dampier, Nowitzki, Josh Howard, Terry, and Harris, while the Lakers featured Kwame Brown, Grant, Finley, Vujacic, and Liu Xing. This matchup was not only a proving ground for Liu Xing but also a significant playoff encounter for Finley against his former team, as he sought to validate his capabilities. As the whistle blew, the game commenced. Liu Xing swiftly seized the ball, dribbling past half-court and facing Harris alone. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged toward the basket, drawing the attention of defenders. However, in a surprising twist, Liu Xing passed the ball to Vujacic on the perimeter. Regrettably, Vujacic's shot failed to find its mark, ricocheting off the rim. Seizing the opportunity, Dampier of the Mavericks snatched the rebound and quickly delivered the ball to Terry. Terry, navigating past Vujacic's defense, abruptly halted and leaped, flawlessly sending the ball through the hoop, intensifying the atmosphere on the court. Liu Xing, undeterred, boldly faced Harris and effortlessly sank a 3-pointer. This spectacular display instantly ignited the fervor of the audience, with cheers resonating throughout the arena. The Mavericks initiated their offense, and the ball found its way to Nowitzki. With remarkable finesse, he executed a feint, deceiving his opponent, and then successfully maneuvered past Grant's defense to score with ease. Lu Xing once again seized the ball and engaged in a pick-and-roll with Kwame Brown, drawing the attention of two defenders. Subsequently, he delivered a precise pass to the unguarded Kwame Brown, who unfortunately fumbled the ball, sending it directly out of bounds. The Mavericks regained possession, and Terry received the ball. At this moment, Lu Xing proactively advanced to defend Terry. Observing this, Terry wisely passed the ball to Nowitzki. Upon receiving the ball, Nowitzki turned his back to Grant and executed his signature one-leg jump shot, the basketball swishing through the net with certainty. Upon seizing the basketball, Lu Xing swiftly propelled himself forward, darting through the defense like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the hoop. He shouldered his way past Harris and Terry, forcefully driving the ball into the basket while successfully drawing a foul from Harris. This remarkable feat sent the crowd into a frenzy, with cheers echoing throughout the arena. Following this, Nowitzki showcased his exceptional shooting prowess, sinking a three-point shot. Yet, Lu Xing remained undaunted by the opponent's momentum upon receiving the pass in the corner. He hesitated not and unleashed a beautiful three-pointer of his own. Lu Xing sensed an exceptional rhythm in his play today, as if the entire court lay within his command. He meticulously observed the unfolding dynamics on the field and noted that his teammates were not performing at their peak. In contrast, he believed that his personal offensive efforts would yield greater opportunities. Thus, he resolved to maintain this tempo throughout the match. By the end of the first quarter, the Mavericks led the Lakers by 6 points, with a score of 27-21, and Lu Xing had contributed an impressive 15 points and 1 assist. As the second quarter commenced, Lu Xing took a brief respite on the sidelines for approximately 3 minutes before promptly returning to the game. This time, he opted for a strategic adjustment, entrusting the ball more frequently to Lewis Williams. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Lu Xing remained poised to seize any advantageous opportunity. However, the Mavericks, clearly wary of Lu Xing's prowess, assigned their best defensive player, Josh Howard, to shadow him closely. Nevertheless, Lu Xing's ability to draw attention enabled his teammates to capitalize on scoring opportunities. Under Lu Xing's screen, Lewis Williams scored consecutively, amassing a total of 8 points, while Lu Xing himself judiciously minimized his ball handling time, ultimately securing 7 points in the second quarter. In the second half, Lu Xing unleashed his full offensive potential, while Nowitzki matched his intensity. The contest tightened as it reached the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. With Lu Xing's remarkable individual skill, the score narrowed to a mere 3-point difference. At this juncture, Lu Xing opted for a steadfast approach, driving to the basket to draw a double team before passing to Finley, who netted a three-pointer to equalize the score. The Mavericks then directed the ball to Nowitzki, who drove and drew a foul, converting both free throws. Lu Xing, maintaining control of the tempo, executed a sudden three-point shot, giving the Lakers a 1-point lead. The Mavericks continued to pass to Nowitzki, prompting Lu Xing to quickly close in and commit a foul, resulting in 2 successful free throws that left the Lakers trailing by 1 point, with only 33 seconds remaining. Lu Xing seized the ball, issuing a timeout, and swiftly advanced past half-court before sinking a trailing three-pointer, marking his 41st point of the game and propelling the Lakers into a 2-point lead with just 27 seconds left on the clock. The Mavericks called a timeout and orchestrated a play that culminated in a three-pointer from Nowitzki, reclaiming a 1-point lead with 15 seconds remaining. The Lakers, too, called for a timeout, during which coach took his time, ultimately instructing to pass the ball to Lu Xing, feeling fatigued yet resolute. Lu Xing passed to Finley and then received the ball back, facing the defensive pressure from Josh Howard. With the clock ticking down 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, Lu Xing unleashed a Dame Lillard-style three-pointer in the final seconds. The ball soared through the air, swishing through the net as the buzzer rang. Lu Xing had delivered a game-winning shot against the Mavericks, securing the Lakers' first victory. In a gesture reminiscent of Lillard, he pointed to his wrist, signaling his triumph. The arena erupted in jubilation, the cheers echoing for an uninterrupted 10 minutes. After the game, Lu Xing exhaled deeply, having recorded an impressive 44 points, 5 assists, 6 rebounds, and 3 steals, with a shooting accuracy of 44. Lu Xing scored impressively against the Mavericks, despite a less-than-stellar shooting percentage, often attempting shots amid the defense of 2 opponents. Meanwhile, Nowitzki secured 33 points with an efficiency of 47, demonstrating remarkable performance. Just as the Lakers fans were reveling in joy, they faced a defeat in the second game, succumbing to the Mavericks with a score of 108-97. Aside from Lu Xing's commendable 37 points at a shooting rate of 45, none of the other players surpassed a 40 shooting percentage. In the following two games, the Lakers experienced inevitable losses, each by a margin exceeding 10 points. Highlighting the disparity between the two teams. The collective salary of the Lakers amounted to merely $30 million, which included a problematic contract for Grant worth $18 million. Whereas the Mavericks boasted a salary of $70 million, illustrating a significant contrast in financial capabilities. In the fifth game, the Lakers experienced a resurgence, clinching a hard-fought victory thanks to Finley's near-buzzer-beater three-pointer. However, in the sixth game, Nowitzki unleashed his full potential, scoring 45 points, including 20 in the fourth quarter, effectively dismantling the Lakers' interior defense. Thus, the Lakers' playoff journey came to a definitive end this year. Throughout the series, Nowitzki averaged 38 points and 11 rebounds, while Lu Xing recorded 37 for points, 5 assists, 6 rebounds, and 3 for steals, leaving with honor despite the defeat. As the second round concluded, the NBA officially announced the regular season MVP award to Yao Ming, who played 70 games with an average of 25, 8 points, 11, 7 rebounds, and 1 blocks. The Defensive Player of the Year was awarded to Lu Xing, who participated in 80 games, averaging 21, 1 points, 10, 9 assists, 4 rebounds, 8 steals, and 7 blocks. The All-NBA first team comprised LeBron James, Cavaliers, Dirk Nowitzki, Mavericks, Yao Ming, Lakers, Dwayne Wade, Heat, and Steve Nash, Suns. The second team included Elton Brand, Clippers, Tim Duncan, Spurs, Chauncey Billups, Pistons, Shaquille O'Neal, Heat, and Lu Xing, Lakers. The third team featured Sean Marion, Suns, Carmelo Anthony, Nuggets, Ben Wallace, Bulls, Allen Iverson, 76ers, and Gilbert Arenas, Wizards. The first team of the all-defensive lineup included Ben Wallace, Bulls, Andrei Kirilenko, Jazz, Ron Artest, Kings, Jason Kidd, Nets, and Lu Xing, Lakers. The second team of the all-defensive lineup was represented by Tim Duncan, Spurs, Chauncey Billups, Pistons, Kevin Garnett, Timberwolves, Marcus Camby, Nuggets, Prince, Pistons. The selection of the best lineup stirred considerable debate, with many feeling that players such as Tracy McGrady, Vince Carter, Paul Pierce, Chris Bosh, Ray Allen, and Garnett were unjustly overlooked. Nevertheless, David Stern thrived on such controversies, for it was this very discourse that lent the NBA its fervor. The MVP title went to Yao Ming, a choice that was not without its own contention, as many argued that Shaquille O'Neal, Dirk Nowitzki, and Steve Nash were equally deserving. Media outlets engaged in endless discussions over these choices. Upon the announcement of the best lineup, Lu Xing extended his congratulations to Yao Ming, acknowledging the significance of being named the regular season MVP. Following this recognition, Lu Xing's commercial value surged considerably, with numerous endorsements nearing expiration, particularly his sneaker contract. Nike was keen to negotiate a renewal, but Lu Xing reassured his mother that there was no rush. He intended to finalize the deal after the World Championship, confident in achieving commendable results, especially given the relatively lackluster performance of the American team compared to the previous Olympics. Subsequently, Lu Xing and Yao Ming made plans to return home together in preparation for the forthcoming competition. However, due to Yao Ming's recent recovery from injury, he required additional time to rehabilitate and adjust. Lu Xing, not wishing to return home prematurely, opted to remain in the United States for a while longer. He had long harbored a desire to visit the filming location of Transformers, eager to immerse himself in the cinematic atmosphere. Upon arriving at the film set, Alba was taken aback by Lu Xing's unexpected appearance, having assumed he would be preoccupied with the World Championship. Lu Xing, with a smile, informed her that he had come to surprise her and expressed his desire to assist with the ongoing filming. On set, Lu Xing meticulously observed each shot, drawing upon his memory of the finished film to offer invaluable suggestions to the director. The director was astonished, never expecting a professional basketball player to possess such a keen cinematic intuition and creative insight. He excitedly proposed that Lu Xing remain on set and even invited him to serve as co-director. However, Lu Xing graciously declined the offer. While he could provide suggestions based on his previous experiences, he did not consider himself truly endowed with directorial talent. Furthermore, he intended to stay on set for only about a week, as he preferred to cherish tender moments with Alba and bask in the warmth of their shared companionship. With the enchanting Alba by his side, Lu Xing had no inclination to engage in discussions of career with an older man. He yearned to relish this rare period of leisure, savoring each beautiful day spent with his beloved. Lu Xing unexpectedly encountered the director's assistant, Cash Warren, on set. He approached and greeted, "Hello, ex-brother-in-law. Ahem. Lu Xing pondered for a moment and realized they had never been romantically involved, as he had started dating Alba last year, inadvertently missing his chance with cash. It seemed that fate had eluded them this time. Lu Xing spent his days over the past week assisting Alba with filming, while their evenings were filled with delightful outings. After an exhilarating night together, Lu Xing embraced Alba and said, once Transformers airs, "The whole world will know just how stunning my girlfriend is." Alba shyly replied, "Really?" Lu Xing, noticing the beads of sweat glistening on her skin, smiled and initiated yet another playful encounter. The joyous moments, however, were fleeting, and before long, Lu Xing returned to the national team alongside Yao Ming. This year's head coach was Jonas, an elderly foreign gentleman, who observed the radiant smiles on Lu Xing and Yao Ming's faces, knowing that their performance would be pivotal. The roster for the upcoming World Championship consisted of 12 players: Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, Yi Jianlian, Zhang Songtao, Mo Ku, Du Feng, Zhu Fengyu, Lu Wei, Chen Jianghua, Wang Shipeng, Sun Yu, and Lu Xing, who had replaced Zhang Qingpeng on the list. Upon their return, Lu Xing and Yao Ming immediately joined the rest of the team for training. Lu Xing engaged in alternating one-on-one challenges with Zhu Fengyu, Lu Wei, Chen Jianghua, Wang Shipeng, and Sun Yu, employing a system where every 11 points scored would result in a change of serve. Lu Xing easily triumphed over each opponent, with Zhu Fengyu scoring the highest at 6 points, while the youngest, Chen Jianghua, managed only 1. The coach, witnessing Lu Xing's remarkable performance, wore a satisfied smile. Lu Xing's prowess was undeniable. His reputation as the best defensive player was well-deserved. Additionally, his robust physique and remarkable speed made him appear to be in a league of his own. Seeing Lu Xing's impressive display, Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and others watching could not help but applaud in admiration. In the following days, Lu Xing led his teammates through increasingly rigorous training sessions. Finally, the World Championship was on the horizon, taking place in a nearby locale. The Chinese men's basketball team was drawn into Group D, alongside the United States, Italy, Slovenia, Puerto Rico, Senegal, and China. Lu Xing glanced around and felt that aside from the United States, no other team matched the current prowess of the Chinese national team. He was confident in their ability to triumph over others. With the NBA Finals having officially concluded, the outcome remained unchanged as the Miami Heat staged a remarkable comeback to clinch the championship, with Dwayne Wade earning the Finals MVP title. This year marked a renaissance for Wade, who, in his final game, delivered a celestial performance, averaging 35 points and leading the Heat to victory. Once the national team had completed their training, they departed directly for Japan. As the plane touched down, a notification chimed. World Championship mission. Lead the national team to greater heights. Achieving the quarterfinals would yield 500 SP points and a bronze badge. Reaching the semifinals would reward 1,000 SP points and a silver badge. Securing a silver medal would grant 1,500 SP points and a gold badge, while clinching the gold medal would bestow 2,000 SP points and a purple gold badge. Wow! Lu Xing could not restrain an exclamation, his eyes widening as he gazed at the screen, his heart brimming with joy and excitement. The rewards for this World Championship were astonishingly generous, filling him with profound delight. Historically, the Chinese men's basketball team had not fared well in the World Championships, but this year was different. Even without Lu Xing's participation, they successfully advanced to the top 8, ultimately securing a commendable 7th place. With Lu Xing's assistance, entering the top 4 appeared to be within reach. After careful analysis, Lu Xing identified the primary competitors this year as the United States, Spain, Greece, and Argentina. Initially, he aimed merely to secure a spot in the top 8 while contending for the top 4, but he had not anticipated such enticing rewards for first place. Nevertheless, achieving this goal would not be straightforward, as the circumstances of 2006 differed significantly from the present. This year's American team was not as formidable as in the past. Especially in Lu Xing's absence, they only managed to secure 3rd place. The roster consisted largely of newcomers, while head coach Larry Brown preferred to rely on seasoned players, exhibiting a lack of trust in the youth. Yet, Lu Xing believed he still had a chance to vie for the championship. Given the relative weakness of the American squad this year, the group stage commenced. In the opening match, China faced off against the United States. The Chinese starting lineup featured Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, Wang Shipeng, and Lu Xing. The American roster included LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, Dwight Howard, Kirk Henrich, Brad Miller, Elton Brand, Shane Battier, Joe Johnson, Chris Paul, and Anton Jamison, with the starting players being Howard, Anthony, James, Wade, and Henrich. The game began. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, both teams' players tensed up. Yao Ming and Dwight Howard stood near the center circle, poised for the jump ball. As the basketball was tossed into the air, Yao Ming, leveraging his height advantage, effortlessly directed the ball into Lu Xing's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Xing quickly passed it to Yao Ming, who, confronting Howard's defense, executed a swift turn and easily deposited the ball into the hoop, exemplifying the adage of excelling against formidable opponents. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Next, it was the American team's turn to launch their offense. The Chinese team employed a zone defense strategy in an attempt to restrict their opponent's scoring opportunities. LeBron James initiated a drive, but found himself trapped by two Chinese players, leading him to pass the ball to the open Dwayne Wade. Unfortunately, Wade's shot failed to find the mark, and after Yi Jianlian secured the rebound, he swiftly passed to Lu Xing. Without hesitation, Lu dribbled towards the opponent's key area but, recognizing the unfavorable timing, paused to await Yao Ming's positioning. He then delivered the ball to Yao, who showcased his formidable strength, successfully scoring with a powerful move. Immediately after, the American team sought to launch a fast break. Yet Lu Xing's quick reflexes enabled him to intercept the ball, and he promptly leaped to execute a trailing three-pointer. The ball arced gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. The Chinese team started with a mini-surge, widening their lead. At this moment, the American team appeared somewhat bewildered, taken aback by the Chinese team's assertiveness, yet they opted not to call a timeout to adjust their tactics. As James dribbled past half-court, he displayed his impressive skill and power, bulldozing through to draw a foul from Yi Jianlian. Although his free-throw shooting was not particularly stellar, he managed to convert one. Meanwhile, Lu Xing, despite Wade's intense pressure, skillfully brought the ball across half-court and quickly passed it to Yao Ming. Yao once again demonstrated his unique dominance, scoring effortlessly and granting the Chinese team a lead. Subsequently, the American team retaliated. Carmelo Anthony attempted a jump shot from beyond the arc but missed. Lu Xing seized the opportunity to grab the rebound and, single-handedly overcoming Kirk Henrich, managed to score. The Chinese team's performance was astonishing, as they established a dreamlike lead within just 3 minutes of the game, compelling the Dream Team to call a timeout for tactical adjustments. The Dream Team made personnel changes, introducing Brad Miller in place of Anthony, aiming to bolster their defense against Yao Ming by increasing their height in the paint. However, this strategy proved largely ineffective. Yao continued to maintain a steady performance in the paint, consistently capitalizing on Lu Xing's passes to score or draw fouls. Lu Xing adeptly orchestrated the offense around Yao, controlling the game's tempo and minimizing errors. The Chinese team's outside shooting was also commendable, leading 46-36 at halftime, as they effectively prevented the American team from executing fast breaks, thus stifling their long-range shooting. As the second half commenced, with Yao's stamina waning, Lu Xing activated his offensive prowess, engaging in pick-and-roll plays with Yu and Yi Jianlian, maintaining a stable rhythm. The American team's outside shooting faltered throughout the match, resulting in a final score of 88-79, marking a victory over the Dream Team. In the subsequent matches, the Chinese team faced significant challenges, contending against Italy and Puerto Rico in fierce competitions, ultimately overcoming their opponents. In their clash with Senegal, the Chinese team achieved a resounding victory by a margin of 50 points. This triumph greatly boosted the team's morale and confidence. Lu Xing and Yao Ming, having played only 5 minutes, took a breather on the sidelines, cheering on their teammates. This vividly illustrates their confidence and team spirit. Nevertheless, the truly remarkable moment occurred during the match against Slovenia. Although Captain Wang Shipong did not deliver the winning shot as he had in the past, the Chinese team still showcased their formidable strength. Ultimately, they triumphed over Slovenia by a margin of 15 points, successfully advancing to the next stage. This outcome was astonishing, as many had previously believed that the Chinese team would struggle to perform well in such a high-intensity tournament. However, it became evident that Lu Xing's inclusion greatly elevated the overall caliber of the team. His exceptional performance enabled the Chinese squad to triumph consecutively over formidable opponents such as the United States, European powerhouse Italy, and Puerto Rico. Furthermore, in the match against Slovenia, the Chinese team consistently maintained the upper hand, controlling the rhythm of the game. Such achievements undoubtedly drove the fans into a frenzy and showcased the potential and prowess of the Chinese team to the world. The Chinese team advanced to the knockout stage as the group leaders, facing Australia in the round of 16. At this juncture, Australia was relatively inexperienced, featuring only Andrew Bogut, who played for the Milwaukee Bucks as their sole NBA player. However, the Chinese team exhibited no trepidation in confronting this opponent. At the commencement of the match, they demonstrated remarkable strength and seamless coordination. Lu Xing, as one of the core players, excelled, swiftly intercepting Australian passes like a cheetah and executing multiple successful steals. His defensive pressure rendered it exceedingly difficult for the Australian perimeter players to orchestrate effective attacks, even making it arduous for them to cross half-court. Simultaneously, Yao Ming displayed his dominance. Though he did not need to exert himself fully, he effortlessly contributed 20 points to the game. His presence in the paint posed a significant threat to the opposing team, compelling Australia to divert their focus. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Chinese team had established a clear lead, utilizing efficient offense and robust defense to widen the score gap. Ultimately, they prevailed over Australia with a considerable advantage, advancing smoothly to the quarterfinals. In the matchup against Germany in the semifinals, an exhilarating clash was anticipated. Germany boasted the talents of Dirk Nowitzki and Chris Coman, both formidable players with NBA prowess, making them a force to be reckoned with. Nevertheless, despite Nowitzki's aggressive scoring of 21 points throughout the game, his shooting percentage languished at a mere 40. It was evident that Nowitzki, having just concluded the NBA Finals, appeared somewhat fatigued and had not fully regained his form. Meanwhile, Yao Ming unflinchingly imparted a profound lesson to Coman, a member of the 2003 draft class, demonstrating that experience holds its own weight. Concurrently, Lu Xing's stellar performance served as a stark reminder to the opposing point guard of the chasm that lay between them and true greatness. Ultimately, they defeated the formidable German team by a score of 91-79, successfully advancing to the Final Four of the World Championship. This marks the first time in history that the Chinese team has advanced to the semifinals of the World Championship, setting a new record of brilliance. In the semifinals, the Chinese team engaged in a fierce contest against Argentina. The Argentine squad has shown formidable strength this year, boasting several NBA stars, including Jin Billy, Scola, and Spanulis. However, the Chinese team holds a significant advantage in the paint. Yao Ming, recently crowned the regular season MVP, is a force to be reckoned with. His weight has remained stable, and his shooting ability spans the entire court. Additionally, Lu Xing, recognized as the best defensive player, possesses both offensive and defensive prowess, complemented by the seasoned Wang Zhizhi, who, despite retiring from the NBA, has the skill level of an NBA player, along with Yi Jianlian. The Chinese lineup is undeniably formidable. From the outset of the match, both teams battled fiercely, exchanging blows. Lu Xing was tasked with defending Jin Billy, and his exceptional physical attributes and agile footwork created considerable challenges for the Argentine star. Meanwhile, Yao Ming showcased his dominance in the paint, scoring repeatedly and securing rebounds. Although Scola performed admirably, he struggled against the twin towers of the Chinese team. Yi Jianlian electrified the crowd with a powerful dunk following a catch. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xing executed a successful steal and swiftly converted it into a layup, leading to a surge in momentum for the Chinese team as they gradually widened the score gap. Nevertheless, Argentina did not concede defeat. Under the leadership of Jin Billy and Scola, they persistently closed the gap. Despite the challenges posed by Jin Billy, who found it difficult to perform at his usual level, it was rumored that he had been nursing an injury this year, which contributed to the Spurs' defeat in the Western Conference Finals. Consequently, in the second half, Lu Xing intensified his strategy of driving and pick-and-roll plays, leaving the Argentine team struggling to adapt. When a well-rested Yao Ming returned to the court in the fourth quarter, the Chinese team grew even stronger. They maintained their lead through their dominance in the paint, yet Argentina managed to equalize with three-point shots. In a critical moment, Yao Ming stepped up, scoring consecutively in the paint to help the Chinese team regain their lead. As time dwindled, Argentina could no longer mount a comeback, and ultimately, the Chinese team triumphed by a narrow margin, astonishingly advancing to the finals. Throughout the match, Lu Xing contributed 20 points, 8 assists, and 3 steals, while Yao Ming tallied 29 points and 14 rebounds. This stellar duo led the team successfully into the finals. Their opponents in the final will be Spain, who recently delivered a crushing defeat to the American Dream Team by 17 points. This loss has subjected the American team to even greater scrutiny, as they finished third last year and failed to reach the finals this year, tarnishing the reputation of several stars on the Dream Team. In the subsequent bronze medal match, they performed even worse, losing to Argentina and miraculously finishing in fourth place, plunging the American team into a deep abyss. As the Chinese team advanced to the finals, a wave of excitement surged throughout the nation. It was indeed a thrilling moment. However, the national squad harbored no intentions of settling for silver. Their confidence in overcoming Spain was unwavering. Finally, the day of the final arrived, and the arena was abuzz with spectators, a sea of vibrant red. Numerous journalists from China gathered in anticipation of the impending showdown, while the central television station provided comprehensive coverage. In the studio, the esteemed Zhang Weiping and the renowned sports host Yu Jia prepared to engage the audience. Yu Jia's voice resonated with enthusiasm. Welcome to the Central Television Sports Channel. Dear viewers, allow me to introduce the starting players for both the Chinese and Spanish teams. Looking first at Spain, Pau Gasol, Felipe Reyes, Navarro, Rudy Fernandez, and Calder-In. Notably, Spain's key player, Pau Gasol, was sidelined due to injury. The Chinese team starters included Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, Wang Shipeng, and Lu Xing. Zhang Weiping remarked with urgency, with Pau Gasol injured, the Chinese team has a significant opportunity for victory. The advantages of Yao Ming and Lu Xing are substantial. I firmly believe we can secure this win. Amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, the highly anticipated match commenced. Yao Ming successfully claimed the opening tip-off, and Lu Xing attempted to pass the ball to him. However, Spain's defense proved formidable, successfully intercepting the passing lane. Observing this, Lu Xing called for a pick and roll, and Yao Ming quickly moved into position. Yet, as Lu Xing prepared to drive, he found himself surrounded by 3 defenders. In desperation, he passed the ball to Wang Shipeng, whose three-point attempt fell short. Subsequently, Calder-In seized the rebound and passed to Navarro, who drove to the basket, drawing a foul from Yao Ming. Navarro converted both free throws, adding to Spain's score. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xing seized an opportunity and passed the ball to Yao Ming once more. Upon receiving the ball, Yao Ming attempted a turn, but the referee called a foul against him. Remarkably, within the opening 2 minutes, Yao had accrued 2 fouls and was compelled to temporarily leave the court. In the first half, Lu Xing led the team through a challenging contest, and by the end of the first quarter, China trailed by 6 points. As the second quarter began, Yao Ming hastily played for 6 minutes before being whistled for another foul. Lu Xing quickly took command of the game, decisively ramping up the offensive effort, employing various jump shots and three-point attempts to stave off a widening score gap. Ultimately, the first half concluded with the score at 41-35. As the second half commenced, both teams swiftly returned to the court, poised for renewed competition. Right from the outset, Spain's Fernandez showcased his exceptional shooting touch, confidently launching and sinking a three-pointer. This shot significantly boosted Spain's morale, extending their lead to 9 points. Nevertheless, the Chinese team remained composed. Lu Xing, as the team's linchpin, calmly orchestrated the play, passing the ball to the energetic Yao Ming. Yao Ming, upon receiving the ball in the paint, skillfully utilized his physical advantage to execute a graceful hook shot, aiding the Chinese team in reclaiming 2 points. Meanwhile, the Spanish team, exhibiting remarkable teamwork, delivered the ball to Navarro, whose shot unfortunately did not find its mark. Seizing the opportunity, the Chinese team continued to orchestrate their offense around Yao Ming. Having played sparingly in the first half, Yao's energy remained abundant. He held the ball in the post, drawing a double team from the opposition, and swiftly passed it out to Yi Jianlian, who, without hesitation, launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. This moment invigorated the Chinese team's spirit, igniting hope for a comeback. The Spanish team felt the mounting pressure and responded with robust defense and offense. However, Lu Xing managed to intercept Calder-In's pass during a defensive play, then charged towards the opposing basket, executing a spectacular coast-to-coast dunk. This electrifying score sent the crowd into a frenzy, narrowing the gap to just 2 points. The Spanish team was compelled to call a timeout to recalibrate their strategy. Upon resuming the game, Spain gradually regained composure, with both teams exchanging leads until the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. At that moment, Fernandez made a decisive breakthrough, resulting in a foul on Yao Ming, who was consequently disqualified with 5 fouls. The score stood at a tie of 77-77, granting Spain 2 free throw opportunities, both of which they successfully converted, establishing a 2-point lead. With Yao's exit, the team members exhibited visible tension. Lu Xing quickly passed the ball to Yi Jianlian, but the latter's long 2-point attempt failed to connect. Spain capitalized on this, executing a brilliant passing play to extend their lead to 4 points. In a critical moment, Lu Xing swiftly dribbled past half-court, leveraging Yi Jianlian's screen to take a bold 3-point shot. The basketball gracefully arced through the air, swishing through the net. The score was now just 1 point apart, with 55 seconds remaining. Calder-In slowly advanced the ball past half-court, passing to Navarro, who drew a foul from Wang Shipeng. converting both free throws amidst the crowd's pressure. Lu Xing secured the ball and confidently crossed half-court, calling for Wang Zhiji's screen to draw two defenders before passing to him. Wang, still sharp, nailed a three-pointer. The score was now tied at 83. Only 25 seconds remained, prompting Spain to call a timeout. Back on the court. After 20 seconds of strategic play, the ball found its way to center Pau Gasol, whose mid-range shot ricocheted in, giving Spain a 2-point lead. With only 3 seconds remaining, Lu Xing urgently called for a timeout. From the sideline, Yi Jianlian initiated the inbound pass. Lu Xing maneuvered around two screens to receive the ball at the arc, taking a step forward before launching a forceful three-pointer. As the ball sailed through the air, the game-ending buzzer sounded, and the entire arena held its breath. The ball struck the rim before descending straight through the net. It's in. Lu Xing had delivered the game-winning shot against Spain, clinching the 2006 World Championship. At that moment, CCTV's Yu Jia, tears brimming in his eyes, passionately exclaimed, "It's in. It's in. Lu Xing has defeated Spain. We are the champions. We have created a miracle." Zhang, the coach, expressed his excitement, exclaiming, "Wow. Lu Xing truly dares to shoot from such a distance, a full stride beyond the three-point line. What a brave heart. We have triumphed, indeed." At that moment, all members of the Chinese team and their coaches rushed onto the court, enveloping Lu Xing in their embrace. Lu Xing found himself at the bottom of the pile, exhausted yet overwhelmed with exhilaration. The fans erupted with fervent cheers, igniting a wave of enthusiasm throughout the arena. While those watching the large screens outside shared in the jubilation, exchanging hugs and celebration. By the end of the match, Yao Ming had scored 18 points and secured 9 rebounds, while Lu Xing achieved an impressive 33 points, alongside 8 assists and 3 steals. After nearly 10 minutes of celebration, the awards ceremony commenced, with the Chinese team standing proudly at the center, having claimed the gold medal. Tears of joy filled the eyes of the players as they sang the national anthem, feeling a profound sense of pride. Post-match, Lu Xing was honored as the MVP of the championship, averaging 22.1 points, 8 assists, and 3.7 steals throughout the tournament. The all-tournament team included center Yao Ming, China, forward Pau Gasol, Spain, small forward Carmelo Anthony, USA, shooting guard Manu Ginobili, Argentina, and point guard Lu Xing, China. With the Chinese team crowned champions, 2 of their players were selected for the all-tournament team. Upon returning home, the national basketball team was greeted with a hero's welcome. Yao Ming and Lu Xing enjoyed heightened popularity, while other players who participated in the championship received numerous sponsorship offers. Even the substitutes garnered substantial attention and interviews. Upon his return, Lu Xing participated in a professional interview with Yao Ming for a central television station, after which he refrained from further interviews. He spent a few days exploring the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland with his mother, culminating in a visit to Shenzhen. There, Lu Xing and his mother visited the headquarters of Alibaba and Tencent, meeting with future industry leaders, and expressed their intentions to continue investing. Following the championship victory, Lu Xing attracted countless endorsement opportunities in his home country, opting to partner with several reputable domestic brands. Though he had a lucrative shoe contract in the United States, initially offered by Nike for 7 years at $100 million, Lu Xing declined the proposal, anticipating an even better offer upon his return. This time, he chose to endorse Huawei, insisting on equity participation and strongly advocating for the development of new chips. Huawei welcomed Lu Xing's endorsement and investment, recognizing his immense popularity in China. As Huawei's domestic market presence still lagged behind that of Samsung, Nokia, and Motorola, Lu Xing decided to invest all his endorsement earnings into Huawei, securing a 10 stake along with his endorsement fee. After Lu Xing concluded his financial matters, he returned to the hotel and activated the 2K panel. Ding. Task completed. Earning 2,000 SP points. He acquired the Catch and Shoot Master, Purple Gold, which enhances his shooting accuracy from a stationary position. Upon seeing the reward, Lu Xing exclaimed internally to consume the SP points. Lu Xing possesses a comprehensive capability score of 95/97, adorned with the badge of Key Player, a remarkable achievement, Silver. He is recognized as a tactical master, Gold, a screen dodger, Silver, a defensive interceptor, Gold, and a defensive core. On the court, he commands as a general, showcasing his prowess as a sharpshooter, Purple Gold, a thief, Gold, and a microwave corner specialist, Gold. His ability to execute difficult shots is rated at Gold, while he is also a proficient catch-and-shoot expert, Purple Gold. In terms of offensive capability, he receives an overall score of 94/96. Close-range shooting is rated at 93/95. mid-range shooting at 94, 97, three-point shooting at 93, 96, free throws at 93, 96, dunking at 50, 50, interference on mid-range shots at 95, 95. Back to the basket fadeaways at 79, 80, foul drawing ability at 89, 90, shooting after dribbling at 95, 95, ball handling skills at 94, 95, passing at 94, 95, catching at 94, 95. Offensive awareness at 89, 90. His defensive capabilities are rated overall at 97, 98, shot blocking at 72, 75, stealing at 97, 99, on-ball defense at 97, 99. Defensive awareness at 98, 99. Rebounding ability at 98, 99. In terms of physical attributes, he holds a total score of 90, 90 stamina at 95, 95. Speed at 90, 90. Agility at 90, 90. Strength at 68, 68. Jumping ability at 85, 85. Endurance at 96, 96. Lu Xing gazed upon his ability rating, which had reached an impressive 95, with the potential to soar to 97. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this badge had significantly enhanced his shooting prowess. His mid-range shooting had ascended from 90 to 97, while his three-point shooting had improved from 92 to 96. His free throw ability had similarly benefited from this badge, marking a considerable enhancement overall. Lu Xing had anticipated that with 2,000 SP points, he could attain a full rating of 96, but to his surprise, the maximum threshold had been elevated to 97. Consequently, he had only managed to elevate his score to 95. If he wished to achieve a complete rating, he surmised that he would require at least 3,000 SP points. Lu Xing felt that it would take him at least a year to reach full capacity. Lu Xing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The Lakers were poised to truly become a trio of superstars next season. This realization prompted him to recall that the draft was soon approaching. Having completed his affairs back home, Lu Xing was eager to return to Los Angeles. He promptly called Yao Ming to inform him of his imminent return. You mentioned that Yi Jianlian was also heading to the United States to participate in the draft. Lu Xing pondered this, recalling that Yi was slated to join the draft next year, having been picked 6th overall by the Bucks. Wouldn't this early participation affect his draft position? Yao explained that he had excelled in the recent World Championships, garnering interest from numerous teams, particularly those in the lottery range, indicating a promising future for him. Lu Xing considered this and proposed that they connect again the following day. The next day, Lu Xing met with Yi and Yi at the hotel. He addressed Yi, stating, "If you were to participate next year, you'd likely secure a position within the top 10. However, if you enter this year, your chances would probably fall between the 11th and 15th spots. It feels rather rushed now, as the top 10 teams have already prepared their draft picks. If you join a team, it would be best to secure playing time. Otherwise, languishing on the bench serves little purpose. I advise you to seek a team that can nurture your development, rather than solely chasing a higher draft position. I was also selected late in the first round. If you decide to participate this year, I can introduce you to my network. My family runs a management company that might suit your needs. External agents often prioritize profit over your future development." He gratefully accepted Lu Xing's mother's offer to act as his agent, and they set off for Los Angeles together. Lu Xing accompanied Yi to several team tryouts, where many organizations were aware that another Chinese player had emerged. They recognized Yi's impressive physical attributes during the workouts, particularly for the power forward position, where he excelled in skill, though he could improve his strength. The Orlando Magic expressed that if they did not select Yi within the top 10, they would certainly consider him, as they needed a complement to Dwight Howard, a power forward with shooting capabilities. Lu Xing's mother inquired whether Yi could secure a starting position, but the general manager was non-committal regarding Yi's chances. Lu Xing remained optimistic, as the Magic's frontcourt, aside from Howard, included only veteran Tony Batty, who lacked reliable shooting, and the once promising Darko Milei, who was currently underperforming. He had a substantial opportunity ahead of him. He was a hard-working player, likely to win the favor of the coach. With Yi's improving English skills, Lu Xing felt considerably reassured. Afterward, Lu Xing discussed the draft with Cook, who expressed uncertainty about whom to select at the end of the second round. Lu Xing suggested offering an additional 100,000 to trade up from the end of the second round to the 15th pick, aiming to select Paul Millsap. This power forward could bolster the position of backup power forward, especially with Grant's undesirable contract expiring soon. Lu Xing held a positive view of Millsap, considering him a commendable player. After a moment of reflection, Cook readily agreed, stating he would arrange for a transaction leveraging the funds. Lu Xing felt a wave of relief. The annual draft extravaganza had officially commenced, heralding the commencement of the 2006 draft. David Stern took to the stage, delivering his customary speech, before announcing that the Toronto Raptors, holding the first overall pick, chose Andrea Bargnani. The top pick seemed somewhat ill-fated, possessing a precise three-point shot yet lacking fortitude in the paint. The Chicago Bulls selected LaMarcus Aldridge as the second overall pick, who was subsequently traded to the Trail Blazers. This power forward consistently shone as an all-star, demonstrating stability both inside and outside the arc. The third pick was Adam Morrison, chosen by the Bobcats. A product of Michael Jordan's legacy and rumored to be Larry Bird's successor, however, he turned out to be a disappointment. The fourth and fifth picks lacked notable recognition. The sixth pick, Brandon Roy, was selected by the Timberwolves and later traded to the Trail Blazers. Roy proved to be formidable, once dubbed the Yellow Mamba, and was named the Rookie of the Year, with the Trail Blazers securing the two best players of the draft. At the 11th pick, the Orlando Magic selected Yi Jianlian from China. Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The current environment of the Magic seemed conducive to Yi's development, with the presence of the formidable Dwight Howard providing defensive support. He only needed to acclimate gradually, as space-oriented big men were still a rarity. The draft proceedings continued until the Lakers selected Paul Millsap at the 15th pick in the second round. Lu Xing finally exhaled, confident that if the Lakers roster remained injury-free, a championship was well within reach. After the draft concluded, Lu Xing urged Yi Jianlian to report to the Magic team, advising him to cultivate a good rapport with the coaches and to compete vigorously during the Summer League and preseason. This year's draft was relatively modest, yielding only a handful of standout players. Merely 5 made it to the All-Star game. Among them were LaMarcus Aldridge, selected second overall, Brandon Roy at 6th, Rajon Rondo at 21st, Kyle Lowry at 24th, and Paul Millsap from the second round. Other notable talents included Rudy Gay, the sneaker king Tucker, J.J. Redick, J.J. Beria, and Andrea Bargnani, underscoring that this draft was indeed a small one. Subsequently, Lu Xing returned to Los Angeles, having not seen Alba for nearly 2 months. He hastened to the film set to spend some quality time together. The filming was nearing completion after 4 months, with only visual effects and promotional work remaining. The film was expected to premiere around Christmas. Lu Xing took the opportunity to express affection for Alba on set. After a week, he returned home feeling refreshed. As the preseason was about to commence, Nike representatives had contacted Lu Xing several times, and today he decided to engage in discussions with them. Ultimately, leveraging his performance over the past 2 years and his identity as a Chinese national, Lu Xing secured a remarkable 7-year contract worth $130 million with Nike, surpassing even LeBron James' endorsement deal. Nike also announced plans to release signature sneakers during this year's All-Star Game, a proposition Lu Xing gladly accepted. Lu Xing arrived at the Toyota Center, the training facility for the Lakers, where he met the recovering Kobe Bryant. Kobe, having been sidelined for nearly 6 months, was feeling the strain of inactivity, a circumstance quite uncharacteristic of him. Observing the training court, Lu Xing watched as Kobe engaged in a one-on-one duel with Lou Williams, his presence commanding attention. Clad in his iconic number 24 jersey, Kobe demonstrated his prowess by instructing the new players, prompting Lu Xing to reflect on the significance of this year, marking Kobe's transition to a new number after a decade in the NBA. After imparting his wisdom to Lou Williams, Kobe called out for Lu Xing to challenge him in a one-on-one match. The familiar rhythm was unmistakable, as despite the long hiatus, it remained unchanged. Thus, Lu Xing stepped onto the court to engage in a duel with Kobe. As the game commenced, Kobe swiftly found his rhythm, showcasing his refined skills and exceptional athleticism. He maneuvered with agility, deftly dribbling and penetrating Lu Xing's defense, making a series of precise shots. Lu Xing, undeterred, matched Kobe's intensity, exerting himself to counter the onslaught, utilizing his speed and agility in an effort to intercept the ball. Lu Xing devoted himself wholeheartedly to a one-on-one confrontation with Kobe Bryant. This time, Lu Xing's skill rating was 95, creating a balanced atmosphere akin to a 55-45 split during their duel. The match was fiercely contested, with Lu Xing initially leading 7-6. However, Kobe resorted to a cunning strategy, utilizing his post moves to gain a slight edge, ultimately triumphing with a score of 11-9. Lu Xing felt a sense of resignation, acknowledging the 5-centimeter disparity in height and arm span, which rendered Kobe's fadeaway jump shot nearly indefensible. It is estimated that Kobe's current skill rating stands at no less than 97, and he looked upon Lu Xing with delight. recognizing his growth and strength. This bodes well for the Lakers' prospects this year. Subsequently, the team assembled, including Yao Ming, Kwame Brown, Paul Millsap, Michael Finley, Kobe, Liu Xing, Lewis Williams, Sasha Vujasic, and Luke Walton, forming the core roster for the Lakers this season. Following today's training, the preseason officially commenced. The Lakers concluded the preseason with an impeccable record of 8 victories. Liu Xing and Yao Ming played a symbolic 20 minutes, while Kobe, returning to the court, logged 25 minutes. This preseason showcased Lewis Williams' remarkable skills, averaging 24 points per game, alongside the impressive performance of rookie Millsap, which left the head coach optimistic about the Lakers' potential this year. After the preseason, Kobe participated in an interview where he spoke about his decision to change his jersey number, emphasizing that the significance of 24 represents 24 hours. I aspire to devote all my energy to basketball. That is why I chose number 24. If I cannot fully immerse myself, I would not be Kobe. The Lakers also captured a preseason photograph featuring the trio of Kobe, Yao Ming, and Liu Xing, their faces reflecting a shared yearning for victory. Following the photo, Kobe discussed the team's strategy with the coach, Phil Jackson, who reiterated the plan to employ the triangle offense. Yao and Kobe would follow a strategy reminiscent of the one previously used with Shaquille O'Neal, while incorporating pick-and-roll tactics that were absent during Kobe's previous absence. Kobe readily agreed, understanding that the ball would likely be shared among the three. Acknowledging the formidable talents of his teammates, one a reigning MVP and the other the previous year's Defensive Player of the Year, both honored with All-NBA selections, while Kobe himself possessed All-NBA caliber talent. At that moment, Liu Xing suggested he could assume the role of a designated three-point shooter, allowing Kobe and Yao to control the ball while he focused on providing support in defense. Yao concurred, stating he would yield the low post to Kobe, which pleased the latter. Kobe proposed that he would take on the scoring duties in the fourth quarter, while the two would take charge in the first 3 quarters, with him acting as a shooter. This arrangement was deemed suitable, as neither Yao nor Liu Xing were insistent on assuming the role of team leader, which was better left to Kobe, who preferred to shoulder the burden alone during critical moments. The Zen master observed the trio's harmonious collaboration without any struggle for ball dominance, feeling relieved as he wished to avoid a repeat of the conflicts between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal. He remarked on the commendable nature of the two Chinese players, expressing a sense of ease in managing this year's team. As the 2006 to 2007 NBA regular season approached, the atmosphere within the league grew increasingly tense. At this moment, the renowned sports media outlet ESPN, unwilling to remain in obscurity, reignited controversy by unveiling its power rankings for the new season. Topping the list was the Miami Heat, followed by the Dallas Mavericks, San Antonio Spurs, Phoenix Suns, Cleveland Cavaliers, Detroit Pistons, and Los Angeles Lakers. Concurrently, the individual player rankings were also released, with Yao Ming positioned 5th, trailing only behind Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Kevin Garnett, and Tim Duncan. Surprisingly, Liu Xing found himself in the 17th spot, while the enigmatic Kobe Bryant was ranked 20th, inciting a vehement backlash from the media and fans in Los Angeles against ESPN. Nevertheless, the 3 core players of the Lakers appeared unfazed by the rankings, continuing to engage in lighthearted banter during practice. However, Liu Xing was acutely aware that when the regular season commenced, both he and his teammates would have the opportunity to showcase their prowess. The first match of the regular season saw the Lakers visiting the reigning champions, the Heat. Prior to the game, the Heat presented their championship rings, and Shaquille O'Neal, proudly displaying his ring, provocatively glanced at Kobe, who wore a less than pleased expression. Liu Xing, enviously admiring the Heat's rings amidst the audience's cheers, prepared for the game to begin. As the game commenced, Yao Ming observed O'Neal, who had gained additional weight, effortlessly leaped to seize possession of the ball, reflecting on the increasing heft that only seemed to amplify O'Neal's strength and resilience. Meanwhile, Liu Xing swiftly dribbled across half-court with remarkable speed, dazzling onlookers. Spotting Kobe creating a sliver of space, Liu Xing unhesitatingly passed him the ball. Kobe, catching it beyond the three-point line, leaped confidently over Wade to launch a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, flawlessly finding its mark in the hoop, triggering a raucous cheer from the crowd. On the Heat's side, the seasoned Peyton sauntered forward, passing the ball to Wade. Liu Xing, noticing this, immediately advanced to attempt to steal, but to no avail. He quickly retreated beyond the three-point line, bracing himself for Wade's impending drive. As Wade accelerated, Liu Xing instinctively stepped back, positioning his body to obstruct Wade's path. Realizing the offensive opportunity was waning, Wade passed the ball to Haslam on the perimeter. However, Haslam's mid-range shot failed to connect, allowing Yao Ming to secure the rebound and swiftly distribute the ball to Kobe. Upon receiving the pass, Kobe dribbled once, spotting Lu Xing racing to the front court. He decisively sent the ball Lu Xing's way, who, upon receiving it, activated the sharpshooter, catch-and-shoot specialist, and microwave badges. Without hesitation, Lu Xing leaped from beyond the arc, executing a fluid shot. The basketball spun gracefully through the air, ultimately swishing through the net with impeccable precision, widening the score gap once more. The Miami Heat's Peyton dribbled, poised to pass to Wade, but Lu Xing, quick on his feet, intercepted the ball and sprinted towards the front court. Kobe accelerated to keep pace with him. As Lu Xing dribbled, he noticed Wade rushing back on defense and executed a deft pass reminiscent of a connection between James and Wade, delivering the ball to Kobe, who executed a spectacular alley-oop dunk. On the Heat's next defensive play, they fed the ball to O'Neal, who attempted a post move against Yao Ming but failed to score. Yao Ming secured the rebound and swiftly advanced down the court. Upon reaching the three-point line, seeing O'Neal had not returned, he positioned himself outside the arc and received Lu Xing's pass, sinking a three-pointer effortlessly. Within the first 3 minutes, the Lakers dominated the Heat with a score of 10-0, prompting Miami to call a timeout. However, following the timeout, no significant changes occurred. The Lakers trio continued to score at will, while O'Neal struggled to find his rhythm. Other teammates lacked energy, with only Wade showing relentless determination. Yet, under the defensive pressure from Lu Xing and Kobe, his efficiency waned, leading to scores of 28-11 and 30-14. As the first half concluded, the Lakers led by a staggering 23 points, 58-25, signaling the onset of garbage time. The second half unfolded with the same tempo as the first. As the Lakers' offense grew increasingly aggressive, Lu Xing, standing beyond the three-point line, shot flawlessly, making all 3 of his attempts. Yao Ming matched his intensity, nailing 2 crucial three-pointers. Meanwhile, Kobe tore through the Heat's defense with ease, leaving them in disarray. As the third quarter buzzer sounded, the Heat found themselves trailing by an insurmountable 36 points. The situation dire. In the final quarter, the Lakers trio relaxed on the bench, engaging in lighthearted conversation, seemingly assured of their victory. The Lakers bench, led by Lewis Williams and Paul Millsap, continued to expand the scoring margin. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Heat with a resounding score of 112-67. Throughout the game, O'Neal of the Heat managed only 15 points and 7 rebounds, while Wade contributed 22 points and 5 rebounds, but no other players on the team reached double figures. In stark contrast, the Lakers delivered a remarkable performance. Lu Xing amassed 18 points and 8 assists. With an astonishing shooting rate of 6 out of 8 from beyond the arc, Kobe dominated the court with 33 points, showcasing formidable prowess, while Yao Ming posted impressive numbers with 25 points and 15 rebounds by the end of the third quarter. Notably, none of the trio played in the final quarter. Thus, the defending champion Miami Heat fell to the Lakers, leaving Miami fans bewildered and disheartened, questioning why their team, seemingly unchanged, performed so poorly on this occasion. Lu Xing is aware of the reasons behind the veteran Miami Heat players aging another year. Although Dwayne Wade remains a formidable force, he has been plagued by injuries this season. Shaquille O'Neal, having achieved his championship glory, has seemingly abandoned his athletic discipline, appearing less like a professional basketball player and allowing his weight to spiral out of control. The Heat, stumbling into the playoffs, were swiftly eliminated in the first round by the Chicago Bulls. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Lakers, with Yao Ming and Lu Xing participating in the World Championship, emerged victorious, both displaying commendable form. Kobe Bryant, a relentless training enthusiast, contributed to the stark contrast in performance between the two teams. Ultimately, this matchup illustrated the current prowess and condition of both squads. The Lakers are fueled by a collective determination to seize the championship, while the Heat have lost the momentum they possessed last year, resulting in an effortless victory for the Lakers. After triumphing over the Heat, the Lakers continued their dominance by easily overcoming the Orlando Magic. Prior to the game, Yao Ming and Lu Xing shared a meal with Yi Jianlian, discussing training matters. He is being prominently developed within the Magic, with Dwight Howard appreciating the presence of this Asian power forward, who helps create space on the court. This season, Howard has significantly evolved, averaging 17.1 points, 14.2 rebounds, and 2.1 blocks per game. However, throughout the match, the Lakers maintained control over the Magic, as Howard could not contend with Yao Ming. After all, the latter's prowess is no jest, rendering Howard's performance of 8 points and 10 rebounds rather lackluster. Upon returning to their home court, the Lakers embarked on a 5-game winning streak. During this stretch, aside from a hard-fought battle against the Suns that extended into the fourth quarter, most games concluded with a decisive advantage for the Lakers. However, an unexpected defeat occurred against the Golden State Warriors, the creators of this season's Black 8 miracle, who showcased an extraordinary three-point shooting performance. Ultimately, a near buzzer beater from Jackson secured their victory over the Lakers, marking the latter's first loss of the season. Despite this setback, the Lakers remained formidable, concluding November with an impressive record of 13 wins and 1 loss. Kobe Bryant, with an average of 28, 1 points, 5, 1 rebounds, and 5 assists, was honored as the Western Conference Player of the Month, while LeBron James of the Cavaliers claimed the Eastern accolade. In December, the Lakers slightly decelerated, suffering 3 losses to the surging Mavericks, the youthful Bulls, and the three-point shooting Supersonics. Nevertheless, they led the league with a record of 20 wins and 4 losses. While the Mavericks stood at 16 wins and 6 losses, the Spurs at 16 wins and 7 losses, and the Suns at 18 wins and 8 losses. This season has truly witnessed a chaotic Western Conference, with the top 4 teams being strong contenders for the championship. Amidst this backdrop, a trade sent shockwaves throughout the league. The Philadelphia 76ers dealt their star player Allen Iverson, the regular season MVP and 4-time scoring champion, to the Denver Nuggets in exchange for Andre Miller, Joe Smith, and 2 first-round draft picks. This move ignited a stir within the league, particularly among Western teams who felt a sense of unfairness. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich remarked that David Stern is once again targeting him. After all, Allen Iverson managed to score 33 points last season. Although the team's performance was less than ideal, it is important to recognize that the overall strength of the Philadelphia 76ers was lacking. It was only through Iverson's efforts that they reached the playoffs in the Eastern Conference. However, the 76ers have been unable to see hope year after year, leading them to the conclusion that a rebuild is necessary. Currently, the 76ers have chosen to cultivate Andre Iguodala as their core player, hoping that the young talent can quickly mature and lead Philadelphia to glory. Yet, selecting Iguodala seems to be a misjudgment. He is evidently more of a piece in a championship puzzle rather than a foundational cornerstone. Despite spending 8 years in Philadelphia without demonstrating true core capabilities, Iguodala found success after being traded to the Warriors, where he became part of the formidable death lineup and won a sole Finals MVP by defending against LeBron James. The author personally feels that he somewhat usurped Stephen Curry's MVP title, as LeBron still performed admirably under Iguodala's defense without any substantial alteration. The Warriors' victory in their first championship was largely due to Curry's gravitational pull on the court. Coincidentally, the Lakers' next match will be an away game against the Nuggets, marking the debut of the dynamic duo. Liu Xing is particularly eager to face Iverson. Although the Nuggets star pairing is well-renowned, Liu Xing is aware that Carmelo Anthony's mentor is Chauncey Billups, who was essential in leading them to the Western Conference Finals. However, the combination of 2 players who are not fond of defense does not promise a favorable outcome. As the game commenced, the Lakers' starting lineup featured Yao Ming, Kwame Brown, Finley, Kobe, and Liu Xing, while the Nuggets fielded Marcus Camby, Nene, Anthony, Blake, and Iverson. Yao Ming successfully won the jump ball, receiving Liu Xing's pass and backing down Camby for an easy basket. Although Camby was recognized as an all-defensive team player and was the previous year's block leader, his actual defensive prowess left much to be desired, resembling the likes of Hassan Whiteside in later years. As Iverson dribbled the ball, Liu Xing immediately closed in, utilizing his height, wingspan, and speed to initiate relentless pressure. Iverson, with his signature moves, managed to navigate past Liu Xing, who, despite being beaten, continued to pursue and ultimately disrupted Iverson's shot, which failed to find the net. Kobe seized the rebound and, directly confronting Blake, converted a 2-1 play. This season, the Nuggets' backcourt defense has been nothing short of disastrous. Blake, standing at 191 centimeters and weighing 78 kilograms, is dwarfed by the 183 centimeters, 75 kilograms Iverson, who is essentially a scoring machine. On the offensive end, Anthony nailed a mid-range jumper, showcasing his scoring threat. Meanwhile, Kobe displayed a steady backing down of Blake, drawing the defense before passing to Liu Xing, who launched a shot that went unchallenged by Iverson, resulting in a successful basket. The Denver Nuggets' offensive efforts were thwarted, as they struggled to penetrate the paint with Yao Ming and Kwame Brown congesting the interior. Additionally, the Nuggets' three-point shooting was lackluster. Consequently, Kobe Bryant effortlessly accumulated 20 points in the first half, while Yao Ming contributed 12 points. Lu Xing, from beyond the arc, excelled with 9 points and 3 assists, shooting 3 of 4 from three-point range, leading the Lakers to an 8-point advantage over the Nuggets. As the second half commenced, the Nuggets intensified their defensive focus on Kobe, opting to start J.R. Smith as the shooting guard. However, at this point, Smith had yet to evolve into the formidable defender he would later become. His offensive contributions remained erratic. Despite this, Kobe's offensive prowess remained undiminished, and Lu Xing continued to make significant three-point shots. Yao Ming secured 3 offensive rebounds and converted them into points. In the third quarter, the Lakers' trio of stars combined for 30 points against the Nuggets' 21, extending their lead to 17 points. In the fourth quarter, J.R. Smith unexpectedly found his rhythm, scoring 3 consecutive three-pointers that narrowed the gap to within 10 points. Nevertheless, Lu Xing, demonstrating composure, passed the ball to Yao Ming, who attracted the defense before assisting Kobe for a successful drive. Kobe then received another pass from Lu Xing, sinking a three-pointer, which ultimately extinguished any remaining suspense in the game. The Lakers triumphed with a final score of 109-95, with Kobe notching 33 points for rebounds and 1 assist, Lu Xing contributing 15 points, 10 assists, and 3 steals, and Yao Ming recording 28 points and 16 rebounds. For the Nuggets, Carmelo Anthony scored 24 points, and Allen Iverson added 25, both with shooting percentages below 45, while J.R. Smith tallied 20 points. It appears that the duo of Kobe and the 2 stars still have a considerable journey ahead. As 2006 quietly slipped away, the Lakers entered the new year with soaring morale. In the early games of the new year, they faced a challenging stretch of 7 consecutive away games against teams with top 5 point guards in the league. Their first match took place at the Palace of Auburn Hills against the Pistons, where the Lakers managed a hard-fought victory. Lu Xing delivered a steady performance with 17 points and 9 assists, while Chauncey Billups could not outshine Lu, finishing with 18 points and 5 assists. Since the departure of Ben Wallace, the Pistons had lost their dominance in the Eastern Conference. In the subsequent game, the Lakers were set to clash with the Eastern Conference's Brooklyn Nets, led by the legendary point guard Jason Kidd. The Nets boasted formidable outside shooting but were relatively weak in the post. This vulnerability became the Lakers' point of attack in the matchup. From the outset, the Lakers showcased a fervent offensive desire, leveraging their height advantage to score repeatedly in the paint. Meanwhile, the Nets found themselves in disarray, unable to effectively orchestrate their offense and resorting to individual efforts. Defensively, the Lakers executed stringent coverage on the Nets' key players. Lu Xing and Kobe successfully curtailed the performances of Kidd and Carter, making it challenging for them to find scoring opportunities. The Lakers' cohesive defense also applied immense pressure on the Nets, leading to numerous turnovers. Ultimately, the Lakers secured an effortless victory by a margin of 18 points. This triumph not only highlighted the Lakers' prowess but also demonstrated their strategic adaptability in facing various opponents. Despite the formidable trio of the Brooklyn Nets, their performance was notably diminished under the stringent defense of the Los Angeles Lakers. Kidd managed to score only 14 points, along with 3 assists and 8 rebounds, while Carter, despite accumulating 20 points, had a shooting percentage of merely 41. In contrast, Jefferson contributed 19 points and 6 rebounds. On the other hand, the Lakers thrived, with Yao Ming dominating the paint, amassing an impressive 35 points and 18 rebounds. Kobe also showcased his prowess, netting 24 points, while Lu Xing added 17 points and 9 rebounds. Subsequently, the Lakers traveled back to the West to face the Suns, avenging their previous defeat by triumphing over their opponents. Nash found himself thwarted by Lu Xing's defense, scoring only 24 points with 3 assists, unable to facilitate his teammates' scoring. The Suns stood no chance of victory, as Stoudemire, despite recovering from injuries this year, was unable to gain an advantage against Yao. Lu Xing, on the other hand, excelled against Nash, delivering an impressive performance with 24 points and 11 assists. In the following match, the Lakers faced off against the legendary point guard duo of Deron Williams and Chris Paul from 2005. Having just concluded a grueling 3-game road trip, the Lakers appeared fatigued, ultimately succumbing to the Utah Jazz by a margin of 12 points. In this contest, the Jazz's starting power forward, the notorious Carlos Boozer, shone brightly, scoring 38 points and grabbing 11 rebounds, leaving Kwame Brown and the substitute Millsap in distress. Lu Xing, hampered by fatigue, was outperformed by Deron Williams, who recorded 18 points and 10 assists. It is undeniable that this year, Deron has shown remarkable progress, leveraging his robust physique to create considerable challenges for Lu Xing. Battling in the high-altitude region of Utah while already drained, Lu Xing struggled, concluding the game with only 15 points and 6 assists. In the next encounter against the Hornets, Lu Xing delivered a masterclass against Chris Paul. With a day's rest prior to the match, his energy levels were significantly rejuvenated, and he dominated Paul throughout the game, who managed a mere 8 points and 5 assists, a stark contrast to his average of 17, 5 points and 9 assists. The Hornets, lacking in their ability to retaliate, suffered a 21-point defeat, while Lu Xing recorded 23 points and 11 assists. In the remaining 2 away games, the Lakers secured 1 victory and 1 defeat, completing a challenging 7-game road stretch. At this juncture, the results of the first round of All-Star voting were officially released, revealing the Lakers trio ranked as follows: Yao Ming in first place, Kobe Bryant in second, and Lu Xing in third, trailed by Garnett, McGrady, Nowitzki, Duncan, and Nash. The popularity of the Lakers trio is undeniably high, bolstered by their exposure in the bustling city of Los Angeles and the substantial votes from the Chinese populace, albeit diluted. Their ranking among the top 3 reflects their immense popularity. During this period, the film Transformers featuring Jessica Alba premiered, and Lu Xing accompanied Alba to several public screening events, resulting in a remarkable box office haul of nearly $100 million in its opening week. The film may not boast an exceptionally remarkable plot, yet as a quintessential popcorn flick, the intense battles between robots are undeniably exhilarating. Particularly memorable is the scene where Jessica Alba lifts the hood of her car, which significantly heightened her popularity. Although Alba's role in the film is merely ornamental, her striking physique and beauty effortlessly captivate the audience. Through this cinematic endeavor, Alba has ascended to become one of Hollywood's most alluring women. Moreover, Lu Xing invested a third of the film's budget, anticipating a return of approximately $120 million, which leaves him feeling as though his wealth is inexhaustible. Following the completion of Transformers 1, Alba chose to temporarily set aside her bustling acting career, opting instead to relish a world of intimacy with Lu Xing in Los Angeles. She no longer rushes to accept new film roles, devoting her full attention to accompanying her boyfriend. Whenever the Lakers play, Alba is invariably seen donning Lu Xing's number 3 jersey, enthusiastically cheering from the sidelines and passionately supporting her beloved. Each time the camera pans to Alba, the Lakers fans erupt with excitement. After all, the success of Transformers has significantly elevated Alba's profile, making her more popular than ever, which has incited envy among numerous fans towards Lu Xing, who wonder how he won the heart of this goddess of the Lakers. Lu Xing does not shy away from expressing his affection for Alba. Whenever he scores or performs exceptionally on the court, he shares meaningful glances with her on the sidelines, fostering a sweet interaction that not only brings them joy but also creates a stunning spectacle that drives countless fans wild. Just after the first round of All-Star voting, Lu Xing received a call from League President David Stern, inviting him to participate in the skills challenge and the 3-point contest. Initially resolute in his refusal to overextend himself, Lu Xing suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Ding. Host, win the 3-point contest to earn an infinite range, gold, that enhances your long-range shooting accuracy. David Stern, hello. Are you there? If you really can't. Lu Xing hurriedly replied, all right, I'll participate in the 3-point contest. I've been shooting a lot of threes this year, and I enjoy this competition. Thus, Lu Xing accepted the challenge, determined to strive for the badge. He practiced diligently, and now his 3-point shooting skill is rated at 93, which, when combined with the badge, positions him among the top 5 in the league. His competitors in this contest include Dirk Nowitzki from the Dallas Mavericks, Gilbert Arenas from the Washington Wizards, Jason Kapono from the Miami Heat, Mike Miller from the Memphis Grizzlies, and Jason Terry from the Mavericks. Nowitzki, the reigning champion, is even stronger this year, while Arenas, 37, 3, and Terry, 41, 9, are known for their unpredictable shooting streaks. When they are on fire, they can hit every shot. But conversely, they can also miss repeatedly. Furthermore, both Arenas and Terry are not purely spot-up shooters. They prefer a rhythm of shooting in motion. Kapono, with an impressive shooting percentage of 55, 9, and Miller, at 43, are unequivocally pure sharpshooters. Kapono currently leads the league in 3-point accuracy, having usurped Antoine Walker and James Posey to claim the starting small forward position for the Heat. Prior to Pau Gasol's return, Miller was the leading scorer for the Grizzlies this season. These 5 players are formidable adversaries, and Lu Xing must prepare diligently before the All-Star game, training rigorously in pursuit of this accolade. The unlimited range badge was specifically designed with Curry in mind, as it enhances shooting range, after all. Who else but Stephen Curry could cover half the court? In the upcoming matches, the Lakers continued their triumphant march, achieving an impressive record of 8 wins and 2 losses before the All-Star game, maintaining a 2-game lead over the second-place Dallas Mavericks. This year, the Mavericks possess an undeniable momentum, with Nowitzki exhibiting remarkably high efficiency, consistently ranking at the top of the regular season MVP standings. Kobe, representing the Lakers, holds the second position, followed by Nash in third. Liu Xing, due to Kobe's return, has not boasted particularly dazzling statistics, averaging 17. 3 points, 3. For rebounds, 7. For assists, and 2. For steals. It is not that Liu Xing has diminished, rather, the Lakers are exceptionally strong, featuring an unstoppable Yao Ming in the paint and an equally formidable Kobe on the perimeter. Liu Xing's role has been to control the pace and defend against the opposing team's key players, which is why he is only ranked second among guards in the subsequent All-Star voting, slightly ahead of Nash from the Suns. Throughout January, the Lakers achieved an impressive record of 11 wins and 3 losses, with Kobe once again surpassing Nowitzki to claim the title of Western Conference Player of the Month, averaging 27, 8 points, 6, 1 rebounds, and 3 for assists with a shooting percentage of 51. It seems Kobe's shooting efficiency is significantly influenced by his teammates. With Yao Ming and Liu Xing, he is less compelled to take difficult shots, maintaining an efficiency rating among the top 5 in the league. In the Eastern Conference, the month was dominated by Dwight Howard of the Magic, who led his team to an 11-5 record, averaging 19, 8 points, 14, 3 rebounds, and 7 blocks. Speaking of the Magic, Yi Jianlian has firmly established himself as the starting power forward, averaging 29. For minutes, 11, 1 points, and 6, 3 rebounds, with a 3-point shooting percentage of 37.3, sinking an average of 2 3-pointers per game. He has now started in 10 games, and as Howard's interior teammate, he no longer needs to engage in fierce battles for position but merely create space. In my view, he surpasses the later Lewis, who offers little in terms of defense and lacks height compared to the current E. Now, he plays a role akin to that of Chris Bosh from the Heat, embodying the space of a power forward alongside Liu Xing and Yao Ming. As February arrived, the All-Star voting concluded, with Yao Ming once again emerging as the leading vote-getter, while Liu Xing surpassed Nash by 30,000 votes to secure a starting spot in the All-Star game. This year's Western Conference All-Star roster features starters: Yao Ming, Duncan, Garnett, Kobe, Liu Xing, reserves: McGrady, Amare Stoudemire, Boozer, injured and absent, Nowitzki, Marion, Iverson, injured and absent, Nash, injured and absent, Tony Parker, Josh Howard, replacement, Carmelo Anthony, replacement, Ray Allen, replacement. In the Eastern Conference, starters: Shaquille O'Neal, Bosh, LeBron James, Wade, Arenas, reserves: Dwight Howard, Jermaine O'Neal, Karen Butler, Vince Carter, Hamilton, Billups, Kidd, injured and absent, Joe Johnson, replacement. This year's All-Star Game is set to take place in Las Vegas, a world-renowned gambling city noted for its extensive and diverse entertainment offerings, making it a favored destination among NBA players. After all, among these millionaires, there are certainly those who enjoy a gamble now and then. Notably the basketball legends Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley, both known for their penchant for gaming. Jordan, in particular, has been spotted at casinos during the playoffs. Liu Xing has always steered clear of gambling, as no amount of money could ever truly suffice. Unlike Kobe and Yao Ming, who set off together, he embarked on his journey to Las Vegas with his girlfriend, Jessica Alba. Upon their arrival in the gambling capital, they were swiftly surrounded by a throng of reporters. Given Liu Xing's status as a basketball luminary and Jessica's recent acclaim from her role in the film Transformers, the two hastily navigated through the media before indulging in some leisure activities. As February 16th arrived, the All-Star Rookie Game commenced, featuring a formidable second-year lineup led by stars such as Chris Paul and Darren Williams, who effortlessly triumphed over the first-year rookies. Despite the presence of promising players like Brandon Roy, Rudy Gay, Aldridge, and Paul Millsap on the first-year team, the disparity in skill was glaring. The final score was 154-113, with the second-year team claiming victory by a staggering 41 points. Although the first-year team faced defeat, Paul Millsap's performance was noteworthy. Currently sharing playing time with the underperforming first overall pick, Kwame Brown, on the Lakers, Millsap has exhibited rapid improvement, impressing Lakers general manager Cook with Liu Xing's keen eye for talent. After all, last year's Lewis Williams and this year's Millsap are regarded among the top 5 of their draft class, and they came at a minimal cost. Time swiftly progressed to February 17th, and the All-Star Weekend unfolded as anticipated, with all events proceeding smoothly. Among them, the Skills Challenge stood out as a major highlight. Featuring a star-studded roster, including rising stars Chris Paul, Darren Williams, and last year's Finals MVP, Dwayne Wade, alongside the King himself, LeBron James. Previous Skills Challenges often lacked sufficient entertainment value, but this year, the organizers deliberately invited two superstars to enhance the event's appeal. As expected, Wade showcased extraordinary prowess throughout the competition, defeating his three rivals and successfully defending his title as the champion of the Skills Challenge. His performance left the audience in awe, earning him resounding applause. Following the conclusion of the Skills Challenge, Lu Xing began his warm-up on the court, marking his second appearance in the three-point contest. Having previously settled for a disappointing second place, he approached this year's competition with unwavering determination. Aware that the reigning champion was the Heat's Capono, Lu Xing had diligently prepared during this period, committed to securing victory. As the fourth participant to take the stage, Lu Xing felt a sense of relaxation. The first contestant, Arenas, had a smooth start but faltered towards the end, scoring a total of 17 points. The second contender, the reigning champion Nowitzki, remained composed and steadily amassed 22 points. The third to perform was Mike Miller, who secured 21 points. When Lu Xing finally took his turn, he scored 4 points on his first shot. But a slight misstep in his second attempt yielded only 2 points. He rebounded with 15 points on the last 3 shots, matching Mike Miller's total of 21 points. Lu Xing's spirits dampened slightly upon seeing his score, revealing a hint of tension. Evidently, the pressure of the task weighed heavily upon him. The fifth contestant, Capono, also achieved 21 points, while the final participant, Terry from the Mavericks, unfortunately scored only 10 points and was eliminated. The results positioned Nowitzki in first place with 22 points, granting him direct entry into the finals, while Lu Xing, Capono, and Mike Miller engaged in a tiebreaker. Lu Xing was the first to compete again, earning 11 points within 24 seconds. Mike Miller, however, struggled, managing only 2 successful shots, while Capono scored 12 points, leading to Mike Miller's elimination. In the finals of the three-point contest, Lu Xing was the first to perform. With the trigger of a hot streak, he achieved an impressive 23 points. Capono, feeling the pressure from Lu Xing's high score, could only muster 20 points in his attempt. The third contestant, Nowitzki, faced his own difficulties, scoring a mere 18 points due to multiple errors on his first 2 shots. Ultimately, Lu Xing emerged victorious, claiming the championship title in the three-point contest. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unlimited range, gold, badge. Lu Xing glanced at his stats panel, noting that his three-point shooting attribute had risen from 93/96 to 96/98, elevating him to the elite tier of the league. In the subsequent slam dunk contest, the participants' fame paled in comparison to that of the judges. The panel was indeed a constellation of stars, featuring legends such as Dr. J. Julius Erving, the human highlight reel Dominique Wilkins, the basketball deity Michael Jordan, the demigod Vince Carter, and the Black Mamba Kobe Bryant. Their names shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating endless brilliance. As the competition commenced, the atmosphere was electrifying. Each spectacular dunk elicited cheers and applause from the audience. However, the competition was fierce, with each contestant showcasing their unique skills and styles. After a thrilling contest, the 9-fingered dunk king Gerald Green triumphed with his astonishing performance, soaring over obstacles to seize the championship title. His victory not only sent the crowd into a frenzy but also earned him newfound respect as a dunking prodigy. This slam dunk contest became one of the most iconic events in history, leaving an indelible mark on the memories of fans. Watching these dunk artists showcase their talents on the court, Lu Xing felt a twinge of envy. Each breathtaking dunk stirred his emotions, immersing him in the passionate and vibrant world of basketball. However, reality is often harsh. Despite Lu Xing's exceptional physical prowess, his dunking ability remains in need of enhancement. Had he chosen the template of Russell Westbrook, he might have participated without hesitation, yet now he can only gaze longingly from afar. Nevertheless, Lu Xing does not succumb to feelings of frustration or disappointment, for he is acutely aware of the diversity and practicality of basketball skills. While dunks are undeniably impressive, the scoring efficiency of three-pointers is markedly superior, and layups are both easier and more reliable. Thus, even if he cannot showcase his talent in the dunk contest, he can still contribute to his team in other ways. As the festivities of the All-Star Game unfolded, on February 18, 2006, at the Thomas Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, the NBA All-Star Game commenced. At the outset, Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal stood at midcourt, prepared for the jump ball. With the referee's whistle, Yao Ming leapt high to direct the ball towards his teammates. However, O'Neal, leveraging his formidable physicality, successfully intercepted the basketball, granting the Eastern Conference the initial possession. Upon spotting Lu Xing across the court, Eastern player Gilbert Arenas reminisced about their long-range three-point duel from the previous year's All-Star Game. A subtle smile crossed his face as he opted to pass the ball to O'Neal in the paint. O'Neal, upon receiving the pass, surged towards the basket like a ferocious shark, executing a commanding dunk that put the Eastern Conference on the scoreboard first. The atmosphere of this All-Star Game was relaxed and jovial, with players enjoying a less pressured environment. After all, this was merely an exhibition match, and there was no need for excessive seriousness. Lu Xing was no exception. He played casually, primarily focusing on creating opportunities for his teammate, Kobe Bryant. Ultimately, the Western Conference triumphed with a score of 153-132 over the Eastern Conference. Kobe, showcasing an outstanding performance, secured the highest score of the game with 31 points and lifted the All-Star MVP trophy. After the game concluded, Lu Xing walked out of the arena alongside Kobe, who proudly cradled the MVP trophy, a beaming smile adorning his face. "Congratulations, Kobe. Your performance today was simply magnificent," Lu Xing expressed sincerely. "Thank you, Lu Xing. Without your assists, I wouldn't have scored so many points," Kobe replied, patting Lu Xing on the shoulder. "Hey, we're teammates. It's only natural to support one another." Lu Xing smiled in response. As they chatted, they unknowingly made their way to the parking lot, and it became evident that Kobe was growing increasingly fond of his younger teammate. With the All-Star Game now behind them, only about 30 regular season games remained. At this juncture, teams were fully committed to the upcoming matches. Some were fervently pursuing victories to enhance their playoff standings, while others opted to embrace mediocrity, anticipating the arrival of Greg Oden. Hailed as the Emperor, he was viewed as the template for the duo of Tim Duncan and David Robinson, bearing the hopes of a franchise resurgence. Consequently, teams with little chance of making the playoffs chose to falter, reminiscent of the days when Duncan first entered the league. In stark contrast, the Los Angeles Lakers maintained remarkably stable performance, consistently achieving an impressive win rate of 85. They have just achieved an impressive record of 9 wins and 1 loss. Since Lu Xing acquired the Infinite Range badge, his prowess in three-point shooting has become even more pronounced, averaging 4 successful three-pointers per game over the last 10 matches. A feat that is indeed rare in the current league. Presently, the average number of three-pointers made in the NBA hovers around 3, with the entire regular season averaging just over 200, thus Lu Xing stands as a paragon of high productivity. With Lu Xing's three-point shooting, his fellow stars on the Lakers have found their game considerably easier, the interior space has widened, and the team's performance has been exceptionally smooth. At this juncture, the Western Conference teams, including the Dallas Mavericks, San Antonio Spurs, and Phoenix Suns, are also performing remarkably well. Notably, the Dallas Mavericks have secured an impressive 11 consecutive victories post-All-Star Game, narrowing the gap with the Lakers to just 1 game. However, during this critical phase, the Lakers starting center, Yao Ming, unexpectedly suffered a fracture of the brow bone, sidelining him for over a month in the regular season, with more than 20 games remaining. This news is far from favorable for the Lakers, who are determined to clinch the regular season championship, as doubts arose regarding the Lakers' ability to keep pace with the Mavericks. Their 2 superstar players, Kobe Bryant and Lu Xing, rose to the occasion. In the final 20 games, Kobe averaged an astonishing 41 minutes of playtime per game, scoring an impressive 34.3 points on average, along with 6 for rebounds and 4.3 assists. Lu Xing, not to be outdone, contributed remarkable statistics of his own: 27 points, 3.8 rebounds, 11.5 assists, and an astonishing 3 steals per game. Under the formidable performances of these 2 superstars, the Lakers successfully retained their position at the pinnacle of the league. Ultimately, the regular season standings concluded as follows. In the Western Conference, the Lakers and Mavericks both finished with a record of 67 wins and 15 losses. But the Lakers secured the top position due to their 2 victories in the 3 encounters between the teams. The remaining standings included the Jazz in 3rd with 51 wins, the Suns 4th with 61 wins, the Spurs 5th with 55 wins, the Nuggets 6th with 45 wins, the Warriors 7th with 42 wins, and the Hornets 8th with 41 wins. In the Eastern Conference, the standings featured the Pistons at the top with 53 wins, followed by the Cavaliers with 50 wins. The Raptors with 47 wins, the Heat with 44 wins, the Bulls with 49 wins, the Nets with 41 wins, and the Wizards also with 41 wins. In the 8th season of the magical journey, the Lakers' Kobe Bryant emerged as the scoring champion, averaging 29.1 points per game, surpassing Carmelo Anthony, who averaged 28.9 points, primarily due to Yao Ming's absence in the final 20 games. The third spot was claimed by Gilbert Arenas of the Wizards with an average of 28.4 points. This year, the pace of the game was rather subdued, resulting in no players averaging over 30 points. The rebounding leader was Kevin Garnett of the Timberwolves, with an impressive average of 12.8 rebounds, followed by Tyson Chandler of the Hornets with 12.4, and Dwight Howard with 12.3 rebounds, while Yao Ming secured fourth place with 12.1 rebounds. The assist leader was Steve Nash, averaging 11.6 assists, with Darren Williams of the Jazz following at 9.3 and Jason Kidd of the Nets at 9.2. Both Lu Xing and Chris Paul tied for fourth with 8.9 assists. The blocks were dominated by Marcus Camby, averaging 3.3, while Lu Xing led the steals category with an average of 2.7, earning the title of Steal King. As the regular season drew to a close, the playoffs commenced. After a prolonged period of rehabilitation, Yao Ming made his return to the court, a significant boon for the Lakers. Their first challengers were the 8th-seeded Hornets, spearheaded by Chris Paul. On the Lakers' side, Paul Millsap's remarkable performance towards the end of the season earned him a starting position, replacing Kwame Brown. Consequently, the Lakers' starting lineup transformed into Yao Ming, Millsap, Finley, Kobe, and Lu Xing. The Hornets featured Tyson Chandler, David West, Peja Stojakovic, Devin Brown, and Chris Paul. Chandler was a quintessential blue-collar center, renowned for his defensive prowess. David West was a formidable power forward, showcasing versatility and offensive capability. Peja Stojakovic, a stellar three-point shooter, had just been traded to the Hornets. Devin Brown, a former Spurs shooting guard, commanded respect for his abilities, though he was perhaps most infamously remembered for his bewildered expression during Tracy McGrady's miraculous 13 points in 35 seconds. In his sophomore year, Paul exhibited the skills befitting a top-tier point guard. However, when the match commenced, the Hornets failed to demonstrate the anticipated strength. They were thoroughly dominated by the Lakers, who established superiority across all positions, from center to point guard. Tyson Chandler struggled to make an impact against Yao Ming's tight defense. The clash between power forwards David West and rookie Millsap resulted in a stalemate, as neither possessed particularly notable height. The small forward duel between Finley and Peja was equally matched, both being adept at three-point shooting, although Finley had a slight edge in defensive capabilities. As for the shooting guard position, Kobe completely outclassed Brown. In the position of point guard, Lu Xing possesses an innate advantage over Paul, as his height, wingspan, leaping ability, and speed completely overshadow Paul's capabilities. The Lakers triumphed with ease in the first 3 games, winning by margins exceeding 15 points. In the final match, the Lakers unleashed a barrage of three-pointers, while the Hornets faltered completely. Ultimately, the Lakers secured a staggering victory with a score of 121-63, delivering a harsh lesson to the second-year player Paul, which foreshadowed the subsequent calamity of the 58-point defeat. As the league leaders swept the Hornets with relentless force, many anticipated that the Mavericks and Heat would advance effortlessly. However, an unexpected twist unfolded. The Mavericks initially succumbed to the Warriors at home and then faced 2 consecutive defeats on the Warriors' turf, leading to a shocking 3-1 deficit. Yet, upon their return home, the Mavericks regained their form and clinched a crucial victory. Unfortunately, they faltered again in the 6th game, culminating in a disheartening exit marked by the infamous Black 7. Warriors head coach Don Nelson seemed to have an intricate understanding of the Mavericks, and it appeared that Dirk Nowitzki could no longer shed the label of being soft. Simultaneously, the defending champions, the Heat, faced a challenge from the youthful Bulls and were swept aside with a 4-0 scoreline, leaving them utterly humiliated. This upset victory initiated a downward spiral for the Heat. As time progressed, the first round of the playoffs concluded, showcasing a series of thrilling performances from various teams. In the West, the Lakers overcame the Hornets through exceptional teamwork and individual prowess. The Warriors, led by the remarkable performances of Baron Davis and others, triumphed over the Mavericks. The Jazz narrowly defeated the Nuggets, relying on the pick-and-roll synergy between Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer, and the series between the Spurs and Suns was fiercely contested, culminating in a grueling Game 7, which the Spurs edged out for victory. In the East, the Pistons easily dispatched the Magic, though Ige Jianlian's debut in the playoffs was marred by a struggle to adapt to the game's pace and intensity. the Cavaliers showcased their formidable strength. Sweeping the Wizards with a 4-0 score, the Nets eliminated the Raptors with timely performances, and the Bulls delivered a stunning upset by sweeping the defending champions, the Heat. As the second round approached, the competition intensified. In the West, the Lakers were set to face their long-standing rivals, the Spurs, a matchup that promised to be highly anticipated. It is well known that the Spurs have consistently been a formidable team, often reserving their strength during the regular season to ensure that their players are in peak condition for the playoffs. Consequently, the Spurs were regarded as strong contenders for the championship, and this forthcoming battle was met with great seriousness. In the East, the Pistons prepared to clash with the Bulls, while the Cavaliers were poised to confront the Nets. These teams, all powerhouses within the Eastern Conference, were sure to deliver an exhilarating spectacle in their confrontations. Each round of the competition brims with excitement, leaving fans eagerly anticipating the next. With the conclusion of the first round of the playoffs, the All-NBA teams for 2007 have been officially announced. The first team comprises Yao Ming, Dirk Nowitzki, Tim Duncan, Kobe Bryant, and Steve Nash. The second team features Amare Stoudemire, Paul Pierce, LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Gilbert Arenas. The third team includes Dwight Howard, Kevin Garnett, Carmelo Anthony, Chauncey Billups, and Lou Shing. The first team of the all-defensive squad consists of Duncan, Raja Bell, Bruce Bowen, Kobe Bryant, and Lou Shing, while the second team includes Tayshaun Prince, Ben Wallace, Billups, Garnett, and Jason Kidd. From the selected rosters, it is evident that the Lakers remain a formidable force this year, boasting 3 players in the All-NBA teams, 2 in the first team and 1 in the third. Additionally, they have 2 players in the first team of the all-defensive squad. Notably, Tracy McGrady, originally expected to make the second team, was omitted, and despite the absence of Yao Ming, the Rockets did not qualify. Furthermore, the all-defensive selection replaced the anticipated first-team player, Marcus Camby, whose defensive capabilities I personally believe are overstated. His statistics appear impressive, yet his actual performance leaves much to be desired. This is merely my opinion. The second round of the playoffs commenced at Staples Center, where the Lakers retained their starting lineup: Yao Ming, Paul Millsap, Michael Finley, Kobe Bryant, and Lou Shing. The Spurs fielded their own lineup: Oberto, Duncan, Bowen, Ginobili, and Parker. Yao Ming won the tip-off, and Lou Shing passed the ball to Kobe, who, facing Bowen's defense, executed a quick stop and go to score. The Spurs responded with a pick-and-roll play between Parker and Duncan, resulting in Duncan's first points of the game. Kobe exploded offensively, racking up 16 points in the first quarter, giving the Lakers an 8-point lead. In the second quarter, Kobe continued his onslaught, drawing fouls and adding another 13 points to his tally. As the second half unfolded, the Spurs intensified their defensive efforts against Kobe. Despite this, he persisted, though after 2 missed shots, Lou Shing encouraged him, whispering that he had a 44 three-point shooting percentage this year and requested an opportunity to shine. This prompted Kobe to regain his composure, creating 3-point opportunities for Lou Shing, Yao Ming, and Finley, all of whom capitalized. By the fourth quarter, the Spurs hesitated to double-team Kobe, allowing him to further educate Bowen on the court. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Spurs with a score of 103-84, with Kobe Bryant delivering an impressive performance of 41 points and 7 assists. In the following match, the Lakers returned to their home court at Staples Center, continuing to showcase their formidable prowess. Kobe Bryant revealed his exceptional individual skills once more, identifying the Spurs' vulnerabilities. Although the Spurs possessed a robust overall defense, Kobe remained confident in his ability to outmatch them. Simultaneously, the Lakers' other players proved reliable from beyond the arc, enhancing the team's offensive threat. Ultimately, the Lakers secured a victory by a 15-point margin. However, as the Lakers traveled to San Antonio to face the Spurs, circumstances shifted. Kobe's shooting touch seemed to wane, as if hindered by an enigmatic force. The subpar performance swiftly infected his teammates like a contagion, with players such as Lou Shing and Yao Ming also succumbing to a scoring drought. In such dire circumstances, the Lakers struggled to devise effective offensive strategies, ultimately resulting in a score of 80-94. As the fourth game commenced, Kobe appeared to have lost his shooting touch, repeatedly missing his attempts. However, Lou Shing experienced a remarkable surge, showcasing his exceptional driving and 3-point shooting abilities, continuously scoring to help the Lakers maintain their position. Nevertheless, the Spurs remained resolute, and the game escalated into a fierce contest. In the final moments, trailing by 2 points, the Lakers had an opportunity to equalize. At a critical juncture, Lou Shing received a pass from a teammate and, without hesitation, leaped to shoot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air and swished through the net. The score was tied at 84, compelling the game into overtime. In the overtime period, both Lu Xing and Yao Ming exhibited signs of fatigue, their stamina nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the Spurs' Ginobili seized the moment, hitting crucial shots and scoring 10 consecutive points to put the Spurs ahead. The Lakers fought valiantly to close the gap but were unable to reduce the deficit. In the final seconds, the Lakers had a chance to turn the tide. After receiving the ball, Kobe swiftly leaped, preparing to launch a three-pointer. However, fortune did not favor the Lakers this time, as Kobe's shot ricocheted off the rim. Ultimately, the Lakers suffered a heartbreaking defeat, concluding the game at 96-98. Following this match, the series was tied at 2 games apiece. The upcoming matches became increasingly pivotal, as whoever triumphed in the next game would seize control of the series. At Staples Center, the critical battle between the Lakers and Spurs commenced. Both teams well acquainted with each other, and the contest was about to begin. With the referee's whistle, the game kicked off. Yao Ming, leveraging his height advantage, effortlessly won the jump ball. Lu Xing, upon securing possession, skillfully controlled the tempo, successfully advancing the ball past half-court. He then decisively passed to Kobe Bryant, who, facing the defensive prowess of Bruce Bowen, employed his refined techniques for a back-to-the-basket play, skillfully deceiving his opponent with a realistic fake before passing to the trailing Lu Xing. Without hesitation, Lu Xing launched into a beautiful reverse shot that found the basket, earning resounding applause from the audience. However, the Spurs were undeterred by this setback. Swiftly organizing a counterattack, Ginobili displayed his signature serpentine drive, weaving through the defense before scoring with a layup. Kobe, not to be outdone, immediately responded with an impressive breakthrough, forcing his way through Tim Duncan's defense to score. Throughout the first quarter, Kobe exhibited extraordinary form, hitting 5 of 8 shots and converting 5 of 6 free throws, amassing 14 points, allowing the Lakers to momentarily lead by 4 points. As the second quarter began, the Lakers made personnel adjustments, with Kobe taking a breather while Lu Xing led the bench unit into battle. Lu Xing took up the offensive mantle, showcasing his comprehensive scoring prowess. He consistently executed difficult mid-range jump shots and long-range three-pointers, leaving his opponents utterly bewildered. Fortunately, Lu Xing maintained the excellent shooting form he showcased in the previous game. Within a mere 6 minutes, he contributed 7 points and delivered 2 assists, aiding his team in extending their lead to 7 points. When Kobe re-entered the court, he retained his fierce offensive drive, relentlessly scoring. Meanwhile, Yao Ming demonstrated stability in the paint, firmly securing rebounds and defensive positions. By the conclusion of the first half, the Lakers finished with a 10-point advantage. However, the tide turned dramatically in the second half as Kobe missed 5 consecutive shots, allowing the Spurs to seize the opportunity and mount a significant comeback, narrowing the deficit to a mere 3 points. The Lakers coach promptly called a timeout in an effort to stabilize the team's situation. Lu Xing and Yao approached Kobe, urging him to remain composed and avoid getting overly emotional. They reassured him that they were available to share the offensive burden, alleviating the need to rely solely on his individual prowess. Upon the resumption of play, Lu Xing acquired the ball and executed a pick-and-roll with Yao. Without hesitation, Yao took the shot, and the basketball swished through the net. Subsequently, Lu Xing cleverly located a wide-open Kobe in the following possession, who seized the opportunity and confidently sank a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The Lakers regained their rhythm in the game. Thus, the contest continued with tension and intensity, with both teams exchanging offensive and defensive maneuvers, creating an impasse. As the match entered the final 2 minutes, the Spurs maintained a slender 2-point lead. Lu Xing deftly dribbled the ball and swiftly passed it to Kobe Bryant. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe wasted no time in executing a back-to-the-basket move against Bruce Bowen. With elegance, he leaned back for a jump shot, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc in the air before flawlessly swishing through the net, a pivotal score. However, the San Antonio Spurs were not easily vanquished. They exhibited remarkable tenacity and skill. Tony Parker spun like a top, effortlessly deceiving Lu Xing before scoring with a layup. Lu Xing and Yao Ming executed a splendid pick-and-roll, and after receiving the pass, Lu Xing promptly leaped to shoot from beyond the arc, the ball rippling through the net, giving the Lakers a slim 1-point lead. Immediately following, the Spurs showcased a series of cohesive passes, ultimately delivering the ball to Robert Horry. The seasoned player did not hesitate, confidently sinking a three-pointer to level the score. Subsequently, Lu Xing, while feigning a pass to Kobe, cleverly redirected the ball to Yao Ming, who had established a favorable position in the paint. Yao, facing Tim Duncan's defense, decisively turned for a back-to-the-basket move, executing a beautiful hook shot to tie the game once more. At this moment, only 25 seconds remained on the clock. Parker brought the ball across midcourt and passed it to Manu Ginobili. After executing a brilliant pick and roll with Duncan, Ginobili drove to the basket, drawing a foul from Yao Ming. Despite the boos from the crowd, Ginobili remained composed, sinking both free throws to put the Spurs ahead by 2 points. With merely 7 seconds left, the Lakers were compelled to call a timeout. After receiving the ball on the right side of the three-point line, Kobe feigned a drive before dribbling along the top of the arc. As time dwindled, he launched a three-pointer over the defensive specialist Bowen, the ball soaring through the air before striking the backboard and ringing the buzzer. Kobe had delivered a last-second victory over the Spurs, enabling the Lakers to triumph 97-96 in a crucial Game 7. Kobe scored 31 points, Lu Xing contributed 18, and Yao Ming added 21, together forming a triumvirate that amassed 70 points to secure the pivotal victory. In the subsequent Game 6, hosted by the Spurs, San Antonio struggled to find their rhythm. With the pace of the game firmly in the Lakers' control, the Spurs trailed by 5 points at halftime, and in the second half, they appeared fatigued, plagued by numerous turnovers and a dismal shooting performance. In contrast, Kobe maintained his form, while Lu Xing continued to hit three-pointers, and Yao Ming dominated the paint. The Lakers unleashed a 30-18 surge in the third quarter, widening the gap to 17 points. Although the Spurs made a valiant effort to close the distance in the fourth quarter, they ultimately fell short, and the Lakers emerged victorious with a score of 101-91. Advancing to the Western Conference Finals. Post-game, players from both teams embraced warmly, expressing mutual respect. Meanwhile, in another Western showdown, the Utah Jazz decisively defeated the Golden State Warriors 4-1, securing their place in the conference finals. They would now face the Lakers in an intense battle to determine the ultimate victor and a spot in the NBA Finals. Meanwhile, the matches in the Eastern Conference were equally thrilling. The Cavaliers triumphed over the Nets with a score of 4-2, showcasing their formidable strength. Likewise, the Pistons defeated the promising Bulls by the same score, advancing smoothly to the next round. Both of these matchups were replete with intrigue and suspense, leaving fans eagerly anticipating what was to come. Lu Xing sensed victory within his grasp, having vanquished his most formidable adversary this year. The championship trophy appeared to be firmly secured in his hands. Reflecting upon the triumph of this match, numerous factors contributed to his success. Firstly, Mike Finley, now a member of his team, no longer toiled in the shadows of the Spurs. Secondly, the Spurs had endured a grueling 7-game series against the Suns before advancing, while the Lakers effortlessly swept the Hornets, allowing ample time for rest and recuperation. Additionally, the Spurs displayed noticeable fatigue, presenting a further opportunity for victory. Regardless, they had emerged victorious, and the forthcoming encounters against the Jazz and the Cavaliers seemed less daunting than facing the Spurs. After all, had it not been for the Lakers' resurgence this year, the Spurs might well have claimed the ultimate championship. Just before the highly anticipated Western Conference Finals commenced, the regular season MVP was officially awarded. Kobe Bryant triumphed over Dirk Nowitzki, garnering a 2 higher vote share. The negative impression left by the 67-win team's first-round playoff exit weighed heavily on the judges' minds. Ultimately, Kobe's impressive statistics of 29.1 points, 5, 7 rebounds, 5, 4 assists, 0, 5 blocks, and 1 for steals eclipsed Nowitzki's 24.6 points, 8, 9 rebounds, 3, 4 assists, 0, 8 blocks, and 0, 7 steals. The Defensive Player of the Year accolade went to Bruce Bowen of the Spurs, whose exceptional defensive prowess earned him recognition. Despite going undrafted in the 1993 NBA draft, Bowen had ascended to become the season's premier defensive player through sheer determination and skill. As the first game of the Western Conference Finals commenced, the atmosphere was electric. At the Staples Center, NBA Commissioner David Stern personally presented Kobe with the regular season MVP trophy. In this moment, the entire audience rose in applause, honoring and celebrating the greatness of this extraordinary athlete. The Jazz's starting lineup boasted considerable strength, featuring stars such as Oker, Boozer, Kirilenko, Fisher, and Williams. However, from the outset, Kobe exhibited unparalleled determination and finesse. He successfully executed 2 consecutive one-on-one plays against Fisher, igniting the crowd's fervor. Faced with Kobe's relentless offensive onslaught, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan was compelled to make adjustments, substituting Fisher for another forward, Giercek from Croatia. This change had some effect, assigning Kirilenko to guard Kobe while Giercek focused on 3D player Finley. Consequently, Kobe's offensive momentum experienced a slight decline, Yet the Lakers' other players remained active. Yao Ming and Lu Xing engaged in the offense, their seamless collaboration consistently suppressing the Jazz. As the second half commenced, the dynamics of the game shifted. Lu Xing intensified his attacks against Deron Williams, exploiting his opponent's greater weight, which rendered him relatively sluggish, a vulnerability Lu Xing seized upon. Lu Xing continually leveraged his speed and agility, relentlessly assaulting Deron's defense, leaving him fatigued and struggling to cope. Deron attempted to utilize his weight advantage against Lu Xing, only to soon realize that Lu Xing now weighed 88 kilograms, a mere 3 kilograms shy of Deron's 91 kilograms. Furthermore, Lu Xing's core strength was remarkably impressive, a testament to his daily one-on-one training sessions with Kobe. For an average shooting guard, overpowering Lu Xing in the post is no simple feat, let alone for Deron. Consequently, Deron found himself unable to break through, resorting to pick-and-roll tactics alongside teammate Boozer, hoping to exploit the young Millsap. However, despite his youth, Millsap exhibited an indomitable spirit and fighting tenacity. Confronted by Deron and Boozer's double team, he stood his ground and fiercely resisted. Unfortunately, Millsap was prematurely burdened with 6 fouls, necessitating his exit from the game. At this juncture, the Lakers swiftly adjusted their strategy, deploying Kwame Brown to defend Boozer. Although Brown could not completely contain Boozer, his height and weight advantages as a former number 1 pick made it challenging for Boozer to score effortlessly. Ultimately, through collective effort and unwavering determination, the Lakers triumphed over their opponents with a score of 108-99, securing victory in this contest. As the second game commenced, Yao Ming showcased astonishing shooting prowess, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers, igniting fervor among Lakers fans. Kobe, not to be outdone, followed suit with 2 three-pointers of his own, helping the team extend their lead. From the first quarter onward, the Lakers maintained a double-digit advantage over the Jazz, sustaining it until the final whistle. Deron's performance faltered in this match, as he was consistently subdued by Lu Xing, managing a meager 11 points and 6 assists. Nevertheless, the Jazz refused to concede, eager to reclaim their form in the third match on home turf. In the high-altitude environment, the Jazz finally rediscovered their rhythm, bouncing back with vigor. Deron improved slightly, but more notably, the Jazz's other players exhibited a remarkably high three-point shooting percentage, akin to a deluge. Whenever the Lakers scored, the Jazz swiftly responded with three-pointers, keeping the score tight. Despite the Lakers' relentless efforts, they ultimately fell short by 5 points. However, in the subsequent 2 matches, the Jazz's shooting touch visibly waned, with Boozer standing out as the most consistent performer, consistently contributing 24 points and 10 rebounds per game. The performances of other players were lackluster, particularly Deron Williams, who consistently found himself at a disadvantage against Lu Xing, unable to assert dominance in terms of strength or speed. Aside from one commendable victory, his overall performance fell significantly short of regular season standards. Ultimately, the Lakers successfully defeated the Jazz at home, advancing to the finals. Throughout the series, Kobe averaged 26 points per game, Yao Ming averaged 20 points, while Lu Xing delivered a steady output of 18 points and 8 assists per game. In contrast, Carlos Boozer of the Jazz averaged an impressive 23 points and 11 rebounds, showcasing exceptional performance. However, Deron Williams managed only an average of 14 points and 6 assists over 5 games, a stark departure from his formidable form in the earlier rounds. On the other hand, in the Eastern Conference Finals, the young King LeBron James unleashed his full prowess, successfully defeating the Pistons 4-2 to advance to the finals, where they would vie for the championship against the Lakers. Lu Xing, observing the Cavaliers' entry into the finals, felt a surge of confidence regarding their championship prospects. Yet, Kobe had unfinished business with the Pistons, recalling the last time the Lakers faced defeat at their hands in the finals, a rematch that offered no opportunity for redemption. On the morning of June 7th, at 8:30 a.m. Beijing time, the first game of the finals commenced at Staples Center. Prior to 2014, the finals were formatted in a 2-3-2 layout, with the Lakers playing their first 2 home games before heading to Cleveland for 3 away games and then returning for 2 more home games. The Cavaliers' starting lineup included Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Drew Gooden, Sasha Pavlovich, LeBron James, and Larry Hughes, while the Lakers featured Yao Ming, Paul Millsap, Michael Finley, Kobe Bryant, and Lu Xing. As the game began, Yao Ming leaped majestically, overpowering his opponent to secure the jump ball. Lu Xing swiftly seized the basketball, darting across half-court like a gust of wind, and deftly passed the ball to Kobe. Upon receiving the pass, Kobe faced LeBron's tenacious defense without trepidation, accelerating past the defensive line before executing a sudden stop-and-fade jump shot. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net. The Cavaliers initiated their possession, with LeBron himself dribbling across half-court. He showcased his formidable strength, effortlessly breaking through Finley's defense and drawing a foul. LeBron then stepped to the free-throw line, calmly sinking one shot while the second ricocheted off the rim. Millsap fought valiantly for the rebound, quickly transmitting the ball to Lu Xing. As Lu Xing dribbled down the court, Kobe suddenly dashed in the opposite direction. Lu Xing, understanding the cue, timely threw the ball, culminating in a spectacular alley-oop dunk. The Cavaliers attacked once more, with LeBron bringing the ball past half-court, skillfully maneuvering past Finley's defense with a series of crossovers. Attracting a double team from Millsap, LeBron promptly passed the ball to Gooden, who shot without hesitation, the ball finding its mark. Nearly 4 minutes into the game, Finley had already accrued 2 fouls. Reluctantly, the Lakers assigned Kobe to guard LeBron, but he too soon found himself in foul trouble. Subsequently, the Lakers substituted Millsap to take on the defensive assignment against LeBron. With 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers' rotation lineup took the floor, granting Lu Xing a brief opportunity to defend LeBron. After engaging in a physical confrontation with LeBron, he felt a pang of discomfort in his chest. By the second quarter, the Lakers persisted with a strategy of rotating 4 defenders against LeBron, who tirelessly continued to break through defenses, drawing fouls, distributing the ball, and driving to the hoop. Occasionally, he attempted shots from beyond the arc, though he often fell short of success. At this juncture, James was still in the nascent stages of his career, showcasing a relatively simplistic set of skills. He predominantly relied on driving to the basket to draw fouls, executing forceful jumps in the paint, and delivering passes post-breakthrough to score, while his perimeter shooting remained rather feeble. As the third quarter approached its conclusion, the Lakers had established a 10-point lead, and James was beginning to exhibit signs of fatigue. The Lakers employed a relentless rotation strategy against him, and by this point, James had already played 34 minutes, having only rested for a mere 2 minutes in the first half. Fatigue was setting in for James, whereas the Lakers' trio of stars maintained their vigor. Kobe had played just 28 minutes, while Yao Ming and Lu Xing had logged only 26 minutes. In the final 3 minutes of the third quarter, the Lakers surged ahead with an 8-2 run, extending their lead to 18 points. In the fourth game, the Lakers played with remarkable ease, firmly controlling the pace of the match. Although James spearheaded a vigorous counterattack alongside his teammates, their lackluster performance proved detrimental, with only Gooden managing to score 14 points. Big Z suffered greatly in his duel against Yao Ming, contributing a mere 2 points and 6 rebounds. Larry Hughes, facing Lu Xing, could only muster 2 points and 3 rebounds from a dismal 1-for-5 shooting. Despite James's commendable individual performance of 21 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, he could not salvage his team's fate. In stark contrast, the Lakers exhibited exceptional prowess, with Yao Ming delivering a steady performance of 21 points and 12 rebounds. Kobe, in his matchup against James, also shone brightly with 26 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists, albeit with a slightly lower shooting percentage of 42. Lu Xing added a reliable 17 points and 8 assists, and in truth, he had not exerted himself fully, rendering the opposition incapable of mounting a defense. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with a score of 99-77. The second game mirrored the first in many respects, with Big Z achieving a double-double of 14 points and 10 rebounds. However, Kobe excelled with 32 points from 19 attempts, while Yao Ming contributed 17 points and 14 rebounds, and Lu Xing maintained a steady output of 15 points and 6 assists, easily overcoming the Cavaliers. James, despite his valiant efforts, tallied 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 9 assists, coming tantalizingly close to a triple-double, while Larry Hughes managed a dismal 3 points from 8 attempts. The third game shifted to Cleveland, where James exuberantly scattered magnesium powder from the scorer's table, a spectacle that was truly captivating. The Cavaliers made adjustments, placing Larry Hughes, who had struggled in the previous games against Lu Xing, on the bench in favor of Gibson. This strategic change allowed the Cavaliers to engage in a fiercely contested first half with the Lakers, culminating in a 47-all tie at halftime. As the second half commenced, Kobe received a pass from Lu Xing and decisively sank a three-pointer. He followed this with another quick three, promptly widening the gap in the score. The Cavaliers appeared unsettled at this juncture, and during a drive, James committed a turnover, which Lu Xing capitalized on with a swift steal and a layup, extending the lead to 8 points. For the next 7 minutes, the Lakers maintained a lead of nearly 10 points. However, Misfortune struck when James collided with Yao Ming's knee during a drive, causing Yao to collapse in agony. Lu Xing felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Could it be that this year he could not escape the curse of injuries? Ding! Leading the team to a sweeping victory over the Cavaliers to clinch the championship. A reward of 2,000 SP points. Huh? The unexpected task caught Lu Xing off guard. Given the current prowess of the Lakers, a sweep should not pose too much difficulty. However, without Yao Ming, the challenge remained considerable. As long as Kobe wasn't off his game and maintained his focus, there was still a chance. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lu Xing unleashed his full firepower, rendering Gibson powerless to defend. With a flurry of explosive drives, sudden stops, and cold-blooded three-pointers, he scored 7 consecutive points. Following this, Kobe also executed a series of penetrating plays against LeBron James, ultimately leading the Lakers to a 101-90 victory, securing a commanding 3-0 lead in the series. After the game, it was revealed that Yao Ming had sustained a tibial fracture in his right knee, necessitating an estimated 8-month recovery period. He would likely not be able to return to the court until after the All-Star game of the next season, casting a shadow over the entire Lakers organization. On June 15th at 8:30 a.m. Beijing time, the entire basketball world turned its attention to the Lakers vs. Cavaliers Finals Game 4. This highly anticipated showdown was overshadowed by Yao Ming's unfortunate injury. The Lakers were compelled to make adjustments, appointing Kwame Brown as the starting center. At the outset of the match, the Cavaliers' Zydrunas Ilgauskas showcased his formidable prowess, exploiting his height advantage to dominate the paint. The Lakers' defense appeared somewhat impotent, as Ilgauskas easily scored and secured rebounds. In the first quarter alone, he contributed 8 points and 3 rebounds, establishing himself as the focal point of the Cavaliers' offense. In the face of the Cavaliers' formidable performance, the Lakers found themselves relying heavily on Kobe's individual brilliance to close the gap. Kobe persistently drove to the basket and shot, striving to reduce the deficit. However, the Cavaliers' cohesive defense effectively stifled the contributions of the Lakers' other players. Despite the Lakers' valiant efforts, they finished the first quarter trailing by 2 points, 24-22. As the second quarter commenced, Lu Xing noticeably intensified his offensive efforts, utilizing his exceptional skills and agility. He frequently penetrated the Cavaliers' defense, posing a significant threat. Moreover, when the Cavaliers tightened their defense, Lu Xing decisively sank 2 three-pointers, leveling the score. However, at that moment, Cavaliers star player LeBron James stepped up, repeatedly driving past Finley, forcing him to commit his 4th foul and exit the game for a breather. Consequently, the Lakers quickly adjusted by bringing in Lewis Williams and assigning Kobe to defend James, significantly increasing Kobe's defensive burden. Simultaneously, Lu Xing once again took command of the team, executing a seamless pick-and-roll with Millsap. Millsap completed 2 consecutive alley-oops, helping to stabilize the Lakers' position. By the end of the first half, both teams concluded the period tied at 44. The defenses on both sides were exceptionally tight, rendering scoring exceedingly challenging. As the third quarter unfolded, the atmosphere on the court grew increasingly tense and intense. Lu Xing confidently brought the ball across half-court, his gaze resolute, his footwork agile, showcasing his exceptional ball-handling skills. Faced with Gibson's staunch defense, Lu Xing did not hesitate to opt for a drive. With a speed akin to lightning and remarkable agility, he effortlessly surpassed his opponent, darting toward the basket like a bolt from the blue. However, Pavlovich swiftly closed in on him, yet this did not deter Lu Xing's momentum. He skillfully passed the ball, delivering it with pinpoint accuracy into the hands of the unmarked Finley. Without hesitation, Finley leaped for a shot, and the three-pointer swished through the net. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, and the Lakers' spirit soared to new heights. On the other side, LeBron James, with the ball in hand, charged forward, showcasing his astonishing strength and speed. Finley, cautious not to overexert his defense due to already having 4 fouls, treaded lightly. LeBron, leveraging his formidable prowess, forcibly broke through the defense, drawing in Millsap for support. He engaged in a mid-air confrontation with Millsap, resolutely scoring while drawing a foul. Regrettably, he missed the subsequent free throw. Kwame Brown secured the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Lu Xing, who, like an arrow released from a bow, surged across half-court. Just a step beyond the three-point line, he suddenly leaped and decisively released a shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. In the following possession, Kobe received Lu Xing's pass and, without a moment's hesitation, sank another three-pointer. Subsequently, Lu Xing caught another pass from Kobe in the corner and again converted a three-pointer. This barrage of consecutive three-pointers ignited the Lakers' morale, allowing them to gradually widen the score gap, leading the Cavaliers by as much as 7 points. In the final quarter, the Lakers players dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to defense, fully aware of the match's significance. Meanwhile, LeBron James of the Cavaliers was equally unwilling to concede defeat easily. This was his inaugural appearance in the finals, and a loss would be a bitter humiliation. Thus, LeBron's determination to break through was unwavering. And merely 5 minutes into the game, Finley was fouled out. At this juncture, Kobe stepped up to take on the defensive challenge against LeBron, while Lu Xing seized the offensive mantle, collaborating closely with his teammates to create numerous exceptional scoring opportunities. Lewis Williams also rose to the occasion, hitting 3 crucial shots in succession. Finally, seizing an opportunity after a turnover from LeBron, Lu Xing nailed a trailing three-pointer, propelling the Lakers to a 10-point lead. With only 2 minutes remaining in the match, the Cavaliers found themselves in dire straits. Despite their attempts at several three-point shots thereafter, they regrettably missed the mark. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with a score of 86-74 in this pivotal battle. The intensity of the defense in this game was remarkably high, preventing both teams from surpassing the 90-point threshold, with the Cavaliers scoring merely 74 points. Both Finley and Millsap of the Lakers were ejected for fouling out, as was Gibson from the Cavaliers. The ferocity of the defensive efforts from both sides was evident. In this contest, Kobe contributed 20 points and 8 rebounds, while Lu Xing amassed 27 points and 9 assists. For the Cavaliers, Big Z delivered an impressive performance with 24 points and 12 rebounds, while LeBron recorded 21 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists. However, apart from LeBron James, none of the other players on the Cavaliers managed to score in double digits. In contrast, the Lakers not only showcased the remarkable performances of Kobe and Lu Xing, but also benefited from the contributions of Paul Millsap, Michael Finley, and Lou Williams, all of whom surpassed the 10-point mark, thereby establishing a distinct advantage in overall strength. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Cavaliers through the power of teamwork. Following the conclusion of the match, the entire Lakers squad reveled in the joy of victory, with players exuberantly surging onto the podium, waving their towels in celebration of this hard-fought win. Lu Xing donned his cap and championship jersey, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming award ceremony. At last, after a lengthy speech by NBA Commissioner David Stern, he presented the trophy, a symbol of the highest honor, to Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak. The entire team erupted in cheers, and Lu Xing was particularly overwhelmed with emotion. After a grueling season of struggle and perseverance, they finally reaped the fruits of their labor. Shortly thereafter, David Stern awarded the finals' most valuable player, FMVP, trophy to Kobe Bryant, who averaged 25, 5 points, 6, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists per game in the finals, earning the prestigious accolade through his outstanding performance. Furthermore, although Yao Ming participated in only 3 games due to injury, he still delivered an impressive average of 20 points and 11, 5 rebounds. Lu Xing contributed an average of 18, 5 points and 8 assists per game in the finals. The trio of superstars collaborated seamlessly, ultimately leading the team to victory in the championship. Notably, Yao Ming appeared at the awards ceremony wearing protective gear to safeguard his injured knee, steadfastly standing on the podium to share this moment of glory with his teammates. After the award ceremony, Lu Xing lay down to rest in the locker room, exclaiming, "Ding! Task completed. Earned 2,000 SP points." He quickly glanced at his 2K panel and decided to expend the SP points to enhance his attributes. Lu Xing possesses an overall capability score of 96-97. He holds the prestigious title of Key Player, adorned with a beautiful badge, silver, and excels as a tactical master, gold. His skills in block and dodge are rated at silver, while he is recognized as a defensive interceptor, gold, and a defensive core. On the court, he commands authority as a court leader and is celebrated as a sharpshooter, purple gold. His prowess as a ball thief is rated gold, and he is a microwave corner specialist, gold, demonstrating expertise in difficult shots, gold, and catch and shoot, purple gold, with an infinite range, gold. His offensive capabilities are rated overall at 96, 96 close shot 95, 95, mid-range shot 97, 97, three-point shot 96, 96, free throw 96, 96, dunk 50, 50. Interference on mid-range shot 95, 95, back to the basket fadeaway 80, 80, foul drawing ability 90, 90, shot after dribbling 95, 95, ball handling 95, 95, passing 95, 95, receiving 95, 95. Offensive awareness 90, 90. His defensive capabilities boast an overall rating of 97, 98, block 73, 75, steal 98, 99, on-ball defense 98, 99, defensive awareness 98, 99, contesting ability 98, 99. In terms of physical attributes, he holds an overall rating of 90, 90 stamina 95, 95, speed 90, 90, agility 90, 90, strength 68, 68. Vertical leap 85, 85, endurance 96, 96. Lu Xing, with unwavering resolve, chose to prioritize enhancing his offensive capabilities. He watched with eager anticipation as the numbers steadily ascended until they reached their zenith. Subsequently, he directed his attention towards bolstering his defensive prowess, continuing to allocate points. In no time, his defensive value approached its maximum, requiring merely the final increment, approximately another 500 points to attain peak performance. At that moment, a wave of confidence surged within Lu Xing. He believed that his offensive skills ranked among the elite in the current NBA point guard landscape, potentially surpassing the illustrious former MVP, Nash. After all, the enhancements from badges bestowed upon him further amplified his prowess. Lu Xing could not help but exclaim, "With my current prowess, I ought to rank among the top 5 in the league." After all, he had battled in the NBA for 3 years, amassing ample experience and skill. Now, he was able to fully harness all his abilities, which filled him with immense excitement. Although he could only occupy the 3rd position on the Lakers, life was remarkably comfortable. Lu Xing felt no compulsion to pursue a higher status or greater accolades, for he had already discovered his rightful place here. Furthermore, with his fellow compatriot Yao Ming by his side, everything appeared so splendid. Additionally, residing in the vibrant metropolis of Los Angeles, closer to the film star Alba, provided him with a sense of ease. Consequently, Lu Xing resolved to relish life during the off-season, choosing to unwind and embrace tranquility. The following day, Lu Xing arrived in Los Angeles to partake in the Lakers championship celebration. The entire city was ablaze with excitement as throngs of people flooded the streets, exuberantly welcoming their triumphant team, the Los Angeles Lakers. The players, brimming with enthusiasm, perched atop a lavishly adorned bus, clad in the team's iconic purple and gold t-shirts, donning baseball caps, their faces radiating pure joy. They waved their arms, acknowledging the fervent fans below. Among them, 3 names resonated as the loudest cheers from the crowd: Kobe, Yao Ming, Lu Xing. These names echoed through the air, igniting waves of jubilant applause. Kobe, Yao Ming, and Lu Xing were undoubtedly the linchpins of the team, their performances driving the fans into a frenzy. Kobe, clutching the FMVP trophy, wore an ear-to-ear grin, his bright white smile glistening in the sunlight, showcasing his inner delight. Yao Ming and Lu Xing similarly beamed, continuously waving to the crowd, engaging with the fans, and expressing their gratitude for the unwavering support. In that moment, the entire city was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere, as people collectively shared in the Lakers' championship triumph. Whether players or fans, everyone was infused with the euphoria of victory, as if time had frozen in that splendid instant. The championship parade was not merely a celebration, it marked a significant moment in the city's history, witnessing the illustrious achievements of the Lakers and the endless joy they brought to their fans. Following the parade, Lu Xing formally proposed to Alba, presenting her with a diamond ring the size of a pigeon. Alba joyfully accepted, enamored by Lu Xing's status as a basketball star, his financial success, and his striking appearance, not to mention their satisfying evenings together. Thus, this Hollywood B-list star accepted his proposal. Lu Xing and Alba discussed the prospect of completing their wedding during the off-season, having already met each other's parents, with plans to tie the knot in October of this year. Subsequently, Lu Xing and Alba embarked on an engagement trip across their homeland, traversing the magnificent landscapes of their country during the summer, climbing the 5 Great Mountains, visiting the Potala Palace, and the Mogollon Caves, all while indulging in local delicacies. Alba developed a fondness for the mysterious Eastern nation, especially its delectable cuisine, which was utterly delightful. Lu Xing, having enjoyed 2 months of adventures together, found himself gaining a bit of weight. Eventually, the couple returned to Los Angeles. Meanwhile, during their travels, Lakers owner Jerry Buss and Cook discussed the future direction of the team. Buss pointed out the injury concerns surrounding Yao Ming, expressing that it could impact the team's competitiveness. Cook concurred with Buss's perspective and suggested considering a change in the team's core players. They recognized that while Yao Ming was an exceptional player, his participation in the upcoming regular season might be limited to approximately 20 games if he could not fully recover, rendering the Lakers' championship aspirations bleak. Consequently, Buss agreed with Cook, acknowledging the necessity of seeking new players to replace Yao Ming as the team's second star. On July 1st, as the trade window opened, The previously silent Boston Celtics suddenly sprang into action. They successfully acquired superstar Kevin Garnett from the Minnesota Timberwolves, trading Jefferson, Gerald Green, Telfair, Ratliff, along with 2 first-round draft picks. Shortly thereafter, the Celtics exchanged Jeff Green, Delonte West, and Szczerbiak for the Seattle Supersonics star player, Ray Allen. Through this remarkable series of maneuvers, the Celtics swiftly assembled a formidable Big Three lineup, catapulting themselves from the bottom of the league to become strong contenders for the championship. As the Celtics' Big Three trade was finalized, the NBA draft also concluded. However, unlike previous seasons, the Lakers' general manager did not reach out to Lu Xing for his insights on the draft. Lu Xing was not surprised by this, as in the previous 2 seasons. The 2 second-round picks he had recommended had demonstrated remarkable performances, thereby affirming his discernment and capability. This time, although he had sensed the situation while traveling with Alba, he refrained from offering any suggestions. In truth, the truly formidable players in this year's draft were predominantly concentrated in the first round, with only Marc Gasol emerging from the second round. Nevertheless, since the Lakers already possessed a top-tier center like Yao Ming, their need for a young player like Marc Gasol, who was unable to enter the NBA this year, was minimal. Thus, even though Lu Xing recognized that Marc Gasol might evolve into an outstanding player in the future, he opted for silence, considering the team's actual circumstances. The draft proceeded as anticipated, and after David Stern's elaborate announcements, it was declared that the Portland Trail Blazers selected Greg Oden with the first pick, a highly anticipated choice whose potential was ultimately thwarted by injuries, rendering him unable to showcase any of his prowess. The second pick went to the Seattle Supersonics, who chose Kevin Durant, the most impressive rookie of the year. Destined to become a formidable force in the league, though he lacked a slight edge in emotional intelligence and decision-making. The Atlanta Hawks selected Al Horford with the third pick, a player of considerable merit, capable of all-star status. While the Memphis Grizzlies opted for Mike Conley at fourth, a point guard of all-star caliber, with commendable skills. The Boston Celtics chose Jeff Green with the fifth pick, who was traded to the Supersonics shortly after the draft, a player of starting caliber. The Chicago Bulls selected Joakim Noah at ninth, a player known for his defensive prowess, albeit with a brief peak. And the Washington Wizards picked Nick Young at 16th, a player of undeniable talent. In the second round, the Miami Heat selected Sun Yu at the 10th pick, formerly the Lakers' waterboy. And Marc Gasol was chosen by the Memphis Grizzlies at the 18th pick. Initially belonging to the Lakers, he was the strongest player of the second round, possessing all-star caliber. Other teams within the league began to actively sign free agents, yet the Orlando Magic opted not to re-sign Lewis. This decision stemmed from Egileon's impressive performance last season, leading them to believe that signing such an expensive contract was unnecessary. Meanwhile, rumors circulated about the Lakers potentially trading Yao Ming. This decision was reached through discussions between owner Buss and general manager Kupchak. Having just secured the championship last year, the team recognized that to successfully defend their title, they needed to mitigate the risks associated with injured players. Consequently, despite Yao Ming's enduring commercial value, his injury could pose a significant threat on the path to a repeat championship. As this news spread across various teams, it garnered widespread attention and interest. Although Yao Ming was injured, his commercial value remained intact. The previously circulated rumors suggesting he could only play for 2 more years were evidently inaccurate. However, for the Rockets, this was undoubtedly a severe blow. The team has lost its allure, and its performance has plummeted to an utterly dismal state. The phrase "as long as we have Yao Ming, we possess a veritable cash cow" has stirred significant controversy within the basketball community. For Yao Ming is not merely an exceptional player, but also a star of immense commercial value. However, for those teams that prioritize monetary gain over performance, such a sentiment may come as no surprise. Upon hearing this news, Lu Xing felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He has always held Yao in high regard, believing him to be the premier center in the current league. Consequently, Lu Xing promptly reached out to Yao Ming, expressing his desire for him to remain with the team. Yao, in turn, felt a sense of helplessness, deeply dissatisfied and disappointed with the actions of the Lakers. Lu Xing unhesitatingly declared his willingness to stand up for his friend, even going so far as to confront the Lakers. Should they decide to trade Yao Ming, he himself would also seek a trade in protest. After Lu Xing shared his thoughts with the Lakers management, it stirred a significant commotion. Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak and head coach Phil Jackson convened urgently to devise a strategy, recognizing Lu Xing's importance and resolving to do everything in their power to retain the superstar. Consequently, Kupchak promptly reached out to Lu Xing, conveying the team's determination, We will certainly offer you a maximum contract extension and position you as the second in command of the team. Moreover, the Lakers dispatched legendary player Kobe Bryant to persuade Liu Xing. Kobe personally approached Liu Xing, sincerely expressing, "I believe you possess the ability to lead this team to greatness. When I grow old, I entrust the Lakers to you." However, Liu Xing harbored a lingering concern regarding the Lakers' stance on Yao Ming. After all, Yao Ming was not only his teammate on the Chinese national team but also a brother. Thus, Liu Xing inquired, "How do you intend to treat Yao Ming?" In response, both Kobe and Kupchak appeared somewhat hesitant, stammering, "We only wish to win the championship. As for Yao Ming's health, we do have some concerns." Upon hearing this, Liu Xing felt a twinge of disappointment. He comprehended that despite his good relationship with Yao Ming, in the business-driven realm of the NBA, interests take precedence. If Yao Ming were to suffer an injury or decline in performance, he could very well be callously discarded by the Lakers. With this thought, Liu Xing's heart gradually grew cold. Ultimately, he decided to request a trade from the Lakers. He understood that even though the Lakers were promising him a lucrative salary and status now, the future remained uncertain. If he were to encounter a severe injury, would he not end up traded like other players? Rather than await a precarious fate, he opted to proactively seek new opportunities. Following discussions between general manager Kupchak and the aging Jerry Buss, they chose to trade Yao Ming first, humorously arranging a deal with the Rockets. In a three-team trade involving the Lakers, Rockets, and Grizzlies, the Lakers sent Yao Ming in exchange for Lamar Odom, Andrew Bynum, and a first-round draft pick. Subsequently, they traded Paul Millsap, along with Lewis Williams and a draft pick from the Rockets, in exchange for Pau Gasol. The Lakers, after a convoluted journey, reassembled a formidable frontcourt. Shortly after this news broke, Liu Xing swiftly submitted his trade request. He realized that he had no place left within the Lakers. The era of the Chinese twin stars had indeed passed. Even if he remained this season, next season would likely offer him no refuge. Furthermore, the substantial salaries of Odom and Gasol rendered it impossible for the team to extend Liu Xing a maximum contract. Both the financial implications and the indifference of the team owner deeply pierced Liu Xing's heart. He recognized that continuing to stay would only lead to further pain and disappointment. Nonetheless, Liu Xing conveyed his profound apologies to Kobe. Over the past 3 years, it had been this older brother who consistently supported and aided him, guiding him from a novice to a burgeoning all-star player. Despite no longer playing for the same team, they continue to share a profound friendship. When the Lakers announced their intention to trade Liu Xing, the entire league erupted in excitement. It is noteworthy that Liu Xing, at the tender age of 22, had averaged an impressive 17.8 points, 3 for rebounds, 8, 9 assists, 0, 7 blocks, and 2.7 steals per game in the previous season. He not only earned a spot on the All-NBA third team but also secured a place on the NBA All-Defensive first team. This remarkably young and exceptionally talented point guard has drawn comparisons to legendary players such as Jason Kidd and Steve Nash. However, both of these veterans are now approaching the age of 35, with their illustrious careers gradually winding down. Liu Xing's talent and potential displayed on the court are truly remarkable. Regardless of how formidable his opponents may be, he consistently devises strategies to counter them, rarely allowing his adversaries to gain the upper hand. Numerous teams have high hopes for this point guard hailing from Huahua, believing he possesses immense room for growth. Although his performance with the Lakers has been commendable, the presence of 2 MVP-caliber stars on the team has limited his ball-handling opportunities, thereby constraining his ability to fully showcase his skills. Consequently, other teams are eager to acquire him through trade, hoping to provide him with a broader platform to exhibit his talents. Reflecting on history, we can identify several successful precedents. For instance, the New Jersey Nets acquired Jason Kidd through trade and subsequently reached the NBA Finals for 2 consecutive years. Similarly, after Steve Nash transferred to the Phoenix Suns, he propelled the team to become a Western Conference powerhouse. These instances instill confidence in various teams that, with adequate support and opportunities, Liu Xing has the potential to emerge as the next superstar. Thus, many teams have embarked on endeavors to secure this all-star point guard, initiating a fierce competition. Amidst this fervor, Liu Xing remains composed, as he and Jacassi Alba hosted a highly publicized wedding in Los Angeles. This extravagant celebration cost Liu Xing a staggering $800,000. Yet he deemed it worthwhile. Additionally, he sold his modest villa in Los Angeles and purchased a luxurious mansion for $11 million in proximity to Kobe. At this moment, the couple is wholeheartedly immersed in their family planning. Ultimately, whether the Lakers trade Liu Xing and to which team hinges upon his consent. With only 1 year remaining on his contract, should he find himself dissatisfied with a new team, all efforts would be in vain. Thus, they have resolved to prioritize their family life and await the opportune moment for decision-making. The first team to contact the Lakers was the Charlotte Bobcats, with owner Jordan directly stating that he favored specific players and was willing to offer 2 draft picks. The Lakers regarded Gerald Wallace and Raymond Felton as viable options, particularly as the Bobcats were struggling at the time, making their draft picks valuable. Upon learning of this, Lu Xing promptly declined, as he wished to avoid the daily psychological games orchestrated by Jordan, who had become notorious for his mercenary approach since assuming ownership. Lu Xing was resolute in his decision not to join a team where he would constantly be compared to Jordan. The second team, the Denver Nuggets, expressed interest in trading Allen Iverson for Lu Xing, offering to relinquish the team option on Lu Xing's final year in order to sign him to a max contract, which would facilitate the trade. Upon seeing this offer, Lu Xing felt tempted, considering the financial benefits and the strength of the Nuggets. However, the Lakers disagreed, as the dynamic between Kobe and Iverson was tenuous at best, raising concerns about their compatibility on the court. The coexistence of 2 MVPs is unequivocally untenable. The third team in question is the Detroit Pistons, who proposed a direct swap involving Chauncey Billups. This transaction was contingent upon a sign-and-trade agreement, which Lu Xing indicated he would consent to. However, after negotiations with Billups himself, it became apparent that the Lakers could not extend a lucrative contract to him. Consequently, Billups expressed his reluctance to join, as the Lakers would only be able to offer him a mid-level contract upon the expiration of his current deal. Given that he is a Finals MVP at just 30 years of age, he yearned for the most substantial contract possible, having never earned more than $10 million annually. Following 5 days of intense bidding, the Orlando Magic ultimately made the most substantial offer, to which Lu Xing acquiesced. The Magic executed a trade that included Hito Trko Lu, Patty Mills, Trevor Ariza, Carlos Arroyo, and a first-round draft pick, in exchange for Lu Xing and Michael Finley from the Lakers. This move not only relieved the Lakers of Finley's considerable contract but also secured 4 competent role players and a first-round selection. Thus, Lu Xing successfully joined the Orlando Magic, ready to collaborate with his teammates. Prior to his decision to join the Magic, Lu Xing engaged in extensive discussions with the team's management. They exhibited remarkable sincerity and enthusiasm, making Lu Xing feel valued. Notably, the Magic's general manager, Otis Smith, personally reached out to Lu Xing, conveying his anticipation and trust. "Lu, I hope you understand how eager we are to acquire you, to bring you on board. We have willingly relinquished 3 starting players and invaluable draft assets. We envision you as the cornerstone of our team's future, aspiring for you to become our second Magic player. You and Dwight Howard will be instrumental in our resurgence, and we firmly believe you can lead the team to greatness. I trust you possess the capability to manage your relationship with Dwight effectively. As long as you embrace your role as a core leader, I will endeavor to fulfill your needs." The owner has assured me that he is prepared to pay the luxury tax in our pursuit of a championship. After all, it has been a long time since Orlando has reached the finals since Shaquille O'Neal's departure. My only expectation of you is to perform at a superstar level and bring the championship trophy to our team. Such an attitude greatly satisfied Lu Xing. Being from the future, he was well aware of which players excelled and which did not. The management's expression of hope for his performance was particularly significant, considering the Magic's market is not large enough to attract superstars easily. If Lu Xing excelled in the upcoming season, he would likely remain with the team, thereby allowing him to partake in discussions regarding trades and acquisitions. Upon recognizing the Magic's amicable disposition towards him, Lu Xing seized the opportunity to present a modest request to the management to sign veteran Grant Hill to a mid-level contract. As a former All-Star who had long served with the Magic, Hill's performance had waned due to injuries. Nevertheless, he retained the prowess of a top-tier 3D player, which would be immensely valuable for the team. Lu Xing believes that the team's locker room requires seasoned veterans like Hill to provide stability. Although Hill is no longer the all-star player he once was, his leadership and influence remain undeniably significant. Furthermore, the relationship between Hill and the Magic has not soured. Rather, there exists a discrepancy concerning salary. Therefore, Lu Xing is convinced that should the team present an appropriate offer, Hill is likely to choose to remain with the Magic. In order to retain Hill, Lu Xing conveyed his thoughts to General Manager Otis Smith, suggesting a contract renewal with a salary ranging from $2 to $3 million under the minimum wage agreement. The general manager readily concurred, Recognizing that this transaction would not only bolster the team's strength but also foster a deeper bond with Lu Xing simultaneously. The general manager expressed his desire for Lu Xing to personally persuade Hill to stay, allowing him to perceive the team's sincerity and regard. With the general manager's support, Lu Xing felt emboldened. He understood that the key to successfully retaining Hill lay in how to touch his heart. Thus, Lu Xing began to devise a detailed plan, preparing for an in-depth conversation with Hill to showcase the team's future vision and the trust placed in him. He firmly believed that if he could persuade Hill to remain, the magic would emerge even stronger. Lu Xing hastily arrived in Orlando and unhesitatingly purchased a villa valued at over $2 million. Despite having recently acquired a luxurious mansion in Los Angeles worth $10 million, he had scarcely resided there. After all, Lu Xing intended to establish a long-term presence in Orlando. He was a person who adapted to circumstances. As long as the magic did not create any upheaval, he would not easily depart. Once the purchase was finalized and he was settled, Lu Xing promptly contacted Hill's agent and insisted on a face-to-face meeting with Hill. Eventually, they arranged to meet at a serene restaurant. Upon seeing Hill, Lu Xing eagerly approached to express his admiration for the esteemed veteran. "Greetings, sir. I am Lu Xing, a new member of the team this year. I understand your desire to join the Suns. However, I believe you still harbor deep affection for Orlando. Do you not? I sincerely hope you can remain and stand shoulder to shoulder with me. I am aware of the injuries that have plagued you in recent years, but I have a connection with a miraculous healer who will undoubtedly help you rejuvenate and embark on a new chapter in your career." Hill sensed Lu Xing's sincerity and goodwill. He smiled in response. "Hello, Lu. I understand that you and Howard entered the league together, and both of you have made remarkable progress and achievements. Whenever I see you, I am inevitably reminded of my own youth. Now, I am uncertain whether Orlando still wishes to retain me, yet the Suns have extended an olive branch. Having lived in Orlando for many years, I have grown accustomed to everything here. Leaving would require me to readjust to a new environment. Furthermore, I am not optimistic about my physical condition and fear I may not withstand the rigors of high-intensity competition." Lu Xing attentively listened to Hill's concerns and then sincerely replied, "Senior Hill, I have discussed your situation with the team management and expressed my desire to play alongside you. I firmly believe you still possess formidable talent. If you are willing, you could engage your agent to negotiate with the team. And I am confident that a contract equal to or even superior to the one with the Suns can be secured. This way, you need not relocate from Orlando, where the fans have always held a deep admiration for you, which undoubtedly serves as a significant advantage. As it happens, we are currently in the off-season, and I can personally take you to meet my esteemed physician friend, who may provide valuable insights regarding your injury. Thank you for your assistance, Lu. I will instruct my agent to discuss the contract immediately. After all, I've earned the wealth I desired over the past decade, and a contract is merely a symbol of respect. Now, let us proceed to see the doctor. Let's go. We shall head to Phoenix right away. Dr. Carter, the orthopedic specialist there, is regarded as the finest in the field, and he will surely aid in your recovery. I will introduce you to him." Thus, Lu Xing activated his extraordinary abilities to connect with Dr. Carter's team in Phoenix for Hill's treatment. At the same time, Lu Xing reached out to the general manager, advocating for a 4 to 5 year contract for Hill. After all, Hill is only 34 this year, and having previously played 5 years with the Suns, consulting the same physician again should pose no issues for a further 5-year stint. After Lu Xing escorted Hill to Phoenix, he returned to Orlando to seek out his other teammate, the jovial Howard. Upon calling Howard, Lu Xing was greeted with enthusiasm, prompting him to come immediately to Howard's villa for a gathering. Arriving in his newly acquired Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lu Xing was captivated by the grandeur of Howard's swimming pool, which was filled with beautiful women and a few of Howard's male friends. Howard, reclining under a sunshade, was sipping juice nearby. Lu Xing approached Howard to exchange greetings, then waved at the striking individuals by the pool. Noticing several lovely ladies casting flirtatious glances his way, Lu Xing quickly settled beside Howard, exclaiming, "Hello, my new teammate. I finally have my Elijah on. Let us create a grand spectacle together." Howard, smiling at Lu Xing, replied, "Haha, my brother, welcome to my home. From now on, we are teammates, and we must strive together to achieve great success." Lu Xing nodded and replied, "No problem, Dwight. I am confident that we can achieve this." Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Howard's face radiated with joy, revealing a dazzling smile as he exclaimed, "My brother, I am immensely grateful to the Magic's management. As soon as I learned of your impending trade, I immediately reached out to them, expressing my desire to join forces with you. I hold your passing abilities in high regard and believe that our synergy will yield remarkable success if we can harmonize our efforts on the court. Next year, we shall advance with unstoppable momentum. Indeed, we are the two most outstanding players of 2004. If we collaborate diligently, we can certainly secure spots on both the All-Star and defensive teams, ultimately leading the Magic to a championship victory. Howard added with unwavering confidence. Lu Xing was acutely aware that this young man had yet to evolve into the formidable powerhouse he would one day become. Nevertheless, he resolved to honor the other's sentiments. After all, compelling someone who lacks a passion for training to engage in it would yield counterproductive results. Thus, Lu Xing responded with a smile. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. Holidays are meant for relaxation. Let us relish this joyous moment. As the music surged, Lu Xing and Howard melded into the exuberant crowd, exuberantly releasing their enthusiasm and vitality, savoring the freedom and joy of the moment. After exchanging pleasantries, Howard invited Lu Xing to join him for a swim. Lu Xing readily accepted, donned his swimwear, and leapt into the pool. In the aquatic haven, Lu Xing, Howard, and their friends reveled in merriment. They splashed water at one another, frolicking under the sun and basking in their delightful time together. Their playfulness attracted the attention of some beautiful girls, amplifying the lively atmosphere. Amidst the frolic, Lu Xing felt the warmth and kindness radiating from Howard. He considered himself fortunate to be Howard's teammate and looked forward to achieving greater victories alongside him on the court. As twilight descended, the party drew to a close. Lu Xing and Howard bid each other farewell, agreeing to reconvene in the future. As Lu Xing departed, his heart brimmed with anticipation and confidence for the days ahead. Upon confirming Grant Hill's desire to remain, Lu Xing promptly contacted General Manager Smith, who readily acquiesced. Eagerly, Lu Xing sought to finalize the team roster for the year. And the list was soon provided. Center, Dwight Howard, Marcin Gortat, Polish Hammer, power forward, E. Jianlian small forward, Michael Finley. Grant Hill shooting guards, J.J. Redick point guard. Lu Xing. As for the remaining players, Lu Xing found himself entirely unfamiliar with them. Currently, the team boasted only Dwight Howard as a player of substantial caliber. Although E. Jianlian had entered the NBA a year prior, he remained merely an average starter, lacking the prowess of a future national team leader. Furthermore, Marcin Gortat's current capabilities were limited to that of a bench player, far removed from his former strength with the Wizards. Michael Finley and Grant Hill were competent 3D players, despite Finley's decline in performance this year. He still retained some utility. Conversely, J.J. Redick had always been merely a shooter and exhibited questionable character. At present, Lu Xing had yet to establish a foothold with the Magic. Once he succeeded, he planned to oust Redick from the team. Most of the other players were perennial substitutes, leaving Lu Xing with little impression of them, knowing only that, based on last year's performances, they possessed little more than bench-level ability. It was evident that the journey toward achieving the championship goal would require considerable effort from the team. Lu Xing suddenly recalled an undrafted player, Jamario Moon, who was among this year's hopefuls. He possessed sufficient skills to serve as a substitute and demonstrated commendable physical attributes. Without hesitation, Lu Xing picked up the phone to contact the general manager, articulating the details regarding the Moon Man and proposing a 4-year minimum salary contract. After all, at 27, as an older undrafted player, his potential was limited to a backup role, yet he was undoubtedly a better option than the current lack of available players on the team. The general manager responded affirmatively on the other end of the line. Subsequently, he informed Lu Xing that Grant Hill's contract had been finalized, spanning 3 years with a total value of $7.5 million, the final year featuring a player option. The first 2 years would entail an annual payment of $2 million, while the third year included a $3.5 million player option. Lu Xing was thoroughly satisfied with this agreement, deeming it a remarkably advantageous deal. Indeed, had people been privy to Hill's true capabilities, his annual salary would certainly exceed $5 million. Lu Xing then returned to Los Angeles to embark on a honeymoon journey, relishing the moments spent with Alba and cherishing their time together. However, as the new season approached, he recognized the necessity of returning to a productive mindset. Hence, he resolved to officially initiate their plans for parenthood, aspiring to accomplish this significant task before the season commenced. Once the season began, both would be engulfed in their respective commitments. Although Alba had not recently taken on new film roles, she still needed to participate in various magazine and radio interviews. As a professional athlete, Lu Xing also had to devote himself entirely to training and competition. Therefore, this was indeed the optimal moment for them to nurture new life. Unbeknownst to them, time swiftly passed, and by the end of September, Lu Xing had to bid farewell to the sweet life in Los Angeles and return to Orlando to commence preseason training. Within the team, he greeted his teammates, sharing experiences from their vacations. Lu Xing then swiftly immersed himself in rigorous training, striving to regain the form lost during the off-season's relaxation. Amidst training, he took a moment to check his 2K attributes, finding solace in the fact that these statistics had not fluctuated significantly. This realization brought him relief, as he understood that maintaining peak athletic condition is vital for any player. Despite the absence of systematic training over the past 3 months, Lu Xing remained acutely aware that basketball was his vocation. In the days ahead, he would continue to train diligently, poised to embrace the new season in optimal form, all while looking forward to the shared happiness of building a family with Alba. As a professional athlete, he was well aware of the responsibilities and pressures that rested upon his shoulders. Lu Xing greeted the head coach of the Magic with a smile, contemplating the prospect of collaborating with him in the future. He took the initiative to propose strategies for the current season, particularly emphasizing the one-star for shooters tactic and the pick-and-roll strategy. The coach, Stan Van Gundy, was instantly intrigued, recalling his previous attempts at similar tactics last year, which had faltered due to Howard's limited offensive capabilities. With the addition of a versatile player like Lu Xing, he believed this strategy could wield greater impact. Subsequently, Lu Xing engaged in a discussion with the coach regarding defensive tactics, suggesting that Howard adopt Kevin Garnett's defensive style, utilizing positioning to cover half the court and thereby enhancing overall defensive efficacy. Lu Xing also expressed his willingness to take on the primary responsibility of guarding opposing guards and providing support in the paint. Their conversation grew increasingly harmonious, as both shared profound insights and a deep understanding of basketball. In the end, Van Gundy crafted specific pick-and-roll and isolation strategies tailored to Lu Xing's strengths and abilities. Fully aware of Lu Xing's formidable prowess, these tactics would better exploit Lu Xing's advantages and assist the team in securing more victories. The entire exchange was lighthearted and enjoyable, leaving both parties eagerly anticipating the new season. The team then commenced internal scrimmages, where Lu Xing showcased his remarkable individual skills, effortlessly outperforming all guards in matchups. He also increased his collaboration with Howard on pick-and-roll plays, much to Howard's delight, as Lu Xing's passes were exceptionally comfortable, consistently allowing him to receive the ball in optimal cutting positions for easy scores. Lu Xing observed Howard's post play and candidly noted its roughness. Acknowledging that Howard had never truly honed his offensive game, Lu Xing resolved to enhance his passing to Howard, recognizing that a content Howard would be more diligent on the defensive end. Over the past 2 weeks, Lu Xing closely monitored Yi Jianlian's training progress. To his astonishment, he found that he possessed the caliber of a starting player, particularly demonstrating an impressive 90 shooting accuracy during three-point drills. However, upon reviewing the team roster, Lu Xing noted that Yi's regular season three-point shooting percentage was merely 33.4. While this statistic is commendable for a tall shooter, Lu Xing believed there remained ample room for improvement. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xing engaged Yi in conversation, sharing several suggestions. He advised Yi to bolster his ability to shoot three-pointers under duress and during fast breaks, in addition to the conventional open shots, to better cope with various defensive pressures and enhance his scoring efficiency. To facilitate Yi's understanding of these techniques, Lu Xing even demonstrated personally, employing training methods akin to those of future NBA star Damian Lillard. He expressed his deep gratitude for Lu Xing's guidance, affirming his commitment to thoughtfully consider and diligently practice these recommendations. As a dedicated player, he understood that only through continuous improvement of his skill set could he establish himself in the fiercely competitive realm of the NBA. However, Yi Jianlian possesses a rather introverted personality and is not particularly adept at initiating conversations. Therefore, Lu Xing resolved to pay more attention to this teammate, assisting him in acclimating to the team's atmosphere and unleashing his greater potential. With Lu Xing's arrival, he often practiced alongside Yi Jianlian, which encouraged the latter to engage more with his teammates. Lu Xing frequently urged Yi Jianlian to communicate more, especially with the head coach, as the coach favored obedient players. After all, Yi Jianlian had gradually become a starting player the previous year, and Coach Van Gundy believed he was well suited for the team. As October 2007 rolled in, the NBA preseason officially commenced, with the Orlando Magic facing off against their first opponent, the Memphis Grizzlies. The Grizzlies' roster this year was not particularly formidable, with their starting point guard being the 4th overall pick, Mike Conley. Conley had always been a relatively low-profile player in the NBA, yet his abilities far exceeded his fame, making him one of the most underappreciated players in the league. possessing remarkable offensive and defensive skills. However, Conley still appeared somewhat immature and physically slender, prompting Lu Xing to decide to teach him a lesson. During the off-season, the Grizzlies had completed a trade with the Lakers, resulting in their current starting center being Darko Milicic, their power forward Paul Millsap, small forward Mike Miller, shooting guard Rudy Gay, and point guard Mike Conley. In contrast, the Magic's starting lineup included center Dwight Howard, power forward Yi Jianlian, small forward Grant Hill, shooting guard Michael Finley, and point guard Lu Xing additionally. The Grizzlies bench featured the late-blooming point guard, Kyle Lowry. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the official commencement of the match. Howard leaped high, directing the ball to a teammate and successfully securing possession. Lu Xing swiftly seized the ball, dribbling across half-court. His keen gaze noted Howard racing towards the basket, prompting him to unhesitatingly launch the ball high into the air. Howard expertly caught the basketball mid-flight, followed by a powerful leap, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. This spectacular alley-oop ignited the crowd's excitement. The opposing center appeared utterly powerless against the formidable Howard. Conley, with the ball, cautiously crossed half-court, but Lu Xing shadowed him closely. Conley, feeling the pressure, faltered, allowing Lu Xing to execute a tenacious steal. Lu Xing swiftly transitioned into a fast break, drawing the attention of two defenders before deftly delivering a behind-the-back pass to the trailing Yi Jianlian. Without hesitation, Yi Jianlian soared into the air, completing a breathtaking dunk and adding 2 points to the scoreboard. Once again, Conley brought the ball up the court, but Lu Xing remained steadfast in his pursuit. With no other options, Conley was compelled to halt and pass the ball to Gay. Gay, upon receiving the ball, quickly accelerated, leveraging his speed to break through Finley's defense and head straight for the basket. Just as he prepared to shoot, Howard arrived just in time, delivering a resounding block and ruthlessly denying Gay's attempt at a layup. The ball soared into Alien's hands. After receiving the pass, Lu Xing swiftly dribbled past the halfway line. With Conley defending before him, Lu Xing initiated a physical confrontation, accelerating to break through while drawing the opponent's defense, then passed the ball to Hill, who successfully made a three-point shot. Lu Xing asserts that the strength of the Magic surpasses that of the Grizzlies. During the first half of the game, he played for 16 minutes, contributing 4 points, 8 assists, and 3 steals. Howard received 4 assists from Lou Crossing, accumulating 12 points and 8 rebounds. The Magic led the Grizzlies at halftime with a score of 61-44. In the second half, both Lu Xing and Howard rested after just 4 minutes, allowing their teammates to showcase their abilities. Their on-court synergy was remarkable, with Howard feeling that Lu Xing was truly meant to compliment him, their collaboration seamless. In today's match, Howard exhibited exceptional form, achieving 18 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 blocks in merely 21 minutes. Lu Xing, in turn, amassed 6 points, 11 assists, and 4 steals in 20 minutes. Together, they effortlessly fulfilled their roles and exited the game early. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed over the Grizzlies with a score of 107-94. The next opponent for the Magic was the New Orleans Pelicans, a team that underwent a significant transformation this year. Led by Chris Paul, their strength has markedly increased, currently positioning them second in the Western Conference, with Paul himself ranked second in the MVP standings, a force to be reckoned with. Indeed, when Lu Xing and Dwight Howard took the court together, both teams exchanged leads fiercely. The Magic even held a slight advantage. However, once Lu Xing took a breather, the Pelicans swiftly overtook the score. In the end, the Pelicans defeated the Magic 98-94. Analyzing the team's performance, the net rating with the starting lineup was 10, while it plummeted to -15 with the bench players, indicating a clear deficiency in depth that necessitates enhancement. Furthermore, as this was merely the preseason, the main players typically averaged around 20 minutes of playtime. Subsequently, the Magic's performance in the remaining preseason games was marked by more losses than victories, culminating in a record of 3 wins and 5 losses. ESPN ranked the Orlando Magic 10th in their power rankings, placing them behind the Cavaliers. The rankings for this year are as follows: 1. Los Angeles Lakers, 2. Boston Celtics, 3. San Antonio Spurs, 4. Phoenix Suns, 5. Houston Rockets, 6. Detroit Pistons, 7. Utah Jazz, 8. New Orleans Pelicans, 9. Cleveland Cavaliers, 10. Orlando Magic, 11. Dallas Mavericks. Upon learning of the Magic's 10th place ranking, an uncontrollable anger surged within Lu Xing. When reporters approached for an interview, Howard confidently proclaimed that he would become even stronger this year, vowing to lead the Magic to greater achievements. However, Lu Xing did not share Howard's calm demeanor. Instead, He launched a vehement critique against ESPN's ranking. I have never held a favorable view of ESPN's rankings. They simply do not understand basketball. Our team boasts vibrant young talents, along with numerous experienced veterans in their prime. Dwight is undoubtedly the best defensive player, a fact beyond dispute. Moreover, I have joined this team, undoubtedly enhancing our strength. I firmly believe that this year, the Magic will secure at least 60 victories in the regular season, with the potential to challenge even greater records. Our ambitions extend beyond merely reaching the playoffs. We aim to progress to at least the Eastern Conference Finals. I have always maintained that our team ranks among the top 2 in the East. As for myself, I shall devote my utmost efforts this year, striving for inclusion in the league's first team and aspiring to claim the title of assist leader. I invite everyone to witness whether I can achieve these aspirations. Lu Xing's words resonate with passion and confidence, as if proclaiming his determination and prowess to the entire league. Lu Xing is merely an ordinary all-star. Without Kobe, he would never have a championship. Lu Xing is but a regular season player. Without strong teammates, he is nothing. Before the regular season, Lu Xing boasts about his aspirations to join the first team. Yet who among Kobe, Wade, Nash, Chris Paul, Darren, Kidd, and Billups is not far superior to him? Only the title of assist leader holds some glimmer of hope. Lu Xing gazed at the disparaging reports targeting him, a slight smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Initially, he merely wished to quietly excel in his matches, yet certain individuals persistently sought to provoke him. This time, he resolved to abandon his low profile and confront the forthcoming games with unrelenting determination. As Lu Xing proclaimed his lofty ambitions at the season's outset, Coach Stan Van Gundy could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. After all, he was acutely aware of the Magic's positioning this season, which could only realistically secure them a 4th place in the Eastern Conference. In the face of formidable Western teams, they would encounter significant challenges. Furthermore, Howard's offensive capabilities were a cause for concern. Could one individual alone, Lu Xing, truly lead the team to a turnaround? However, the team's general manager was positively elated. It had been ages since the Magic had garnered such captivating headlines, and the presence of the controversial Lu Xing undoubtedly brought heightened attention and intrigue to the team. Originally, his acquisition was intended to penetrate the Chinese market, yet his surprising prowess had exceeded expectations. This development promised to enhance the team's visibility and commercial value, with the prospect of a substantial increase in earnings by season's end. Consequently, the owner would surely commend him, perhaps even bestowing a raise. On November 1st, the season officially commenced. Upon entering the Magic's locker room, a notification chimed. Task: lead the team to 60 wins during the regular season and become the assist leader. Completion of this task will yield 1,000 SP points in a random batch. What a delightful surprise. Lu Xing felt invigorated by the prospect of finally enhancing his attributes. In the opening match, the home team, the Magic, faced off against the formidable Eastern Conference adversary, the Detroit Pistons. The Pistons' starting lineup included McDyess, the fierce Wallace, Prince, Hamilton, and Billups, while the Magic fielded Howard, E. Jianlian, Hill, J.J. Redick, and Lu Xing. J.J. Redick maintained his starting position, as Hamilton's speed was likely insufficient to keep pace with Finley. Howard successfully won the tip-off, and Lu Xing executed a pick-and-roll with him. Howard smoothly transitioned to receive Lu Xing's pass, executing a thunderous dunk over McDyess. Meanwhile, Billups efficiently assisted Hamilton, who scored after finding an open shot. Lu Xing, undeterred, called for another pick from Howard, and as both defenders shifted to guard him, Lu Xing effortlessly sank a three-pointer. With a three-point attribute of 96, enhanced by several badges, he demonstrated his prowess with remarkable precision. Subsequently, after another pick, Lu Xing immediately launched a three-point attempt, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net. This marked his third consecutive three-pointer, igniting a frenzy of cheers from the spectators. However, the Pistons were evidently unwilling to allow Lu Xing to continue scoring with such ease. They swiftly adjusted their defensive strategy, opting to double-team him. Whenever Lu Xing attempts to create opportunities through screens, he is met with the relentless defense of two Pistons players, making it challenging for him to find shooting space. However, Lu Xing remains undeterred by the opposing defensive strategy, showcasing an exemplary spirit of teamwork. He frequently passes the ball to open teammates, who reciprocate his trust by sinking three-pointers, thereby helping the team to extend their lead. As the first quarter concluded, the Magic held a 7-point advantage at 30-23. In the second quarter, seizing the opportunity while Howard and Lu Xing rested, the Pistons launched a counterattack and successfully leveled the score. Once Lu Xing and Howard returned to the court, Their seamless synergy once again came into play. Their pick-and-roll collaboration remained impeccable, throwing the Pistons' defense into disarray and disrupting both their interior and perimeter balance. Throughout this process, Lu Xing maintained precise control over the unfolding dynamics of the game. Not only could he score, but he also adeptly identified and exploited defensive lapses, creating additional offensive opportunities for his teammates. When the halftime whistle blew, the Magic had regained the lead, this time extending it to 6 points. In the second half, Billups intensified the physicality against Lu Xing, ramping up the defensive pressure. However, the former Finals MVP found himself unable to withstand Lu Xing's offensive prowess and ability to orchestrate the team. Lu Xing played with remarkable ease, and after 7 minutes into the third quarter, the Magic had surged ahead by 10 points. Following Lu Xing and Howard's brief respite, the lead dwindled to 5 points, prompting Lu Xing to request re-entry after merely 2 minutes of rest. He then guided the reserves to stabilize the score. Subsequently, with Howard back on the court in the fourth quarter, the Pistons failed to narrow the gap, and the Magic triumphed over the Pistons with a score of 107-95, marking their first victory of the regular season. Lu Xing logged 41 minutes with 27 points. For rebounds, 12 assists and 3 steals, while Howard contributed 25 points, 14 rebounds, and 2 blocks in 36 minutes. Following this, the Magic faced a series of Eastern Conference teams, achieving a remarkable 10-game winning streak before suffering a loss on the road against the Spurs. They then faced another defeat in a back-to-back matchup against the Suns, but rebounded to conquer the formidable Jazz. Throughout November, the Magic boasted an impressive record of 11 wins and 2 losses. The Western Conference Player of the Month accolade went to Chris Paul of the Hornets, who averaged 24 points and 2 assists with a record of 9 wins and 3 losses. The Eastern Conference honors were shared by 2 Magic players, Howard with 24, 6 points and 2 rebounds, and Lu Xing with 26, 8 points and 12 for assists, both recognized as the best players in the East. As time progresses, the new NBA season continues to unfold, with the Magic players developing an ever-deepening synergy on the court, leading to increasingly remarkable performances. Notably, both Howard and Yi Jianlian have made significant strides, with Yi Jianlian's development particularly bringing Lu Xing great satisfaction. Yi Jianlian has now emerged as a competent stretch power forward, surpassing even the capabilities of Lewis. He is no longer as vulnerable in defense as he once was, now capable of meeting the challenges posed by most opponents. Furthermore, his accuracy from beyond the arc has seen a notable improvement, with this season's three-point shooting percentage exceeding 35%. Presently, Yi Jianlian exudes confidence in his three-point shooting skills, displaying a newfound decisiveness in his attempts. In the subsequent 2 home games, the Magic maintained their commendable form, first overcoming the Toronto Raptors, followed by a substantial victory against the Portland Trail Blazers. However, unfortunate news struck as the Blazers' #1 draft pick, Greg Oden, was sidelined for the season due to injury, indicating a long road ahead for them. Soon after, the Magic faced a grueling 7-game road trip. Their initial challenge was against the Miami Heat, who were without Dwayne Wade. This year's Heat have been abysmal, with Shaquille O'Neal having transferred to the Phoenix Suns, and the acquired Sean Marion evidently struggling to fit into the current Heat system. Additionally, O'Neal's transition to the Suns appeared awkward, rendering the trade a failure for both teams. The Heat's interior defense was virtually non-existent, while Dwight Howard dominated the paint, amassing 38 points and 17 rebounds with ease. Lu Xing remarkably set a career high with 20 assists in this game, shattering his previous record. Nonetheless, the Magic's journey did not remain smooth. Their next challenge lay in Boston against the Celtics, where the match proved exceptionally arduous, culminating in a narrow defeat of 91-96. Despite Lu Xing and Howard's relentless efforts, the lack of support from their teammates rendered them unable to contend with the formidable Celtics. The next leg took them westward, and their first encounter was against the Los Angeles Lakers, who had re-signed Derek Fisher after trading Lu Xing. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Bynum, Gasol, Ariza, Kobe, and Fisher, with Odom as the notable sixth man. The Magic's lineup featured Howard, Yi Jianlian, Hill, Finley, and Lu Xing. Howard leaped high, effortlessly directing the basketball towards his teammates, and Lu Xing swiftly seized the ball. To his astonishment, he found himself being guarded by none other than Kobe Bryant. In response to Kobe's defense, Lu Xing called for a pick, with Howard promptly stepping in to block Kobe's path. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xing accelerated, slicing into the paint like lightning. Bynum and Kobe lunged towards him simultaneously, Yet Lu Xing adeptly passed the ball, delivering it accurately into Howard's hands. Without hesitation, Howard leaped and executed a spectacular dunk. The Lakers launched a counterattack, with point guard Derek Fisher skillfully dribbling past half-court before passing to Kobe. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe turned to face Finley, executing a jump shot. Unfortunately, the shot failed to find the hoop. However, Gasol, leveraging his impressive physicality, snatched the offensive rebound over Jianlian and swiftly relayed the ball to the cutting Kobe. Kobe, in turn, made an effortless layup, reclaiming the lead for the Lakers. Lu Xing swiftly traversed the court after securing the ball, then abruptly accelerated towards Kobe. Despite Kobe's efforts to impede him, Lu Xing exhibited extraordinary speed and agility, successfully breaching the defensive line. However, as he prepared to shoot, he faced staunch opposition from the opposing players. Undeterred, Lu executed a graceful behind-the-back step-back move, followed by a soaring mid-range jumper. Empowered by the microwave and sharpshooter badges, the ball arced beautifully through the air, ultimately bouncing twice on the rim before settling into the net. The audience erupted in ecstasy, and Lu Xing jubilantly raised his fist in celebration. The contest remained fiercely competitive, ending the first half in a 51-51 stalemate. As the second half commenced, Lu received a pass from Howard and effortlessly sank a three-pointer, followed by a swift steal from Fisher's pass, leading to another three-pointer that propelled the team 6 points ahead of the Lakers. The two teams continued to battle fiercely, entering the rotation phase as the third quarter neared its conclusion. Noticing that Kobe remained on the court, Lu informed his coach that he needed no rest, boasting a stamina rating of 95. Although slightly inferior to the stamina titans LeBron and Kobe, who possessed a rating of 99, he could comfortably endure 40 minutes of play. As the intensity escalated, Kobe and Lu engaged in a duel, with Kobe attempting to back down Lu, who countered with a sudden jump shot. In the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, both players were relentless, each scoring 4 out of 5 attempts, culminating in 8 points apiece by the quarter's end. With just 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Magic maintained a 5-point lead over the Lakers. However, the Lakers employed a hack-a-shack strategy. Howard, bewildered, missed both free throws. Subsequently, Gasol scored a 2-pointer, followed by Howard making 1 of 2 from the line. Ariza then netted a 3-pointer, and Howard converted another free throw, allowing Kobe to tie the game with a driving layup. Lu then received an inbounds pass from Howard. This time, the Lakers refrained from committing a foul. Lu called for a pick from Howard and lunged into the paint, executing a deft shot over the opposing center, Bynum, akin to a classic Paul-style mid-range jumper, putting the Magic ahead 98-96 with just 22 seconds left on the clock. After a timeout, Kobe isolated against Lu. Lu's defense was tenacious, denying Kobe an easy three-point shot. Kobe managed to break through for a mid-range jumper, with Lu's defense nearly resulting in a block, the ball finding its mark and leveling the score at 98. With 6 seconds remaining, Kobe shook his head, dissatisfied with the timing of his shot. Following another timeout, Lu received the ball and facing Kobe's defense, he executed a breakthrough move before swiftly retreating beyond the three-point line, releasing the shot just in time. The ball swished through the net, signaling the game-winning shot against the Lakers. Kobe approached Lu with a smile, and the two shared a warm embrace, embodying the spirit of camaraderie despite their fierce rivalry on the court. Kobe remarked, "I never anticipated you would opt for the three-pointer, but next time, victory will be mine." In the subsequent matches, the Magic faced a disheartening streak of 3 consecutive defeats, succumbing to the Hornets, Suns, and Mavericks. The fatigue was palpable, with even Lu Xing feeling the weight of exhaustion. During the arduous 7-game road trip, the Magic managed a record of 3 wins and 4 losses. Observing the outcomes, Lu Xing sensed that the team still fell short of championship caliber, particularly due to the inadequacies of their bench rotation. After enduring the grueling stretch of away games, the Magic finally returned to the comforting embrace of their home court. The players collectively exhaled in relief, as the prolonged away schedule had undoubtedly taken a toll on their physical and mental well-being. The league's scheduling for smaller teams is hardly accommodating. Reflecting on his time with the Lakers, Lu Xing recalled a much less taxing series of away games. However, the Magic were set to embark on a series of 5 consecutive home games, presenting them with an opportunity to recalibrate their performance. In this favorable stretch, they excelled, achieving an impressive record of 4 wins and 1 loss. At this juncture, the All-Star voting process commenced. To everyone's delight, Howard emerged as the frontrunner in the first round of voting. He expressed his joy on social media, announcing his participation in this year's slam dunk contest. In fact, the league had also extended an invitation to Lu Xing, hoping he would partake in the three-point contest and skills challenge. Yet, Lu Xing, without hesitation, declined the offers. For him, it was a matter of refusing to engage in additional commitments when unencumbered by obligations. Lu Xing was also engaged in a delightful conversation with Howard at the training facility. "Dwight, are you planning to participate in the dunk contest? Do you have any creative ideas?" Lu exclaimed. "Ah, you truly understand me, my friend. I have conceived a brilliant idea, but I am reluctant to share it." Howard replied with a sense of pride. Lu Xing pondered to himself that it was merely a matter of executing a slam dunk from the free throw line while donning a Superman costume. A notion he had long anticipated. However, he proclaimed, "I possess an exceptional idea that will undoubtedly earn you a perfect score. Is that so? Please share it with me. I am in need of one more concept for the finals," Howard implored Lu Xing. Subsequently, Lu Xing revealed Griffin's creative notion of leaping over a car to Howard, expressing his willingness to assist with the pass. Upon learning of this, Howard was exhilarated, exclaiming, "Wow, this is absolutely incredible. I believe this surpasses my own idea." His face radiated excitement, his eyes shimmering with fervor. "Really? That's fantastic. However, I have one question." Howard hesitated momentarily before continuing. "I wish to place this as the final act to leave a lasting impression on the audience. Yet, if we perform this first, will it diminish their anticipation for the subsequent acts?" Lu Xing smiled warmly as he patted Howard on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, Howard. Your creativity is truly magnificent, and it indeed requires a certain level of complexity and skill. Presenting it at the forefront will enable the audience to better comprehend and appreciate the entirety of the performance. In contrast, the concept of leaping over the car emphasizes atmosphere and shock value, making its placement towards the end more fitting." Howard, reflecting upon Lu Xing's words, nodded thoughtfully. He recognized the wisdom in Lu Xing's advice. Although he held great confidence in his own ideas, he was reluctant to let the arrangement of sequences detract from the overall impact of the performance. Consequently, he resolved to heed Lu Xing's counsel and position the car leap at the conclusion, ensuring the performance achieved its utmost effect. Subsequently, Lu Xing stood beside Howard, providing guidance on his free throws. The hack-a-shack strategy had taken a significant toll on Howard, causing Lu Xing's heart to flutter with concern. Lu Xing demonstrated, "Howard, as you shoot your free throw, support the ball with your left hand without exerting force. Simply engage your right wrist. Watch me," as he illustrated the technique. He called out in Chinese just before releasing the ball. "In." Swish. The ball sailed through the net, and he exclaimed again in Chinese. "In." The shot was successful once more. Puzzled, Howard inquired, "What does this mean?" Lu Xing conversed with Howard in English, conveying the notion that this was a mental affirmation, signifying his certainty in making the free throw and bolstering his confidence. "You are exceptionally talented, the foremost center in the league. Free throws should be a mere formality for you." Howard acknowledged this insight, taking a deep breath as per Lu Xing's counsel. He lifted the ball above his head and exclaimed in Chinese, "In." The ball swished effortlessly through the net. Lu Xing then passed the ball to Howard, who, after preparing himself, shouted, "In." And once again, the ball sailed smoothly into the hoop. Lu Xing smiled as he spoke to Howard, stating, "This is a secret technique from China. Have you noticed how well I and Yi Jianlian perform our free throws? And let's not forget our great Yao Ming. This technique is a secret, not something I would ordinarily share with just anyone, but since we have forged such a strong bond, I will let you in on it. This method can enhance your shooting percentage by 10. If you practice shooting 200 free throws daily, you could potentially improve your accuracy by at least 20%. Your talent surpasses even that of Elijah Wan. We cannot afford any weaknesses. What will you say when you go to save the souls of young girls and they question your poor free throw performance? It would be quite embarrassing." Howard, smiling in gratitude, acknowledged the invaluable advice bestowed upon him and vowed to utilize it diligently, unwilling to lose face. Subsequently, Lu Xing accompanied Howard as he practiced 200 free throws, observing that Howard genuinely required this practice. He felt compelled to support this cheerful and optimistic young man. After a period of training, Howard brimmed with confidence regarding his free throws and expressed to Lu Xing, "Once I master this secret technique from China, my free throw percentage will undoubtedly soar above 80. However, Lu Xing harbored some reservations, believing that achieving such results in just one day's practice might prove challenging. In the ensuing match, the Orlando Magic faced off against the San Antonio Spurs. With 5 minutes remaining in the game, Coach Popovich opted for the hack-a-shack strategy, sending Howard to the free throw line consecutively 5 times. Before taking his first shot, Howard inhaled deeply and shouted, "In." The basketball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc before swishing through the net. Following that, his second shot also found its mark, leaving Yi Jianlian, who was poised to grab a rebound, utterly astonished. Wondering, when did Howard learn to speak Chinese? As the free throws continued, Howard appeared almost divinely inspired, making 8 out of 10 attempts, which infuriated Popovich, whose face turned a shade darker with anger. Ultimately, thanks to Howard's stellar performance and impressive free throw accuracy, the Magic triumphed over the Spurs at home. After the game, Lu Xing heartily commended Howard, exclaiming, "Well done, Dwight. Your free throw talent is truly remarkable. Look at that. You were quite stable today." Hearing this, Howard beamed with joy, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Lu Xing continued, "However, one must not take this lightly. Mastering this free throw technique requires at least 100 days of practice. Otherwise, the secret skills cannot enhance stability. Rest assured, I shall accompany you in training every day, empowering you to retaliate fiercely against those who claim your free throw skills are lacking." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination and confidence flickered in Howard's eyes. After all, today he had executed Lu Xing's methods, achieving an impressive 9 successful free throws out of 12 attempts, a remarkable feat for him, as he typically managed only around 6. Howard could not help but exclaim, "The nation of Huagua is truly enigmatic. I have always been fascinated by their martial arts. And now I have learned such an intriguing free throw secret from Lu Xing. It seems I must seek his guidance more often." In the days that followed, Howard diligently practiced 200 free throws each day, while Lu Xing occasionally corrected his Mandarin pronunciation. As time progressed, Howard noticed a significant improvement in his free throw skills, deepening his affection for this secret technique and increasing his commitment to training. Each time he shouted in, it felt as though he was invoking a magical power, akin to receiving a beneficial effect. In subsequent matches, Howard's free throw performance indeed exhibited remarkable enhancement. From a mere free throw percentage slightly above 50 at the season's onset, he now consistently maintained over 70 in each game. His mentality at the free throw line grew increasingly stable, no longer plagued by nerves or pressure-induced errors. Each time he stood at the line, he exuded confidence, convinced of his ability to hit the target. As the season progressed, Howard's free throws became a pivotal weapon in the team's offensive arsenal. His free throw percentage steadily climbed, occasionally exceeding 80, a remarkable achievement for a center, underscoring the vital role of the Chinese secret technique. Before long, the time arrived for the annual Christmas celebration. This year, the Western Conference was a battleground of fierce competition, with an astonishing 10 teams boasting winning percentages above 50. Even more astonishingly, the top 8 teams each surpassed a 60% win rate, with the standings among the top 6 frequently shifting, exemplifying the intensity of the rivalry. Within the span of merely a week, the first-place team could plummet to 6th, with only a 2-game difference separating the teams. Thus, each squad was compelled to exert every effort in pursuit of improved standings. In stark contrast to the West, the Eastern Conference presented a markedly different scenario. Aside from the Celtics, who dominated the league, the second and third positions were held by the traditional powerhouse Pistons and the rising newcomers Magic, both boasting identical records and fiercely contending with one another. Other teams generally maintained around a 50% win rate, with the 8th-place Raptors languishing at a mere 45. For the Magic, victories against Eastern teams often came easily, yet they encountered significant challenges when facing their Western counterparts. This phenomenon vividly reflects the stark contrasts in basketball styles and competitive dynamics between the Eastern and Western regions. This year's Christmas showdown has garnered significant attention, as it marks a highly anticipated duel between the King, LeBron James, and the Beast, Dwight Howard, with the Orlando Magic facing off against the Cleveland Cavaliers. The importance of this match transcends mere rivalry. It is pivotal in determining the team's standings. Currently, the Magic sit in 3rd place in the Eastern Conference, while the Cavaliers are positioned 4th. A victory for the Magic today could elevate them to 2nd place in the East. Prior to the game, the Cavaliers executed a noteworthy trade, acquiring Ben Wallace in exchange for Larry Hughes, aimed at bolstering their interior defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, LeBron James has experienced a remarkable surge in performance, averaging 30 points per game this season, currently leading the scoring charts. As the game approaches, both teams have unveiled their starting lineups. The Cavaliers field Ben Wallace, Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Wally Szczerbiak, LeBron James, and Daniel Gibson, while the Magic's starting 5 consist of Dwight Howard, Yi Jianlian, Michael Finley, Grant Hill, and Lu Xing. With the referee's whistle, the game commences. Lu Xing swiftly gains possession, showcasing his adept skills and impressive physical prowess against defender Gibson. with a deft change of direction. He executes a sudden stop and pop jump shot, the basketball tracing a beautiful arc through the air before settling into the net. This year, Lu Xing appears to have discovered his prime form, having departed from the shadows of Kobe Bryant and Yao Ming. To date, he has participated in over 20 games, averaging an impressive 25, 2 points, 11, 8 assists, 4, 2 rebounds, 0, 6 blocks, and 2, 8 steals per game. His scoring has become increasingly effortless, as if he were simply plucking points from the air. Simultaneously, his three-point shooting percentage exceeds 40, with an average of nearly 3 three-pointers per game, surpassing even the legendary Ray Allen. Such prolific and efficient performance is nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, the Cavaliers are under the command of their star player, James. Like an unstoppable bulldozer, he charges towards the basket, disregarding Finley's defense, and executes a forceful layup. However, Lu Xing remains undeterred by the opponent's momentum, swiftly executing a brilliant play with his teammate Howard. Much like the famed alley-oop connection between Chris Paul and Blake Griffin, Lu Xing lofts the ball high, and Howard, in perfect sync, leaps to complete a flawless aerial connection. The chemistry between the two continues to deepen, their collaboration seamless and exquisite. This year has also been a year of statistical explosion for Howard, who averages 23 for points, 14, 6 rebounds, and 2 for blocks, establishing himself as the cornerstone of the team's interior presence. He and Lu Xing together upheld the entire Magic team. In the first half, the Magic dominated the Cavaliers. As this year, Big Ben had just been traded and was still unfamiliar with the team's dynamics. Furthermore, he occupied the paint, causing LeBron's drives to face Howard each time, significantly diminishing his efficiency. For minutes into the third quarter, LeBron collided with Finley's knee during a drive, leaving Finley in agony and forcing him to exit the game. J.J. Redick was substituted in, and the Magic had no choice but to use Hill to guard LeBron. The Cavaliers briefly mounted a counterattack, closing the score. But during this time, Lu Xing hit consecutive three-pointers and drew a foul from Big Z, widening the gap once more. Subsequently, Howard continued to pressure Big Ben, who was currently underperforming with an average of merely 4 points and 7 rebounds, even falling short of the Cavaliers' bench player Varejao. Big Ben had become a burdensome contract. As the game approached its final minute, following LeBron's drive and assist to Serbiak, who missed a three-pointer, the Cavaliers conceded defeat. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed over the Cavaliers with a score of 106-98, claiming victory in the Christmas showdown and successfully ascending to the second position in the Eastern Conference. However, after the game, it was confirmed that Finley would miss the remainder of the season, coinciding with the last year of his substantial contract. And given that he was over 35 years old, it was likely he would only command a veteran's minimum salary in the future. On February 17, 2008, the 57th NBA All-Star Game was held at the New Orleans Arena, home of the New Orleans Hornets in Louisiana. The first day's event featured the Rookie Challenge, with the sophomore team led by LaMarcus Aldridge, Rudy Gay, Daniel Gibson, Paul Millsap, Rajon Rondo, Brandon Roy, and E. Lien. The freshman team was captained by Mike Conley, Kevin Durant, Jeff Green, and Al Horford. The sophomores emerged victorious, defeating the freshmen 136-109. Daniel Gibson notably shattered Kyle Korver's record by sinking 7 three-pointers in the first half. He concluded the game with 11 three-pointers, hitting 11 of 20 attempts. Gibson was awarded the MVP title for the match, achieving 33 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. The following day commenced with the Skills Challenge, in which Utah Jazz guard Darren Williams claimed the championship, recording a first-round time of 31.2 seconds and an astonishing final round of 25.5 seconds. Devin Wade, who participated in the Skills Challenge for the first time in 2005, did not secure the title this time, clocking in at 53.9 seconds. Jason Kidd, the champion of 2003, finished the final round at 40 seconds. Chris Paul recorded a first-round time of 29.9 seconds but fell short against Darren in the finals, leaving him frustrated, as he preferred to lose to anyone but Darren. The second event was the three-point contest, where the champion this year was Cap Ono, who achieved 25 points in the final round, setting a new record. This year's three-point contest lacked excitement. Aside from Cap Ono, the rest performed poorly. It remains uncertain whether it was the locale of New Orleans or simply a matter of poor shooting touch. Following this, the highly anticipated slam dunk contest commenced, featuring participants such as Rudy Gay, last year's champion, the nine-fingered dunk king Gerald Green, the Magic's Howard, and Jamario Moon. During the preliminary rounds, The nine-fingered dunk King Green was the first to advance, showcasing astonishing explosiveness and skill that ignited the audience's enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, Dwight Howard also advanced, his formidable prowess leaving spectators eagerly anticipating his performance in the finals. As the finals approached, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Howard took to the stage first, donning a specially designed Superman costume, an act that instantly ignited the crowd's fervor. The audience erupted in excited screams, eagerly awaiting his spectacular display. Howard accelerated from midcourt, his strides powerful and graceful as though he truly transformed into Superman. Upon reaching the free throw line, he leaped high into the air, as if soaring, and emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. At that moment, the arena erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, and the judges unhesitatingly awarded him a perfect score. The energy in the venue reached an unparalleled intensity, with spectators enveloped in this exhilarating moment. As the final dunk was executed, the arena was plunged into darkness. However, amidst the stillness, the roar of an engine echoed through the venue, and suddenly, the lights illuminated the entire court. To everyone's astonishment, a brand new Ford automobile appeared beneath the hoop. Lu Xing sat inside, extending his long arm, basketball in hand, as if awaiting a cue. Meanwhile, Howard, clad in his Superman attire, soared towards the car like a blazing meteor, leaping over the hood with precision to catch the ball Lu Xing had sent his way, forcefully dunking it into the basket. This scene sent the audience into a frenzy, with cheers, applause, and screams cascading through the air, once again elevating the atmosphere to a climax. Howard stood beneath the hoop, arms raised in exuberance, radiating the joy of a carefree child. His face beamed with satisfaction and delight as he basked in the spotlight. Ultimately, Howard claimed the 2008 Slam Dunk Championship. Following this contest, his popularity soared to unprecedented heights, thrusting him into the pinnacle of fame. In light of this, Ford Motor Company could no longer remain idle. Recognizing Howard's immense commercial potential, they swiftly reached out to him to propose a partnership, hoping to make him the brand ambassador for Ford. However, Howard made a stipulation: Lu Xing must be included. For him, sharing fortune is the hallmark of true brotherhood, celebrating together, reveling in the festivities, and rescuing the souls of lost young women. Upon hearing this news, Ford was ecstatic. Initially seeking a single ambassador, they now had two, an irresistible package deal that proved exceedingly advantageous. Ultimately, Lu Xing and Howard successfully secured a 4-year endorsement contract with Ford Motor Company, valued at a staggering $20 million. This unexpected stroke of fortune filled Lu Xing with exhilaration, further deepening the bond of friendship between him and Howard. On the third day, the All-Star Game commenced, featuring the Western stars, Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, Carmelo Anthony, Tim Duncan, and Yao Ming. The reserves included Carlos Boozer, Steve Nash, Dirk Nowitzki, Chris Paul, Brandon Roy, Amare Stoudemire, and David West. The Eastern Conference boasted Lu Xing, Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, Kevin Garnett, and Dwight Howard, with reserves such as Ray Allen, Chauncey Billups, Karen Butler, Chris Bosh, Jason Kidd, Anton Jamison, Joe Johnson, Paul Pierce, and Rasheed Wallace. In the end, the Eastern All-Stars triumphed over the Western All-Stars with a score of 134-128, maintaining a steady lead throughout the match and ultimately winning by a margin of 16 points. James nearly achieved a triple-double, contributing 27 points, 9 assists, and 8 rebounds, earning him the MVP title for the All-Star Game, marking the second time in his illustrious career. Lu Xing, however, merely floated through the game, assisting Howard with a few passes but otherwise remaining uninvolved, as one MVP was sufficient for the occasion, only to see the final quarter spotlight snatched away by James. This year's All-Star Game ticket leader was Kevin Garnett, yet due to his injury, Chris Bosh of the Toronto Raptors stepped in as the starting power forward, while Ray Allen replaced the injured Karen Butler of the Washington Wizards. Shaquille O'Neal, having transitioned to the Suns, did not participate in the All-Star Game. As he began to approach the twilight of his career, Kobe decided against participating following a finger injury revealed by team doctors prior to the match. Similarly, Yao Ming was absent due to last year's injury, making this All-Star Game a veritable minefield of ailments. Following the All-Star Game, only 20 to 30 regular season matches remained, prompting all players to fiercely compete for victories. The Magic faced off against the Phoenix Suns on their home turf, where the Suns ranked second in the West, trailing the first-place Lakers by a mere half game, while the Magic stood as the second in the East. This match promised to be a clash of titans, featuring the former league's top center, Shaquille O'Neal, against the current premier center, Howard, alongside regular season MVP Nash opposing rising star Lu Xing, a true collision of celestial bodies. In the vibrant atmosphere of Phoenix, the Suns' starting lineup was indeed impressive. O'Neal, Stoudemire, Dia, Bell, and Nash. The Magic countered with their own formidable starting five: Howard, Jianlian, Hill, J, Redick, and Lu Xing. On the surface, the Suns' lineup appeared luxurious. However, O'Neal was no longer the powerhouse of his prime. His capabilities reduced to merely a third of their former glory. Compounding this issue, his style clashed with the Suns' fast-paced offensive strategy, diminishing the overall effectiveness of the team. Moreover, following the loss of Marion, the Suns' defensive prowess on the front line experienced a drastic decline, undoubtedly imposing immense pressure on their performance. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the game officially commenced. Howard successfully leaped to seize possession of the ball. Lu Xing swiftly received the pass, accelerating with astonishing speed and strength, forcefully breaking through Nash's defense. Soaring high to accurately deliver the ball into the hoop, granting the Magic an early lead. On the opposite end, after receiving the ball, Nash gradually crossed half-court, awaiting O'Neal's positioning. Once O'Neal was in place, Nash promptly passed the ball. O'Neal, utilizing his imposing physique and deft dribbling skills, skillfully maneuvered past Howard and succeeded in scoring, bringing the Suns back into contention. As the Magic launched their offense, Lu Xing rapidly crossed half-court, with Howard trailing behind, executing a stunning alley-oop dunk. By the time O'Neal stepped into the three-point line, the Magic had already completed their offensive play, leaving everyone astonished by their speed. During the Suns' offensive play, the familiar strategy unfolded as O'Neal received the ball in the post. Just as he attempted to pivot, Lu Xing committed a foul. O'Neal missed both free throws, and Jianlian secured the rebound, passing it to Lu Xing. Lu Xing initiated a fast break in a 3-on-3 situation, decisively penetrating Nash's defense and drawing Redick's coverage, allowing him to pass to Redick, who successfully sank a three-pointer. After 6 minutes of play, the Magic led by 4 points, prompting O'Neal to be substituted as he was visibly fatigued from the numerous fast breaks executed by the Magic. Observing the unfolding situation on the court, a sense of concern crept into his mind. Following O'Neal's exit, Barbosa entered the game, leaving the Suns with only Stoudemire remaining in the paint. Upon receiving the ball, a sly smile crept across Lu Xing's face as he began to dribble slowly, seemingly contemplating a tactical approach. Suddenly, he accelerated fiercely towards the basket, executing a brilliant pick-and-roll with Howard. Howard showcased his immense power and skill in the paint, relentlessly colliding with Stoudemire, leaving him struggling to cope. This scene evoked memories of O'Neal's earlier dominance over Howard. Now, Howard unleashed all his pent-up frustration upon Stoudemire. After O'Neal's departure, the Suns swiftly altered their strategy to a barrage-style offense, yet the Magic cleverly slowed the game's tempo, ensnaring the Suns' attack in turmoil. As time progressed, the first quarter concluded with the Magic holding a slender 5-point lead over the Suns. With the onset of the second quarter, the return of O'Neal to the court instigated a shift in the rhythm of the game. The Magic quickly initiated fast breaks, playing with remarkable speed, while the Suns appeared sluggish. This season, the Suns' lineup exhibited noticeable issues, with a lack of synergy between O'Neal and Nash preventing them from reaching their optimal performance. The Magic seized the opportunity, gradually extending their lead to 10 points while O'Neal was on the court. Throughout the first half, the pace of the game remained firmly under Lu Xing's command, his outstanding performance capturing everyone's attention. As the second half commenced, O'Neal's absence from the court left the audience in a state of surprise. The Suns once again attempted a bombardment strategy in hopes of defeating the Magic. However, Lu Xing expertly controlled the tempo of the game, frequently collaborating with Howard on pick-and-roll plays, consistently delivering passes to him to assist in scoring. As the game entered the fourth quarter, with 6 minutes remaining, Stoudemire was disqualified due to excessive fouls, leaving the Suns trailing by 8 points. In desperation, the Suns had no choice but to reintroduce O'Neal to the court. Yet, Lu Xing immediately accelerated the pace of the game. Although O'Neal managed to score 8 points in the final 6 minutes, the Suns were beyond salvation. Ultimately, Howard amassed an impressive 36 points and 15 rebounds, while Lu Xing contributed a remarkable double-double with 21 points and 18 assists. In contrast, O'Neal of the Suns secured 18 points and 11 rebounds, with Nash only managing 15 points and 8 assists due to issues with his collaboration with O'Neal. In the subsequent match, the Magic returned to their home court to face the Suns once more, where Stoudemire suddenly erupted, scoring with ease and finishing the game with 36 points and 11 rebounds. However, as the game progressed into the fourth quarter, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The Magic employed a hack-a-shack strategy, frequently fouling O'Neal. which forced him to the free throw line, where he struggled to convert. This tactic allowed the Magic to quickly equalize the score. At this juncture, the Suns were compelled to make adjustments, substituting O'Neal and initiating the same strategy against Howard. Unlike O'Neal, however, Howard performed exceptionally well, sinking 5 of 6 free throws. Showcasing his prowess and eliciting a grin from the Magic's Howard, who provocatively gestured towards O'Neal on the bench. With O'Neal sidelined, the Magic swiftly gained the upper hand in the paint. Howard snagged 3 consecutive offensive rebounds and successfully scored, extending the lead to 4 points. Meanwhile, Lu Xing rose to the occasion, hitting a pivotal three-pointer following a splendid pick-and-roll play, effectively sealing the game. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed over the Suns with a score of 114-108, achieving a stunning double victory. With 2 consecutive wins over the Suns, the Magic firmly secured the second position in the Eastern Conference, while the Suns fell from 2nd to 5th in the Western standings, slipping into the lower half. Following their successful sweep of the Suns, the Magic's record improved to 10 wins and 2 losses, with only 8 games remaining in the regular season. Considering the players' stamina and performance, the team decided to implement a rotation strategy, allowing each starter ample opportunity for rest. Howard, as the core of the interior, had a greater physical toll and was scheduled to rest for 3 games. In the concluding 8 games, the Magic finished with a record of 4 wins and 4 losses. Despite not achieving a perfect run, they still solidified their position as the 2nd seed in the East, trailing only the Celtics, even without resting players. Winning all final 8 games would not have surpassed the Celtics, thereby resigning them to the 2nd spot in the Eastern Conference. However, in comparison, they maintain a 3-game lead over the 3rd-seeded Pistons in the Eastern Conference, preserving a significant advantage. Throughout the season, the Magic have demonstrated formidable strength and cohesion as a team. Their offensive prowess is formidable, and their defense is remarkably solid. Particularly, the synergy between Howard's dominance in the paint and Lu Xing's sharpshooting from beyond the arc instills fear in their opponents. Furthermore, players such as Yi Jianlian and Grant Hill have also excelled, making vital contributions to the team. As they approach the upcoming playoffs, the Magic will face even more formidable challenges. Yet, bolstered by their excellent form and synergy, they are confident in their ability to carve out a niche for themselves in the Eastern Conference. Fans are brimming with anticipation, hoping that the team can etch its name in history and bring glory to Orlando. Final standings in the East. First, the Celtics with 66 wins. Second, the Magic with 62 wins. Third, the Pistons with 59 wins. Fourth, the Cavaliers with 45 wins. Fifth, the Wizards with 43 wins. Sixth, the Raptors with 41 wins. Seventh, the 76ers with 40 wins. 8th, the Hawks with 37 wins. In the West, first, the Lakers with 57 wins. Second, the Hornets with 56 wins. Third, the Spurs with 56 wins. Fourth, the Jazz with 54 wins. Fifth, the Rockets with 55 wins. Sixth, the Suns with 55 wins. Seventh, the Mavericks with 51 wins. Eighth, the Nuggets with 50 wins. Astonishingly, the Warriors, with 48 wins, did not qualify for the playoffs, despite ranking 4th in the East, which is a testament to the chaotic nature of the Western Conference this year. The top statistics have also been revealed. The scoring champion is LeBron James with an average of 30.0 points, followed by Kobe with 28.3, and Allen Iverson with 26.4 points. The rebounding leader is Dwight Howard, Lu Xing's teammate, with 14.2 rebounds, followed by Camby with 13.1, and Tyson Chandler of the Hornets with 11.7. The assist leader is Lu Xing with an average of 12.1 assists, followed by Paul with 11.6, Nash with 11.1, Darren with 10.5, and Kidd with 10.1. This year, 5 players achieved double-digit assists, showcasing an exceptionally fierce competition. The blocks leader is Camby with an average of 3.6, while Lu Xing claims the steals title with 2.8, surpassing Paul's 2.7, thus securing both the assists and steals crowns. With the conclusion of the regular season comprising 82 games, Lu Xing of the Magic has experienced a remarkable breakout this season, showcasing eye-catching statistics, an average of 25.2 points, 4.1 rebounds, and 12.1 assists, along with 0.7 blocks and 2.8 steals. Similarly, the other core player of the Magic, Dwight Howard, has also performed admirably, with his averages rising to 24.4 points, 14.2 rebounds, 1.3 assists, 2.1 blocks, and 0.9 steals, boasting an impressive free throw percentage of 75%. As Howard's free throws have become increasingly consistent, his scoring has surged as well. It can be said that both of these core players of the Magic have delivered impeccable performances. Yi Jianlian has also excelled in the Magic, averaging 15.1 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 0.5 steals during his average playing time. These statistics thoroughly attest to his emergence as a competent starting player. At this moment, ding, the audacious proclamation task has been accomplished. Acquire 1,000 SP points and earn the badge. The performance of a resilient athlete remains unaffected even amidst fatigue and minor injuries. Integrate the template. Lu Xing possesses a comprehensive capability score of 97. Distinguished by his badge as a key player, which is notably splendid, silver. He is recognized as a tactical master, gold, for his adept screen and slip maneuvers, silver. And as a defensive interceptor, gold, embodying the essence of a defensive core and court commander. His prowess extends to being a sharpshooter, purple gold, and a steel artist, gold. Alongside his expertise as a microwave corner specialist, gold, and in executing high-difficulty shots, gold. He excels as a catch-and-shoot specialist, purple gold, and boasts an infinite range, gold, earning him the moniker of Iron Man. In terms of offensive capabilities, he has an overall rating of 96, comprising a close-range shooting score of 95, a mid-range shooting score of 97, a three-point shooting score of 96, and a free throw score of 96. His dunking ability stands at 50. With a mid-range interference score of 95, a back-to-the-basket fadeaway score of 80, and a foul-drawing ability of 90. He exhibits a shooting score of 95 after dribbling, alongside ball handling, passing, and catching scores of 95 each, and an offensive awareness score of 90. On the defensive front, his overall rating is an impressive 98, featuring a shot blocking score of 75, a stealing score of 99, on-ball defense score of 99, defensive awareness score of 99, and a rebounding ability score of 99. In terms of physical attributes, he holds an overall score of 91, characterized by exceptional stamina, 99, speed, 90, agility, 90, strength 68, vertical leap, 85, and endurance, 99. Lu Xing meticulously examined his panel and discovered that he still had 666 SP points remaining. The number 666 is considered quite auspicious, a delightful find. He noted that his defensive skills were fully maxed out, and both his stamina and endurance were at their peak, each standing at an impressive 99. This was akin to the physical prowess and resilience of James, essentially rendering him almost invulnerable to injuries and enabling him to endure an entire match without fatigue. Lu Xing felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, astonished by the formidable power of the Iron Man badge. He felt capable of competing alongside his son, though the prospect of that seemed daunting, especially as he had yet to father a child. However, he estimated that reaching such a milestone by the age of 38 or 39 would pose no insurmountable challenge. Ding! As the host's abilities had reached their maximum. The system has been updated. The methods to acquire SP points are as follows. 1. Earning a spot on the All-NBA first team grants 500 SP, the second team 400, and the third team 300. 2. Being named to the All-Defensive first team awards 500 SP, while the second team provides 300 SP. 3. Securing the MVP award during the regular season yields 2,000 SP points. 4. Achieving the finals MVP title awards 3,000 SP points. Note: 1,000 SP points can be used to purchase a badge, and upgrading a badge costs 500 SP points, with a maximum upgrade level of gold. To elevate a gold badge to a purple gold level, 1,000 SP points are required. Upgrading badges enhances the corresponding attributes. Lu Xing contemplated his next move and decided to enhance his badge, prioritizing the upgrade of his range to unlimited, thereby improving his three-point shooting. After all, making it into the All-Star lineup this year seemed quite feasible, and he could accumulate some SP for further upgrades, considering it takes an entire season to amass SP. As the conclusion of the 2007 to 2008 regular season approached, the Rookie of the Year was officially announced, with Kevin Durant of the Seattle Supersonics triumphantly claiming the title. His performance was nothing short of remarkable, averaging 23 points, 4 for rebounds, 2 for assists, 0, 9 steals, and 0, 9 blocks per game. The All-Rookie first team also featured Jeff Green, Al Horford, Luis Scola, and El Thornton. Following this announcement, the playoffs commenced with fervent competition. In the Western Conference, the matchups were as follows. The Los Angeles Lakers faced the Denver Nuggets, the New Orleans Hornets took on the Dallas Mavericks, the Houston Rockets clashed with the Utah Jazz. and the San Antonio Spurs squared off against the Phoenix Suns. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Conference, the Boston Celtics battled the Atlanta Hawks. The Orlando Magic encountered the Philadelphia 76ers. The Detroit Pistons challenged the Toronto Raptors, and the Cleveland Cavaliers competed against the Washington Wizards. Liu Xing's Magic were poised to face the Philadelphia 76ers, a team that had just undergone a rebuilding phase. However, given the relative weakness of other teams in the East this season, the current strength of the 76ers would likely render them unable to secure a playoff spot in other years. In this moment filled with tension and anticipation, the first round of the playoffs finally commenced. As the third-seeded team in the East, the Magic prepared to meet their initial opponent, the Philadelphia 76ers, at their home venue. The Amway Arena, which transformed into a sea of blue, with fans fervently cheering and their excitement palpable, as the host concluded a rousing speech. The starting players from both teams stepped onto the court. The Magic boasted a formidable lineup consisting of Dwight Howard, Yi Jianlian, Hill, J.J. Redick, and Liu Xing, while the 76ers starters included DeLimbert, Young, Iguodala, Willie Green, and Andre Miller. Since trading Allen Iverson to the Denver Nuggets last year, the 76ers began restructuring their team around Iguodala. Nevertheless, this decision had not yielded satisfactory results. Lacking proficient three-point shooters this year, the 76ers found themselves at a disadvantage, simplifying the Magic's defensive strategy. They merely needed to focus on preventing the opposing players from penetrating the paint, as any successful drive would encounter the formidable interference of Dwight Howard. This defensive approach ensnared the entire 76ers squad, leaving them unable to devise an effective scoring strategy. Furthermore, the 76ers struggled with their perimeter defense, failing to impede Liu Xing's offensive maneuvers and his seamless collaboration with teammates. Faced with the impenetrable defense of the Magic, the 76ers managed to sink only a single three-pointer throughout the entirety of the match, with that solitary shot being executed by their shooting guard, Willie Green. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed over the 76ers with a resounding score of 98-82, showcasing their remarkable defensive prowess and efficient offensive performance. This encounter vividly illustrated the Magic's strength in teamwork, while simultaneously exposing the 76ers' pronounced deficiencies in three-point shooting and defense. In the subsequent matches, the 76ers exhibited little capacity for a counterattack, suffering a 4-0 sweep at the hands of the Magic. Throughout the series, Howard averaged 22 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocks per game, while Liu Xing faced off against the veteran Miller with extraordinary ease, averaging 28 points and 10 assists. The 76ers, Iguodala was limited to an average of 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, with his shooting percentage restricted to 40%. Having missed all 12 attempts from beyond the arc, while other players also failed to deliver noteworthy performances. Meanwhile, the Magic patiently awaited the victor of the contest between the Pistons and the Raptors. Ultimately, the Pistons emerged victorious with a score of 4-2 against the Raptors, led by Bosh, thereby advancing in the playoffs. As the first round concluded, the top 4 teams from the Eastern Conference successfully progressed to the second round. Among them, the 8th-seeded Hawks engaged in a fierce 7-game battle with the top-seeded Celtics, ultimately overcoming their opponents in a nail-biting Game 7. The Cavaliers, propelled by LeBron's godlike performance, successfully breached the Wizards' defenses. In the Western Conference, the competition was equally exhilarating, with the top 4 teams advancing smoothly to the second round of the playoffs. The Lakers effortlessly swept the Nuggets, while the Spurs and Hornets triumphed over the Suns and Mavericks, respectively, with scores of 4-1. However, the Rockets faced considerable challenges. Despite Yao Ming's unchanged weight, he was unable to penetrate the formidable defense of the Utah duo. Although Yao averaged an impressive 31 points and 12 rebounds per game, the Rockets ultimately fell short against the Jazz. The unexpected injury of McGrady, coupled with the inadequacies of the role players, rendered the Houston Rockets wholly reliant on Yao Ming, making it exceedingly difficult to secure victories. Subsequently, the league officially announced the All-NBA team selections. The first team included Dwight Howard, Kevin Garnett, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Chris Paul. The second team featured Amare Stoudemire, Tim Duncan, Dirk Nowitzki, Liu Xing, and Steve Nash. The third team comprised Carlos Boozer, McGrady, Paul Pierce, Darren Williams, and Manu Ginobili. The first defensive team consisted of Kevin Garnett, Tim Duncan, Bruce Bowen, Kobe Bryant, and Liu Xing. The second defensive team included Howard, Shane Battier, Paul, Rajabel, and Tayshaun Prince. This year, 2 players from the Magic experienced remarkable success, particularly Liu Xing, who earned a spot on the second team and first defensive team, while Howard was honored with a place on the first team and second defensive team. The Magic's impressive finish as the second best in the league propelled both players to new heights. Lu Xing, elated by this news, received an impressive 900 SP points, bringing his total to 1566 SP points. He promptly chose to upgrade his badge to Limitless Range, Gold. Ding! The badge upgraded to Limitless Range, Purple, consuming 1000 SP points, leaving him with 566 SP points. His three-point shooting attribute improved from 96 to 98. Lu Xing gazed at his enhanced abilities, feeling that his three-point shooting was now nearly on par with Curry's. Perhaps Curry was rated at 105, while Lu Xing stood at 98, as 2K ratings cap at 99, suggesting that Curry's three-point prowess surpassed this limit. My three-point ability has astonishingly risen to 98. Lu Xing murmured, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. He understood that this elevated skill would significantly enhance his long-range shooting capabilities in games, whether catching and shooting or creating his own shot. With the announcement of the All-NBA teams, the NBA playoffs advanced to the second round. In this round, the Magic were set to face the third-seeded Detroit Pistons. The first game of this series was to be held at the Magic's home arena, the Amway Center. The Magic's starting lineup remained unchanged, while the Pistons fielded their starting five: Mike James, Rasheed Wallace, Tayshaun Prince, Richard Hamilton, and Chauncey Billups. Despite the absence of Ben Wallace, the Pistons' strength in the Eastern Conference remained formidable. However, the core players of the Pistons were aging, with power forward Rasheed Wallace at 35, Hamilton at 31, Billups at 33, and Prince at 29. Moreover, none of the Pistons players were selected for this year's All-NBA teams, with Prince being the sole representative on the second defensive team. Since their championship victory, the Pistons had relied heavily on Hamilton's mid-range shooting and Billups' playmaking, with little tactical evolution. Additionally, the departure of Ben Wallace and the advancing age of the players had diminished the team's defensive prowess. As the referee's whistle sounded, the game officially commenced. From the outset, Howard of the Magic showcased his formidable dominance in the paint. With his exceptional physical prowess and skills beneath the basket, he frequently scored and secured rebounds, exerting immense pressure on the Pistons. Meanwhile, Lu Xing enjoyed a clear advantage over Billups. In terms of speed, strength, and technique, Lu Xing completely overpowered his opponent, rendering Billups unable to respond effectively. Remarkably, Lu Xing's three-point shooting ability soared to an impressive 98. This meant that any lapse in defense would allow him to swiftly release a shot and convert from beyond the arc. Consequently, the Pistons were compelled to extend their defensive range to mitigate Lu Xing's perimeter threat. However, the Magic possessed more than just Lu Xing as a three-point threat. Apart from the center Howard, the other four players in their lineup boasted commendable three-point shooting percentages, all exceeding 36. Notably, both Lu Xing and J.J. Redick surpassed the 40 mark. This predicament placed the Pistons in a quandary. Overly concentrating on Lu Xing's three-point shooting would grant the Magic's other players ample opportunities for open shots, yet failing to adequately defend Lu Xing could result in a devastating blow from his shooting prowess. The Magic capitalized on this situation, employing agile tactical arrangements and cohesive teamwork to facilitate Howard's offensive maneuvers in the paint. Ultimately, the Magic excelled in their two home games, triumphing over the Pistons and securing a vital victory. In the third game at the Pistons' home court, the Palace of Auburn Hills, the Pistons exhibited tenacious defense, and their three-point shooting flourished, leading them to a 99-87 victory over the Magic. However, the Pistons soon faltered against the Magic's resurgence, as Lu Xing netted 6 and 5 three-pointers in the subsequent matches, sealing the series at 4-1. Lu Xing emerged as the hero, averaging 32 points and 8 assists over the 5 games, outshining Billups at the same position. On the Eastern Front, the Celtics triumphed in a thrilling 7-game series against the Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, successfully advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. In the West, the Lakers faced off against the Spurs. The Eastern Conference Finals commenced with both teams poised for battle. The opening jump ball saw the Magic take the first offensive possession. The Celtics fielded their starting lineup of Perkins, Garnett, Pierce, Allen, and Rondo, while the Magic maintained their previous series configuration without any alterations. Perhaps due to the Celtics' recent grueling 7-game encounters, they appeared somewhat fatigued at the start, resulting in a noticeably lower intensity in the game. Lu Xing and Howard seized the opportunity to score consecutively, propelling the Magic to a swift lead. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Magic had established a formidable 18-point advantage. As the final quarter commenced, despite the Celtics' relentless efforts in the first 5 minutes, they were unable to narrow the score gap. In desperation, the Celtics coach called for a timeout, subsequently opting to concede the match. The Magic, recognizing their favorable position, refrained from relentless pursuit and swiftly substituted in their bench players. Ultimately, the score settled at 107-93, marking a triumphant victory for the Magic on the road. In the second game, the Celtics rallied with determination. Ray Allen excelled, sinking 7 of 10 three-point attempts to amass 26 points, thereby leveling the series. The third match returned to the Magic's home court, where both Howard and Lu Xing erupted in performance, securing the first home victory. However, in the fourth game, the Celtics dominated, narrowly defeating the Magic by a mere 4 points, thus equalizing the series at 2 games apiece. With the next contest set to unfold at the Celtics arena in a pivotal showdown, the climactic battle commenced, with the Celtics initially seizing control of the game's tempo. Garnett frequently executed successful one-on-one plays against Jianlian, while Ray Allen consistently sank three-pointers, leading the Celtics to an 8-point advantage at halftime. Upon returning for the second half, Lu Xing experienced an explosive resurgence, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers to equalize the score. Nevertheless, the Celtics remained unfazed. They swiftly adjusted their strategy, intensifying their defense against Lu Xing while leveraging their experience and skill to gradually regain control of the game. In critical moments, the Celtics showcased their indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. They executed remarkable offensive plays, continuously scoring, and maintained steadfast defense, applying immense pressure on the Magic. Despite the Magic's persistent efforts to catch up, they ultimately fell short of reversing the outcome. The Celtics, through their exceptional performance, narrowly triumphed in this crucial contest. As the sixth game commenced, the Magic displayed formidable firepower, particularly with their three-point shooting, which struck like missiles. J.J. Redick, Grant Hill, and Jianlian consistently hit open three-pointers, leaving the Celtics vulnerable. Meanwhile, the formidable Howard dominated the paint, securing consecutive offensive rebounds and scoring. By halftime, the Magic had established a 12-point lead. However, the dynamic shifted dramatically in the second half as the Magic's supporting players struggled, seemingly under a curse. At this juncture, Lu Xing emerged as a beacon of hope. His drives and shots were executed with surgical precision, repeatedly breaching the opponent's defense. Although the Celtics mounted a spirited comeback, Lu Xing consistently responded, maintaining a 6-point lead. Entering the crucial fourth quarter, the Celtics unleashed their secret weapon, the hack-a-shack strategy, targeting Howard's vulnerabilities in the final 4 minutes. As Howard approached the free throw line, Lu Xing offered words of encouragement, exclaiming in, which elicited a light-hearted smile from Howard. With renewed confidence, Howard successfully converted his free throws yet again. Ultimately, Howard successfully converted 8 out of 10 free throws, deftly dispelling the awkwardness of missed attempts. As the final buzzer sounded, the Magic triumphed over the Celtics with a score of 99-94, leveling the series at 3 games apiece. The two teams are set to engage in a decisive Game 7 at the Celtics' home court, determining who will advance to the finals. 2 days later, this highly anticipated showdown commenced. Just yesterday, the league officially announced the recipients of the regular season MVP and the Best Defensive Player awards. The MVP accolade was bestowed upon Dwight Howard, who led his team to an impressive 62 victories, the second-best record in the league. He averaged 24. 4 points, 14. 2 rebounds, 1. 3 assists, 2. 1 blocks, and 0. 9 steals per game, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 60 and a free throw percentage of 75. His remarkable performance eclipsed those of Kobe Bryant and Chris Paul, affirming his status as the unequivocal most valuable player. In the Western Conference, no team managed to secure more than 60 wins, further highlighting Howard's dominance. Moreover, while the Celtics assembled a trio of star players this year, the distribution of ball sharing diluted the individual statistics, rendering them less remarkable. Nevertheless, the Best Defensive Player award was rightfully awarded to Kevin Garnett of the Celtics. Undoubtedly, Garnett has been the backbone of the Celtics' defensive framework, with his defensive metrics this year also standing out, making his recognition well-deserved. As Howard received his accolade on the court, a crisp chime resonated from Lu Xing's side. The system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for assisting 3 players in securing the regular season MVP, Yao Ming, Kobe, Howard. The host has earned the badge of second in command." Lu Xing felt a sense of astonishment, yet simultaneously found the badge intriguing. The function of the deputy badge is to enhance a player's abilities when the team's primary leader is sidelined or underperforming. Lu Xing couldn't help but recall Scottie Pippen, realizing that this badge closely mirrored Pippin's style. In fact, Lu Xing believed he was well-suited for this role. After all, he had joined the team relatively late. And assuming the mantle of leadership outright might incite unnecessary controversy. Moreover, Howard, as the core player of the team, had garnered universal recognition for his leadership skills and prowess. Throughout previous matches, Lu Xing and Howard had cultivated a commendable rapport. They trusted each other, striving collectively for the team's triumph. This cooperative dynamic not only fortified the team, but also allowed Lu Xing to experience the strength of camaraderie. Following the award ceremony, an intense showdown loomed. Howard won the jump ball, and Lu Xing swiftly penetrated Rondo's defense, passing the ball to the cutting hill, who effortlessly scored the first basket for the Magic. The Celtics, refusing to be outdone, saw Rondo skillfully pass to Ray Allen, who calmly sank a mid-range jumper. The Magic continued their offensive onslaught, with Lu Xing and Howard executing a brilliant pick-and-roll. Howard received the ball in the paint, faked a shot, and then scored with a reverse layup. However, the Celtics showcased their formidable strength as Pierce, leveraging his exceptional individual talent, deftly maneuvered past Hill's defense, successfully driving to the basket and drawing a foul from Howard, earning a chance at free throws, all of which he converted. Lu Xing once again carried the ball across the half-court, but this time, when he attempted to pass to Howard in the paint, an issue arose. In his effort to back down Perkins, Howard inadvertently raised his elbow too high, resulting in the referee calling an offensive foul. Having already accumulated 2 fouls, Howard was compelled to leave the game, which dealt a significant blow to the Magic. At this juncture, the dynamics of the match began to shift unfavorably for the Magic. Lu Xing glanced at his 2K panel, only to be astonished to find that the badges of the second-in-command had suddenly illuminated. His attributes had surged by approximately 2 to 5 points, prompting him to question whether Howard was deliberately staging a performance. Nonetheless, with events having transpired as they did, he resolved to rely solely on his own abilities. As the adage wisely states, relying on mountains may lead to their collapse, while depending on others may result in their departure. Such words ring profoundly true. Thus, in the ensuing rounds, whenever Lu Xing obtained possession of the ball, he attacked without hesitation. Only if the opportunity arose would he consider passing. Otherwise, he would resolutely take his shot despite the defensive pressure from Rondo or Ray Allen. Fortunately, several of Lu Xing's badges shimmered brightly, ensuring his efficiency remained commendable, stabilizing the situation just enough. By the conclusion of the first quarter, he had already accumulated 14 points and 2 assists. As the second quarter commenced, Lu Xing took a brief respite while Howard helmed the team alone. During the 4 minutes that Howard led the squad, his performance faltered, possibly due to an early entanglement in foul trouble that disrupted the game's rhythm. He managed only 1 successful shot out of 4 attempts. During this interval, the Celtics seized the opportunity to extend their lead to 6 points. At this juncture, Lu Xing returned to the court, quickly collaborating with Howard to execute a brilliant pick-and-roll offense. Before the defenders could react, Lu Xing decisively launched a 3-pointer, which swished through the net. Shortly thereafter, he intercepted Rondo's pass and executed a breathtaking coast-to-coast dunk. In the next possession, Howard was called for a foul while vying for a rebound, necessitating his departure from the game. Lu Xing once again bore the responsibility alone. He maneuvered past Rondo, delivering a precise shot for an additional 2 points. Following that, he secured a crucial rebound and surged down the court, scoring while drawing a foul from Pierce, successfully completing a 2-1 play. Subsequently, the Celtics resorted to double-teaming Lu Xing, yet he adeptly sought out open teammates, who rose to the occasion, sinking several pivotal shots. As the first half concluded, the Celtics held a narrow 4-point advantage. In the second half, Howard made a successful return, joining Lu Xing in rallying the Magic. Within 6 minutes of the third quarter, the scores were leveled. However, Howard was unexpectedly assessed a moving screen foul, resulting in his 4th foul and necessitating another rest. Lu Xing then took the helm, directly confronting the Celtics trio of stars. He boldly stepped back from Rondo, signaling his intent to shoot, fully aware of Rondo's lack of 3-point accuracy. Lu Xing sought a brief respite on the defensive end, having rested a mere 4 minutes throughout the match, and his stamina was slightly waning. Rondo, attempting to shoot while dribbling just beyond the 3-point line, missed, allowing Garnett to seize the rebound and score on a putback. On the Magic's next possession, Lu Xing dribbled past half-court and called for a pick from Yi Jianlian. As he set the screen and moved to the opposite 3-point line, Lu Xing deftly faked Garnett and executed a layup. In the subsequent possession, after another screen, Lu Xing passed to Yi, who successfully sank a 3-pointer. By the end of the third quarter, the Celtics led by a mere 2 points. With the sound of the referee's whistle, both teams took to the court as the fourth quarter officially commenced. Lu Xing opted not to leave the court for a respite, choosing instead to remain on the floor. Simultaneously, Howard made his return. Upon regaining possession, the Celtics' Rondo swiftly advanced the ball to the front court and passed it to Garnett in the paint. Garnett, receiving the ball, executed a back-to-the-basket move before leaping high and delivering a fierce jump shot that found the net. In response, the Magic launched a counterattack. With Lu Xing and Howard executing a seamless collaboration, Lu Xing fed Howard, who attempted a layup, only to be thwarted by Garnett's timely defensive effort and block. Seizing the moment, Rondo pushed the ball forward at speed, initiating a fast break. Observing this, Lu Xing immediately pursued from behind and ultimately executed a stunning block on Rondo's shot. At that moment, J.J. Redick quickly transitioned back on defense and secured the rebound, while Lu Xing swiftly returned to an offensive stance. Seizing the opportunity before Rondo could reposition, Lu Xing decisively called for the ball and promptly sank a three-pointer. Nonetheless, the Celtics remained undeterred, continuing their offensive assault in the paint. Ray Allen, with the ball, drove toward the basket, drawing a foul from Howard, his fifth. Howard appeared somewhat disheartened, as it was only 9 minutes into the game and he had already accumulated 5 fouls, a troubling sign for the team. In the ensuing possession, the Celtics exerted their utmost effort to attack the interior, yet Howard seemed hesitant in defense, fearful of being disqualified, which left a gap in the Magic's interior defense. The Celtics capitalized on this, extending their lead to 6 points. The Magic were compelled to call a timeout. During the break, Coach Van Gundy expressed his dissatisfaction with Howard's defensive performance, vociferously urging his players to fortify their defense and not fear fouls. He emphasized that without exemplary defense, players lose their value on the court. Lu Xing also comforted the despondent Howard, assuring him that even if disqualified, they still had a chance to prevail, for he was there to support the team. Upon hearing this, Howard's spirits began to lift, and he focused intently on the game. As the game resumed, Lu Xing and Howard executed a spectacular alley-oop dunk, signaling the commencement of their comeback. However, under pressure, Ray Allen of the Celtics swiftly retaliated with a three-pointer. Subsequently, Lu Xing assisted J.J. Redick in scoring another three, leading to an intense tug-of-war on the scoreboard. As the game clock dwindled, both teams exchanged leads. Ultimately, with just 2 minutes remaining, the Celtics held a narrow 84-82 lead over the Magic. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and the bald referee decisively called a foul on Howard for illegal positioning. This ruling instantly heightened the tension in the arena, as Howard, visibly dissatisfied, was ejected from the game, vehemently protesting to the referee, while Coach Van Gundy could not contain his fury, shouting on the sidelines. With the game entering its final 2 minutes, the absence of Howard posed a significant challenge for the Magic. Nevertheless, the referee steadfastly upheld the original call, issuing a technical foul to Coach Van Gundy. Fortunately for the Magic, Celtics player Perkins missed both free throws, after which the Celtics regained possession. Lu Xing swiftly returned to the court, positioning himself closely to defend Rondo just inside the three-point line. This time, Rondo hesitated to take a shot and opted instead to pass the ball to his teammate, Garnett. Upon receiving the pass, Garnett prepared to back down his defender. But as he began to dribble, Lu Xing swiftly double-teamed him, successfully stealing the ball. With possession in hand, Lu Xing dashed down the court. And despite the defensive presence of Rondo and Ray Allen, he fearlessly leaped for a powerful dunk. In a desperate attempt to prevent the score, Ray Allen quickly grabbed Lu Xing, resulting in a foul. Lu Xing approached the free throw line and confidently sank both shots, giving the Magic a slender 2-point lead. On the Celtics side, Rondo rapidly passed the ball to Pierce, who, with the swiftness of lightning, broke through the defense and executed a beautiful step-back jumper, effortlessly landing a long 2-pointer. Lu Xing immediately seized the ball, dribbling quickly to draw the attention of the opposing defense before cleverly passing to Hill. Without hesitation, Hill raised his hand and launched a three-pointer, which swished through the net. The gap closed to just 1 point, with only 26 seconds remaining in the game. At this moment, Celtics head coach Doc Rivers decisively called a timeout. On the sidelines, he passionately inspired his players with motivational words to bolster their spirits. Once the brief respite concluded, the game resumed. Rondo dribbled forward once again, with Lu Xing closely in tow. Suddenly, Rondo passed to Garnett, who transitioned into an isolation play, prompting E. Jianlian to rush in for a double team. Quick-witted, Garnett swiftly passed to Ray Allen, who, unable to find a clear shot, returned the ball to Pierce. Upon receiving it, Pierce showcased his refined skills, executing a series of impressive maneuvers before leaping to take a contested shot. The basketball bounced on the rim several times before finally settling into the net, successfully landing a critical long two-pointer. Sensing the urgency, the Magic promptly called a timeout. With only 2 seconds left, a shot had to be taken immediately upon receiving the ball. The responsibility for the free throw fell to center Gortat. But Lu Xing eagerly volunteered to take the final shot. After a moment of hesitation, the head coach ultimately acquiesced to his request. As the referee's whistle blew, the game resumed. Lu Xing swiftly maneuvered, using screens set by teammates Hill and Yi Jianlian to break free beyond the three-point arc to receive the ball. However, at the moment he caught it, Rondo and Ray Allen rushed forward in an attempt to block the shot. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xing dribbled once, then leaped. Launching a three-pointer against the defensive pressure, the ball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing flawlessly in the basket. Simultaneously, the final buzzer sounded, and the score settled at 93-all. Lu Xing was overwhelmed with excitement, exuberantly pounding his chest as if to share his joy with the world. However, at that moment, the opposing assistant coach stepped onto the court to request a review of Lu Xing's footwork during the shot. The large screen began to replay the final shot. All eyes were glued to the screen, awaiting the outcome. Lu Xing anxiously watched, silently praying. When the footage clearly displayed his toes landing just inside the three-point line, Lu Xing's heart sank to the depths of despair. Ultimately, after a collective decision made by 3 referees and the technical staff, the shot was counted as 2 points. Lu Xing's mood plummeted from the heights of joy to the depths of despair. He could scarcely believe the reality before him. He felt akin to Kevin Durant of the Nets, having made the longest 2-point shot in the world. He repeatedly sought confirmation, yet the harsh truth remained unchanged. As the game concluded, the Celtics players erupted in jubilant celebration, while Lu Xing stood motionless, his face betraying profound disappointment. The final score settled at 93-92, resulting in a narrow defeat for the Magic, halting their journey in the Eastern Conference Finals. Throughout the match, Lu Xing had poured every ounce of effort into the game, battling for a staggering 44 minutes, contributing an impressive 49 points, 10 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 5 steals. However, despite his extraordinary statistics, he could not propel his team to victory. In contrast, his fellow core player, Howard, managed a mere 20 minutes on the court, tallying only 10 points, 8 rebounds, and 1 block. His dismal performance in the decisive game provided no substantial assistance to Lu Xing. After the match, Lu Xing displayed the grace of a true champion, embracing each of the Celtics players in a gesture of respect. Meanwhile, Howard approached Lu Xing with an apologetic expression, fully aware that he, the recently crowned regular season MVP, had faltered due to foul troubles. Lu Xing graciously reassured him, "It's all right. This is not solely one person's issue. It is the responsibility of our entire team." He emphasized the necessity of enhancing his technical training during the off-season to elevate his personal capabilities. At the same time, Howard expressed his intention to focus on improving his post-up skills following his participation in this year's Olympics. Lu Xing responded with a smile, saying, "That's great. When we meet at the Olympics, we will be rivals, and I shall show no mercy." Both understood that only through relentless effort and progress could they better confront the challenges that lay ahead. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xing accompanied Yi Jianlian on a flight back to the capital to prepare for the Beijing Olympics. This event, hosted in China, represented a rare opportunity for every Chinese citizen, and thus, everyone held it in high regard, hoping to achieve commendable results on home soil. As a member of the Chinese national basketball team, Lu Xing was no exception. To optimize their preparations for the Beijing Olympics, Lu Xing and Yi Jianlian concluded their training program in the United States early and returned home to reunite with their teammates. They recognized the profound significance of this Olympic event, not only as a chance to bring glory to their nation but also as a stage to showcase the prowess of Chinese basketball. Upon their arrival at the capital airport, Lu Xing and Yi Jianlian were met with a rousing welcome. Fans surged forward, cheering them on with fervor. Lu Xing and Yi Jianlian felt the warm support from their fellow countrymen, filling their hearts with motivation and confidence. Once back with the national team, Lu Xing discovered that Yao Ming had already rejoined the squad, actively participating in training and making thorough preparations for the Olympics. Upon witnessing the earnest demeanor of Dayo, Lu Xing felt compelled to match his dedication and swiftly immersed himself in training. On the practice court, Lu Xing exchanged greetings with Coach Jonas before joining the team to commence an intense yet orderly regimen. They practiced tactical coordination repeatedly, striving to enhance their technical skills and team synergy. Concurrently, the official roster of the Chinese men's basketball team was announced, signifying that each selected player bore significant responsibility and mission. Lu Xing understood the rarity of his position and recognized that only through relentless effort could he achieve remarkable results at the Olympics. The roster featured the illustrious Yao Ming, national team number 13, the formidable Yi Jianlian, national team number 11, the skilled Wang Zhizhi, national team number 14, the astute Du Feng, national team number 15, the robust Zhu Fangyu, national team number 8, Wang Lei, national team number 12, Li Nan, national team number 10, Sun Yu, national team number 8, Wang Shipeng, national team number 7, Lu Wei, national team number 5, Chen Jianghua, national team number 4, and Lu Xing, national team number 6. The starting lineup was undeniably impressive, featuring Yao Ming, an exceptionally skilled center with a notable height advantage, Yi Jianlian, a forward possessing remarkable physical attributes and comprehensive abilities, Zhu Fangyu, a robust scorer, Wang Shipeng, renowned for his precise shooting, and Lu Xing, a superlative point guard from the NBA. The presence of 3 active NBA players in the starting lineup undoubtedly bolstered the team's strength and competitiveness. On the bench sat Wang Zhizhi and Sun Yu, both former NBA players whose experience and prowess should not be underestimated, despite their roles as substitutes. After a month of rigorous training, the players developed a remarkable rapport, with trust among them steadily increasing. However, the national team members gradually became aware of the significant gap between themselves and Lu Xing and Yao Ming. Yao Ming was virtually unmatched in the paint, demonstrating absolute dominance in both rebounding and defense. Lu Xing, positioned on the perimeter, astounded all with his ability to effortlessly outmaneuver the national team's outside players, showcasing exceptional prowess in both breakthrough and shooting. Yi Jianlian's three-point accuracy surpassed that of all the guards on the team, establishing him as a crucial offensive asset. Even more astonishing was Yao Ming's commendable three-point shooting percentage, his long-range ability leaving spectators in awe. Lu Xing, resembling a phenomenon, consistently sank three-pointers from near the half-court line, a remarkable precision that left his teammates utterly astonished. As the clock struck 8 on the evening of August 8th, the athletes' entrance ceremony commenced. The flag-bearer for the Chinese team was Yao Ming, leading the procession. The camera lingered on Dayo for 5 seconds, and similarly, when it turned to the Chinese men's basketball team, Lu Xing also received 5 seconds of camera time, waving in acknowledgement. The American team, in a unique gesture, dedicated a 5-second spotlight to Kobe Bryant, perhaps a nod to Lu Xing's emergence overshadowing him momentarily. As the opening ceremony concluded, Lu Xing suddenly heard the chime of an announcement: National Team Mission. Lead the team further. Entering the top 8 rewards won with 500 SP, the semifinals 800 SP, a bronze medal 1000 SP, a silver medal 1500 SP, and a gold medal 2000 SP. Lu Xing gazed at his mission briefing, realizing that this time he must exert every effort, as this year's competition was particularly formidable. Group A featured formidable teams such as the United States, Spain, Germany, China, Greece, and Angola, while Group B included Argentina, Lithuania, Croatia, Australia, Russia, and Iran. On the evening of August 10th, the Chinese team faced off against the powerful USA Dream Team 8, with China's starting lineup consisting of Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, Wang Shipeng, and Lu Xing, while the Americans boasted Howard, Anthony, James, Kobe, and Kidd. Prior to the match, Lu Xing exchanged embraces with Howard and Kobe from the opposing side. As the game commenced, the Chinese team showcased their formidable prowess, leveraging Yao Ming's undeniable dominance in the paint to effectively contain Howard and secure an early lead. However, the American team was not to be outdone. They swiftly retaliated, launching a vigorous counterattack. The two teams exchanged blows, neither yielding ground, leading to a tense atmosphere as the score fluctuated. At halftime, the score was tied at 40, resulting in a stalemate. As the second half began, Lu Xing took the initiative, withstanding the defensive pressure from the aging Kidd and sinking 2 crucial three-pointers, thereby widening the gap for the Chinese team. From that point onward, the game fell into Lu Xing's rhythm as he masterfully controlled the pace, denying the Americans any opportunity for a swift counterattack. With 2 minutes remaining, China trailed by 2 points. Lu Xing executed a pick-and-roll with Yao Ming and launched a long-range three-pointer, while Kobe of the USA responded with a 2-point shot over Wang Shipeng. Subsequently, Lu Xing passed to Yao, who, fatigued, failed to score. The Americans then extended their lead to 4 points with a three-pointer from Anthony. On China's next possession, Lu Xing attracted the defense and passed to Wang Shipeng, who missed a three-pointer, sealing the game's fate. Ultimately, China succumbed to a disappointing 85-79 defeat in their first match. The second match pitted them against the formidable Spanish team. From the outset, Lu Xing displayed his exceptional abilities, effectively neutralizing the opposing guard Calder in and succeeding in consecutive one-on-one plays. Meanwhile, Spain mounted a challenge led by the impressive performance of Gasol. In the first quarter, Lu Xing and Yao Ming collaborated to secure a 6-point lead for China. As the second quarter commenced, with Yao Ming resting, Lu Xing continued to lead the team single-handedly. He intercepted the young star guard Rubio multiple times and swiftly converted 2 3-pointers, extending the lead into double digits. Lu Xing's remarkable individual skills drew defensive attention, creating numerous shooting opportunities for his teammates, resulting in a deluge of 3-pointers from the Chinese side. Observing the team's fluid play, Yao Ming enjoyed ample rest. Upon his return with 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter, he asserted his dominance in the paint, scoring effortlessly. At the conclusion of the first half, the Chinese team held a substantial lead over the Spanish team, with an advantage of 14 points. As the second half commenced, Spain exhibited a fervent desire to attack, orchestrating a brief surge of 10-4 under the guidance of Gasol and Navarro, successfully narrowing the gap in the score. However, the Chinese team was undeterred by this onslaught. Lu Xing once again engaged in a pick-and-roll collaboration with Yao Ming, their synergy evident as they consistently scored, swiftly extending the lead to double digits. Subsequently, Spain, unwilling to concede, responded with a series of successful shots, yet Jianlian displayed remarkable prowess, sinking 3 consecutive 3-pointers after receiving a pass from Lu Xing, thereby amplifying China's lead. Despite Gasol's successful 2+1 play that momentarily stemmed the tide for Spain, the Chinese team maintained a firm grip on the rhythm of the game. As the final quarter unfolded, the Chinese team sustained their steady performance, offering no opportunities to their opponents. Ultimately, the Chinese team triumphed over Spain with a score of 87-77, securing victory in this pivotal match. Lu Xing played the entirety of the game, accumulating an impressive stat line of 22 points, 11 assists, and 4 steals. Yao Ming contributed 18 points and 11 rebounds, while Jianlian added 16 points and 8 rebounds. Furthermore, the other members of the Chinese team also delivered commendable performances, collectively aiding the team's triumph. In the third match against the African champions, Angola, a team of relatively weak caliber, even in the absence of Lu Xing, the Chinese team could secure an effortless victory. With Lu Xing's inclusion, victory became a foregone conclusion. After the game commenced, both Yao and Lu took a break after just 12 minutes on the court. In the first quarter, the primary lineup of the Chinese team established a 12-point lead within a mere 8 minutes. In the second quarter, they continued to extend their advantage, widening the gap to 18 points in just 4 minutes before substituting in the bench players. Ultimately, the Chinese team triumphed over Angola with a resounding score of 102-67. The fourth match pitted them against the formidable European team, Germany. The German squad, led by the renowned Dirk Nowitzki, has consistently been a powerhouse in Europe. Lu Xing was aware that only Nowitzki stood out among the German players, as he was unfamiliar with the rest. However, the Chinese team had previously managed to defeat Germany, albeit with great difficulty, in Lu's absence. Now, with Lu Xing in their ranks, the Chinese team held a distinct advantage. They concluded the first half with a 6-point lead. At the beginning of the second half, Yao Ming seized the initiative, scoring 4 consecutive baskets in the paint and successfully blocking the opposing center's layup. Lu Xing then followed with 3 consecutive 3-pointers, swiftly increasing the lead to 13 points. In the final quarter, other players from the Chinese team also hit their outside shots, with the margin reaching as much as 17 points. With 5 minutes remaining, the German team conceded defeat, prompting the Chinese team to substitute their key players. In the end, the Chinese team emerged victorious with a score of 92-78, bringing their record to 3 wins and 1 loss, thus securing their place in the top 8. Finally, the last match arrived, against the formidable Greek team. The Greek point guard, Spanoulis, known as the Kobe of Europe, possesses exceptional individual skills. Despite his less remarkable performance in the NBA, he excels in European leagues. From the outset of the match, Lu Xing showcased his remarkable shooting touch, scoring consistently. He also delivered exquisite passes, assisting Yao Ming and Jianlian in scoring. However, the Greek team refused to back down, closely trailing in points. By the end of the first quarter, Lu Xing had already tallied 9 points. As the second quarter unfolded, Lu remained on the court, continuing to contribute to the team's scoring. Whether it was a trailing three-pointer, a fast break dunk following a steal, a three-pointer after a pick and roll, or a sudden jump shot, Lu displayed his scoring prowess effortlessly. Meanwhile, substitute Wang Zhizhi also showcased his talent, skillfully maneuvering past the opposing center to score repeatedly. At the conclusion of the first half, the Chinese team held a narrow 4-point lead. As the second half commenced, the Greek team swiftly adjusted their strategy, employing excellent teamwork and tight defense to gradually close the scoring gap. However, at this critical juncture, Lu Xing once again stepped forward. He and Yao Ming executed a seamless pick-and-roll, successfully creating an opportunity, and Lu received Yao's precise pass, sinking a three-pointer with unwavering composure. Immediately thereafter, Lu, with his keen observational skills and swift reaction, intercepted the ball from the opposing point guard, Spanoulis, and sprinted towards the basket to score. This series of dazzling offensive plays left the opponents utterly defenseless. Faced with Lu Xing's remarkable performance, Spanoulis felt both astonished and bewildered, as if the two were not even on the same level. As the game progressed, Lu continued to excel, leading the Chinese team to steadily widen their lead. In the final quarter, he showcased extraordinary personal prowess and leadership, helping the team maintain firm control of the match. Ultimately, the Chinese team triumphed over Greece with a score of 92-85, securing this pivotal victory. Lu Xing played nearly the entire game, contributing an astonishing 37 points, 8 assists, and 5 steals, emerging as the key architect of China's success. This victory propelled the Chinese team to a commendable record of 4 wins and 1 loss, positioning them second in Group A and ensuring their advancement to the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, the American team clinched the top spot in their group with an unblemished record. This match not only showcased Lu Xing's exceptional basketball talent, but also infused the Chinese team with confidence and momentum for their journey in the Olympics. Ahead lie even greater challenges as they strive towards loftier ambitions. As the whistle blew, the quarterfinal match between China and Australia commenced. This time, the Chinese team faced the Australian squad from Group B, led by the loathed Bogut, whom Lu Xing detested. Lu was acutely aware that 2 years prior, they had advanced to the semifinals and ultimately claimed victory by overcoming Australia. Their reunion now felt like a peculiar twist of fate. Prior to the game, Lu made a point to speak with Yao Ming, recounting Bogut's treacherous tactics and urging him to be particularly vigilant to avoid any underhanded schemes. Yao smiled and assured him he would proceed with caution. Concurrently, Lu practiced single-leg landing techniques and stamped his feet in preparation, in case Bogut resorted to any tricks against him. As the match commenced, Yao Ming showcased his formidable dominance in the paint, leaving Bogut powerless. Lu closely monitored Bogut's positioning and expressions, wary of any malicious intentions. Lu frequently penetrated the paint, directly challenging Bogut, and by halftime, he had successfully drawn 3 fouls against him. The score reflected China's advantage, leading Australia by 10 points, 46-36. As the second half began, the Chinese team displayed their formidable strength, executing plays with remarkable fluidity. In the paint, Yu consistently scored, while Lu connected on multiple three-pointers, extending the lead to 15 points. However, at that moment, Lu seized an opportunity, driving into the paint against Bogut. He opted for a horseback archery motion, successfully scoring 2 points. As he landed, Lu caught a glimpse of Bogut's foot extending towards him, instantly realizing the potential danger it posed. As Lu Xing lowered his head to observe Bogut's foot, he resolutely struck down with his heel. In an instant, 2 anguished cries reverberated throughout the arena, as both Lu Xing and Bogut collapsed onto the ground. Lu Xing clutched his ankle, while Bogut grasped the top of his foot, both exhibiting profound agony. The referee, witnessing the scene, swiftly halted the match, prompting both teams to vacate the court. Lu Xing was assisted to the bench, where he quietly confided to his teammate, "I am merely feigning." But Bogut may not be so fortunate. At that moment, Bogut departed the court with a sullen expression, his desolate silhouette seemingly narrating an endless tale of resentment. Meanwhile, the large screen began to replay the incident. The footage clearly depicted Bogut deliberately extending his foot to obstruct Lu Xing after his successful shot, prompting Lu Xing's instinctive reaction for self-protection. This scene incited outrage among the audience, who unleashed a deafening chorus of boos. After all, this was the home ground of China, and the spectators were incensed by Bogut's actions, resulting in a cacophony of denunciations. Ultimately, the referee decisively blew his whistle, declaring Bogut's 5th foul of the match and issuing a technical foul against him. Simultaneously, Lu Xing was awarded an additional free throw opportunity, with the possession remaining with the Chinese team. After a brief respite, Lu Xing swiftly returned to the court, his performance unaffected, indeed even more formidable. Following a successful free throw, he continued to showcase his remarkable skills, achieving consecutive baskets and delivering 3 splendid assists. By the end of the third quarter, the Chinese team held an astonishing lead of 17 points over their opponents. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Chinese team fielded an entirely substitute lineup. Nonetheless, the intensity between the players remained palpable. This was largely due to a prior foul committed by an Australian player, which fueled the Chinese players' determination to fight fiercely on the court. Lu Xing and Yao Ming did not take the floor in the fourth quarter. Ultimately, the Chinese team triumphed over Australia with a score of 88-74, successfully securing a spot in the semifinals. Remarkably, Lu Xing emerged unscathed, while Australia's Bogut suffered a fractured bone in his left foot due to the earlier foul and is expected to be sidelined for 3 months. The Chinese team's next opponent will be Spain, who recently overcame Russia. Spain displayed exceptional prowess in their match, narrowly defeating the formidable Russian team to advance to the semifinals. Meanwhile, another semifinal clash will unfold between the United States and Argentina. 2 days later, the highly anticipated semifinal match between China and Spain commenced amid an electrifying atmosphere, with roars of enthusiasm resonating from the crowd. This marks the first time the Chinese men's basketball team has reached the Olympic semifinals, setting a historic milestone. Spain fielded a formidable starting lineup, including Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Fernandez, Navarro, and Calderon, while China's starting 5 comprised Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, Wang Shipeng, and Lu Xing. As the referee's whistle blew, Yao Ming leaped high to secure the jump ball, which Lu Xing promptly passed to Yi Jianlian. Without hesitation, Yi Jianlian rose and deftly sank a 3-pointer, granting China an auspicious start. However, Spain retaliated, with Fernandez swiftly equalizing by scoring a 3-pointer of his own. The two teams engaged in a fierce back-and-forth, with the score fluctuating. At halftime, the teams were tied at 39, the contest proving exceptionally tight. As the second half began, Spain displayed their formidable strength and resolve. Their interior player, Pau Gasol, relentlessly attacked Yi Jianlian, successfully scoring. Concurrently, Juan Carlos Navarro consistently hit his shots from the perimeter, enabling Spain to swiftly gain a lead. The situation for China became increasingly dire, trailing by 6 points. Yet, at this critical juncture, Yao Ming rose to the occasion. Receiving a pass from Lu Xing in the paint, he decisively executed a dunk, staunching the bleeding for China. Subsequently, Yao Ming once again challenged Marc Gasol, scoring with a hook shot to narrow the gap to a mere 2 points. Subsequently, Yao Ming drew the defensive attention of the opponents and promptly passed the ball to the perimeter player, Zhu Fangyu, who confidently executed a mid-range shot, aiding the Chinese team in leveling the score. However, the Spanish team did not concede easily. Their player, Rudy Fernandez, showcased remarkable individual skill, penetrating the defense and drawing a foul from Yao Ming, thereby earning 2 free throw opportunities. Fernandez coolly converted the free throws, restoring Spain's lead. At this juncture, Lu Xing and Yao Ming executed a splendid pick-and-roll, with Lu Xing decisively sinking a crucial 3-pointer. However, as the match progressed, Yao Ming's stamina began to wane, leading to his eventual substitution for rest. This decision deprived the Chinese team of a vital interior pillar, allowing the Spanish team to capitalize and extend their lead, concluding the quarter with a 4-point advantage. Shortly after the commencement of the final quarter, Yao Ming was reinserted into the game. Both teams found themselves embroiled in a fierce tug-of-war once again. In a pivotal moment, Lu Xing remarkably hit 2 consecutive 3-pointers, scoring directly over Calderon and enabling the Chinese team to reclaim the lead and gradually widen the gap. The Chinese team maintained their advantageous position. As the game approached its final 40 seconds, China led Spain 75-71. In response to the tense situation, Spain resorted to a foul strategy. Yet Lu Xing remained composed, successfully making 4 free throws to secure victory for China. Ultimately, the Chinese team triumphed over Spain with a score of 79-76, advancing triumphantly to the finals. Their opponents in the championship match would be the formidable Dream Team of the United States, who had defeated Argentina. At precisely 8 o'clock in Beijing, the highly anticipated Olympic men's basketball final commenced, featuring the host nation, the Chinese men's basketball team, against the basketball powerhouse of the USA. This year's American squad, known as the Dream Team 8, was particularly formidable as their previous 2 attempts in 2004 and 2006 ended without a championship. An unforgivable outcome for such a dominant team. The roster included luminaries such as Chris Paul, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Dwight Howard, Jason Kidd, Darren Williams, Michael Redd, Dwayne Wade, Tayshaun Prince, Chris Bosh, and Carlos Boozer, 12 players who had consistently been recognized among the top tiers of the league. Each was a leading star in their own right, and the American team had trained extensively, with Kobe and LeBron spearheading their defensive efforts. In terms of strength, this team ranked among the top 5 of all dream teams. On the Chinese side, the team was wholly committed, pouring all their efforts into this match. Undoubtedly, this squad represented the most formidable assembly in the nation's history. Among them, the presence of superstars Yao Ming and Lu Xing is truly awe-inspiring, their brilliance illuminating the entire arena. Meanwhile, Yi Jianlian showcases exceptional prowess as a starter, leaving a striking impression. Wang Zhizhi and Sun Yu also possess the caliber of NBA reserves. Their abilities cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, players such as Zhu Fangyu, Wang Shipeng, Lu Wei, and Li Nan are all regulars on the national team, equally formidable in strength. Consequently, this clash between China and the United States has become the focal point of national attention, with everyone eagerly anticipating a miraculous performance from the Chinese team. After all, this marks the first time the Chinese team has advanced to the Olympic finals, and competing on home soil only heightens the expectations. In the stands, spectators clad in vibrant red jerseys create a flowing sea of crimson, exuding enthusiasm. Simultaneously, numerous professional journalists and media outlets have gathered on-site to cover this momentous event. Statistics reveal that the number of media present today is second only to that of the 100-meter sprint showdown, with over 50 media organizations participating in the coverage. The cheers of the fans resonate throughout the arena, rising in waves, creating an extraordinarily fervent atmosphere. Amidst such exuberance, the match finally commenced. The starting lineup for the United States includes Howard, Anthony, James, Kobe, and Kidd. The Chinese team's starting lineup features Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, Wang Shipeng, and Lu Xing. Prior to the game, Lu Xing refrained from conversing with his opposing teammates and friends, approaching the match with a mindset of life and death. The game began. Lu Xing seized the jump ball from Yao Ming, accelerated past Kidd, and drove into the paint, passing to the newly positioned Yao Ming, who successfully netted the opening three-pointer. On the American side, Kobe dribbled over to execute a turnaround jumper against Wang Shipeng, scoring effortlessly. Meanwhile, Lu Xing faced a full-court press from the opposition, methodically dribbling past Kidd and successfully passing to Yao Ming, who dominated the inside, drawing a foul from his opponent. Converting one of his free throws, Yao Ming then secured the rebound and passed it back to Lu Xing, who waited for Yao Ming, who once again drew a foul, converting both free throws. In the offensive possession for Team USA, Kidd skillfully dribbled past half-court and passed to Anthony. Anthony quickly executed a triple threat move, scoring with a precise mid-range jumper. Immediately thereafter, Lu Xing regained ball control and deftly passed it to Yao Ming, who found himself tightly guarded. In the face of adversity, he cleverly passed to Zhu Fangyu on the perimeter. Unfortunately, Zhu Fangyu's three-point attempt failed to find its mark. Seizing the opportunity, the American team initiated a fast break, their players exhibiting remarkable synergy as they passed the ball to LeBron. Like a bolt of lightning, LeBron surged towards the basket, executing a stunning one-handed dunk in a spectacular display of athleticism. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Xing promptly shouted, "Quickly fall back." The Chinese team swiftly adjusted their tactics, stabilizing the rhythm of the match and gradually regaining their form. Subsequently, they advanced slowly into the opponent's half. Lu Xing once again passed the ball to Yao Ming, who, utilizing his exceptional skill and strength, executed a back-to-the-basket move followed by a hook shot that found its mark. On the American side, Kobe showcased his formidable prowess, breaking through the defense to execute an acrobatic layup in the paint. In the first quarter, both teams exchanged blows, refusing to yield, with commendable shooting percentages, ultimately concluding the period with a score of 25-25. As the second quarter commenced, the American team introduced their bench players, with Paul, Wade, and Bosh taking the floor. Wade exhibited the caliber of a superstar, frequently penetrating the Chinese defense and sinking crucial shots. Simultaneously, he executed successive steals from the Chinese team's passes, culminating in a spectacular fast-break dunk that widened the scoring gap to 7 points. In the face of such adversity, Lu Xing managed to stabilize the situation on the court. He first launched a sudden shot, scoring a pivotal three-pointer against Paul's defense, and then secured a rebound, driving into the paint to successfully convert a 2-1 play while drawing a foul from Bosh. Thereafter, Lu Xing converted both free throws, aiding the Chinese team in narrowing the deficit. However, Wade continued to excel for the American team, passing to Bosh after a breakthrough, who then nailed a three-pointer. Lu Xing, Upon receiving the ball, penetrated before passing to the elevated Wang Zhizhi, who confidently sank a three-pointer. Paul and Boozer executed a brilliant pick-and-roll, resulting in a successful jump shot. Lu Xing refused to be outdone, collaborating with Wang Zhizhi on a pick-and-roll to score a mid-range jumper. Upon Yao Ming's entry into the game, he frequently scored in the paint, demonstrating his overwhelming dominance. Kobe also displayed a seamless synergy with LeBron, converting several exquisite shots. Ultimately, as the first half concluded, the American team held a slender 2-point lead over the Chinese team. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. As the second half began, Lu Xing, having expended considerable energy, had to leave the court to rest for 3 minutes. This provided the American team with an opportunity. They swiftly launched a fast break, creating a small surge that extended their lead to 8 points. Observing this, the Chinese team's coach promptly called a timeout and reintroduced Lu Xing to stabilize the situation. Upon returning to the court, Lu Xing immediately exhibited formidable strength and unwavering determination. He deftly penetrated the paint, drawing the attention of the opposing players, yet skillfully passed the ball to the trailing Yi Jianlian, who effortlessly executed a slam dunk. Shortly thereafter, Lu Xing successfully intercepted Kid's pass, assisting Yi Jianlian once more, thereby aiding the Chinese team in narrowing the point deficit. However, the American team was equally resolute, intensifying their defense and making it increasingly difficult for the Chinese team to score. The ensuing exchanges transformed into a fierce defensive battle, with neither side able to find the net. At this juncture, Kobe Bryant stepped up, receiving the ball and executing a pivotal isolation play, sinking a crucial three-pointer while also drawing a foul from his opponent, thus completing a 3-1 play and extending the lead once more. The match continued in a state of tension until the final 4 minutes, with the score standing at 76 for the United States, leading China by 6 points. At this moment, Yao Ming's stamina was evidently waning. He had just attempted 2 consecutive isolation plays against Howard, both ending in failure. Moreover, other players were seen resting their hands on their knees, gasping for breath. Lu Xing, equally exhausted, was tasked with controlling the ball and orchestrating the offense while facing the American team's relentless full-court press and tactical onslaught. With possession in the hands of the American team, Wade drove into the paint but missed his layup. However, Howard secured a crucial offensive rebound and executed a powerful dunk, widening the gap to 8 points. Lu Xing advanced past half-court, promptly signaling Yao Ming for a pick-and-roll. At this point, the situation relied solely on Lu Xing to turn the tide. Yao, clearly fatigued, struggled to offer further assistance. After the pick, Lu Xing decisively took the ball and attacked the interior, successfully scoring against Wade. He then managed to intercept James's pass during a drive, embarking on a solo layup. This allowed the Chinese team to reduce the deficit to 4 points. Wade, now dribbling past half-court, executed a drive and dished the ball to Kobe beyond the arc. Kobe, from the left 45-degree angle, faked a shot and unleashed a three-pointer, scoring while drawing a foul from Wang Shipong, thus pushing the score back to an 8-point lead. With only 2 minutes remaining, Lu Xing swiftly advanced the ball past half-court, defiantly taking a 3-point shot over Wade's defense, which found its mark. Following this, James attempted a drive but missed, allowing Yi Jianlian to secure the defensive rebound. Lu Xing, dribbling past half-court, launched another shot from just outside the 3-point line, successfully sinking it. Now, with no energy left for another drive, he had to rely on his shooting touch. Unfortunately, he narrowed the gap to just 2 points. On the American side, Kobe, upon receiving the ball and facing Wang Shipong's defense, unhesitatingly opted for an isolation play. He quickly surged forward, breaking through the defense, and attempted a fading jump shot, but the ball regrettably veered off the rim. At that moment, however, Howard soared high, claiming the offensive rebound. Observing this, Yao Ming rushed forward to obstruct him but was called for a foul by the referee. Howard then stepped to the free throw line, preparing to take 2 shots. He took a deep breath, focused intently, seemingly channeling a mysterious power, truly a secret technique from the land of China. Regrettably, this secret technique, which has proven effective on the NBA courts, seems to have lost its former enchantment on the soil of China. Howard's 2 free throws clanged off the rim, failing to find the target. Yao Ming, quick as a flash, seized the rebound and passed it to Lu Xing. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Xing swiftly dribbled across half-court. At that moment, Wade shadowed Lu Xing closely, thwarting any easy attempts at a 3-point shot. Left with no choice, Lu Xing continued to dribble in search of an opportunity. After an agonizing 10 seconds, he finally spotted a sliver of space and urgently called for Yao Ming to set a screen. Yao Ming swiftly arrived, successfully blocking Wade and the other defenders. Lu Xing took advantage of the moment, drawing the attention of Wade, Howard, and Kobe nearby. With no alternative, he leaped to pass the ball to the descending Yao Ming. Without hesitation, Yao Ming took 3 decisive steps and effortlessly made the layup. The score was instantly equalized, returning both teams to a level playing field. With only a minute remaining in the game, a tense atmosphere enveloped the arena. For the American team, James dribbled past half-court, his gaze sharp and his step steady. Skillfully maneuvering past defenders, he quickly passed the ball to Kobe. Like lightning, Kobe received the pass and effortlessly broke through Wang Shipeng's defense. However, Lu Xing swiftly arrived to provide critical support at this pivotal moment. Faced with Lu Xing's staunch defense, Kobe remained composed, swiftly cutting left. Lu Xing closely followed, attempting to prevent any scoring. At that instant, Kobe executed a feint, then leaned back for a jump shot. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, finding its mark in the net, adding 2 points for the American team. Immediately, Lu Xing dribbled past half-court, acutely aware that Wade, James, and Kobe were all focused on him, seemingly challenging him. Lu Xing took a deep breath and, without hesitation, chose to drive towards the basket. Seeing this, Wade rushed to keep pace, but Lu Xing suddenly halted, quickly passing the ball to the poised Yao Ming. Yao Ming, under immense pressure, successfully executed a hook shot to equalize the score. With just 24 seconds remaining in the game, the American team called for a timeout to regroup strategically. The Chinese team also made a substitution, replacing Wang Shipeng with the defensively adept Sun Yu, with the clear intention of having him guard Kobe. Conversely, the American team substituted the less reliable three-point shooter Wade for the seasoned veteran Kid to initiate play, awarded a free throw opportunity. Kobe emerged from the baseline to receive the ball, preparing for a one-on-one against Sun Yu. As the clock ticked down to the final 5 seconds, Kobe suddenly accelerated, executing a lean-back shot for 2 points. The basketball traced a stunning arc through the air, swishing perfectly through the net. The score was altered in an instant. With merely 2 seconds left on the clock, the Chinese team hastily called a timeout. Lu Xing anxiously exclaimed from the bench, "We need to go for a 3-pointer. A 2-pointer will only lead to overtime, and our stamina won't hold up, guaranteeing failure. With merely 2 seconds remaining, whoever receives the ball must shoot immediately. I shall be the primary option." Coach Yunus nodded in agreement and swiftly devised a tactic. Initially, Lu Xing would receive the ball for a 3-point shot following a screen, while simultaneously incorporating a strategy for Yao Ming to execute a pick-and-roll, leading to a potential 3-point opportunity for Lu Xing. The ultimate success of this final shot depended solely on the two of them, should no opportunity arise. The ball would be passed to Yi Jianlian stationed at the weak side corner. Beep. As the referee's whistle sounded, the game commenced. Zhu Fengyu stood at the sidelines, poised to inbound the ball, while Lu Xing searched for an opportunity on the court. However, his initial choice proved unsuccessful as he was tightly guarded by both Kobe and Wade, unable to break free. Yao Ming attempted to emerge from the baseline, yet he too was thwarted in finding a favorable shooting opportunity due to Howard's exceptional defensive maneuvering. Yi Jianlian faced interference from Bosch's long reach, making it difficult to track the ball's position. At that moment, Lu Xing suddenly executed a backdoor cut and shouted, "Give me the ball." This exclamation drew the attention of his teammates, prompting Zhu Fengyu to swiftly pass the ball to Lu Xing, who had found a sliver of space. As Lu Xing caught the ball, he stood merely 2 steps away from the 3-point line. Without hesitation, he pivoted, confronting the staunch defenses of Kobe and Wade, and decisively launched a 3-point shot. Beep. At the instant he released the ball, time expired, and it soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc clang. The ball struck the front of the rim, bouncing up high. Swish. Ultimately, the ball gracefully settled into the net, achieving its target. The crowd erupted into a fervent roar of applause. Lu Xing, in a moment of sheer exhilaration, soared into the air like a rocket. Hardly believing his eyes, he had done it. A last-second shot that sealed the game. Lu Xing had landed a breathtaking 3-pointer at the buzzer during the final of the Olympic men's basketball tournament, propelling the Chinese team to an unprecedented victory on home soil. Instantly, the Wuxang Arena erupted like a powder keg, resonating with deafening cheers and jubilant shouts. Thousands of spectators embraced one another, tears and sweat mingling. Unable to contain their overwhelming joy, fans watching from their homes were equally moved, tears streaming down their faces as they witnessed this historic moment. On the court, the towering Yao Ming charged towards Lu Xing, his eyes brimming with excitement and pride. Teammates on the bench and players on the court followed suit, surging towards Lu Xing like a tidal wave, enveloping him in an exuberant embrace. The collective emotion reached a fever pitch, as if every ounce of passion and elation was being unleashed. Lu Xing, buried beneath the jubilant pile, felt as though he might suffocate. Yet his heart swelled with unparalleled happiness and fulfillment. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he savored the power of camaraderie and the ecstasy of victory. The atmosphere was electric and frenzied. Every individual basked in the euphoria of triumph, lost in the moment. Lu Xing and his teammates exchanged heartfelt embraces, cherishing this precious occasion. They understood that this victory belonged not just to an individual, but to the entire team and the nation. In this thrilling moment, the strength of unity and collective effort resonated deeply within everyone. As the Chinese team celebrated, the American players gazed at the scoreboard, which read 81-80. In utter disbelief, they had anticipated an easy victory, unaware of the tenacity displayed by the Chinese team this year. Despite being behind for most of the game, the Chinese squad never surrendered and achieved a remarkable comeback in the final moments. The American players approached their opponents to extend their congratulations, expressing respect for their rivals. Notably, Kobe and Howard warmly embraced Lu Xing, their bond forged through shared experiences, Kobe as a former teammate and Howard as his current ally. Lu Xing leaned in and whispered to Howard, "The art of free throws may not serve you well on Chinese soil. Best to practice diligently and aim for a shooting percentage above 75 next season. Let us work together to chase the championship." With a smile, he patted Howard on the back. Subsequently, the American players departed the court, while the Chinese team remained, engaging with the media. This marked a historic occasion, as it was China's first Olympic gold medal in basketball, with Lu Xing having scored the game-winning shot, contributing 31 points and 10 assists throughout the match. Consequently, Lu Xing found himself surrounded by nearly 20 reporters, all eager to interview this pivotal player. Having regained his composure, he adopted a professional demeanor to address domestic inquiries. After delivering a series of official remarks, he politely declined further interviews. Feeling utterly exhausted, he sought refuge in the lounge for a brief respite. For a prestigious awards ceremony awaited him. Time ticked away, and before he realized it, an hour had elapsed. At this juncture, the long award podium had been impeccably arranged, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. The first to ascend the stage was the Spanish team, who jubilantly claimed their well-deserved bronze medals. Following closely, the American team took their turn, receiving the silver medals. Though tinged with regret, they nonetheless exemplified the true spirit of sportsmanship. Finally, the 12 players from the Chinese team emerged with vigor, claiming the illustrious gold medal exclusive to the Beijing Olympics. In that moment, the venue erupted in exuberance, the cheers and applause resonating like a spirited symphony. The majestic national anthem filled the air, and Lu Xing, overwhelmed with emotion, found tears welling in his eyes as he instinctively joined in the singing. Reflecting on his past life as merely a fervent basketball fan, he never envisioned the day he would personally secure a gold medal for the Chinese team on home soil. This sentiment filled him with exhilaration, pride, and an overwhelming sense of achievement. As the anthem's melody gradually subsided, everyone reveled in the joy of victory. Next, it was time to embark on a lucrative venture. After all, many players on this national team had not only participated in the 2006 World Championship but also triumphed at the 2008 Olympics. With such accolades, they naturally seized the opportunity to secure endorsements and earn a substantial income. Earning money with confidence is certainly not a disgrace. Lu Xing promptly joined this endeavor, extending his stay in Beijing for over 10 days to bask in the euphoria of victory. After all, he still awaited the conclusion of the Olympics, eager to continue relishing this grand sporting feast. Meanwhile, in the United States, the annual draft event commenced, with 2008 marking this year's selection. At Madison Square Garden in New York, David Stern initiated the customary lengthy preamble before officially commencing the draft. The first pick went to the Chicago Bulls, who selected Derrick Rose from the University of Memphis. Derrick Rose, the prodigious talent hailed as the Windy City Rose, was born on October 4, 1988, in Chicago, Illinois. Playing as a point guard, he was renowned for his astonishing speed, explosive power, and agility. Rose's career was marked by both brilliance and adversity. He was selected multiple times for the All-Star roster and, during the 2010-11 season, became the youngest regular season MVP in NBA history. However, injuries plagued him, leading to significant setbacks throughout his career. Nevertheless, Rose never relinquished his love for basketball or his aspirations. He tirelessly worked to regain his form, striving to return to his pinnacle. Regrettably, he announced his retirement yesterday, concluding his professional journey. In the second position, the Miami Heat confidently chose Michael Beasley, a player of remarkable talent who instantly captured the audience's cheers and attention. His exceptional performances ignited great expectations, leading many to believe he would become a cornerstone of the team's future. Subsequently, the Minnesota Timberwolves, selecting in the third position, chose O.J. Mayo, an all-around guard whose arrival has ignited great excitement among the Timberwolves fan base. His comprehensive skill set, coupled with remarkable offensive and defensive capabilities, positions him as a vital piece of the team's puzzle. In the fourth position, the Oklahoma City Thunder opted for Russell Westbrook, a dynamic point guard whose explosive physicality promises to infuse the team with renewed vigor. His astonishing speed and agility suggest he could emerge as both a prolific scorer and a capable playmaker. The fifth pick, originally belonging to the Memphis Grizzlies, was acquired through a trade that involved a swap with the Timberwolves, enabling Minnesota to select Kevin Love, a formidable force in the paint. Love excels in rebounding and possesses a commendable shooting ability, enhancing the Timberwolves' interior strength. The Los Angeles Clippers, selecting seventh, opted for Eric Gordon, a guard renowned for his scoring prowess, who will provide increased offensive firepower for the team. In the 10th position, the New Jersey Nets selected Brook Lopez, a center distinguished by his exceptional skills in the post and scoring ability, whose presence will bolster the Nets' interior game. At the 24th pick, the Oklahoma City Thunder made another selection, choosing Serge Ibaka, a Spanish power forward with outstanding athleticism and defensive skills, whose addition will further elevate the Thunder's overall strength. The Portland Trail Blazers, selecting 25th, chose Nicolas Batum, a French small forward with a well-rounded skill set and an active defensive presence, whose entry will inject vitality into the Blazers roster. In the second round, 35th overall, the Los Angeles Clippers selected DeAndre Jordan, a center whose somewhat raw technique is offset by superb athleticism and exceptional rebounding and shot-blocking capabilities, showcasing significant potential. At the 45th pick, the Orlando Magic selected Goran Dragic, a Slovenian point guard known for his adept skills and excellent playmaking ability, whose arrival is poised to introduce more variability and possibilities for the Magic. Due to the absence of a first-round pick this year, having traded it to the Los Angeles Lakers in the deal involving Liu Xing, the Magic were left with only a late second-round selection. However, Liu Xing advised Magic general manager Otis Smith on the potential to purchase an earlier second-round pick. Ultimately, the Magic successfully acquired the 45th pick from the San Antonio Spurs and chose Dragic. Liu Xing contemplated the possibility of collaborating with Dragic to form a dual point guard lineup, as he himself was quite adept at playing the shooting guard position. After watching the draft ceremony on television, Liu Xing turned his attention to his 2K panel. A notification chimed. "Congratulations! You have earned 2,000 SP for winning the Beijing Olympic Games." His remaining SP now stood at 2566. He proceeded to upgrade his badge corner specialist from gold to purple, enhancing his three-point shooting ability from 98 to 99. The difficult shots badge was also elevated from gold to purple, while his mid-range shot interference ability improved from 95 to 99. Furthermore, the badge beautiful finish was upgraded from silver to gold, with his passing skill increasing from 95 to 97, and his ball handling ability rising from 95 to 96. He then reviewed his enhanced attributes. Liu Xing possesses a comprehensive ability score of 98, earning the prestigious title of key player. He is recognized as the defensive linchpin and court commander, embodying strength and elegance. His accolades include Tactical Master, Gold, Screen Dodger, Silver, Defensive Stopper, Gold, Sharpshooter, Purple Gold, Steal Specialist, Gold, Corner Expert, Purple Gold, High Difficulty Shooter, Purple Gold, Catch and Shoot Virtuoso, Purple Gold, and Infinite Range, Purple Gold. With 66 remaining SP points, his offensive prowess is rated at 98, featuring close-range shooting at 95, mid-range shooting at 97, three-point shooting at 99, free throws at 96, and dunking at 50. He excels in contested mid-range shots with a score of 99, possesses a fadeaway shot of 80, draws fouls at 90, and exhibits dribble shooting at 95. His ball handling skills are rated at 96, passing at 97, receiving at 95, and defensive awareness at 97. His defensive capabilities also score 98 overall, with blocking at 75, stealing at 99, on-ball defense at 99, defensive awareness at 99, and rebounding ability at 99. His physical attributes yield an overall score of 91, showcasing stamina at 99, speed at 90, agility at 90, strength at 68, vertical leap at 85, and endurance at 99. Upon discovering that his ability score had reached an astonishing 98, Lu Xing was overwhelmed with a surge of excitement and pride. His offensive capability also ascended to 98, signifying that he had surpassed the majority of players and entered the ranks of superstars. He realized he possessed the prowess to compete with the elite figures of the league, such as Kobe and Wade. Upon returning to Orlando, Lu Xing resolved to discuss contract renewal matters with the team manager, Smith. He aspired to secure a satisfactory agreement, while also hoping the team would continue to support his growth. After a series of negotiations, Lu Xing ultimately signed a lucrative 4-year contract worth $67.5 million, with the final year being a player option, a detail that brought him immense satisfaction. In contrast, Lu Xing was not inclined to sign the same contract as his teammate, Dwight Howard. Although Howard had preemptively re-signed last season for a 5-year, $85 million deal, Lu Xing preferred to take control of his own fate, akin to LeBron James. However, he understood that he could not consistently sign 1-1 contracts like James, as that would appear excessively selfish and greedy. This year, the salary cap stood at approximately $58 million. Following the signings of both Howard and Lu Xing to their new contracts, the Magic could only secure mid-level contracts. Nevertheless, Lu Xing did not compel the team to sign long-term deals, recognizing that there were no significant free agents available this year, as most had already re-signed. He merely urged the general manager to sign Finley to a 2-year minimum contract, given that Finley had become a bench player after his significant injury. The Magic's strength remained formidable, as they had reached the finals even without Lu Xing, despite the absence of players like Lewis and Turkoglu. Lu Xing felt he was considerably stronger than them, with rising talents such as Yi Jianlian and veteran 3D player Hill, alongside rookies JJ Redick and Goran Dragic. Forming a capable roster, Lu Xing felt confident that he could lead the Magic to greater heights this year. After concluding these matters, Lu Xing returned to the team for training as the new season, 2008-2009, was about to commence. On that day, he arrived at the training facility half an hour earlier than usual. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. Yi Jianlian, JJ Redick, Dragic, and several fringe players were diligently sweating on the court, fully engrossed in various training drills. Lu Xing was well accustomed to such scenes. In the realm of basketball, skill is the ultimate truth, a fact Lu Xing understood deeply. Despite his remarkable physical attributes and innate basketball talent, he recognized that to establish himself in the fiercely competitive NBA, he must continuously hone his skills through rigorous training. Talented players like Lu Xing are indeed rare. Most players must exert significantly more effort to survive on this grand stage. Shaquille O'Neal is a unique phenomenon, while Howard has risen to prominence through his innate talent. Like Lu Xing, they preferred to augment their training regimen with additional workouts after team practice rather than arriving at the court prematurely. Lu Xing observed Yi Jianlian's training and couldn't help but marvel at how he seemed to be nearing his peak form, particularly noting a remarkable enhancement in his three-point shooting ability. After 2 years of experience in the NBA, Yi Jianlian's progress has been strikingly evident, especially last year when he achieved significant breakthroughs. Furthermore, during the Olympic Games, Lu Xing had the opportunity to provide him with specialized training, further aiding in the refinement of his skills. Yi Jianlian's inherent diligence and dedication as a player have undoubtedly contributed to his continuous improvement. As Lu Xing changed his attire, he noticed Howard's robust physique, which revealed the substantial effort Howard had dedicated during the off-season. Now, Howard's upper body showcased distinctly defined muscles, reminiscent of his peak form, indicating that he had indeed engaged in rigorous training throughout the off-season and during the Olympics. During their collective practice sessions, Lu Xing chose not to exert himself completely, as his three-point shooting skills had reached their zenith, and his ball handling, passing, and strong shooting capabilities had also seen enhancement. He resolved to unveil these newfound skills during the regular season. Observing Howard's dominance in the paint brought immense joy to Lu Xing head coach Stan Van Gundy. Witnessing the exceptional performance of Lu Xing alongside the splendid condition of Howard wore a satisfied smile. He recognized the evident progress of these two pivotal players as a promising sign for the team in the upcoming season. Furthermore, players like Yi Jianlian and JJ Redick had also shown marked improvement, while the consistently healthy Grant Hill provided reassurance to the coaching staff. Van Gundy firmly believed that this Magic team would achieve greater success in the new season, positioning themselves as a formidable force within the Eastern Conference. With the preseason finally underway, both Lu Xing and Howard appeared remarkably relaxed, as they needed only to play approximately 20 minutes per game. They lounged on the sidelines, leisurely observing the rookies and newcomers demonstrating their synergy on the court, particularly noting the impressive performance of this year's draft pick, Dragic. Dragic adapted swiftly to the game's tempo, showcasing sophisticated skills that delighted Liu Xing. Unlike other rookies, Dragic exhibited a keen understanding of game management rather than a reckless approach. Liu Xing resolved to communicate with the head coach, advocating for increased playing time for Dragic. The coach, recognizing Dragic's potential, concurred with Liu Xing's suggestion. In subsequent games, Dragic received more opportunities to play, even joining Liu Xing on the court to battle together. With Dragic as a capable ally, Liu Xing could concentrate more on scoring without the distraction of orchestrating the offense. He had faith that Dragic would evolve into an exceptional player, allowing him to devote more energy to his scoring endeavors. As the new season approached, teams were intensively preparing. Although the Magic had not undergone significant roster changes, they exhibited formidable competitiveness in the preseason, achieving an impressive record of 7 wins and 1 loss, maintaining a robust upward trajectory. At this juncture, ESPN released its latest team and player power rankings. The Boston Celtics topped the team rankings, followed closely by the Los Angeles Lakers and the Cleveland Cavaliers, with the San Antonio Spurs in 4th place and the Houston Rockets 5th, while the Orlando Magic secured the 6th position. However, upon reviewing the player power rankings, Liu Xing felt a sense of dissatisfaction. On the list, Kobe Bryant occupies the 1st position, followed by LeBron James in 2nd, Kevin Garnett in 3rd, Yao Ming in 4th, Dwight Howard in 5th, Dwayne Wade in 6th, Chris Paul in 7th, Dirk Nowitzki in 8th, Steve Nash in 9th, and Liu Xing in 10th. What is this nonsense? Liu Xing muttered to himself, how could I possibly be ranked below that guy? Referring to Paul, despite his skepticism regarding the ranking, Liu Xing did not allow it to dishearten or discourage him. On the contrary, he perceived it as a source of motivation, resolutely determined to demonstrate his prowess in the upcoming season. After all, over the past 3 seasons, he had consistently outperformed Chris Paul, causing the latter to produce lackluster statistics in their encounters. Furthermore, it was precisely because Paul led his team to 2nd place in the Western Conference last year that Liu Xing was edged out of the All-NBA first team. Thus, Liu Xing firmly believes that his capabilities are certainly on par with, if not superior to, those of Paul. Liu Xing approached Howard with a palpable sense of anger and declared, "This year, I aspire to claim the title of scoring champion." Howard, upon hearing this, found the notion quite appealing and expressed his support. Subsequently, Howard stated, "This year, I aim to secure the title of best defensive player." Liu Xing wholeheartedly agreed with this ambition, brimming with confidence in Howard's goal. Having witnessed Liu Xing's formidable prowess last year and his repeated efforts in creating opportunities for him, Howard held a deep admiration for Liu Xing's capabilities. Thus, Howard advised Liu Xing to adopt a more individualistic approach during the games, suggesting that he refrain from passing the ball to teammates whose efficiency paled in comparison to his own. Liu Xing gazed at his ability panel, contemplating thoughtfully, and found merit in Howard's words. Indeed, given his current capabilities and condition, it would be a pity not to fully harness his personal strengths. He realized that he could no longer remain overly modest. This year, he should demonstrate a more formidable prowess and affirm his worth. With this thought in mind, Liu Xing resolved to play with greater confidence in the upcoming season, relying less on team synergy and showcasing his individual dominance. In the splendid autumn of October, with the air crisp and invigorating, the regular season commenced amidst eager anticipation. The opening game featured a highly anticipated Huaxia Derby, with the Magic facing off against the Rockets on their home turf. This year, the Rockets boasted enhanced strength, having successfully acquired Artist, Meta World Peace, from the Kings, a formidable player who significantly bolstered the team's prowess. However, fate had dealt a cruel hand. McGrady was now beleaguered by injuries. His strength diminished to less than half of his peak performance. At the Toyota Center in Houston, the audience was ablaze with enthusiasm as players from both teams readied themselves for the imminent clash. The Rockets' starting lineup was formidable. Yao Ming anchored the paint, with Scola, Artest, McGrady, and Alston fulfilling their roles. The Magic, however, were equally formidable, featuring Howard, E. Jianlian, Hill, J.J. Redick, and Liu Xing. With a sharp whistle, the game officially commenced. Howard, utilizing his remarkable leaping ability, effortlessly secured the jump ball, and Liu Xing swiftly seized possession. Observing that the street ball king Alston was lax in defense, he decisively stepped beyond the three-point line and released a shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc before swishing through the net, nothing but net. As the game unfolded, McGrady initiated an offensive play for the Rockets. Faced with Redick's defense, he opted for a one-on-one dribble and executed a stylish pull-up jumper, only for the ball to clang off the rim. Yet, Yi Jianlian, showcasing his impressive leaping and strength, successfully subdued Scola, snatching the rebound and promptly passing it to Lu Xing. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Xing maneuvered like a tempest, driving to the basket while noticing Howard trailing behind. Without hesitation, he lofted the ball high into the air. Howard, understanding the signal, soared gracefully, securely catching the basketball and forcefully slamming it into the hoop for a spectacular dunk. Subsequently, the Rockets launched a counterattack, with Yao Ming backing down Howard to secure 2 points. Conversely, Lu Xing once again displayed his individual prowess, driving to the basket before dishing out to the perimeter to J.J. Redick, who decisively sank a three-pointer. Following this, Artest attempted a bulldozer-like drive past Hill, only to be mercilessly blocked by Howard. Lu Xing continued to excel, taking on Alston in a one-on-one, hitting a precise mid-range jumper. As the first quarter concluded, the Magic led the Rockets by 7 points, 29-22. Entering the second quarter, Lu Xing took the helm, initiating an unstoppable isolation play, consecutively sinking 3 shots and widening the scoring gap to 10 points. The Rockets, sensing the precariousness of the situation, were compelled to send their starting players onto the court in an effort to stabilize the game. As the match progressed, the Magic promptly made their own adjustments, reintroducing Dwight Howard in hopes that he could exert a more significant influence in the paint. The Rockets, refusing to concede, engaged in a fierce back-and-forth exchange, resulting in an intensely competitive atmosphere. In the face of the opposing defender, Lu Xing exhibited astonishing skill and speed. He consistently scored with ease and created exceptional offensive opportunities for his teammates. This compelled the Rockets to alter their defensive strategy, deploying their finest defender, Ron Artest, specifically to guard Lu Xing. However, Lu Xing's swiftness was unparalleled. He avoided direct confrontations with Artest, instead leveraging his agility to swiftly penetrate the defense and score inside. By the conclusion of the first half, the Magic had established a 15-point lead. As the second half commenced, the Rockets still struggled to devise an effective method to curtail Lu Xing's impact. Although Artest was robust, his lateral movement was sluggish, rendering him unable to keep pace with Lu Xing. Battier, adept at defending forwards, found himself challenged against Lu Xing's incursions. Alston and Brooks, with their relatively weak defensive capabilities, proved insufficient to thwart Lu Xing's offense. As for McGrady, he had become a mere shadow on the defensive end, incapable of impeding Lu Xing's advances. In the third quarter, Lu Xing flourished, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers and amassing 13 points in the period. This extended the Magic's lead to 19 points, placing the Rockets in a precarious position. Following the onset of the fourth quarter, the Rockets, led by Yao Ming, launched a fierce counterattack. Yet, their efforts yielded little effect. Lu Xing and Howard of the Magic adeptly identified and exploited the Rockets' vulnerabilities, delivering lethal blows. Despite the Rockets' utmost efforts, the score gap remained unbridged. With 5 minutes remaining in the game, the Rockets trailed by 17 points, plunging them into despair. At this juncture, both coaches, in a moment of mutual understanding, substituted their star players, as the contest had lost its suspense. Ultimately, as the game concluded, Lu Xing delivered an outstanding performance, scoring 33 points, securing 4 rebounds, and providing 8 assists, along with 3 steals. His remarkable display was pivotal to the team's victory. Additionally, Howard contributed 19 points and 18 rebounds, alongside 4 blocks. For the Rockets, Yao Ming recorded 26 points and 10 rebounds, demonstrating stability but failing to salvage the team's predicament. McGrady managed a mere 15 points on 6 of 15 shooting, while Artest added 18 points. The Magic celebrated a resounding victory, marking a triumphant start, while the Rockets sought to regain their form in the subsequent matches. In the following games, the Magic faced relatively weak opponents, encountering slight difficulties only against the Cavaliers, where James recorded a triple-double with 34 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists. Nonetheless, Lu Xing, against a feeble backcourt, amassed 40 points and 6 assists, while Howard also achieved a double-double with 22 points and 20 rebounds, narrowly overcoming the Cavaliers. Thus, the Magic secured an impressive 10 consecutive victories to start the season. Next, the Magic are set to confront the Boston Celtics, a match of profound significance for them. In their previous encounter against the Celtics in a decisive Game 7, the Magic faced defeat, a loss that has lingered in Howard's mind ever since. In this match, it appeared as though he intended to unleash all his pent-up fury, striving wholeheartedly to demonstrate his prowess. From the very onset, Howard exhibited a fervent desire for offense, frequently scoring in the paint while effectively containing the opposing interior players, Perkins and Garnett. His remarkable performance invigorated the entire Magic team, with his teammates rallying in support and collaboration. Lu Xing also took note of Howard's exceptional form, consequently passing to him with increasing frequency to facilitate his play. Throughout the game, Howard showcased a commanding presence, securing an impressive 23 rebounds, including 9 offensive boards. His rebounding prowess not only generated additional offensive opportunities for the team, but also significantly uplifted the squad's morale. Ultimately, Howard concluded the game with astounding statistics of 41 points, 23 rebounds, and 5 blocks, emerging as the pivotal figure in the team's victory. Simultaneously, Lu Xing also excelled. Though his scoring was modest, he delivered 18 assists, effectively orchestrating the team's offense. The harmonious synergy between the two enabled the Magic to triumph decisively over the Celtics. Following this, the Magic maintained their splendid form, consecutively defeating formidable opponents such as the Hawks, Knicks, Bucks, and Kings, achieving an impressive 15-game winning streak. During this period, the performances of Howard and Lu Xing garnered significant attention, their exceptional displays becoming crucial to the team's success. However, they eventually faced a setback against the high-altitude Nuggets, where Anthony and J.R. Smith's performances were particularly noteworthy. Anthony showcased formidable offensive capabilities, netting an astonishing 38 points against Hill, while J.R. Smith exhibited remarkable form, sinking 8 three-pointers for a total of 29 points. As the match commenced, J.J. Redick was tasked with defending J.R., but after J.R. scored consecutively, Lu Xing took over the defensive responsibilities. Lu Xing's defense was stellar, frequently contesting shots effectively. Yet, curiously, J.R. always seemed to find a way to score. The saying that J.R. is erratic yet an everyday all-star was epitomized in this match. Ultimately, Lu Xing could not help but acknowledge his admiration for J.R.'s performance. Meanwhile, the results for the Player of the Month were announced. The Western Conference accolade went to Kobe of the Lakers, who averaged 29, 2 points, 5, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists. In contrast, the Eastern Conference honor was awarded to Lu Xing of the Magic, whose statistics were even more dazzling, averaging 31, 2 points, 3, 8 rebounds, and 7, 6 assists. This marked Lu Xing's return to the Player of the Month title after 2 years, while the Magic led the league with an impressive record of 15 wins and 1 loss. In December's matches, Lu Xing truly shone, defeating a host of formidable adversaries including Paul, Darren, Nash, Kidd, and Rose, consistently scoring over 30 points in each encounter. His scoring ability erupted like a volcano, with his average points soaring above 30. This astonishing performance has captured the attention of the entire league, prompting a re-evaluation of the point guard hailing from Huagua. It is noteworthy that prior to this, Lu Xing spent 3 years with the Lakers, where he was primarily recognized for his defensive prowess and playmaking abilities, often overlooked by many. However, during his tenure with the Magic, he achieved a remarkable milestone, surpassing 20 points for the first time. His exceptional display at the Olympics further solidified his talent, yet no one could have anticipated the sheer force he would unleash this year. The rise of Lu Xing has left other teams in the league feeling quite disheartened. Initially perceived merely as a player proficient in defense and organization, he has astonishingly transformed into a scoring machine. Teams are compelled to reassess Lu Xing's playing style and devise countermeasures, particularly for the Los Angeles Lakers. Yao Ming still possesses the prowess to rank among the top 2 centers in the league, while Lu Xing has indisputably emerged as the premier point guard. Furthermore, Kobe Bryant continues to hold the top position among shooting guards. Although the Lakers succumbed to the Celtics last season, it was primarily due to the unexpected injury of center Bynum, which left the interior defense vulnerable. In reality, Kobe's performance remained remarkably commendable. Had Yao Ming and Lu Xing stayed with the Lakers, they would undoubtedly have soared to new heights, possibly even shattering the Chicago Bulls' illustrious record of 72 wins and 10 losses in the regular season, given the formidable capabilities of this trio. However, such hypotheticals do not exist in reality. Witnessing the injured Yao Ming being callously cast aside by the Lakers, along with the trade of 2 pivotal players, evokes a sense of regret. While Gasol is undeniably strong and Odom was honored as the 6th man of the year last season, their prowess pales in comparison to that of the trio. At this juncture, the first round of All-Star voting results were unveiled. Lu Xing, with an astonishing 313,000 votes, triumphed as the leading vote-getter, surpassing second-place Howard by a remarkable 40,000 votes. The stellar performance of the Magic has further amplified the prominence of its 2 star players. Presently, tickets for home games of the Magic have become highly coveted, almost impossible to procure. Since Shaquille O'Neal's trade, the team has never witnessed such fervor. bringing smiles to the faces of the general manager and owner alike. Soon after, the highly anticipated Christmas showdown arrived, with the Magic hosting the Cavaliers at the Amway Center. A clash between the top two teams in the East. On Christmas Day, the arena was awash in a sea of blue. The Cavaliers' starting lineup included Ilgauskas, Wallace, James, West, and Williams, with formidable reserves such as Pavlovich, Varejao, and Gibson. Meanwhile, the Magic maintained their regular starting lineup. As the referee's whistle echoed, the game commenced. The Magic's Jianlian swiftly showcased his remarkable movement skills, launching 2 consecutive three-pointers without hesitation, igniting the fervor of the audience. Opponent Wallace struggled to keep pace with his agility, finding defense a laborious task. The once unassailable Wallace has now diminished. Lacking the requisite height in the paint and the speed to contend at the power forward position, relying solely on his waning strength. However, against the Magic's formidable center Howard, Wallace appeared even more overwhelmed. Howard, leveraging his height advantage, effortlessly employed the dream shake techniques he honed during the off-season, rendering Wallace a mere pawn on the court. This relegated Wallace to the role of a veritable ATM, contributing nothing defensively. The Magic sharpshooters were in fine form, with Hill and Finley's defense putting considerable pressure on James. Whenever James manages to score, the sharpshooters of the Magic team promptly respond with a three-pointer, thereby maintaining a firm grip on the lead. As the second half commenced, Ben Wallace was penalized with a technical foul for excessive physicality while defending Lu Xing, marking his second such infraction of the match. He had previously received one in the first half for pulling Dwight Howard. This ruling rendered the already undermanned Cavaliers' interior defense even more vulnerable, exacerbating their predicament. With Wallace's departure, the Cavaliers struggled significantly in their defensive efforts, as Varejao and Zydrunas Ilgauskas found themselves unable to withstand Howard's relentless assault, suffering severe repercussions. In one offensive sequence, Howard secured 3 consecutive offensive rebounds and successfully scored, delivering a substantial blow to the Cavaliers' morale. Nevertheless, Lu Xing exhibited remarkable performance, displaying no mercy against Mo Williams, consistently sinking crucial shots and ultimately amassing 36 points along with 5 assists. Furthermore, Howard also shone brightly, contributing 20 points and 24 rebounds, while Jianlian showcased his exceptional form with 20 points, including an impressive 5 of 6 from beyond the arc. All 3 players surpassed the 20-point mark, aiding their team in clinching this highly anticipated Christmas showdown. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed over the Cavaliers with a score of 110-97, solidifying their position at the top of the Eastern Conference. As time flows inexorably, Lu Xing has unknowingly celebrated 25 springs and autumns, having spent 5 years in the NBA. Throughout these 5 years, through relentless effort and extraordinary talent, Lu Xing has garnered numerous accolades, emerging as a brilliant star within the league. However, his true aspirations lie in the realm of prestigious honors, such as the regular season MVP and the finals MVP. Presently, Lu Xing's team boasts a superstar like Dwight Howard, who has already secured a regular season MVP award. Lu Xing is acutely aware that he stands but a single step away from these coveted honors. Thus, he is resolute in his commitment to strive earnestly in the upcoming season, aiming to achieve greater accolades. Now, after 2 months of intense regular season battles, Lu Xing's performance has been nothing short of extraordinary. Averaging an astounding 40 minutes of playing time, he contributes an impressive 1 points, 4, 3 rebounds, 8, 4 assists, 0, 8 blocks, and 2, 9 steals per game. Undoubtedly, this data has rendered Lu Xing one of the most dazzling stars of this season. In the 2004-2005 season, he averaged 20 points, 4, 1 rebounds, 7, 5 assists, 2, 5 steals, and 0, 7 blocks, earning accolades as the best rookie, a spot on the first team of best rookies, and the title of steals leader. In the 2005-2006 season, he elevated his performance to 1 points, 10, 9 assists, 4 rebounds, 2, 8 steals, and 0, 7 blocks, securing recognition as the best defensive player, a place on the second team, the first team of best defensive lineup, and claiming both the assists leader and steals leader titles, along with the All-Star MVP. During the 2006-2007 season, he recorded 1 points, 3, 8 rebounds, 8, 9 assists, 2, 7 steals, and 0, 8 blocks, achieving a position on the third team and the first team of best defensive lineup, as well as being the steals leader and winning the championship. In the 2007-2008 season, he further distinguished himself with an impressive 2 points, 4, 1 rebounds, and 12. 1 assists, along with 7 blocks and 8 steals, earning a spot on the second team and the first team of best defensive lineup, while again being recognized as both the assists leader and steals leader. The accolades listed above represent merely a fraction of Lu Xing's achievements over the first 4 seasons. Yet, Lu Xing now yearns for more substantial and prestigious honors, for only such accolades can elevate him to the status of a true superstar. Otherwise, he risks achieving no more than the level of Chris Paul, a scenario Lu Xing finds unsatisfactory. He is acutely aware of his unique capabilities, likened to a cheat code in 2K, and refuses to languish in obscurity throughout his life. Thus, he must strive for loftier accomplishments. However, the path to realizing this ambition is fraught with challenges. Firstly, he must vie for the position of team leader against Dwight Howard. Although Howard garnered the regular season MVP last season, Lu Xing is resolute in his strategy to gradually usurp the leadership role through a method akin to boiling a frog in warm water. He recognizes that such an endeavor demands time, patience, and the continuous enhancement of his skills and influence. At present, Lu Xing's abilities have surged to a remarkable rating of 98, placing him among the top 3 in the league. He is no longer content to merely play a supporting role. He aspires to exhibit his dominance. This pursuit aligns with his burgeoning capabilities and ambitions. In the earlier years, Lu Xing harbored a strong desire to wrest control of the team, yet he found his skills insufficiently formidable. By the 3rd year, despite the arrival of Yao Ming, his urgency to claim control diminished, for he understood that the Los Angeles Lakers remained Kobe Bryant's team. Even at the age of 38, Kobe still commanded the team, and Lu Xing could not afford to wait a decade for his opportunity. In contrast, the Magic presented a different scenario, where Dwight Howard stood as the sole figure of prominence, akin to a big boy. Although Howard's offensive prowess was limited, his defensive skills were exceptional, marking him as a true superstar. Lu Xing is brimming with confidence. Should the Magic select Howard, he can certainly explore alternative paths. In the subsequent games, Lu Xing continues to exhibit his signature stability, consistently averaging over 30 points per game, alongside a remarkable ability to sink 4 3-pointers per match. Before the emergence of Curry, this proficiency in 3-point shooting was formidable, with Lu Xing achieving an impressive accuracy rate of 43. Both the quantity and quality of his shots are astoundingly high. In the upcoming All-Star voting, Lu Xing maintains a commanding lead over his peers, establishing himself as one of the league's prominent figures. Moreover, as an international player, his popularity has eclipsed that of esteemed foreign athletes such as Yao Ming, Nowitzki, and Nash. After all, guards have a unique appeal to fans, and Lu Xing's popularity rivals that of local legends like Kobe, LeBron, and Wade, making him highly cherished in the United States. Furthermore, since marrying Alba, he has remained remarkably low-key, avoiding nightlife, which has caught the attention of League Commissioner David Stern, who sees great potential in Lu Xing. Before the All-Star game, the Magic have been on an impressive winning streak, boasting a remarkable record of 49 wins and 6 losses, placing them a full 5 games ahead of the second-ranked Cavaliers and firmly securing the top position in the league. Lu Xing's outstanding performance has positioned him as a frontrunner in the MVP race, temporarily ahead of LeBron. The current MVP leaderboard reads: 1. Lu Xing, 2. LeBron, 3. Kobe, 4. Howard, 5. Garnett, 6. Wade, 7. Yao Ming, 8. Duncan, 9. Anthony, 10. Paul. Notably, apart from Lu Xing, other players on the Magic have also shone brightly. For instance, Howard has delivered an impressive average of 19. 5 points, 14. 1 rebounds, 1. 8 assists, 3. 1 blocks, and 1 steals per game. Additionally, Jianlian has gradually secured his position as the starting power forward, contributing an average of 12. 6 points and 8 rebounds, with a 3-point shooting percentage soaring to 38. 7. Hill, as a seasoned player, continues to maintain excellent form, proving to be a reliable 3D player for the team. J.J. Redick has also showcased his talent, becoming a competent starter. Even this year's rookie, Dragic, has made a notable impression, bringing unexpected delight. At this juncture, a significant development unfolds within the league. Due to the Pistons' declining performance in recent years, the team has decided to embark on a rebuilding phase, trading their finals MVP Chauncey Billups for the regular season MVP Allen Iverson from the Nuggets. This decision has unequivocally thrust the Pistons into a complete overhaul while simultaneously bolstering the Denver Nuggets. It has become evident that Carmelo Anthony requires a mentor like Billups to guide him toward success. as his own off-court troubles have hindered the team's ability to progress beyond the first round of the playoffs. Time swiftly passes, and before long, it is February 15, 2009. The day when the highly anticipated All-Star Game officially commences. In this grand event, Liu Xing, with his extraordinary popularity and remarkable performance, has triumphantly secured the title of Ticket King for this All-Star Game. This undoubtedly serves as a profound acknowledgement of his prowess and charm. Meanwhile, another star of the Magic team, Howard, did not fall behind, finishing a close second. It can be said that this year, the two star players of the Magic team have garnered significant attention, becoming the focal point for many. In the post-game interview, Liu Xing appeared particularly elated and thrilled. He expressed heartfelt gratitude to the fans who cast their precious votes for him, and he specifically conveyed his deep appreciation to the vast audience of Chinese fans in Mandarin. Despite the dilution of Chinese votes in the current NBA league, he remains grateful for every individual who supports him. After all, within China's vast community of basketball enthusiasts, there are still many who are willing to cast that sacred vote for him. This support and encouragement from his homeland fills Liu Xing with warmth and emotion. As time progressed, the All-Star Rookie Challenge officially commenced. The sophomore team consisted of Kevin Durant, Thunder, Jeff Green, Thunder, Al Horford, Hawks, Al Thornton, Clippers, Thaddeus Young, 76ers, Wilson Chandler, Knicks, Ronnie Stuckey, Pistons, Yo Brooks, Rockets, and Louis Scola, Rockets. The rookie team included Derrick Rose, Bulls, O.J. Mayo, Grizzlies, Marc Gasol, Grizzlies, Greg Oden, Trail Blazers, Rudy Fernandez, Trail Blazers, Russell Westbrook, Thunder, Eric Gordon, Clippers, Michael Beasley, Heat, and Brook Lopez, Nets. This year, the rookie team displayed remarkable tenacity against the sophomore team, ultimately leading to a nail-biting finish where Durant secured victory for the sophomore team with a score of 122-116. The MVP of the Rookie Challenge was Kevin Durant, boasting impressive statistics of 46 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. As the 2009 NBA All-Star Weekend entered its second day, the much-anticipated Skills Challenge unfolded as scheduled. Participants included Devin Harris from the Nets, Tony Parker from the Spurs, Derrick Rose from the Bulls, and Mo Williams from the Cavaliers, who replaced the injured Nelson. Ultimately, the rookie Rose triumphed in the finals, defeating Harris with a time of 35.3 seconds to clinch the Skills Challenge championship. Next up was the Slam Dunk Contest, where Liu Xing could not dissuade Howard from participating. However, this time Liu Xing refrained from offering suggestions to Howard, recognizing that the powerful dunks of subsequent years were not particularly suited for such a towering figure. The finalists were Robinson, the 2006 dunk champion, and Howard, the 2008 dunk champion. In a nod to Superman's only weakness, the green kryptonite that strips him of his powers, Nate Robinson donned a full green Knicks uniform, even sporting a green ball. In the first round of the finals, Robinson made his entrance, swiftly launching the ball before rapidly following up to receive it and executing a reverse dunk with both hands. Following this successful feat, he proceeded to showcase a brief dance performance. Howard's initial move was executed seamlessly. He tossed the ball with one hand, leapt into the air, and completed a one-handed dunk upon receiving it. In the second round of the finals, Robinson's subsequent maneuver surprisingly involved a collaboration with Howard. As Howard positioned himself beneath the basket, Robinson accelerated from beyond the three-point line. Upon reaching Howard, he pushed off his shoulder with his left hand and soared over him for a dunk, an astonishing feat considering his previous leap over the 170-meter-tall Spud Webb, now surpassing the towering 211-meter Howard. Howard's second move was somewhat conventional, launching from the free-throw line for a dunk. However, for a giant of his stature, this maneuver also posed a challenge, which he executed successfully. The outcome was determined by fan votes, resulting in a close 52-48, with Robinson triumphing over Howard to become the dunk champion for the second time. This year's three-point contest featured players such as Mike Bibby, DeJuan Cook, Danny Granger, Jason Capono, Rashard Lewis, and Roger Mason. Ultimately, DeJuan Cook secured the championship with a score of 19 points in the finals. The much-anticipated All-Star event commenced on the third day. The Eastern All-Star starting lineup included Dwight Howard, LeBron James, Kevin Garnett, Dwayne Wade, and Liu Xing, while the Western All-Star starting lineup featured Kobe Bryant, Yao Ming, Tim Duncan, Chris Paul, and Amare Stoudemire. The Western bench comprised Shaquille O'Neal from the Suns, Pau Gasol from the Lakers, David West from the Hornets, Dirk Nowitzki from the Mavericks, Tony Parker from the Spurs, Chauncey Billups from the Nuggets, and Brandon Roy from the Trail Blazers. The Eastern bench consisted of Devin Harris from the Nets, Danny Granger from the Pacers, Chris Bosh from the Raptors, Paul Pierce from the Celtics, Joe Johnson from the Hawks, Allen Iverson from the Pistons, and Mo Williams from the Cavaliers. As the main event commenced, Lu Xing stood on the court with no intention of competing fiercely. He recognized this as an all-star game, primarily an opportunity for entertainment and showcasing individual skills. Unconcerned with personal statistics or accolades, he aimed to relish the joy of the game. Whenever on offense, Lu Xing effortlessly brought the ball past half-court, seeking the optimal moment to shoot. At times, he would decisively release a beautiful three-pointer. At other moments, he would deftly pass to teammates, particularly to Howard in the paint, facilitating their scoring. As the game concluded, the Western team emerged victorious with a score of 146-119 against the East. This triumph elicited jubilant cheers from the Western players. Yet Lu Xing maintained an air of tranquility amidst the celebration. He is acutely aware that the outcome of this contest is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is his ability to showcase his prowess and charisma on such a grand stage. The performances of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal were nothing short of remarkable, as they reunited to form the iconic Shaq-Kobe duo, jointly earning the MVP title for the All-Star Game. Their seamless collaboration and exceptional displays garnered resounding applause and cheers from the audience. Lu Xing, too, felt a surge of joy for them, understanding the immense talent and influence possessed by these two legendary athletes. The statistics are as follows. For the Western Conference, Kobe scored 27 points with 4 rebounds and 4 assists. Stoudemire contributed 19 points and 6 rebounds. O'Neal recorded 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Paul achieved 14 points along with 14 assists. Roy, Parker, and Gasol each added 14 points, and Yao Ming had 2 points and 3 rebounds. In the Eastern Conference, James netted 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, while Pierce and Wade each scored 18 points. Howard contributed 13 points, and Garnett added 12 points. Lu Xing excelled with a stellar 5 out of 6 from beyond the arc, finishing with 15 points and 8 assists. Following the All-Star festivities, each team has approximately 25 to 30 games remaining, signaling the imminent conclusion of the regular season as teams fervently strive for final standings. Some teams are battling for higher ranks, while others have chosen to embrace a strategy of deliberate underperformance for a coveted top draft pick in the forthcoming season. This year, the Western Conference has notably seen a greater number of teams opting for such a strategy than the Eastern Conference, where only the Wizards have succumbed to this approach, largely due to their star player arenas being sidelined for the season, thus diminishing their competitive edge. However, the Wizards are not the worst off. The New York Knicks, who occupy the second-to-last position, have produced a rather embarrassing record, failing to qualify for the playoffs while also not successfully tanking. Other teams in the East still have opportunities to vie for a place in the top 8. In stark contrast, 6 teams in the West have already begun their descent into mediocrity, while the remaining teams are striving for victories to secure home court advantage in the playoffs. In the upcoming schedule, the Magic are set to face 8 games against Western Conference teams, achieving a record of 5 wins and 3 losses. The remainder of their matches will be against Eastern Conference teams. Subsequently, they triumphed over the Raptors, Nets, Bucks, and 76ers, securing 4 consecutive victories. They then faced the formidable Cavaliers, with 2 back-to-back encounters on both home and away courts. The first match commenced at the Cavaliers Arena, featuring a starting lineup that included Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Ben Wallace, LeBron James, West, and Mo Williams for the Cavaliers, while the Magic fielded Howard, E. Jianlian, Hill, Lu Xing, and Dragic as their starters. Notably, after more than 50 games, Lu Xing has transitioned to the shooting guard position following the All-Star game, with Dragic's stellar performance allowing him to usurp J.J. Redick as a starter. This year, Lu Xing's scoring ability has markedly improved, and he has excelled in his new role. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement of the match, both teams quickly found their rhythm. After winning the tip-off, Howard passed the ball directly to Lu Xing, who wasted no time and launched a three-point shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. 3 points. The audience erupted in cheers as the Magic team scored first. The Cavaliers, undeterred, retaliated with James driving to the basket for a layup. On the other end, Lu Xing brought the ball past half-court, executing a pick-and-roll with Howard, followed by a bounce pass. Howard charged in for a powerful dunk, reigniting the atmosphere in the arena. James continued to command the ball for the Cavaliers, driving and passing to West, who unfortunately missed a 2-pointer. Seizing the opportunity, Howard grabbed the rebound and made a long pass, allowing Lu Xing to catch the ball and sink a 3-pointer in transition, extending the lead. Cavaliers' MO took the ball to the hoop, and Dragic halted the bleeding with a sudden jump shot. Dragic then penetrated for the Magic, passing to Liu Xing. As West rushed towards him, Liu Xing made a quick move, drawing the defense of Ben Wallace before passing to Howard, who executed another successful dunk. Mo passed to the imposing Z, who backed down Yi Jianlian for a smooth hook shot. The teams exchanged blows, with the score fluctuating, creating an intensely competitive atmosphere. With the referee's whistle, both teams ignited an offensive showdown, electrifying the crowd. Each attack was fervent, stirring the passions of the spectators. Ultimately, it was the Cavaliers' substitute Gibson, showcasing his remarkable individual talent, who delivered a buzzer-beating three-pointer, capping the quarter with flair. At that juncture, the Cavaliers trailed the Magic by 4 points, 22-26. Yet their resolve only strengthened. As the second quarter commenced, the battle raged on among the bench players, intensifying the contest. After a grueling 5 minutes, the Cavaliers managed to level the score. Just then, the starters entered the fray, elevating the atmosphere once more. Notably, Liu Xing and Howard shone brightly, their combined efforts propelling the Magic to a 55-50 lead over the Cavaliers as the first half concluded. As the second half began, Liu Xing was taken aback to find LeBron James standing before him. However, he remained composed, swiftly adjusting his focus to display his skills. With a deft crossover dribble, he effortlessly bypassed James's defense and executed a quick jump shot, sinking 2 points with precision. In the next possession, Liu Xing opted to go one-on-one against James again. He capitalized on his speed, varying his rhythm and leaving James struggling to keep up. Liu Xing burst through the defense like lightning, successfully penetrating the paint for a beautiful layup. After all, James was more accustomed to defending forwards and against a rapidly moving guard like Liu Xing. His defense appeared somewhat strained. His height and strength posed challenges, making it difficult for him to match Liu Xing's pace, allowing Liu Xing to navigate past his defenses with ease. Nonetheless, James remains an elite defensive player, albeit revealing certain shortcomings when confronted with a unique adversary like Liu Xing. After 4 minutes of defending Liu Xing, James discerned that his efforts were yielding negligible results, akin to his defense against Gibson and West. Liu Xing's offensive efficiency remained remarkably high, bolstered by his exceptional shooting touch that day. It is noteworthy that scoring against a formidable defender like James is typically a daunting task. In the third quarter, Howard began to assert himself, securing 6 consecutive rebounds and aiding his team in extending their lead to 10 points. However, in the fourth quarter, the Cavaliers, under James's leadership, launched a vigorous counterattack. Outside shooters Gibson and Mo succeeded in landing three-pointers, while James capped the quarter with a buzzer-beater three-pointer just before the 24-second mark. At this juncture, Liu Xing, witnessing the score tightening, resolutely faced Gibson's defense and successfully sank a pivotal three-pointer. Subsequently, he drove into the paint, drawing a foul from Big Z, and calmly converted both free throws to stabilize the situation. The Cavaliers then resorted to the hack-a-shack strategy, yet Howard excelled, making 9 out of 12 free throws. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed over the Cavaliers with a score of 107-99, claiming victory in this away game. The second match took place at the Magic South home court, where the Cavaliers were immediately pressured by the Magic. The Cavaliers struggled with their three-point shooting throughout the game, while the Magic flourished both inside and out, ultimately defeating the Cavaliers by 15 points. With this consecutive victory, the Magic maintained a 7-game lead over the Cavaliers, extinguishing any hopes the Cavaliers had of contending for the Eastern Conference's top spot. Following their double victory over the Cavaliers, the Magic faced the reigning champions, the Celtics. With their core player Garnett sidelined due to injury, the Celtics fielded Perkins, Glenn Davis, Pierce, Ray Allen, and Rondo as their starting lineup. This year, Liu Xing has been performing exceptionally well, averaging 4.1 three-pointers per game in previous matches, surpassing former three-point king Ray Allen, thus making their direct matchup a focal point of this game. As the match commenced, the Magic initiated the offense, with Liu Xing receiving the ball and executing a pick-and-roll with Howard, successfully creating a mismatch. At this moment, Perkins was tasked with defending Liu Xing, yet he stood motionless, allowing Liu Xing to seize the opportunity and decisively launch a three-pointer that swished through the net. On the Celtics side, Pierce displayed remarkable individual prowess, successfully executing a step-back jumper over Hill. Nevertheless, Liu Xing did not relent. He continued to engage in pick-and-roll tactics with Howard. And this time the Celtics opted not to switch defenses. Liu Xing seized the moment to penetrate the paint, deftly passing to Howard, who soared for an emphatic dunk, extending the lead. As the game progressed, Ray Allen of the Celtics suddenly erupted, disregarding Lu Xing's tenacious defense and sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers. Shortly thereafter, Rondo showcased his impressive stealing ability, successfully intercepting Dragic and effortlessly laying the ball in with no defenders in sight. The Boston Celtics experienced a brief surge, scoring 11-2, thereby widening the gap further. Faced with such a predicament, the head coach of the Orlando Magic decisively called for a timeout and made a personnel adjustment, substituting J.J. Redick for Goran Dragic. Dragic had been struggling in his duel against Rajon Rondo, while Ray Allen, as a player adept at movement, was better suited to be defended by the sharpshooting J.J. Redick. This substitution yielded immediate results. When Lu Xing was double-teamed, he cleverly passed the ball to J.J. Redick, who confidently sank a three-pointer, halting the Magic's decline. Subsequently, Lu Xing employed a unique strategy while defending Rondo, opting to abandon the defense against Rondo's three-point shot and positioning himself near the free-throw line. This left Rondo in an awkward position as he anticipated an open three-point opportunity, which ultimately eluded him. Lu Xing swiftly grabbed the rebound, then sprinted down the court, effortlessly scoring a layup and adding to the Magic's tally. Rondo then attempted a long two-pointer just inside the three-point line, which also failed to find its mark. Dwight Howard secured the rebound and executed a long pass to Lu Xing, who charged towards the basket and assisted Yi Jianlian, who capped off the possession with a resounding dunk. The Magic had caught up in points, causing Rondo to feel increasingly pressured. He hesitated to take a shot and instead opted for a drive. However, Lu Xing had already anticipated his intentions, using his robust physique to obstruct Rondo's path to the basket. With no other options, Rondo was forced to pass to power forward Anthony Davis, whose jump shot failed to score. At that moment, Yi Jianlian quickly snatched the rebound and unhesitatingly passed to Lu Xing. Upon receiving the ball, Lu Xing accelerated past half-court, keenly assessing the unfolding situation on the court. Noticing that the defenders had not yet fully positioned themselves, he decisively opted for an alley-oop pass to Howard, who executed a dazzling dunk, contributing to the team's score and leveling the game. Thus, the contest reached a tie, culminating the first quarter at 26 apiece. As the second quarter commenced, Dragic led the bench players to a minor surge, successfully extending the lead to 5 points. When the starting players returned, Lu Xing shone brightly, consecutively sinking 2 three-pointers over Rondo, stretching the lead to double digits. The Magic maintained their advantage until the conclusion of the first half, ultimately leading the Celtics 57-47 as they wrapped up the half. With the commencement of the second half, the Celtics, deprived of their crucial interior pillar Kevin Garnett, found Howard thriving in the paint, repeatedly securing offensive rebounds and converting them into points. Simultaneously, Lu Xing frequently penetrated the interior, not only scoring but also drawing fouls. On the Celtics side, Rondo, under Lu Xing's stringent defense, appeared somewhat unbalanced and missed 3 consecutive shots. Meanwhile, Ray Allen's three-point attempts also fell short, with only Paul Pierce managing to contribute points to keep the Celtics in the game. As the third quarter concluded, the Magic once again held a 5-point lead over the Celtics. Entering the fourth quarter, the Magic swiftly executed 2 remarkable offensive plays, followed by Lu Xing sinking a trailing three-pointer, extending the score differential to 20 points. In the ensuing 3 minutes, despite the Celtics' efforts to catch up, they ultimately chose to relinquish their resistance. The Magic triumphed over the short-handed Celtics, winning by a score of 108-90. In their next contest, the Magic faced the visiting Western Conference leaders, the Lakers, a daunting challenge given that they had just endured an intense match, now confronted with the adversity of back-to-back games. Meanwhile, the Lakers, well-rested and in fine form, swiftly demonstrated their formidable prowess and exceptional teamwork from the onset, rapidly establishing a commanding lead. The Magic appeared sluggish, still reeling from the previous night's exertions, unable to match the Lakers' rhythm on both offense and defense. Seizing the opportunity, the Lakers launched a brief surge, extending their lead to double digits. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers held a 28-18 advantage over the Magic. In the second quarter, Lu Xing took the initiative, scoring 2 consecutive three-pointers against the opposing backup shooting guard, Vujacic, thereby narrowing the deficit. He then penetrated the paint, drawing a defensive foul from Odom and converting both free throws. Sensing the urgency, the Lakers quickly substituted in their starters, yet Lu Xing had found his rhythm. He executed a mid-range jumper over Kobe's outstretched arms, followed by a brilliant assist to Howard for a spectacular score, leveling the game. However, at that moment, Kobe erupted, hitting 2 difficult fadeaway jumpers despite Lu Xing's staunch defense. showcasing his unanswerable scoring ability. Shortly thereafter, Kobe intercepted Dragic's pass and completed a fast break dunk, igniting the crowd's fervor. At halftime, the Lakers led the Magic by 6 points, 55-49. As the second half commenced, Lu Xing continued to spearhead the Magic's counteroffensive, employing astute offensive and defensive strategies to steadily close the gap against the Lakers. Nevertheless, the Lakers' strength was equally formidable, consistently making crucial shots at pivotal moments to respond to the Magic's advances. Despite the Magic's valiant efforts, they ultimately succumbed to the Lakers with a final score of 99-107. Following this match, the Magic prepared to face the Atlanta Hawks. After a fiercely contested battle, the Magic emerged victorious, solidifying their position at the pinnacle of the league. However, having previously lost 10 games, the Magic were unable to break the regular season record set by the Chicago Bulls. Consequently, they decided to rest their starters in subsequent games to ensure they had ample recuperation. Nevertheless, Lu Xing opted against resting. Recognizing that both his stamina and endurance were at an impressive 99 points, he was in the prime of his career. Furthermore, he harbored aspirations of earning the regular season Most Valuable Player (MVP) honor this season. Thus, he resolved to participate in the games, determined to contribute to his team's success. Under the guidance of Lu Xing, the Magic achieved an impressive record of 68 wins and 14 losses, successfully completing the regular season of 2008 to 2009. The day after the Magic concluded their regular season journey, all teams wrapped up their schedules, and the final results were remarkable. The Eastern Conference leaders, the Orlando Magic, concluded with an astonishing 68 victories, not only securing the top position in the league but also breaking their own record for regular season performance, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle in their history. Meanwhile, the Cleveland Cavaliers, the second seed in the East, recorded a commendable 64 wins. However, they were expected to achieve 66 victories but were swept by the Magic due to Lu Xing's influence, resulting in a 2-win reduction. The Boston Celtics, positioned third in the East, garnered 62 wins despite the unfortunate injury to Kevin Garnett prior to the All-Star break, yet the team maintained formidable competitiveness. The Atlanta Hawks, securing the fourth spot in the East, stood strong with a record of 47 wins. Notably, the Hawks successfully completed their rebuilding phase this year, acquiring point guard Mike Bibby from the Kings through a trade and bolstered by draft selections such as Al Horford and Josh Smith, alongside the stellar performance of current star Joe Johnson, have become a force to be reckoned with in the East. The Miami Heat, ranked fifth in the Eastern Conference with a record of 43 wins, achieved this standing largely due to Dwayne Wade's exceptional individual prowess, despite trading away the aging Shaquille O'Neal for Shawn Marion at the season start. The Philadelphia 76ers, occupying the sixth position, showed little change compared to the previous year, retaining their core lineup, and are anticipated to exit the playoffs in the first round. The Chicago Bulls, ranked seventh with 41 victories, boast the first overall pick, Derrick Rose, along with formidable players like Luol Deng and Kirk Hinrich, heralding a wave of youthful energy within the team. Lastly, the Detroit Pistons, securing the eighth spot, managed only 39 wins. This season, they traded their cerebral leader Chauncey Billups to the Denver Nuggets in exchange for Allen Iverson, who found himself relegated to a backup role, diminishing his status within the team. Furthermore, the Pistons aimed to elevate the young talent Stuckey, leading to a challenging path to the playoffs in the East. In the Western Conference, the Los Angeles Lakers claimed the top position with a stunning record of 65 wins. This team continues to showcase formidable strength, undeterred by other teams' decisions to falter, as they delivered a series of captivating performances, ultimately achieving 65 victories. The second place in the West belongs to the Denver Nuggets, who achieved a commendable record of 54 wins. It is noteworthy that prior to the All-Star game, the Denver Nuggets made a significant trade to acquire Chauncey Billups, a move that transformed the team's fortunes and propelled them to second place in the Western Conference. The San Antonio Spurs, as always, displayed formidable competitiveness, finishing third in the West with an impressive record of 54 wins. As a seasoned powerhouse, the Spurs have consistently been strong contenders for the championship, leaving a lasting impression with their stable and efficient style of play. The Portland Trail Blazers also secured a commendable 54 victories, placing them fourth in the Western Conference. This year holds great significance for the Blazers, as they successfully completed their rebuilding process. Core players Brandon Roy and LaMarcus Aldridge have gradually evolved into all-star caliber athletes, their exceptional performances contributing to the team's success. The Houston Rockets, occupying the fifth spot in the West, concluded the regular season with 53 wins, a remarkable achievement. Yao Ming, as the team's pivotal leader, demonstrated exceptional leadership abilities, despite the frequent absences of Tracy McGrady due to injuries. Yao's ability to guide the team to such impressive heights is commendable. Additionally, Rafer Alston played a vital role as a valuable teammate, making significant contributions to the team. The Dallas Mavericks, positioned 6th in the West, achieved 50 victories. This year, the Mavericks faced considerable injury challenges, which led to fluctuations in their performance. However, the acquisition of Jason Kidd through trade has allowed him to gradually integrate into the team, bringing stability and experience. The New Orleans Hornets, ranked 7th in the West, recorded 49 wins. Although the team boasts core players such as Chris Paul, Tyson Chandler, and David West, their potential seems to have plateaued. This year, Paul also battled injuries, affecting the team's overall performance, resulting in a decline compared to last year. The Utah Jazz finished 8th in the West with 48 victories. The new duo of the Jazz faced challenges due to a lack of strong teammates and an insufficiently robust bench, ultimately leading them to barely qualify for the playoffs. It is also worth mentioning that the Phoenix Suns, positioned 9th in the West, managed to secure only 46 wins.